Chapter 1. The janitors mourning the courtyard of the Celestial Harmony Sect lay bathed in the pale light of dawn, and Wen Qing began his work as he had for 3 centuries, with a broom in his weathered hands, and no one paying him any mind. His back curved from decades of sweeping, or so it appeared. In truth, he could have straightened to his full height and split mountains, but such displays were beneath his notice now. The floor before the main pavilion had to be cleared of fallen leaves, and Wen Qing took his time, moving with the shuffling pace of an old man who had nothing but time. Around him, the Celestial Harmony Sect stirred to life. Disciples in their white robes emerged from dormitories, their youthful faces bright with the promise of another day of cultivation. They rushed past the elderly janitor without a glance, their minds already soaring through the heavens, dreaming of breakthrough, power, immortality. None of them recognized the figure they'd seen every day of their cultivation here. The invisible man who kept the sect functioning, who swept the grounds and polished the stones and maintained the formations that protected them all. Wen Qing had long grown accustomed to this invisibility. It was, after all, the greatest source of his power. The Shadow Sovereign system had chosen him, or perhaps he had chosen it, 300 years ago when he first took this form. The rules were simple and absolute. The more unnoticed he remained, the stronger his cultivation became. Each secret kept, each identity hidden, each moment of overlooked existence fed power directly into his core. But the moment someone recognized him, the moment someone truly understood who he was, that power would crack and shatter, at least temporarily. It was a worthy trait. A young disciple named Lin Feng nearly tripped over Wen Qing's broom, muttering an apology without truly seeing the janitor's face. Wen Qing simply moved the broom aside, allowing the boy to pass. Lin Feng was only at the qi condensation stage, bright with potential but utterly unaware that his cultivation manual had been subtly adjusted 3 weeks ago. Wen Qing had corrected a fundamental flaw in the breathing technique that would have hindered the boy for decades. The disciple would break through to foundation establishment within a month and never know why his progress suddenly accelerated. The Shadow Sovereign system hummed with satisfaction at this anonymous contribution. Power flowed into his dantian like a river finding the sea. Wen Qing continued his sweeping, his mind partially devoted to the task, and partially elsewhere entirely. One of his consciousness threads monitored the defensive formations around the sect's perimeter. They were stable, though he noticed a slight degradation in the northwestern quadrant. That would need attention tonight, when no one was watching. Another thread considered the mysterious tremors that had manifested across the Misty Peak realm in recent days. They felt wrong, corrupted, like something ancient was stirring in places it shouldn't be, like something that should have remained dead. He pushed that thought aside. The past was the past, and dwelling on old enemies was a luxury he could no longer afford. He had responsibilities now, not just to the Celestial Harmony Sect, but to the entire realm he had quietly shaped and protected for centuries. His disciples would never know the truth. Their children would never know the truth. That was the point. By mid-morning, Wen Qing had completed the main courtyard and moved on to the library. The disciples who studied there barely registered his presence as he swept between the shelves, dusting the scrolls and ensuring everything remained in perfect order. An elderly elder named Su Ming was reviewing cultivation records, his brow furrowed in concentration. Wen Qing paused near him, and as he bent to sweep, his eyes caught the records the elder was studying. His breath nearly escaped him. The records described a darkness that had plagued the sect 500 years ago, accounts of shadow creatures, of disciples dying with their cultivation sealed, of a mysterious enemy that had never been fully named in the official histories. Wen Qing knew those histories because he had lived them. He had personally hunted down and destroyed the architect of that darkness, a cultivator named Meng Yun who had delved too far into forbidden shadow techniques. It had taken him decades to track down every shadow creature Meng Yun had created, every hidden lair, every fragment of corrupted power the madman had scattered across the realm. He had been certain it was finished, certain that Meng Yun was truly dead. He had seen the soul shattered himself, watched it dissolve into nothing. But those tremors. Wen Qing resumed his sweeping, moving with the shuffling gait that his cover demanded. Elder Su Ming glanced up briefly, saw only the old janitor, and returned to his studies. The shadow beneath Wen Qing's form rippled slightly, a tell that only he would ever notice. The shadow sovereign system was responding to his agitation, drawing power in preparation for something it sensed coming. That evening, as the sun descended beyond the misty peaks and the sect settled into the quieter rhythms of meditation and study, Wen Qing made his way to the northwestern corner of the barrier formation. He moved through the darkness like water, his presence becoming even less noticeable to any casual observer. His power, unrestrained in the solitude of night, flowed through him with the weight of millennia. He placed his hand against the formation's core stone, his fingers tracing the complex array of runes he had carved himself centuries ago. The degradation was worse than he thought. Something had been pressing against this section of the barrier, testing it, searching for weaknesses. Not randomly, either. This was targeted, deliberate. The old fear rose again. The impossible fear that had driven him to sweep floors rather than ascend to godhood, to remain invisible rather than bathe in glory. Wen Qing closed his eyes, drawing power from the depths of his cultivation base. Light flooded through the runes, and the formation stabilized, stronger than before. But even as he did this, another tremor shook the barrier. It came from the east this time, far distant, but undeniable. Something was awakening in the shadow realm. Something that Wen Qing had thought forever sealed. He remained in the darkness for hours, his consciousness expanding outward, searching the night for any sign of his ancient enemy. The disciples slept, unaware of the invisible battle being waged for their protection. The sect remained safe, cradled in the shelter of formations only one person truly understood. By the time Wen Qing returned to his small chamber, nothing more than a storage room with a simple bed, the stars had begun to fade. He would sleep for a few hours, then wake to sweep again. The routine would continue. The invisibility would hold. But in his heart, beneath layers of cultivation and power, something primal stirred. The past was not dead, and the trial ahead would test everything he had built here in the shadows. Chapter 2. Whispers of Return. 3 days later, the first disciple vanished. Her name was Chunling, a promising young cultivator at the early foundation establishment stage. She had been meditating in the eastern pavilion late into the evening, pushing herself toward a breakthrough. When dawn came and she did not emerge, the sect launched a search. They found nothing but her meditation cushion and a lingering trace of corrupted spiritual energy that the sect masters could not identify. Wen Qing found her. She was in a hidden cave 3 leagues from the sect, her body suspended in darkness, her cultivation being slowly drained by shadow threads that wrapped around her like chains of living night. She was still breathing, still alive, but her essence was being consumed. The shadow work was masterful, intricate in a way that made his ancient blood run cold. Only one person in the realm could weave shadows like this. Only Mingyun. The shadow sovereign system screamed inside him, demanding he reveal himself, that he act with the full power of his true cultivation. But Wen Qing restrained it. The moment his identity became known, his power would be crippled. He could not afford that, not when something this dangerous was stirring. Instead, he worked in the darkness, his fingers moving through patterns of light that only he could perceive. He unraveled the shadow chains one by one, carefully, so as not to damage Chunling's cultivation beyond repair. It took him 8 hours. When he finished, the girl stirred, confusion flooding her consciousness. Wen Qing caught her as she nearly fell, and the moment his skin touched hers, her eyes opened. She saw an old man's face weathered by time, barely visible in the darkness of the cave. "Rest," he whispered, his voice thin and reedy as befitted his cover. "Do not struggle." Who are you?" Chunling's voice was weak, terrified. "How did you find me?" "I am no one," Wen Qing said, which was perhaps the truest thing he had ever spoken. "An old caretaker who happened to be in the right place. You are safe now. Sleep." He carried her back to the sect, moving swiftly through the pre-dawn darkness. No one saw him arrive. No one noticed as he placed her gently in the sect's infirmary, arranging her so that the morning disciples would find her peacefully resting. By the time the sun rose and the search parties returned in confusion, Wen Qing was already back at his work, sweeping the morning courtyard as though nothing had happened. The sect erupted into chaos when Chunling woke. She spoke of darkness and shadows, of something trying to consume her. The sect masters gathered, their faces grave. Sect leader Lu Feng, a Tao-seeking cultivator of considerable power, though nothing compared to what Wen Qing wielded, convened an emergency assembly. "There is a threat," he announced to the gathered disciples. "Something dark has manifested near our borders. We must double the guards and increase our patrol formations. No disciple ventures beyond the barrier alone. Is this understood?" The young cultivators nodded, fear flickering across their faces. They had grown comfortable in the safety of the sect, and the intrusion of real danger unsettled them deeply. But Wen Qing, sweeping in the corner of the assembly hall where no one truly looked, felt something else entirely. He felt the weight of old responsibilities settling back onto his shoulders. Over the next week, 2 more disciples vanished, and both were recovered the same way, by Wen Qing, working in solitude and shadow. The shadow chains around them grew more sophisticated each time, the technique more refined. Whoever was behind this was learning, adapting, testing the defenses of the sect to find the weakest points. It was exactly the kind of systematic assault that Meng Yun would have orchestrated. But it couldn't be Meng Yun. Wen Qing was certain of that. He had killed him. He had felt the death occur, permanent and absolute. Unless the possibility that had haunted him for 3 centuries suddenly crystallized into form. What if Meng Yun had found a way to survive? What if, in those final moments before his soul shattered, he had managed to fracture himself, to scatter pieces of his consciousness across multiple vessels, ensuring that some aspect of him would endure? It would explain the tremors. It would explain the shadow work that was sophisticated but not quite perfect, like someone trying to remember how to do something they once knew well. Wen Qing sat alone in his small chamber that night, his consciousness expanding outward, touching the barrier formations he had maintained for centuries. He sent ripples of power through them, subtle pulses that would not alert anyone, but would reveal to him the nature of whatever was pressing against the sect's defenses. The response came like a scar being reopened. For just a moment, barely an instant, he felt it. A presence that was familiar and wrong, twisted and corrupted, but undeniably connected to the cultivator he had destroyed 500 years ago. It felt like encountering a ghost, except the ghost was very much alive, and it was reaching back toward him across the years with recognition and something that might have been hunger. The connection severed, but the damage was done. Wen Qing felt the tremor pass through his own cultivation base. His invisibility flickered, just slightly, just enough that if anything sensitive was watching carefully, it might have noticed a ripple in the shadows. He waited, barely breathing, for any response. But none came. Whatever was out there in the darkness was not ready to reveal itself fully. Not yet. The next morning, sect leader Lu Feng announced that he was opening recruitment. Disciples from other sects and independent cultivators across the Misty Peak realm would be invited to join the Celestial Harmony Sect. It was a bold move, clearly intended to strengthen their defenses against whatever threat loomed. Wen Qing, sweeping the announcement hall, felt his ancient heart grow heavier. The arrival of new disciples would complicate everything. More eyes meant more chances of discovery. More presence meant more difficulty moving freely through the sect. But it also meant more potential paths to gathering information about the nature of the threat. As he swept, Wen Qing made a decision. He would have to become more active, more visible in his actions, even if his identity remained hidden. The Shadow Sovereign System's power was vast, but it was also shackled by the need for absolute concealment. For the first time in 300 years, he wondered if that shackle might become more liability than advantage. That evening, new disciples began to arrive at the sect gates, their faces bright with ambition, their cultivation bases ranging from chi condensation to early foundation establishment. Among them came a young woman with sharp eyes and a calculating gaze, and Wen Qing, hidden among the shadows as he watched the arrivals, felt something ancient and cold stir within him. She walked like a predator. She looked at the sect the way someone might examine a fortress they planned to breach. And somewhere in the depth of the Misty Peak realm, far beyond the barrier formations, something that was and was not Meng Yun smiled in the darkness. Chapter 3. New arrivals. The new disciples were settled into the western dormitory over the course of 2 days. Wen Qing observed from a distance as the sect masters organized their initiations and cultivation assignments. There were 43 new cultivators in total, ranging in skill and background. Most were eager and genuine. A few, Wen Qing noted with his expanded perception, carried subtle traces of shadow corruption. The shadow sovereign system hummed with concern. Infiltrators. There were already agents inside the sect. Wen Qing approached sect leader Lu Feng that evening, moving through the sect with his characteristic shuffle, carrying water for the elders' chambers. The sect leader barely registered his presence as the old janitor placed the water by his bedside. But Wen Qing's keen ears caught the conversation Lu Feng was having with Elder Su Ming through the thin walls of the sect. "I do not like this," Elder Su Ming was saying. "Opening our doors to so many strangers, so quickly. It feels reckless." "We need strength," Lu Feng replied, his voice heavy with the weight of command. "The attacks on our disciples have become more frequent. Whatever hunts us is coordinated and intelligent. We must fortify our numbers, or we invite the fox into the henhouse," the elder said grimly. Wen Qing left them to their discussion and continued his rounds. But he had already made his decision. He would need to meet with each of the new disciples privately, assess their cultivation, check for corruption. It would require careful manipulation. He could not simply examine them without cause, lest it draw attention to the old janitor's unusual interest in the sect's newcomers. The answer came unexpectedly when sect leader Lu Feng announced a new policy. All disciples, new and old, would receive a personal blessing from the sect's founding monument. It was an old tradition, dormant for centuries, meant to fortify the connection between disciple and sect. The blessing would be administered by the monument's guardian, an ancient position held, conveniently, by the sect's least visible member. That would be Wen Qing. For 2 centuries, he had maintained the monument without anyone truly understanding what he was doing. The structure itself was a wonder of ancient formation work, capable of reading a cultivator's core and identifying corruptions or disharmonies that couldn't be detected through normal examination. Wen Qing had designed it himself, back when he had been something other than a janitor, before invisibility became his greatest strength and deepest curse. The next morning, disciples began arriving at the monument. It sat at the very center of the sect, a pillar of white jade carved with intricate runes that seemed to shift and flow in the light. Wen Qing stood beside it, looking every bit the frail old man he pretended to be, his hands moving slowly through the blessing motions he had performed countless times before. The first disciple, a young man named Zhou Chun, approached with reverence. Wen Qing pressed his palm against the monument, and his consciousness flowed through it like water through a sieve. Zhou Chun was clean, no corruption, no shadow work. His cultivation was sound, his spirit bright. Wen Qing withdrew, nodded, and sent the boy on his way. One by one they came. Most were genuine. Some were overeager, their ambitions burning brightly but without true dedication. A few carried subtle weaknesses that needed correction. Wen Qing made mental notes, knowing he would address these later, in anonymous ways that would help without revealing his involvement. And then came the young woman he had noticed on the first day of arrivals. She gave her name as Shunyu and approached the monument with practiced reverence. But as soon as Wen Qing's consciousness touched her through the jade pillar, he felt it. Shadow corruption wound tightly around her cultivation base, dormant but present, waiting. His ancient hands trembled slightly, though he covered it by appearing to steady himself against the monument. He withdrew his consciousness quickly, before she could feel him examining her too closely. The blessing was completed in moments, and Shunyu departed, her sharp eyes glancing back at him with a flicker of something that might have been recognition. Wen Qing sat alone at the monument after she left, his consciousness turned inward. The corruption he had sensed was not crude or obvious. It was refined, controlled, the work of someone who knew exactly what they were doing. Someone who had learned to hide themselves from casual detection. Someone who bore the unmistakable signature of the shadow techniques Meng Yun had pioneered. There was no doubt anymore. Meng Yun had returned, and he had sent agents into the heart of the Celestial Harmony Sect. The question was, why had he sent them now, after 500 years of silence? Wen Qing spent the rest of the day continuing the blessings, his mind working through the implications. By evening, he had examined all 43 new disciples and identified 7 with subtle shadow corruption, not enough to be obvious, but enough to indicate a coordinated infiltration. Shunyu seemed to be the highest ranking among them, the least corrupted and most controlled. That made her the most dangerous, Wen Qing needed to act, but carefully. If he moved against the infiltrators too openly, it would alert whoever was controlling them. If he did nothing, the corruption would spread through the sect like poison through water. The Shadow Sovereign system demanded action, demanded that he use his vast power to crush this threat before it could properly form. But every action he took risked exposure, risked the temporary weakening of his cultivation that came with recognition. He settled on a course of action that was perhaps the most difficult thing a cultivator of his power could do: patience. That evening, after all the disciples had been blessed and returned to their dormitories, Wen Qing made his way through the sect to find Xin Yu. She was meditating alone in a small pavilion overlooking the back gardens, her cultivation base working in subtle patterns that only someone with his experience could recognize as deliberately hidden technique. He did not approach. Instead, he watched from the shadows, observing the way her meditation unfolded, the strange grace of her movements when she shifted position. After a time, she rose, and when Qing noticed, she produced a small mirror made of obsidian, a shadow artifact, used to communicate across distances through darkness itself. Xin Yu held the mirror up, and her lips moved in silence. But Wen Qing's enhanced perception allowed him to read them. "Master, the infiltration is complete. 7 of us are in place. The sect does not suspect. The old janitor touched my cultivation base with his blessing, but he felt nothing. He is merely a normal disciple with slight cultivation talent, assigned to maintain the monument." A chill ran through Wen Qing's hidden form. The mirror flickered, and a response came, though Wen Qing could not hear the actual words. But he felt them, a ripple of shadow energy carrying meaning across vast distance. Xin Yu's face hardened into something cold and calculating. She nodded once, dissolved the mirror, and rose to return to her dormitory. Wen Qing remained in the darkness long after she left, his consciousness turned inward. The fact that she had dismissed him as merely someone with slight cultivation talent should have been satisfying. His cover held. His invisibility remained intact. The Shadow Sovereign system had drawn power from her disregard. But for the first time in 300 years, Wen Qing wondered if remaining hidden was still the right choice. The sect needed protection. The disciples needed protection. The realm itself needed protection from whatever Meng Yuan was becoming. Whatever resurrection had brought him back to awareness and hunger. As if in response to his thoughts, another tremor ran through the barrier formations. This one was stronger, more deliberate. It came from all sides at once, testing the defenses, mapping their strengths and weaknesses. Wen Qing rose from the shadows, his form rippling as he finally allowed some of his true power to surface. For just a moment, the night around him blazed with golden light, and the barrier formations flared in response to his touch, stabilizing, strengthening. The tremor ceased. But in that moment of power, Wen Qing knew something had changed. He had been noticed. His intervention had left a mark that someone, somewhere, would eventually recognize. The game was changing. The invisible elder could remain hidden no longer, at least not completely. And the price of his protection, when it finally came, would be far higher than he had ever imagined. In her dormitory, Xin Yu straightened suddenly, her eyes wide. She felt something massive and ancient stir at the heart of the sect, a power so vast and old that it made her own cultivation seem like a candle before the sun. For just an instant, she sensed the true presence of someone she had dismissed as nothing. And in that instant, everything changed. Chapter 4. The Weight of Secrets. The next morning, Wen Qing found a note written in shadow ink on his broom. It was unsigned, but the handwriting was unmistakable, sharp, precise, written by someone accustomed to power and control. The old man sees too much. Interesting. It was, Wen Qing realized with grim amusement, both a threat and an acknowledgement. He burned the note between his fingers, the shadow ink dissipating like smoke. Xin Yu had felt his intervention on the barriers. She had glimpsed something of what he truly was, though she could not possibly understand the full scope of his power or identity. The question now was whether she would report this to whoever controlled her, this shadow incarnation of Meng Yuan, or whether she would keep it to herself while attempting to discover more. Wen Qing suspected the latter. A cultivator clever enough to hide so completely within the sect's shadow would know that premature revelation served no purpose. Better to continue observing, continue infiltrating, and deal with any discovered complications later, on their own terms. The shadow sovereign system, frustrated by this enforced patience, created persistent pressure at the back of his mind. It wanted to act. It wanted to hunt. It wanted to crush this threat before it could properly manifest. But Wen Qing had spent 300 years learning to master this impulse. Power was intoxicating, and the power within him was vast enough to reshape mountains. The only thing that kept it controlled was discipline, and discipline demanded that he think carefully before acting. So he continued his work. He swept the courtyard as though nothing had changed. He cleaned the library where Elder Su Ming studied. He watered the gardens in the back pavilion where Shun Yu sometimes meditated. And all the while, his consciousness expanded outward in careful patterns, mapping the infiltration, understanding the scope of the enemy's presence. There were 7 shadow-corrupted disciples within the sect walls. But beyond those 7, there were signs of others positioned in nearby villages, in settlements around the Misty Peak realm. Meng Yin had built a network. This was not a hasty resurrection or a desperate invasion. This was a calculated rebuilding, a patient restructuring of power. It felt disturbingly familiar. It felt like watching a teacher he had once known preparing to teach the same lesson again. 3 days after the incident on the barrier, Wen Qing received his first proper challenge. He was sweeping near the outer wall when he noticed a young disciple, one of the shadow-corrupted ones, though not Shun Yu, attempting to place a hidden formation stone into the ground. It was crude work, but it would have been sufficient to create a shadow pocket within the sect's territory, a space where the protective formations would not reach. Enough such pockets, and the sect's defenses would develop blind spots. Wen Qing watched from what appeared to be several paces away, his physical position unimportant because his consciousness had long since encompassed the entire scene. The disciple, a young man named Wei Song, was concentrating so hard on his task that he did not notice when Wen Qing swept closer. The old janitor's broom swept past the spot where Wei Song was working, and the formation stone tumbled out of place, rolling harmlessly across the ground. Wei Song cursed softly and bent to retrieve it, but by then Wen Qing had already continued on, moving with his shuffling gait as if the incident was nothing. He heard Wei Song pick up the stone and attempt the placement again. And again, Wen Qing's broom, moving at the exact right moment with the exact right angle, disrupted the work. Not violently, not overtly, just accidentally on purpose, the way an old man might accidentally kick things while sweeping without even noticing. After the 4th disruption, Wei Song abandoned the attempt, cursing the old janitor's clumsiness under his breath before stalking away to find a different location. But the damage was done. The formation stone had been handled carelessly enough times that its power was degraded. Even if Wei Song placed it successfully elsewhere, it would not function properly. It was a small victory, but it was a start. More importantly, it was invisible. No one in the sect would ever realize that the elderly janitor had sabotaged the infiltration's work. Wei Song would blame his own carelessness and find a new location. The shadow network would adapt and continue. But each small disruption, each anonymous intervention, would buy time. Time was something Wen Qing had in abundance. That evening, Shun Yu appeared at the well where Wen Qing was drawing water for the evening meal preparations. She approached as though by accident, and she was alone, a deliberate choice, Wen Qing noted, that indicated she was not yet ready to involve her superiors in whatever she was planning. "Old grandfather," she said politely, using the respectful term younger cultivators sometimes applied to the sect's elderly servants. "Your water-drawing technique is quite efficient. You have been here for a long time, yes?" Wen Qing poured the water into his buckets with deliberate slowness, hunched over the well as befitted his supposed age. "Long enough," he said, his voice thin and reedy. "Since before most here were born, I suspect. You must know the sect well," she continued, moving to stand beside him in a way that seemed casual but was actually quite strategic. "The buildings, the grounds, the secret places. Surely you have seen things." "I see only what needs cleaning," Wen Qing replied, adding water to another bucket. "Everything else, I forget. And if something were happening here, something hidden, something that threatened the sect, would you notice? Would you do anything about it?" This was dangerous ground. Shun Yu was testing him, trying to determine what he knew and what his response would be. Wen Qing took his time answering, drawing more water with careful, methodical movements. "I am just an old man," he finally said. Not my place to interfere with important matters. If the sect leaders wish something done, they give orders. I follow. That is all. He glanced at her then, just briefly, his ancient eyes meeting hers for just an instant before he looked away. And in that moment, Wen Qing allowed the slightest ripple of his true power to brush against her consciousness. Not enough to be obvious, not enough to be truly recognized, just enough that she would feel the weight of something vast and old, watching her from behind those seeming frail eyes. Xin Yu's breath caught almost imperceptibly. Her hand moved to her chest, as though she had felt something cold pass through her. Interesting, she murmured. Then she turned and walked away, leaving Wen Qing alone at the well. He finished drawing water and carried the buckets back toward the kitchen, his movements slow and careful. But internally, he was analyzing the interaction, considering possibilities. Xin Yu was not the typical shadow-corrupted disciple. She was too independent, too willing to act on her own initiative. That suggested either that she had some special role in Meng Yun's plan, or that she was more than just an agent, that she was perhaps a partial incarnation of something significant. The thought troubled him more than it should have. That night, Wen Qing did not sleep. Instead, he sat in the deepest part of the sect's barrier formation, in the chamber beneath the main pavilion where the sect's foundation stones were kept. These stones were ancient, older even than his first arrival at the sect. They held memories, not in any mystical sense, but in the way all objects accumulated impressions from the vast spiritual energies that flowed through them over centuries. Wen Qing placed his hands upon the foundation stones and opened his consciousness fully, allowing their memories to flow into him. And there, in the layers of spiritual imprint and accumulated power, he found echoes of his own work. Centuries of corrections and improvements and subtle interventions, all accumulating into a foundation of power that was more his work than he had ever truly acknowledged. This sect was not just protected by him. It was built from his power, structured around his presence. Every disciple's advancement had been slightly assisted by formations he had created. Every barrier had been maintained and strengthened by his hand. Every moment of safety the sect had ever known had been purchased by his invisible work. And now, someone had come to tear it down. The weight of it, the full, terrible weight of responsibility he had been carrying for 300 years, suddenly became almost unbearable. For so long, he had maintained the fiction that he was just a janitor, that his interventions were minimal and unimportant. The Shadow Sovereign system had thrived on this self-deception, drawing power from the idea that no one knew what he truly was or what he was truly doing. But the moment he acknowledged the full scope of his own power, the moment he admitted to himself exactly how much of the sect's existence depended on him, something in the system began to crack. Wen Qing felt his strength diminish, not catastrophically, but noticeably. The system was responding to his own recognition of his role, treating it as a partial exposure of his identity. Because in truth, the sect itself knew who he was, even if the people in it did not. The very stones beneath his feet recognized their creator. And if the sect knew, if its foundation stones held the memory of his true self, then how much longer could the pretense truly last? Wen Qing rose from the chamber and ascended back into the light of the early morning. The sun was beginning to rise over the misty peaks, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. A new day was beginning, and with it came a terrible clarity. The age of the invisible elder was ending. One way or another, the truth was going to emerge. The only question was how he would manage that emergence, how he would control the revelation when it came. Because Meng Yun would force his hand eventually. The Shadow Sovereign system had been designed with a weakness, as all powerful systems must have, and that weakness was that it could not act effectively once its nature was known. Meng Yun knew this. He was probably counting on it, which meant Wen Qing needed to be the one to reveal himself. He needed to control the moment, the context, and the revelation itself. But first, he needed to understand exactly what Meng Yun had become and what he was truly planning. The hunt would have to begin in earnest. Chapter 5, The First Disciple. The breakthrough came through an unexpected source. 3 days after his conversation with Xin Yu, one of the newer disciples approached Wen Qing with a question. His name was Jian Luo, and he was perhaps the most talented cultivator to arrive with the latest batch of recruits. He had the natural bearing of someone from a respected family, the kind of confidence that came from generations of cultivation resources. What made him unusual was that, despite being surrounded by ambitious disciples and attentive sect masters, he often wandered the sect in search of the old janitor. "Grandfather," he said one evening, finding Wen Qing in the process of cleaning the meditation hall, "I have a question about the sect's history. The records speak of great events, great battles fought by powerful cultivators. But there are gaps, places where the history seems deliberately vague. Do you know of these gaps?" Wen Qing continued his work, not pausing. "The past is a complicated thing. Some stories are not worth remembering. But you would know, wouldn't you?" Jian Luo pressed, moving closer. "You have been here longer than anyone else. You have seen things that others have not." "I am merely an old man who sweeps floors," Wen Qing replied, though something in his tone shifted. There was a quality to this disciple that was different from the others. Not corrupted like the shadow agents, not ambitious like most disciples. There was a seeking quality to his presence, a genuine hunger for understanding. "The way you move, the way you seem to know exactly where formations are, the way your hands sometimes create patterns in dust that are far too precise for accident." Jian Luo paused, and when he spoke again, his voice dropped lower. "I think you are more than you appear." This was delicate ground. If Wen Qing revealed himself to this disciple, even partially, it would weaken his cultivation. The shadow sovereign system depended on invisibility. But there was a difference between being invisible to people who did not look and being invisible to someone who was genuinely trying to see. Jian Luo's perception was pure. He sought truth not for power, but for understanding. That made him almost unique among the disciples Wen Qing had encountered. "If I were more than I appear," Wen Qing said slowly, "would that change your cultivation? Would it change your dedication to the sect?" "It would explain some things," Jian Luo replied carefully. "It would mean that the sect is more protected than we realize. It would mean that our safety is not as precarious as the recent attacks have made it seem. And if knowing this changed your cultivation, if the weight of such knowledge altered your path, would that be a good thing or a bad thing?" Jian Luo was silent for a long moment. When he finally answered, his voice was steady. "It depends on what the truth asks of me." Something in Wen Qing's ancient heart moved. This young man understood, on some level, the burden that came with knowledge. He was asking not to be spoon-fed secrets, but to be offered a choice. "Then I will offer you a path," Wen Qing said, and for the first time in 300 years, he allowed his true voice to surface. Not the thin, reedy tone of the janitor, but something deeper, older, resonating with the weight of centuries. "If you wish to walk it, you will find a hidden chamber beneath the library after midnight tonight. The entrance is marked with a symbol that only you will be able to see if your perception is true enough. What you discover there is meant for you alone. You will not speak of it to anyone else. Do you accept these terms?" Jian Luo's eyes widened as he heard the janitor's voice transform, but he did not flee or cry out. Instead, he simply nodded. "I accept." "Then go," Wen Qing said, returning to his sweeping. "And remember, what you choose to do with knowledge is more important than the knowledge itself." That night, after the sect had settled into sleep, Jian Luo found his way to the library. The symbol Wen Qing had mentioned, a simple brushstroke that would have been invisible to normal sight, but blazed like a star to someone with awakened perception, guided him to a hidden door beneath one of the older stone tiles. Beyond lay a chamber that should not have existed, a space carved from the earth that predated the sect itself. On pedestals of white jade sat cultivation manuals, dozens of them, hundreds perhaps, all written in the careful hand of a single cultivator. Each one was inscribed with dates that spanned centuries. In the center of the chamber sat a simple wooden table, and on it, a single scroll. Jian Luo unrolled the scroll and found words written in that same careful hand. "To the disciple who finds this chamber, you have proven yourself capable of seeing beyond surface." These techniques are gathered from 500 years of study and refinement. They represent the accumulated knowledge of one who has walked the cultivation path far longer than most who read this will live. Take what speaks to your spirit. Ignore what is not. But know this, cultivation is not a race, and power obtained too quickly comes with commensurate cost. Learn to walk before you run. The greatest strength comes not from rushing toward ascension, but from building a foundation so solid that when ascension finally comes, you will be ready not just for power, but for the responsibility that power demands. Jianluo spent the rest of the night reading through the manuals, his mind expanding with the depth and subtlety of what he was discovering. None of it was the flashy, ego-driven technique that most sect manuals emphasized. Instead, it was something deeper, cultivation methods designed not for speed, but for profound transformation. When he finally left the chamber as dawn approached, Jianluo was a changed person. Not because he had suddenly become vastly more powerful, though his cultivation had been improved by exposure to such refined teaching, but because he now understood something fundamental about the nature of cultivation itself. There was someone watching over the sect, not in a heavy-handed way, not with displays of power, but through quiet guidance and careful teaching. That someone was the old janitor. Over the following weeks, Jianluo became the bridge between the visible and invisible worlds of the sect. He began to study the manuals with dedication, and through them, he slowly began to understand the true structure of Celestial Harmony Sect. The formations that seemed ancient were actually maintained in ways that only someone with vast understanding could manage. The barriers that seemed to have been built by legendary cultivators were actually the work of someone who still walked among them, unrecognized. And through Jianluo, Wen Qing finally had someone who could act as his agent without knowing the full scope of what he truly was. There is corruption in the sect, Wen Qing told him one evening in the hidden chamber, speaking in his true voice, a voice that no one else had heard for centuries. 7 new disciples carry the mark of shadow technique. They are agents of something ancient, something that hunts the sect for reasons dating back 500 years. What should I do? Jianluo asked, his young face serious with responsibility. Watch them. Report their movements to Elder Su Ming, but do it carefully, through observation rather than accusation. Do not confront them. Let them believe they remain undetected. Can you do this without revealing that you are being guided? I can, Jianluo promised. But how do you know so much about this threat? Who are you really? Wen Qing was silent for a long moment. Then he said, that is a question whose answer is more complicated than either of us might wish. For now, it is enough to know that I have been protecting this sect for longer than you would believe. And I will continue to protect it for as long as I can. And when you can no longer protect it invisibly? Jianluo asked, with the kind of perceptiveness that continued to surprise Wen Qing. Then the world will discover that legends sometimes refuse to fade away, the old janitor replied. And on that day, much will change. Chapter 6. The Shadow Network. Over the next 2 weeks, Jianluo's careful observations revealed the full scope of Meng Yun's infiltration. The 7 shadow-corrupted disciples were not acting randomly. They were following a specific plan, one that became clear as their actions accumulated. They were mapping the sect's defenses. 4 of them had attempted to place formation disruption stones. 2 others had been gathering information about the sect master's cultivation schedule and the elders' meetings. 1, Xinyu, had been making regular visits to the barrier edges at night, each time placing small markers of shadow energy that Wen Qing, with his expanded perception, could see forming a pattern. When Jianluo reported this to Elder Su Ming in carefully vague terms of suspicious behavior by new disciples, the elder convened a quiet meeting with sect leader Lu Feng. But by then, Wen Qing had already taken countermeasures. Every formation disruption stone had been subtly degraded, their power dissipated through tiny manipulations that looked like natural erosion. The information the shadow agents had gathered was incomplete and deliberately wrong. Wen Qing had left false trails, records that seemed authentic but would lead anyone following them toward dead ends. And the markers Xinyu had placed were being quietly moved and repositioned by Wen Qing himself, creating a pattern that led nowhere instead of toward whatever she was actually trying to accomplish. The Shadow Sovereign system thrummed with satisfaction at these invisible victories. Each time Wen Qing sabotaged one of the Shadow Disciples' plans without them knowing, without them even realizing they had been opposed, his cultivation grew stronger. The system fed on unrecognized intervention, on power exercised in perfect concealment. But there was a problem developing. The more successful Wen Qing became at thwarting Meng Yun's plans without direct confrontation, the more frustrated those plans were becoming. And frustration led to hastiness. One evening, as Wen Qing was performing his nightly maintenance of the barrier formation, he felt a massive surge of power test the defenses. It was not the gentle, probing sensation of Meng Yun's earlier contacts. This was aggressive, deliberate, a full assault by something that was no longer interested in subtle infiltration. Wen Qing immediately abandoned the maintenance area and made his way to the center of the sect, where he could access the barrier formation's controls. His consciousness expanded outward, his power rising to defend against the assault. What he found made his ancient blood run cold. There were more than 7 shadow-corrupted disciples. There were dozens, hidden throughout the sect, their corruption masked by the very barriers Wen Qing had built to protect the sect. They had been there all along, arriving in smaller groups over the months, hiding themselves in the blind spots created by Wen Qing's own defensive work. And they were all activating at once. Wen Qing's power flared outward, defending the barriers, but even his vast cultivation could not be in all places at once. On the eastern side of the sect, Xinyu and 2 other shadow agents began a coordinated ritual. On the western side, 5 disciples who had seemed legitimate suddenly began channeling corrupted energy. In the north and south, others were doing the same. It was a pincer attack, designed to overwhelm the sect from multiple directions simultaneously. And it was working far more effectively than Wen Qing had anticipated. Disciples began screaming as shadow creatures poured through weak points in the barrier. The creatures were not the crude constructs that had plagued the sect in Meng Yun's time. These were refined, intelligent, designed to target specific disciples based on some arcane knowledge of the sect's inhabitants. Sect leader Lu Feng emerged from his chambers, his cultivation base blazing with power as he rushed toward the nearest breach. Elder Su Ming and 3 other high-ranking cultivators moved with him, their energy rising to meet the threat. But they were fighting blind, not understanding the coordinated nature of the assault, not realizing they were being drained and guided toward predetermined positions. This was exactly what Wen Qing had feared. The moment Meng Yun felt his subtle infiltration failing, he would resort to direct assault. And direct assault risked exposing Wen Qing's role as the sect's true protector. The Shadow Sovereign system screamed for him to act, to reveal himself fully, to let loose the vast power he had contained for 300 years. His cultivation base wanted to explode outward, to crush every shadow creature and every corrupted disciple in a display of force that would leave no doubt about who truly protected this sect. But that would end the age of his invisibility forever. Instead, Wen Qing did something subtler. From his position at the barrier control chamber, he began to manipulate the formations he had built centuries ago. He did not reinforce them directly. That would be too obvious. Instead, he adjusted them slightly, creating invisible corridors of power that guided the shadow creatures toward specific points. He misdirected their attacks, made them strike at empty air while the sect's defenders appeared to be exactly where they needed to be. Within minutes, the assault that should have breached the sect's defenses began to falter. The shadow creatures found their targets dissolving into darkness before they could strike. The corrupted disciples realized their coordinated attack was not working as planned. The barrier held not because it was stronger, but because it was smarter, because it was being defended by someone who understood every single stone, every single rune, every infinitesimal component. And then, as suddenly as it had begun, the assault stopped. The shadow creatures dissolved into wisps of darkness. The corrupted disciples stopped their rituals and fled, some dematerializing completely through shadow portals that opened at convenient locations. Xinyu, at the eastern breach, paused for just a moment, and in that moment, Wen Qing felt her consciousness searching outward, trying to understand what had just happened. When their perceptions met, across the distance of the sect's territory, Wen Qing allowed her to feel the full weight of his awareness. Not his true power. That would be more than even a shadow agent like Xinyu could withstand, but enough that she would understand. Her infiltration had been discovered. Her assault had been thwarted. And whatever she was in the presence of something far beyond her capability to oppose. Xinyu's shadow form convulsed, and then she was gone, dissolving into darkness and retreating beyond the barriers. In the aftermath, the sect was in chaos. Disciples were crying out in fear and confusion. Sect leader Lu Feng was desperately trying to understand what had happened, what the nature of the attack had been. Elder Su Ming was wounded, his cultivation slightly disrupted by shadow energy, but not seriously damaged. Wen Qing remained in the barrier chamber, his presence undetectable to normal senses. He had held the defense against impossible odds, had guided the sect to victory without any of them understanding how they had truly been saved. The Shadow Sovereign system had grown vastly stronger. But something else had grown as well, a terrible certainty that this was only the beginning. Meng was testing him, probing his defenses, gauging his response. This had not been an attempt to actually conquer the sect. It had been reconnaissance. And now, Meng would know exactly what Wen Qing was capable of, would begin formulating a response that took this new information into account. The next assault would be far more dangerous, far more carefully calculated. Wen Qing descended from the barrier chamber as dawn broke, assuming his janitor's guise once more. In the main courtyard, disciples were gathering, speaking in awed tones about how their sect leaders had miraculously repelled the shadow attack. No one mentioned the barriers holding perfectly at each breach point, preventing the creatures from advancing further. No one commented on the strange coordinated movements that had placed their defenders exactly where they needed to be, because they had not consciously perceived these things. They had simply felt the safety they took for granted being reinforced at the critical moment. Wen Qing began sweeping up the traces of shadow energy left behind by the creatures. The debris was insubstantial, already fading back into nothingness. As he swept, he heard Elder Su Ming speaking to sect leader Lu Feng. Whatever attacked us, it was coordinated, intelligent, and far more dangerous than the initial strikes. Someone is hunting us specifically, someone who knows our sect's structure intimately. Then we must strengthen our defenses, Lu Feng replied. Perhaps we should seal the sect, refuse any more new disciples until the threat is past. No, Su Ming said thoughtfully. Whoever orchestrated this will simply change tactics. Better to remain open, to continue gathering intelligence, he stopped abruptly, as if struck by a sudden realization. His gaze shifted toward where Wen Qing was sweeping, just for an instant, before looking away again. But in that instant, Wen Qing felt something shift in the elder's perception. Su Ming had seen something, caught some small glimpse of the truth. Not the full truth. The Shadow Sovereign system would not allow such a complete revelation without far greater exposure. But something. A hint that the old janitor was perhaps not quite as invisible as he appeared. It was a dangerous moment. If Su Ming began to suspect, if he voiced those suspicions to others, it could accelerate the timeline toward forced revelation. Wen Qing would need to be very careful in how he handled the elder going forward. Chapter 7. The Price of Knowledge. 3 days after the assault, Elder Su Ming requested that Wen Qing attend him in his private study. The summons came through a young disciple, delivered with curious urgency. Wen Qing considered ignoring it, considered simply continuing his work as though the request had never been made. But that would only make Su Ming more suspicious. Instead, he set down his broom and made his way to the elder's chambers, moving with the measured pace that befit his supposed age. His consciousness, however, expanded outward, searching for any sign that this was a trap, that Su Ming had somehow discovered the truth and was preparing to expose him. He found nothing but the elder's genuine confusion and a kind of frustrated seeking. Su Ming was alone in his study, surrounded by ancient texts and records. He looked up as Wen Qing entered, and for a moment, the two of them simply regarded each other across the space between them. In that moment, Wen Qing's enhanced perception allowed him to read the elder's recent movements, his meditation practices, his cultivation progression, and he noticed something that only someone with his knowledge would recognize. Su Ming's cultivation had been subtly adjusted, refined, slightly improved in ways that could only come from exposure to a master's touch. And that exposure had come through the very barriers of the sect itself, through the blessings at the monument, through proximity to the barrier formations, through years of living within the protective embrace of Wen Qing's carefully constructed spiritual environment. Without realizing it, the elder had been one of Wen Qing's students all along. Sit, Su Ming said, gesturing to a chair across from his desk. I have questions, and I believe you may be the only one with answers. I am merely a caretaker, Wen Qing replied, settling himself carefully into the offered chair. I know little of importance. I have been studying the records of our sect's founding, Su Ming said, ignoring the demurral. There are accounts of a great cultivator who built the protective formations, who guided the early disciples, who sacrificed everything to ensure that the Celestial Harmony Sect would endure. This cultivator achieved the rank of heavenly sovereign, according to the oldest texts. And then, mysteriously, the records cease. There is no account of his ascension, no memorial, nothing but sudden silence. Perhaps he ascended beyond the realm, Wen Qing suggested mildly. That is the purpose of cultivation, after all, to eventually reach a state where one no longer needs the mortal world. Perhaps, Su Ming agreed. But then why would the formations he built still be maintained? Why would someone continue his work centuries after his supposed ascension? This was dangerous territory. Wen Qing felt the shadow sovereign system rising to defend against the implied accusation. But he held it back, recognizing that this moment was important. The formations maintain themselves, he said carefully. They have enough power in their original construction to operate for vast stretches of time without intervention. And yet, 3 days ago, during the shadow assault, those formations received intervention. Deliberate, skillful intervention. I could feel it, feel the presence of a consciousness guiding them, making subtle adjustments that saved all our lives. Su Ming leaned forward. Who are you? Wen Qing was silent for a long moment. The shadow sovereign system was pushing at him, demanding that he deny everything, that he reinforce the invisibility through misdirection and obfuscation. But something else was pushing as well. The weight of centuries, the exhaustion of maintaining the fiction that he was just a janitor. If I were to tell you the truth, Wen Qing finally said, it would change everything. Your understanding of the sect, your understanding of your own cultivation, your understanding of what you thought you had accomplished, all of it would be revealed as having been shaped by forces you never consciously recognized. Then you are saying you are. Su Ming trailed off, unable to complete the thought. I am saying that some truths come with a cost, Wen Qing said. And the cost of knowing who I truly am is greater than you might imagine. Are you certain you wish to pay that price? Su Ming rose from his desk and turned to look out the window at the sect below, at the buildings Wen Qing had helped construct, the formations that had protected generations of cultivators, the work of a lifetime that had been invested in the safety and growth of others. I am an elder of this sect, he said finally. It is my responsibility to understand the threats we face. If there is a cultivator of such power walking among us, I must know, not for my own sake, but for the sect's. Then listen carefully, Wen Qing said, and his voice shifted, not fully into the tones of his true power, but enough that Su Ming would feel the weight of ages in it. 500 years ago, this sect faced a threat that nearly destroyed it. A cultivator named Meng Yun, who had delved into forbidden shadow techniques, orchestrated a campaign to corrupt the sect from within. That threat was defeated, but at a cost. The cultivator who opposed Meng Yun was damaged by the conflict, and he chose a path of concealment rather than power. Wen Qing paused, allowing Su Ming to absorb these words. That cultivator is still here, still protecting, still hidden. And now, the threat he thought he had ended 500 years ago appears to be returning. Meng Yun, or something claiming to be what remains of him, is rebuilding his shadow army. Then who are you? Su Ming asked, not turning from the window. A disciple of this ancient cultivator? A servant of some higher power? I am the cultivator, Wen Qing said simply. I am the one who built these formations. I am the one who guides your cultivation, though you do not realize it. I am the reason the sect has endured while greater powers have risen and fallen around it. And I am growing weaker as I speak to you, because the shadow sovereign system demands that I remain unrecognized, and you are beginning to recognize me. Su Ming turned from the window, and Wen Qing could see the moment the truth crystallized in his mind. The elder's eyes widened, and he fell to his knees in the traditional posture of respect before a superior cultivator. Patriarch, he whispered. You are Patriarch One, the one the legends speak of, the founder. The shadow sovereign system flared with pain as those words were spoken aloud, as the recognition became verbal and therefore more real. Wen Qing felt his cultivation base contract slightly, as though the power within him was being squeezed by invisible hands. Now you understand the cost, he said quietly. I have lost power by allowing you to see me. Not catastrophically, my cultivation remains vast, but noticeably. And the more who come to recognize me, the more my greatest strength erodes. Then why reveal yourself at all? Su Ming asked, still kneeling. Why not maintain the fiction? Because the threat is accelerating, Wen Qing replied. And soon, Maintaining the fiction will become impossible. Better to control the revelation than to have it forced upon me by circumstance. Su Ming rose slowly from his kneeling position, and something in his bearing had changed. He was no longer the elder speaking to a mysterious caretaker. He was a disciple in the presence of his true teacher, his true sect founder. "What would you have me do?" he asked. "Tell no one what you now know," Wen Qing instructed. "Not yet. Let the revelation come in its own time, when the moment demands it. For now, continue as you have been, but know that the sect faces grave danger. Meng Yun is not simply trying to infiltrate us anymore. He is preparing for something larger, something that will require him to act openly. When that moment comes, I will need allies who understand what is truly at stake." "I will be ready," Su Ming promised. "But what of Jian Luo? He has already been shown the truth, has he not? You have been training him." Wen Qing felt a flutter of surprise at the elder's perceptiveness. But of course, Su Ming had been studying the sect for decades. He would have noticed the unusual attention being paid to one disciple, the hidden lessons, the subtle improvements in cultivation that came from access to ancient teachings. "Yes," Wen Qing admitted, "Jian Luo has potential. He will have a role to play when the final confrontation comes." "And how many more will need to know before this is over?" Su Ming asked, and there was sadness in the question. "I do not know," Wen Qing replied honestly. "I only know that the age of perfect invisibility is ending, and what comes after will be more complicated, more dangerous, and far less controlled than I would wish." Wen Qing left the elder's study as the sun was beginning to set. As he descended the stairs, he could feel the shift in his cultivation base that had resulted from being recognized. It was subtle, but it was real. A small erosion of power, a tiny crack in the perfect concealment that had sustained him for 300 years. The Shadow Sovereign system would need to adjust, to find new ways to draw power that did not depend on absolute invisibility. The game was changing, and Wen Qing was beginning to understand that he might not be able to control how that change unfolded. But one thing was certain. The final confrontation with Meng Yun was approaching. And when it came, the true identity of the Celestial Harmony Sect's invisible elder would be revealed to all. Chapter 8. Gathering Shadows. Over the next week, Wen Qing observed a significant change in the pattern of the shadow incursions. They became less frequent but more coordinated. The crude assault had been abandoned in favor of something more strategic. Every few days, Shinyu would attempt a small probe against the barrier, testing its strength at specific points, gathering data. Each time, Wen Qing would thwart her efforts, but increasingly, he did so without any effort toward concealment. He wanted Meng Yun to know that he was aware, that he was preparing. The message, subtly delivered through the defeated incursions and the failed infiltrations, was clear. "Come and face me directly. The games of shadow and subtlety are ended." And Meng Yun, apparently, was ready to answer that challenge. On the 8th night, Wen Qing felt a presence manifest at the edge of the barrier formation, massive and ancient and suffused with a power that was dark and twisted in ways that only shadow techniques could twist power. It was not the diffuse, fragmented presence of the previous months. This was concentrated, controlled, the presence of a cultivator who was finally willing to reveal himself. "Wen Qing," a voice called across the barrier, carried not through sound but through shadow itself, resonating directly in Wen Qing's consciousness. "It has been a long time. 500 years, Wen Qing replied, his voice traveling back across the barrier in the same shadow-carried way. "I thought your time had ended." "My time was interrupted," the voice said, and now Wen Qing could hear the bitterness in it, the hunger, the rage that had accumulated across 5 centuries of imprisonment. "You thought you had destroyed me. You thought you had shattered my soul and scattered it beyond recovery." "I did destroy you," Wen Qing said. "What remains is only a fraction, a shadow of what you once were." A terrible laugh echoed across the barrier, and for just an instant, the shadows at the barrier edge blazed with manifestation. Wen Qing caught a glimpse of what had once been Meng Yun, a figure that was both vast and fragmented, held together by will and hatred rather than true coherence. He looked like something that should not exist, a corpse animated by pure malice. "A fraction is sufficient," Meng Yun said. "I have spent 500 years in the shadow realm, growing, gathering power, learning techniques that even you, in all your long existence, have never conceived of. Your hidden gardens and your anonymous blessings mean nothing. Your sect will fall, and you will fall with it. Perhaps, Wen Qing replied calmly. But not today. He extended his power outward, reinforcing the barrier in a way that was obvious, undeniable. The barrier blazed with light, and Meng Yun's manifestation was forced to withdraw, his shadow form dissolving back into the darkness beyond the sect's protective perimeter. But as he withdrew, Wen Qing felt the shadow cultivator's consciousness brush against his own. For just an instant, he felt Meng Yun's true intention revealed, his actual plan laid bare before even Wen Qing's vast perception. Meng Yun was not trying to destroy the Celestial Harmony Sect. He was trying to force Wen Qing to reveal himself so completely, so publicly, that the Shadow Sovereign system would be crippled entirely. And then, in that moment of weakness, he would strike. It was brilliant and terrible in its simplicity. Meng Yun had understood something fundamental about Wen Qing's power, that it was built on concealment, on invisibility, on being unnoticed. Strip away that concealment, and the power structure would collapse. Not entirely. Wen Qing would never be truly weak, but weakened enough that a cultivator of Meng Yun's restored strength might be able to oppose him directly. And the disciples of the sect, innocent cultivators who had done nothing to deserve such suffering, would be caught in the middle. Wen Qing descended into the barrier control chamber and remained there through the night. His consciousness expanded fully, searching outward across the misty peak realm for signs of what Meng Yun was truly planning. What he found disturbed him deeply. Across the realm, shadow cultivators were gathering. Not the crude agents he had detected within the sect, but true shadow practitioners, beings who had devoted themselves to the dark path for decades or centuries. They were converging on the Celestial Harmony Sect, moving slowly but inexorably toward the same point. It would take them time to arrive, perhaps weeks, perhaps months, but they were coming. Meng Yun was building an army. The next morning, Wen Qing called a meeting in the hidden chamber beneath the library. He asked Jian Luo to summon Su Ming, and though it was dangerous to have the elder come to such a place where his presence might be noted, Wen Qing judged it necessary. What he had to tell them could not wait for safer circumstances. When both younger and elder had assembled before him, Wen Qing spoke without preamble. Meng Yun is no longer hiding. He is gathering his followers, building an army of shadow cultivators to assault this sect. We have, at best, 2 months before that army arrives. At worst, it could be less. Can we evacuate the disciples? Jian Luo asked immediately. Move them to a place of safety? No, Wen Qing said. Meng Yun has already begun corrupting the surrounding territories. Running would only extend the suffering and distribute it more widely. Better to make a stand here, where I have prepared the ground, where the formations are strongest. Then we fight, Su Ming said simply. Yes, Wen Qing agreed. But we cannot do it as we are now. If we fight this battle with me remaining hidden, with my role as defender continuing to be disguised, we will lose. The sect masters need to understand what they are truly defending. The disciples need to know what kind of power protects them. And most importantly, I need allies who can act openly while I work from shadow. You are saying you will reveal yourself, Su Ming said. It was not a question. I am saying I will begin to reveal myself, Wen Qing clarified. Not all at once. That would be counterproductive. But gradually, in carefully chosen moments, I will allow my role to become known. The shock will weaken my cultivation somewhat, but the strategic advantage of having the sect understand what is truly at stake may be worth that cost. Jian Luo was quiet for a long moment. Then he asked, What do you need from us? From you, Jian Luo. I need you to continue gathering information, but openly now. Stop hiding your observations. Bring them to the sect leaders. Help them understand that the threat is real, that it is coming, and that they must prepare. And from me, Su Ming asked. From you, I need you to decide if you are truly ready to stand beside the man you once knew only as a founder's legend. Once I begin to reveal myself, there will be no going back. The truth will spread through the sect, and with it will come fear, confusion, and many questions. I will need an elder to stand as my advocate, to help the disciples understand that the revelation of my identity does not mean the sect is falling, but rather that the sect's true protector is finally stepping into the light. Su Ming knelt before Wen Qing once more, and this time, there was no hesitation in the gesture. I will do this. I will stand beside you, Patriarch, for as long as the sect endures. Then let us begin, Wen Qing said. Starting tomorrow, the invisible elder will become visible, and the Celestial Harmony Sect will learn that its greatest protector has been walking among them all along. As Jian Luo and Su Ming departed the hidden chamber, Wen Qing remained alone with his thoughts. The Shadow Sovereign system was creating pressure in his consciousness, resisting the coming revelation, demanding that he maintain the fiction a while longer. But Wen Qing had made his decision. The age of perfect invisibility had lasted 300 years. It had been a good age, a peaceful age, an age where he could guide and protect without the burden of recognition. But that age was ending, and what came after would require him to be not an invisible caretaker, but a true guardian, even if it meant surrendering some of the power that had sustained him for so long. Chapter 9. The revelation begins. The revelation began not with a dramatic pronouncement, but with a simple act of power. The next morning, as sect leader Lu Feng convened an assembly of disciples to discuss the recent shadow incursions, a massive surge of defensive power suddenly reinforced all of the sect's barrier formations simultaneously. The power came not from Lu Feng or any of the other sect masters, but from somewhere else entirely, from a source that was ancient and vast and unmistakably conscious. For the first time in 300 years, Wen Qing allowed his true cultivation to touch the barrier formations openly, without concealment. The disciples felt it. Every cultivator in the sect, from the weakest qi condensation disciple to the strongest Tao-seeking elder, felt the surge of power and understood that something fundamental had changed. The protective formations that they had taken for granted, that had always seemed to maintain themselves through some arcane process, were suddenly revealed to be actively defended by a conscious presence. Sect leader Lu Feng's face went pale. He turned to look at the source of the power, and his eyes fell upon Wen Qing, who stood at the rear of the assembly hall in his janitor's robes, his broom still in his hands. "This is not possible," Lu Feng whispered. Elder Su Ming stepped forward, his voice steady and clear. "Disciples of the Celestial Harmony Sect, I bring you knowledge that our sect has guarded for centuries. The elderly caretaker you know as the janitor of our sect is not what he appears to be. He is, in fact, the legendary Patriarch One, the founder of this sect, the one whose techniques and wisdom shaped everything that we are." The assembly erupted into chaos. Disciples cried out in disbelief, in shock, in awe. Some fell to their knees in immediate reverence. Others looked confused, uncertain how to process a revelation that contradicted everything they thought they understood about their sect. Sect leader Lu Feng stumbled forward, his face torn between the desire to show proper respect and the shock of discovering that the elderly janitor he had walked past countless times was actually an ancient cultivator of legendary power. "Patriarch, is this true? How is this possible?" Wen Qing set down his broom, and in that simple gesture, something shifted. The bent old man straightened, and though he did not assume his full height, that would have been too jarring, the change was noticeable. When he spoke, his voice carried the weight of centuries. "I have been watching over this sect since its foundation. I have protected it from threats you never knew existed. I have guided your cultivation in ways you did not recognize. And I have done all of this from shadow, because the shadow sovereign system by which my power operates demanded that I remain invisible, unnoticed, beyond the reach of recognition." "But why?" Lu Feng asked, his voice shaking. "Why hide yourself if you could have protected us openly?" "Because hidden power is exponentially greater than revealed power," Wen Qing explained, addressing not just Lu Feng but all the assembled disciples. "As long as no one knew what I was, as long as I walked among you unnoticed, my cultivation grew without bound. The system that sustains my power feeds on invisibility, on every unrecognized intervention, every anonymous blessing, every moment of overlooked existence. By remaining hidden, I was able to protect you far more effectively than I could if I walked openly among you." "And now?" Su Ming asked, though he already knew the answer. "Now, Meng Yun has returned," Wen Qing said, and gasps echoed through the assembly. "Not fully, not completely, but sufficiently restored that he represents a genuine threat. He is gathering shadow cultivators from across the realm, building an army with the intention of destroying this sect and killing me. He understands that my power depends on concealment, and so his strategy is to force me to reveal myself, knowing that each revelation weakens me. But you have revealed yourself anyway, Lu Feng said, understanding dawning in his expression. You have deliberately exposed yourself to prepare us for the coming battle. Yes, Wen Qing confirmed. And in doing so, I have accepted a diminishment of my power. But the strategic advantage of having you understand what is truly happening, of having you know that the greatest threat to this sect is not our lack of strength, but rather the return of an ancient enemy, may prove worth the cost. Wen Qing raised his hand, and a wave of power flowed through the assembly hall. It was not an aggressive power, but a demonstrative one, a display of what true heavenly sovereign cultivation actually looked like. Disciples gasped and fell back before the sheer magnitude of the presence being revealed. Even the most powerful sect masters felt small in the face of it. Meng Yun has had 500 years to grow and change and develop his power within the shadow realm. Wen Qing continued. When he finally arrives at our gates with his army, he will be a formidable opponent. But know this, I was powerful enough to defeat him before, and I am still powerful enough to do so now, even diminished by revelation. The disciples looked at each other, their fear beginning to transform into something else, a kind of grim determination mixed with the profound relief that came from truly understanding the depths of the protection that surrounded them. What would you have us do? Lu Feng asked, and the question was echoed by every elder and senior disciple in the hall. Prepare, Wen Qing said simply. Strengthen your cultivation. Master the techniques Elder Su Ming will teach you. Techniques that I will begin revealing openly now. Fortify your minds and spirits for the trial ahead. And know that while the army of shadow cultivators gathers at our gates, I will be preparing the defenses of this sect in ways that only someone who understands the true nature of its foundations can accomplish. He paused, and then he said something that surprised even himself. And perhaps most importantly, know that you are no longer children protected by a guardian whose name you do not know. You are cultivators of the Celestial Harmony Sect, worthy heirs to a legacy that has been defended through the ages. When the battle comes, you will fight not because you must, but because you will understand what it is you are truly fighting for. Over the following days, the revelation spread through the sect like ripples in water. Some disciples struggled with the implications, wrestling with the strange juxtaposition of the elderly janitor they knew with the legendary patriarch whose power had just been so dramatically demonstrated. But others embraced it, finding new determination in the knowledge that their sect was under the protection of one of the greatest cultivators the realm had ever known. Wen Qing's power had indeed diminished, but not as catastrophically as he had feared. The shadow sovereign system, it seemed, was capable of adapting to partial revelation. As long as large portions of the sect's population remained unaware of his true identity, and there were always outlying disciples, traitors, and others who might not immediately hear the news, some aspects of his concealment remained intact. But more importantly, Wen Qing discovered that his power was not the only thing that could grow and strengthen. The sect's collective determination, once truly awakened to the danger it faced and the protector who stood beside it, created a new kind of power, not the individual strength that came from shadow concealment, but the unified strength of a community prepared to defend itself. It was a different kind of power than he had ever truly relied upon before. And as he felt it growing around him, nurtured by disciples training harder than they ever had, by a sect that was beginning to understand what was truly at stake, Wen Qing wondered if perhaps this revelation, enforced by circumstance and Meng Yun's hatred, might prove to be not a weakness but a gateway to something unexpected. A new form of strength that had nothing to do with invisibility and everything to do with being truly seen. Chapter 10. Transformation. Over the next week, the Celestial Harmony Sect transformed. The initial shock of Wen Qing's revelation faded, replaced by a kind of determined preparation that swept through every level of the organization. Sect leader Lu Feng established new training regiments. Elder Su Ming began teaching advanced techniques that had been locked away in hidden vaults for centuries. Disciples trained from dawn until dusk, pushing their cultivation forward at a pace that would have seemed impossible just days before. Wen Qing moved through the sect not as a janitor, but openly now as what he truly was. The transformation was jarring to those who had known him only as the quiet caretaker who swept floors without complaint. But there was also something natural about it, as though some deep part of the sect's consciousness had always known the truth, and the revelation was simply a matter of making conscious what had always been implicit. On the 8th day after the revelation, Jin Luo approached Wen Qing in the training yard where he was demonstrating advanced cultivation techniques to a group of promising disciples. The young man waited respectfully until the demonstration was complete before approaching. "Patriarch," he said, using the formal address that had become standard since the revelation, "there is something you should see." Wen Qing followed his student away from the training yard, into a quiet corner of the sect. Jin Luo produced a scroll, one that had been discovered in the records room by chance during recent archival work. "This is a letter," Jin Luo explained, unrolling the scroll carefully. "From Patriarch Wen to someone named Tian Ying, dated 300 years ago. It appears to be a letter of recommendation, suggesting that this person, this Tian Ying, be brought into the sect's inner circle despite some questions about their background." Wen Qing's ancient eyes scanned the scroll, and recognition flickered across his features. "This is my handwriting," he confirmed quietly. "And Tian Ying was a disciple I took an interest in centuries ago. But that name has not been spoken in this sect for 300 years. What prompted you to search the records?" "Curiosity about the history that was hidden," Jin Luo admitted. "But Patriarch, there is something strange about this letter." The name Tian Ying appears in early sect records as one of the disciples who was lost during the Shadow Crisis 500 years ago. She was listed as one of the casualties, killed by Meng Yun's creatures. Wen Qing felt something shift within him, a piece of memory surfacing from depths he had not considered in centuries. Tian Ying, brilliant, ambitious, hungry for power. He had indeed taken her under his wing, had guided her cultivation, had hoped she might become one of the great masters of the sect. And then, in the chaos of the Shadow Crisis, she had vanished. "Are you suggesting that Tian Ying somehow survived?" Wen Qing asked, though the answer was already forming in his mind, supported by a terrible logic that he could not dismiss. "I am suggesting that the records about her death may be incomplete," Jin Luo said carefully. "And more than that, I am suggesting that Tian Ying was the one who introduced Meng Yun to shadow techniques in the first place." The implications crashed over Wen Qing like a wave. He had defeated Meng Yun, had believed he had ended the threat, had thought that 500 years of peace meant that particular evil had been successfully exorcised from the realm. But what if Meng Yun had never truly been acting alone? What if Tian Ying, his ambitious student, had been the architect behind the Shadow Crisis all along? And what if she was still alive? "This changes things," Wen Qing said quietly. "Gather all the records you can find that mention Tian Ying. Cross-reference them with the shadow incursions, with the corruption we have been discovering. And do it quietly. I do not want this information spreading through the sect yet. Not until I understand what we are truly facing." As Jin Luo departed to begin his research, Wen Qing stood alone in the courtyard, his vast consciousness turning inward, searching through 500 years of memories for clues he had not previously recognized. The Shadow Sovereign system thrummed with a kind of anticipatory tension. This revelation, the possibility that his true enemy had never been Meng Yun at all, but rather someone far more subtle, far more connected to his own tutelage and power, was triggering a response in the system itself. It was as though the system was preparing for something, bracing for an impact that it had somehow always anticipated might be coming. That evening, Wen Qing called sect leader Lu Feng and elder Su Ming to a private meeting. When they were assembled, he shared what Jin Luo had discovered and the implications he had drawn from it. "You are saying," Lu Feng said slowly, processing the information, "that the Shadow Crisis 500 years ago may have been orchestrated not by Meng Yun, but by your own student, a disciple you trained personally?" "I am saying it is possible," Wen Qing confirmed. "I am saying that the evidence suggests a connection that I failed to recognize in my youth. And I am saying that if Tian Ying did survive, if she has been working with Meng Yun all this time, then the threat we face is far more dangerous than I initially believed." "How do we respond?" Su Ming asked. "With preparation and caution," Wen Qing said. "We continue to strengthen the sect, as we have been doing. But we also begin to search for evidence of Tian Ying's continued existence. If she is still alive, if she is part of Meng Yun's army, then we need to know. Over the following weeks, as the Shadow Army continued to gather at the borders of the Misty Peak realm, Wen Qing and his disciples worked to uncover the truth about Tianying. What they discovered was both fascinating and disturbing, a trail of evidence suggesting that the ambitious young disciple had indeed become something far more than anyone in the sect had ever realized. She had become the architect of the Shadow Crisis. She had taught Meng Yun the techniques that had empowered him. And most troublingly, she had somehow managed to survive the final confrontation, escaping in a shadow in a way that even Wen Qing's vast power had failed to prevent. For 500 years, she had been gathering strength, preparing, waiting for the moment when Meng Yun would be restored enough to stand beside her as an equal. And now, finally, that moment was approaching. The final battle of the Invisible Elder was about to begin. But the true enemy was not the shadow creature that Wen Qing had defeated centuries ago. The true enemy was someone he had once loved as a student, someone he had once believed in, someone who had turned that belief into a weapon pointed directly at the heart of everything he had tried to build. As night fell on the Celestial Harmony Sect, Wen Qing stood atop the highest tower and looked out toward the gathering darkness at the realm's edge. Somewhere out there, Meng Yun and Tianying were preparing for the assault they planned. And Wen Qing, for the first time in 500 years, felt something he had almost forgotten how to feel. Not doubt, not weakness, but something far more complex and dangerous. The feeling of betrayal, of a trust violated by someone he had chosen to elevate and empower. The Invisible Elder had been revealed, and now he would have to choose between the power that came from shadow and concealment and the power that came from facing, directly and openly, the consequences of his own choices. It was a choice that would determine not just his own fate, but the fate of everyone the Celestial Harmony Sect protected. And as the stars wheeled overhead and the moon rose over the misty peaks, Wen Qing prepared himself for the final chapter of his long, hidden life. Chapter 11. The Infiltrator's mission. Shun Yu had not expected to encounter true power in the form of an elderly janitor. Her master had warned her that the Celestial Harmony Sect was protected by formations of unusual sophistication, but he had never suggested that a conscious presence, a presence of such magnitude that it made her own shadow cultivation feel like a candle before the sun, was actively maintaining those formations. Now, as she stood in the hidden chamber beneath the library that she had discovered through her own investigation, she understood that everything about her infiltration mission had been compromised. Not destroyed, not negated, but redirected. The formation stones she had attempted to place had been subtly degraded. The information she had gathered about the sect's defenses had been carefully falsified. Even her escape routes, which she had thought were cleverly hidden, had been monitored and recorded. The old janitor, no, not the janitor, the patriarch, the founder himself, had been one step ahead of her the entire time. Shun Yu sat alone in the darkness of the empty chamber, her form barely manifesting as shadow against shadow, and considered her options. She could report immediately to Master Meng, could inform him that his carefully laid plans had been discovered, that the Celestial Harmony Sect was more prepared than he had anticipated. But she did not. Instead, she sat in the darkness and thought about power, about the vast gulf between what she had believed herself to be and what she had glimpsed in the Patriarch's presence. She thought about the fact that Meng Yun had spent 500 years gathering strength, and yet he remained subordinate to something else, something greater, something that her master had never truly explained to her. It was in that moment of doubt that she made a choice that would alter the course of everything to come. Rather than flee, rather than report directly to Meng Yun, Shun Yu made her way to the one person in the sect who had always treated her with something approaching respect despite her obvious corruption. She found Jin Luo in the training grounds late at night, working through cultivation forms by moonlight. The young disciple was alone, and when Shun Yu emerged from shadow beside him, he did not cry out or summon help. Instead, he simply stopped his forms and turned to face her with an expression of unsurprised calm. "You were expecting me," Shun Yu observed. "Patriarch said you would come eventually," Jin Luo confirmed. He said that any cultivator with sufficient awareness would eventually recognize the difference between power wielded as a tool and power wielded as an expression of self. He said that shadow cultivation, properly understood, is not inherently evil. It is simply power drawn from what remains unseen. And he said that you, specifically, were the kind of cultivator who might come to understand the difference between serving a master and choosing your own path. Xinyu was silent for a long moment. If you knew I would come, then you also know why. You know that I serve Meng Yun and Tian Ying, that I am committed to destroying this sect. Knowing this, why would you meet with me alone? Why would you not summon the Patriarch to eliminate me now, before I can cause harm? Because the Patriarch said there might be a way to do this without more deaths, Jianluo said. Because he asked me to offer you a choice. What choice? Xinyu asked, though she thought she already knew the answer. To join the sect, Jianluo said simply. To abandon the shadow path and seek something else. To use your considerable power not in service to a master who has never fully trusted you, but in service to yourself and to a community that might actually value what you could become. It was a seductive offer. Xinyu could feel the weight of it, the promise implicit in Jianluo's words. But she also felt the chains that bound her, the shadow corruption that ran through her cultivation base like dark threads woven into her very essence. I am bound, she said quietly. Meng Yun would never allow me to simply abandon the mission. And even if I wanted to defect, the corruption in my cultivation would mark me as unreliable, unstable. How could the sect trust me? The Patriarch has techniques, Jianluo said, that can dissolve shadow corruption without destroying the cultivator. Techniques that are thousands of years old, kept secret precisely because they represent a way to free those who have been bound by darkness. He would have offered them to you eventually, when he judged the moment right. But I am offering them to you now, on his behalf, with the understanding that the choice must be yours alone. Xinyu felt something within her crystallize, a moment of absolute clarity in which she understood that her life had reached a branching point. Behind her lay centuries of service to masters who had used her for their purposes, who had never asked what she wanted or what she might be capable of choosing for herself. Ahead of her lay two paths, one continuing the familiar burden of shadow, one leading into unknown territory. If I choose to defect, she said slowly, what would the Patriarch ask of me in return? Information, Jianluo replied. Everything you know about Meng Yun's true nature, about his plans, about Tian Ying and the nature of their relationship. And eventually, when the battle comes, he would ask that you stand with the sect rather than against it. And the shadow corruption? How would he remove it? That, Jianluo said, would have to be negotiated between you and the Patriarch directly. I am merely the messenger. But I can tell you this. He would not ask you to trust him without offering trust in return. That is the fundamental difference between serving him and serving Meng Yun. Xinyu made her decision in that moment, though it would take her several more days to truly commit to it. She spent those days gathering information, recording everything she knew about Meng Yun's plans and the strange nature of his relationship with Tian Ying, a relationship that, she had come to understand, was far more complex than simple master and servant. On the 7th day after her meeting with Jianluo, as the moon was approaching fullness, Xinyu walked deliberately through the sect and presented herself before sect leader Lu Feng, Elder Su Ming, and the Patriarch himself. I am a shadow agent, she declared, her voice steady despite the weight of what she was about to do. I came here to infiltrate your sect and gather intelligence for Meng Yun and Tian Ying. I have failed in this mission, and I am now requesting sanctuary and submission to the Patriarch's judgment. I offer my knowledge in exchange for the opportunity to have my corruption dissolved. The sect leaders looked shocked, but the Patriarch, sitting calmly in the corner of the assembly room, simply smiled slightly, as though her arrival had been expected all along. Your judgment is sound, he said quietly. This defection speaks well of your judgment. And yes, I can remove your corruption. The process will be painful, but it will be complete. You will be free in a way that you have not been in centuries. And so Xinyu, the shadow agent sent to infiltrate the Celestial Harmony Sect, became instead one of its most valuable assets. The corruption removal took 3 days and left her weakened, but also cleansed, her power reformed into something that was entirely her own rather than a borrowed shadow technique. When she emerged from the Patriarch's chambers, she was no longer a shadow cultivator in any meaningful sense. She was simply a young woman with unusual power and a debt to those who had shown her that redemption was possible. But in becoming an ally of the sect, she had also become something far more important. She had become Meng Yun's biggest liability. Chapter 12. The message. 2 weeks after Shun Yu's defection, sect leader Lu Feng discovered a strange phenomenon occurring within the barrier formations. At seemingly random intervals, shadow energy would probe the defenses, not in an attempt to breach them, but simply to test their strength and responsiveness. It was as though someone was mapping the exact parameters of the sect's protection. The Patriarch, when consulted, seemed unsurprised. Meng Yun is preparing, he said simply. He is gathering final intelligence before launching his assault. He knows that I have been revealed, that the sect now understands what is truly at stake. This is his attempt to determine exactly what advantage he has lost in exchange for the revelation. And what advantage has he lost? Lu Feng asked. The element of surprise, Wen Qing replied. And more importantly, the assumption that he could defeat me through misdirection and manipulation. Now he must face me knowing that I am not simply an ancient caretaker maintaining a sect out of habit. He must confront the fact that I am the architect of every defense in this sect, and that I have prepared for his return in ways that he cannot overcome through force alone. What the Patriarch did not mention was something that he had discovered through Shun Yu's confession, that Meng Yun's and Tianying's relationship was fundamentally unstable. They were allies in theory but rivals in practice, each believing that their own path was the superior one, each concerned that the other might attempt to claim greater power or status once the Celestial Harmony Sect was finally destroyed. This instability, Wen Qing believed, could be exploited. It was this belief that led him to do something that surprised many in the sect. 3 days before the Shadow Army finally began its advance toward the Celestial Harmony Sect's borders, Wen Qing created a construct, not of his true power, but a manifestation sufficient to carry a message. The construct took the form of a simple shadow wraith, bearing all the hallmarks of Meng Yun's own creation techniques. It moved through the gathering darkness at the edge of the realm and presented itself directly to Meng Yun, who was coordinating the advance of his shadow army from a stronghold in the deep Shadowlands. The message the construct carried was brief but devastating. I know what you truly are, it said, speaking in Wen Qing's voice, carried through shadow. Not the great cultivator you imagine yourself to be, but a fragment, a broken piece of what you once were, held together by Tianying's will as much as by your own. I know that she controls aspects of your power that you cannot access without her permission. I know that you fear what might happen if she ever truly decided to turn against you. Come and face me, and discover what it means to fight an enemy you cannot actually defeat. The message was a lie, of course. Wen Qing did not know the exact nature of Meng Yun's relationship with Tianying, but he knew that such a relationship, based on equals pretending to be allied, would be filled with exactly these kinds of doubts and fears. The Shadow Wraith delivered its message and dissolved before Meng Yun could retaliate. But the damage was done. Wen Qing, monitoring through his expanded perception, felt the surge of anger and fear in Meng Yun's consciousness, felt the immediate suspicion spreading through the Shadow Army, felt the first cracks forming in what should have been a unified assault. Within hours, Tianying had contacted Meng Yun, demanding to know what the Patriarch had said, and Meng Yun, in his anger and fear, spoke words that he had perhaps been holding back for 500 years. He suggests that you control me, Meng Yun said, and his tone was cold with rage. That I am a fragment, incomplete, subordinate to your will. And are you? Tianying asked, her voice equally cold. The question hung in the shadow air, and Wen Qing, listening through the darkness, knew that this moment would either bind Meng Yun more tightly to Tianying or drive them irreversibly apart. What happened next surprised him. Meng Yun did not answer the question. Instead, he did something that Wen Qing had not anticipated. He seized his own power fully, demonstrating that he could act independently of Tianying's control. And then he declared that he would assault the Celestial Harmony Sect alone, without her involvement, to prove that he was not the subordinate fragment that Wen Qing's message had suggested. Fine, Tianying responded, her voice dripping with amusement rather than anger. I will allow you this demonstration of independence. Assault the sect. Attempt to defeat the Patriarch. And when you fail, I will be waiting to remind you who truly orchestrated this entire campaign. The threat was clear. Meng Yun was being set up for failure. Tianying had orchestrated the entire infiltration, the entire preparation, knowing that Meng Yun's pride would eventually lead him to attempt a premature assault. And she would use that failure as justification for whatever came next in her own plans. Wen Qing withdrew his consciousness from the Shadowlands, satisfied with how the seeds of discord he had planted were taking root. But he also understood that he had made Meng Yun more dangerous, not less. A cultivator who believed he had something to prove, who felt humiliated and doubted by his supposed allies, would fight with the desperation of someone who had nothing left to lose. That evening, he gathered the sect's leadership and prepared them for what was coming. Meng Yun will attack within days, he told them. His assault will be swift and direct, designed to prove something rather than to strategically overcome our defenses. This actually works in our favor. He will be predictable, but do not mistake predictability for weakness. He is still a powerful cultivator, still dangerous, still capable of causing great harm. And what of Tianying? Lu Feng asked. Tianying will not be directly involved in this first assault, Wen Qing said. She is content to allow Meng Yun to demonstrate his strength, or lack thereof, before she involves herself more completely. This buys us time, but not much. If Meng Yun fails to break our defenses, she will come herself, and that will be the true battle. Then we must ensure he fails, Elder Su Ming said. Completely and definitively. Yes, Wen Qing agreed. And in failing, Meng Yun will serve our purposes by weakening Tianying's shadow army even further. The disciples that Meng Yun sacrifices in his assault, the power that he expends in his attempt to breach our barriers, all of it will be consumed, all of it will be lost, and all of it will leave Tianying with fewer resources for what comes after. It was a grim calculus, but it was the reality of warfare in the cultivation realm. And Wen Qing, for all his power and wisdom, could not change that fundamental truth. The invisible elder had been revealed, and now he would have to guide his sect through the first and most crucial battle of their war against Shadow itself. Chapter 13. The first assault. Meng Yun's attack came at midnight on the third day, following Wen Qing's message. The shadow army that had been gathering at the realm's edge suddenly advanced in a coordinated assault, and the darkness that surrounded the Celestial Harmony Sect suddenly became thick, suffocating, almost tangible. Shadow creatures poured from the darkness like a tide of living night, and for the first time, the disciples of the sect faced the true nature of the threat they had been preparing for. The creatures varied wildly in form and power. Some were barely coherent shadows given just enough consciousness to attack. Others were sophisticated constructs, designed with clear understanding of how to pierce spiritual defenses and drain cultivation. The most dangerous were the ones that retained some vestige of their former selves, corrupted disciples or cultivators who had willingly embraced shadow and been transformed into something beyond simple drones. Sect leader Lu Feng stood at the primary breach point and unleashed a torrent of spiritual power, his cultivation base blazing with the full might of his Tao-seeking rank. Behind him, the sect's other elders and senior disciples joined him in the defense, their combined power holding the line against the shadow assault. But Meng Yun, manifesting finally in his true form, was something far beyond what any individual disciple could oppose. He descended from the darkness like a meteor of living shadow, and where he touched the barrier formations, the light flickered and weakened. His power was vast and terrible and suffused with a hunger that had accumulated across 500 years of imprisonment. And yet, in the face of Meng Yun's assault, the barrier formations held. They held not because Lu Feng and the other elders were stronger than Meng Yun. They were not, but because beneath them, woven into every stone of the sect, was Wen Qing's ancient power. The patriarch had been preparing for this moment since the day Meng Yun was first defeated. Every formation, every barrier, every protective array had been designed not just to protect the sect, but specifically to withstand shadow assault. Meng Yun threw himself against those barriers again and again, his power growing more frantic, his attacks becoming less controlled and more desperate. And with each assault, Wen Qing, working from the shadow realm itself, his consciousness expanded fully to encompass the entire conflict, guided the formation's response, channeling power to the weakest points, reinforcing breaches the moment they threatened to become dangerous. The disciples of the Celestial Harmony Sect, fighting in the front lines against the shadow creatures, suddenly realized that something fundamental had changed. The barriers were not simply standing firm. They were actively supporting them, guiding their strikes, creating moments of opening where shadow creatures could be cut down without excessive cost. It was a revelation that bolstered their courage and lent new strength to their cultivation. And Meng Yun, feeling the barrier formations responding in ways that should not have been possible, suddenly understood the terrible truth. Wen Qing was not simply defending the sect. He was actively using the assault to demonstrate his power, to show that he could control every aspect of the conflict without truly exerting himself. The realization sent Meng Yun into a fury. He unleashed his deepest reserves, calling upon power that had been locked away even from Tianying, and he attempted a final, massive breach, a wave of shadow that would obliterate the barriers entirely, or at least create an opening large enough for his consciousness to reach directly into the sect. It was a desperate gamble, the kind of move that only someone whose pride had been wounded would attempt. Wen Qing responded not with a counterattack, but with absolute precision. He allowed the wave of shadow to flow into the barrier formations exactly as Meng Yun intended, and then he closed the barriers behind it, trapping that vast reserve of power within the formation structure itself. Meng Yun's connection to that power was severed in an instant. He felt it pulled away, incorporated into the very defenses he was attempting to breach. The shock of the loss sent him reeling backwards, and for the first time since the assault began, his form flickered and destabilized. He was weakening. Rapidly, the Shadow Army, sensing their leader's distress, began to falter. The creatures lost their coordination. The corrupted disciples hesitated in their assaults. And the Celestial Harmony Sect's defenders, seeing their opportunity, began to drive the shadow forces back with renewed ferocity. It took 4 hours. By the time dawn broke over the misty peaks and the first light of true sun touched the realm, the Shadow Army was in full retreat. The creatures were dissolving into wisps of darkness. The corrupted disciples were retreating through shadow portals that Meng Yun opened for them at great cost to his already depleted power. And Meng Yun himself was barely maintaining coherence. His form flickering between manifestation and shadow, his power reduced to a fraction of what it had been at the beginning of the assault. Wen Qing emerged from the barrier control chamber as the last shadow creature dissolved. He moved through the sect not as a janitor or even as the patriarch in any formal sense, but simply as an ancient cultivator who had just successfully defended his people against impossible odds. The disciples parted before him, their faces showing a mixture of awe, exhaustion, and a new kind of respect that had nothing to do with legend or rumor, but rather with the direct experience of his power. Meng Yun's manifestation hovered at the edge of the barrier formations, barely visible, his voice weak but still defiant. "This is not finished," he said. "I have lost power, but I have not lost will. Tianying's resources are vast. Her plans are intricate. Your victory today is meaningless in the face of what she will unleash when she finally turns her attention to this sect fully." "Perhaps," Wen Qing replied, his voice carrying across the distance with effortless clarity. "Or perhaps your defeat here has already served the true purpose of your existence. You were always meant to fall. Tianying simply used you as a tool to test my defenses." The truth of those words struck Meng Yun with the force of a physical blow. He understood, in that moment, exactly how thoroughly he had been manipulated. Tianying had sent him to assault the sect knowing he would fail. She had done it to measure the patriarch's power, to gather intelligence for her own inevitable confrontation. With a sound like a dying wind, Meng Yun dissolved fully into shadow and retreated beyond the barrier formations. His presence was still there, Wen Qing could sense it, but his immediate threat had been neutralized. The first battle was over. The sect had survived. The disciples had proven themselves capable, and the patriarch had demonstrated that his power was not merely vast, but actively superior to what they faced. But as Wen Qing stood in the courtyard watching the disciples tend to their wounded and prepare the dead for funeral rites, he felt no triumph. Instead, he felt only the weight of what was still to come. Meng Yun had been a test. Tianying was the true threat, and now that she understood the full scope of Wen Qing's power, now that she could see clearly where his weaknesses lay and what resources she would need to overcome him, she would begin her own assault. The invisible elder had won the first battle, but the war was far from over. Chapter 14. The Architect. 3 days after Meng Yun's defeat, a message arrived at the sect gates. It came in the form of a shadow scroll, a construct so refined and elegant that Wen Qing immediately recognized it as Tianying's work. She had always been a master of shadow craftsmanship, capable of creating structures of beauty within the darkness itself. The scroll contained no words of threat or challenge. Instead, it contained a simple invitation, written in Tianying's careful script. Patriarch 1. I hope you found the performance of our mutual friend adequately entertaining. I have watched his assault upon your sect with great interest, and I must commend you on the sophistication of your defensive structures. They are, in many ways, equal to the elegance of my own designs. Perhaps we should discuss the possibility of this conflict being resolved through conversation rather than continued bloodshed. Meet with me at the Twilight Pavilion, neutral ground, and we may yet find common cause. Respectfully, Tianying. The invitation was shocking in its civility, all the more so for being delivered after her associate had just been soundly defeated. Wen Qing studied the scroll with great care, searching for hidden traps or tricks, but found none. Tianying, it seemed, had sent exactly what she claimed, an honest invitation. The question was whether the invitation itself was honest. It could be a trap. Elder Su Ming warned when Wen Qing presented the message to the sect's leadership. She could be attempting to lure you away from the sect so that she can assault it in your absence. She could be, Wen Qing agreed. But I do not think so. Tianying is many things, but she is not the type to resort to crude deception. She has always preferred elegance, subtlety, the kind of plans that work on multiple levels simultaneously. Then what is she truly after? Lu Feng asked. Information, Wen Qing said. She wants to understand my true nature, my capabilities, my limitations. And more importantly, she wants to understand why I have remained hidden for 300 years instead of simply destroying her when I realized what she was planning. And what is the answer to that question? Jian Luo asked, speaking up from where he stood among the gathered disciples. That, Wen Qing said, is something I am still discovering myself. He accepted the invitation. The Twilight Pavilion lay in a neutral valley between the Misty Peak realm and the Shadowlands proper, a place that had existed before either realm had truly taken its current form. It was a structure of marble and jade, built centuries ago by cultivators long since ascended beyond the mortal world. It served as a meeting ground for those who wished to parley without the advantage of being in either party's native territory. Wen Qing arrived as the sun was setting, transforming the valley into a landscape of gold and purple and deepening blue. He was alone, as convention demanded. No guards, no disciples, no protection beyond his own vast power. The Shadow Sovereign system, still weakened somewhat by his revelation, nevertheless hummed with potential, ready to respond to any threat. Tianying was already waiting inside the pavilion. She looked exactly as she had 500 years ago, young, beautiful, dressed in robes of pure shadow that seemed to shift and flow like liquid darkness. But her eyes had changed. They held centuries of experience and hunger and something else, something that Wen Qing could only describe as a kind of bitter amusement. "Welcome, Patriarch," she said, rising from where she had been meditating in the center of the pavilion. "I have waited a long time for the opportunity to speak with you like this, without the theater of assault and defense." "You attempted to destroy my sect," Wen Qing replied, approaching slowly. "Multiple times, across centuries. Forgive me if I find the offer of conversation somewhat surprising." "I attempted to test my theories," Tianying corrected gently. "I do not know if you truly remember those early days, Patriarch, but you were not always the hidden guardian you became. There was a time when you walked the realm openly, when you demonstrated your power without reservation. I watched you then, studied your techniques, understood your nature." "I remember," Wen Qing said quietly. "You were an excellent student." "I was more than that," Tianying said, and there was no pride in her voice, only fact. "I was the student who understood that cultivation does not have to follow the path you had laid out for it. I was the one who perceived that shadow was not evil, merely different. I was the one who saw potential where you saw only corruption. And you were wrong," Wen Qing said. "The shadow techniques that you discovered, that you taught to Meng Yun and others, They corrupted those who wielded them. They twisted minds and spirits. They turned cultivators into something less than fully human. Some corrupted, yes, Tianning acknowledged. But that is true of any power pathway, is it not? Those who pursue martial techniques with insufficient discipline become hardened, emotionless, less than fully human. Those who pursue wind cultivation become scattered and disconnected. And those who pursue shadow cultivation become darker. But that does not make the path itself evil. It makes it dangerous. And what is cultivation, if not the embrace of danger in pursuit of transformation? There is a difference between danger and damnation, Wen Qing replied. Is there? Tianning asked, and now there was genuine curiosity in her voice. Or is that simply a distinction that those in power make to justify controlling those beneath them? The question hung between them, and Wen Qing felt something shift in his understanding. For 500 years, he had viewed Tianning as a corrupted disciple who had gone astray. But what if that view was itself a corruption? What if Tianning had been right, and he had simply been too invested in his own methods to recognize a different path? Why did you contact me? Wen Qing asked finally. Why invite conversation if your intent was eventually to destroy me? Because I want to show you something, Tianning said. She gestured, and shadow energy coalesced before them, creating images, a vast network, almost incomprehensibly complex, stretching across the misty peak realm and far beyond. This is shadow, Tianning explained. Not the crude shadows that Meng Yun wields, not the crude darkness that I use to manipulate into weapons. This is true shadow, the fabric of what remains unseen, the structure that underlies all visible reality. And I have been mapping it, understanding it, learning to work with it rather than against it. The images shifted, showing shadow cultivators in cities Wen Qing recognized. They were not corrupted, not in the crude sense. They were functional members of society, using shadow techniques to gather information, to move invisibly, to aid their communities in ways that light-based cultivation could not. What you are showing me is not evil, Wen Qing said slowly. But it is not good either. It is simply power applied without moral framework. Exactly, Tianning said, satisfaction clear in her voice. You understand after all, and that is why I have not destroyed you, and why you should not attempt to destroy me. We are opponents because we are trying to shape the realm in opposite directions. But that does not make one of us right and the other wrong. It makes us complementary. You tried to corrupt the entire sect, Wen Qing said. And you tried to prevent all shadow cultivation from occurring in the first place, Tianning countered. You created barriers that suppress shadow energy. You developed techniques that actively destroy shadow practitioners. You did not simply protect your sect. You tried to prevent shadow from existing at all. Shadow corrupts, Wen Qing insisted. Sometimes, Tianning agreed. But so does every other form of power. The difference is that I acknowledge this and work within it, while you pretend that your light-based cultivation is somehow more pure, more righteous. That pretense is what made you vulnerable to me. That pretense is what made it possible for me to corrupt disciples who you trusted, because they could feel that you were not being fully honest with them about the nature of cultivation itself. Wen Qing felt the weight of her words, the uncomfortable truth they carried. She was right. He had always taught his disciples that cultivation was about transcendence, about moving beyond the mundane world into a higher state of being. But he had never fully acknowledged that there were many paths to transcendence, many ways of understanding cultivation, many perspectives on what cultivation was truly meant to achieve. What do you want? He asked finally. A truce, Tianning said. The realm is vast enough for both of us. There are shadow practitioners in regions you do not oversee, disciples who study darkness and learn power from it. I am not asking you to accept this. I am asking you to stop actively fighting it. Let the shadow path exist. Let cultivators choose it if they wish. And in return, I will withdraw Meng Yun's forces from your territories. The Celestial Harmony Sect will be left in peace. It was a tempting offer, a way to end the conflict, to achieve peace without further bloodshed. But Wen Qing understood, even as she spoke, that it was also a trap. Not in the crude sense of laying an ambush. Tianning would never resort to such simplicity, but in a far more sophisticated way. If he accepted the truce, if he agreed to allow shadow cultivation to flourish alongside light cultivation, then the balance of power in the realm would shift gradually over time. Shadow would spread, shadow techniques would become increasingly common, and the fundamental nature of the realm would change. His sect, his disciples, his carefully constructed world would be transformed into something else entirely. Tianning was not trying to destroy him. She was trying to remake the entire realm in her own image, slowly, gradually, so subtly that resistance would become impossible. I cannot accept, Wen Qing said finally. Not because shadow cultivation is inherently evil, but because the goal you are truly pursuing is the gradual replacement of all other cultivation paths with shadow. You would not stop with a truce. You would continue to expand, to influence, to transform, until the realm itself was shadow. And you cannot allow that, Tianning said, not as a question. Even though it might be better? Even though shadow cultivation has proven itself capable of creating beauty and power that your light-based philosophy could never achieve. I do not know if it would be better, Wen Qing replied. And that is precisely why I cannot allow it. This choice is too fundamental to make lightly. It is too important to impose on future generations without their consent. The realm must choose its own path, not have it imposed by any single cultivator, no matter how powerful. Tianning was silent for a long moment. Then she smiled, an expression of genuine appreciation. You see, this is why I have not destroyed you yet. Because you are perhaps the only opponent I have ever faced who truly understands the stakes of what we are fighting for. Mengyun sees this as a simple power struggle. Your disciples see it as a defense of their home. But you understand that we are fighting for the fundamental nature of reality itself. Then we are at an impasse, Wen Qing said. Because I cannot accept your vision of the realm, and you will not cease in your pursuit of it. Not an impasse, Tianning corrected gently. A choice. You must choose, Patriarch. Do you fight me with everything you have, knowing that such a battle will destroy much of what you have built to protect? Or do you accept that some things are beyond your control, and you let the realm choose its own future? The invisible elder was finally facing the true cost of his choice to remain hidden, to guide secretly, to protect without acknowledged power. He had shaped the realm in ways that suited his vision. But now, someone else with their own vision was challenging that shape, and Wen Qing was forced to confront the possibility that his vision might not be the only valid one. I will fight you, Wen Qing said. Not because I am certain you are wrong, but because I am certain that your victory would be wrong. The realm deserves the chance to make this choice for itself. Then we will continue, Tianning said, and she rose from her position of meditation. And when we do, Patriarch, remember that you chose this. Remember that I offered peace, and you chose war. She faded into shadow, leaving only her final words echoing in the twilight pavilion. Wen Qing stood alone in the gathering darkness, understanding at last that the battle ahead would not be simple, and its resolution would reshape not just the Celestial Harmony Sect, but the entire realm itself. Chapter 15. Preparation for War. The return to the sect was silent and contemplative. Wen Qing moved through the familiar corridors and courtyards with the measured pace of someone who has just confronted a fundamental truth about his own nature. Tianning had been right about many things. He had been manipulative, imposing his vision of proper cultivation on those beneath him without truly acknowledging that there might be other valid paths. He had created his sect as a monument to his own philosophy, had shaped disciples according to principles that they did not initially understand or agree with. And when someone like Tianning, brilliant, ambitious, fundamentally disagreeing with his approach, arose, he had treated her as corrupted rather than simply different. But Tianning had also been wrong. Her vision of a realm increasingly dominated by shadow cultivation would indeed have transformed the fundamental nature of existence. And Wen Qing, despite his acknowledged flaws, was right that such a transformation should not be imposed by any single cultivator, no matter how powerful or well-intentioned. The truth, as always, lay in the uncomfortable middle ground between opposing extremes. That evening, Wen Qing gathered the sect's leadership and relayed to them the essential points of his conversation with Tianning, not the philosophical debate, but the practical fact. War was coming. Tianning would no longer be content with indirect infiltration or subtle corruption. She would bring her full power and her assembled shadow army against the Celestial Harmony Sect. How long do we have? Lu Feng asked. Weeks, perhaps a month, Wen Qing replied. Tian Ying is not hasty. She will take time to gather her forces, to prepare her assault plans, to ensure that everything is positioned for maximum advantage. But make no mistake, the assault, when it comes, will be comprehensive. She will throw everything she has at our barriers. And can we withstand it? Elder Su Ming asked the question that everyone was wondering but afraid to voice. Wen Qing considered carefully before answering. I do not know, he said finally. Tian Ying's power is vast, and her understanding of shadow is more sophisticated than even my extensive experience initially suggested. If she has truly been studying shadow cultivation for 500 years, if she has developed techniques that I have not conceived of, then the outcome is not certain. The weight of that admission fell across the assembly like a stone. Then we must prepare as though defeat is possible, Lu Feng said decisively. We must strengthen not just our defenses, but also our evacuation plans. We must consider what the sect would look like if the barrier formations were breached, and what we would do to protect the younger disciples, the non-combatants. And we must prepare the disciples for the possibility that they will need to fight, truly fight, in ways that most of them have never had to before, Elder Su Ming added. More than that, Wen Qing said quietly, we must prepare them for the possibility that some of them will need to sacrifice themselves so that others might survive. War is not clean, and the conflict ahead will be the most dangerous that this sect has ever faced. The next 3 weeks were a period of intense preparation. The sect became something between a fortress and a university. Disciples trained constantly, learning fighting formations and emergency evacuation routes. The barrier formations were adjusted and reinforced with new power pathways that Wen Qing created from his vast understanding of ancient techniques. Provisions were stockpiled. Non-combatants, the youngest disciples, the aged, those with talents unsuited to warfare, were sent to hidden locations far from the sect, with instructions to survive if the sect itself should fall. Jin Luo, through his access to the Patriarch's knowledge, helped design new offensive techniques that could be taught to the sect's disciples rapidly. Xin Yu, newly freed from shadow corruption, began training fighters in how to recognize and oppose shadow cultivation, drawing on her centuries of experience with darkness. Even the common workers and servants of the sect took on new roles, learning how to maintain the barrier formation's power systems, how to distribute supplies, how to care for the wounded when the fighting began. And Wen Qing himself moved through the sect with increasing visibility, no longer maintaining even the pretense of being just a caretaker. He trained the most advanced disciples directly, teaching them techniques that had been secret for centuries. He stood in the meditation halls in the evening, his presence serving as a reminder of the vast power that stood between them and destruction. But despite all the preparation, despite all the careful planning and training and fortification, there was a quality of inevitable doom settling over the sect. Everyone could feel it, the sense that they were preparing not for victory, but for survival, that the goal of the coming battle would not be to defeat Tian Ying, but simply to endure. It was 3 days before the anticipated assault that Wen Qing received a final message from the Shadowlands. This one came not from Tian Ying, but from Meng Yun, and it was written not in elegant shadow script, but in crude symbols scratched onto a stone that manifested briefly within the sect before dissolving again. The message was simple: forgive me. Wen Qing, holding the message in his mind, understood what it meant. Meng Yun had finally understood the full scope of how he had been manipulated. He had spent 500 years preparing to reclaim power, only to be sent against the Celestial Harmony Sect as a mere test, a probe to gather information for Tian Ying's true assault. And in that realization, some spark of the cultivator he had once been, before shadow corruption, before the hunger for power consumed him, had returned. It was not redemption. Meng Yun was still bound to the shadow, still corrupted beyond true healing. But it was a moment of clarity, a moment of remorse for what he had become and what he had been made to do. Wen Qing did not respond to the message. There was nothing more to say between them. But he kept the memory of it, preserved it in his consciousness as a reminder that even in the darkest circumstances, even in the deepest corruption, something of the original person sometimes remained. As the sun set on the 3rd day before the anticipated assault, Wen Qing stood atop the highest tower of the sect and looked out over the valley. In the distance, He could see the first stirrings of the shadow army beginning to move. Tianying was beginning her advance. The final battle was about to begin. The invisible elder, no longer invisible, prepared himself for the most crucial confrontation of his long existence. Chapter 31. The Shadow Vanguard. The assault began not with a direct assault on the barrier formations, but with a wave of careful probing, shadow tendrils that tested every inch of the sect's perimeter, seeking weaknesses, exploring the exact parameters of Wen Qing's defenses. These probes were not meant to breach the barriers, but rather to gather intelligence, to map the internal structure of the formations that protected the Celestial Harmony Sect. When Qing observed the probing from his chamber deep within the sect, his consciousness expanded fully to encompass every point of contact between the Shadow Vanguard and his carefully constructed defenses. Each probe was a question being asked of his formations, and he answered each one with a subtle redirection of power, a gentle misdirection that made the shadow cultivators believe they were learning secrets they were not actually discovering. It was a game he had played many times over the centuries, and he had become expert at winning it. The probes are increasing in sophistication, Jian Luo reported, entering the meditation chamber where Wen Qing sat cross-legged, his eyes closed but his awareness spread across the entire sect. The shadow cultivators are learning to work together, to combine their efforts. Yesterday's probes were crude and individual. Today they are beginning to coordinate. Tianying is beginning to move her elite forces into position. Wen Qing confirmed, opening his eyes. She is done gathering information through infiltration. She is beginning the true preparation for assault. The Shadow Vanguard, the advanced forces, will probe for 3 more days. They will establish patterns that we can observe and, apparently, predict. And then, when we believe we have learned to counter their probing technique, the main assault will come from an entirely different direction. Can you predict where that assault will come from? Jian Luo asked. I can eliminate several possibilities, Wen Qing said. But true prediction requires knowing not just where the attack will come from, but when. And more importantly, it requires understanding what Tianying's true objective is. Is she attempting to breach the barriers entirely? Is she trying to create a specific opening? Is she attempting to weaken particular disciples for some reason? Until I understand her true goal, I cannot fully prepare for her assault. It was a limitation that rankled Wen Qing even as he acknowledged it. For 300 years, he had maintained the invisible dominance over his realm through perfect information and superior power. Now, faced with an opponent who was nearly his equal in sophistication, he was forced to acknowledge that his knowledge was not in fact perfect. There were gaps. There were possibilities he had not considered. There were aspects of Tianying's plan that remained hidden even from his expanded perception. Over the next 3 days, the probing attacks increased in intensity and coordination. The shadow cultivators who served Tianying learned to move in greater numbers, to coordinate their attacks with impressive precision, to test the barriers in ways that forced the sect's disciples to actively defend rather than relying entirely on the passive protection of the formations. Casualties were minimal. The barriers held firm, and the shadow creatures that managed to penetrate were quickly cut down by trained defenders. But the cumulative effect was exhausting. The disciples of the Celestial Harmony Sect were beginning to understand viscerally what it meant to be under siege, what it meant to face an enemy that could manifest at any moment and attack with overwhelming force. And then, on the morning of the 4th day, the probing stopped entirely. The shadow army withdrew to the realm's edge and went silent. The tendrils of darkness that had been constantly testing the barriers ceased their exploration. The corrupted disciples who had been leading the probing attacks vanished into the Shadowlands. The silence was somehow more frightening than the assault had been. They are preparing something, Elder Su Ming said, his voice tight with tension. The cessation of probing attacks is not a sign of withdrawal. It is a sign of preparation for something larger. Yes, Wen Qing confirmed. Tianying has gathered all the information she needs. Now she is positioning her forces for the true assault. It will come within hours, perhaps by dawn tomorrow. When it does, I need the entire sect to be ready. Not just the combat disciples, but everyone. Every person in this sect must understand that survival depends not on individual heroism, but on perfect coordination. Wen Qing moved through the sect for the entire evening, speaking to each group of disciples, explaining the principles that would govern the coming battle. He spoke with the formation specialists who would maintain the barrier defenses, impressing upon them the importance of not panicking if sections of the formations came under extraordinary stress. He spoke with the combat disciples, teaching them techniques for fighting shadow creatures effectively, for conserving energy in a prolonged engagement, for recognizing when a position needed to be abandoned in favor of a more defensible location. And he spoke with the non-combatants, the scholars, the servants, the younger children, explaining that their role was equally crucial. They would maintain the sect's supply lines, would ensure that the fighters remained fed and hydrated, would care for the wounded, would preserve knowledge even if the sect's buildings were destroyed. By midnight, when he finally completed his circuit of the entire sect, Wen Qing had created something more than just a military force. He had created a community unified in purpose, aware of the stakes, prepared for sacrifice. It was the best preparation he could offer. The assault came at dawn, exactly as he had predicted. Chapter 32. The assault begins. The darkness that descended on the Celestial Harmony Sect was not like the darkness of night. It was a living thing, a manifestation of shadow cultivation that was so dense and pervasive that it effectively blotted out the sun. The barrier formations responded immediately, creating a layer of protective light that pushed back against the shadow, but the weight of it was immense, far heavier than anything the sect had faced before. Wen Qing felt the pressure the instant the assault manifested. His consciousness, expanded to encompass the entire sect, registered the enormous power that Tianying had brought to bear. This was not the chaotic assault of Meng Yun, driven by wounded pride and desperation. This was a carefully orchestrated attack, each element positioned precisely, each wave of shadow energy calculated to test and stress the defenses in very specific ways. Tianying was not trying to breach the barriers through overwhelming force. She was trying to find the optimal stress points, the places where a concentrated assault would force the formations to choose between defending one area and defending another. She was trying to create a situation where the barrier formations would have to be adjusted and readjusted so constantly that they would eventually lose coherence. It was a sophisticated assault, and Wen Qing found himself actually impressed by the sheer elegance of it, even as he moved to counter it. The disciples at the primary barrier control point, the chamber where the formation specifications could be adjusted, received direction from Wen Qing through a direct channel of communication. Increase the protection for the eastern perimeter, he instructed. Not because it is under greater stress now, but because Tianying will expect us to reinforce it after her next probing strike comes from the west. The disciples, trained in Wen Qing's methods, immediately adjusted the power allocation, pulling resources from the northern barrier point and redistributing them. 3 minutes later, a wave of shadow energy struck the western barrier with overwhelming force, exactly as Wen Qing had predicted. But the barrier held firm, because Wen Qing's reinforcement had not gone where Tianying's probe would naturally appear to threaten. Instead, it had gone to a different area entirely, one that Tianying had seemed to be avoiding. By putting additional power there, Wen Qing had created the illusion that the western barrier was naturally strong, when in fact he had simply chosen not to test it fully. It was a form of deception that required absolute precision, an understanding not just of where attacks would come from, but of how those attacks would be interpreted by the one who was directing them. Wen Qing was, quite literally, trying to think like Tianying, to predict not just her actions, but her interpretations of those actions' results. The battle continued for hours. Wave after wave of shadow assault crashed against the barrier formations. The disciples defending the perimeter fought against shadow creatures that manifested at various points, cutting them down or forcing them back across the barrier line. The formation specialists made constant adjustments to power allocation, following Wen Qing's instructions, creating a defensive structure that seemed to respond perfectly to each new threat. And yet, beneath the surface of this apparent perfect defense, Wen Qing was burning power at an alarming rate. The Shadow Sovereign system, which had made him stronger the less he was known and acknowledged, had been functionally neutered by the revelation of his identity. He could still access vast power, but it took effort now in a way it had not before. Every redirection of energy, every subtle manipulation of the formations, every adjustment to the defenses required direct expenditure of his cultivation base. By mid-afternoon, When the assault showed no signs of relenting, Wen Qing was beginning to feel the strain. "He's weakening," Jin Luo observed, watching from the secondary control point where he was managing power distribution for the southern formations. "I can feel his reserves being consumed. At this rate, he will not be able to maintain the defenses for more than another day before his power is exhausted." "Can he be reinforced?" Lu Feng asked, his voice tight with concern. "He has forbidden it," Jin Luo replied. "He said that the moment he accepts power reinforcement from the sect, the moment he becomes dependent on collective strength rather than his own cultivation, Tianying will recognize the shift and adjust her assault accordingly. As long as she believes she is fighting only Wen Qing's power, she will operate within certain parameters. But if she discovers that the sect's disciples are contributing to the defenses, she will increase her assault to break through that distributed power." It was a calculation that made perfect sense in theory, but was brutal in practice. Wen Qing was holding the entire sect's defenses together through his own power, and that power was finite. Eventually, it would run out. And when it did, the entire system would collapse. Unless Tianying made a mistake. Or unless Wen Qing found a way to make her make one. Chapter 33. Deception within deception. As the assault continued into the second day, Wen Qing began implementing a strategy that was so complex and multi-layered that even Jin Luo, watching from the secondary control point, could barely follow it. The patriarch was no longer simply defending against Tianying's attacks. He was actively using the assault to feed her false information, to create the illusion that his power reserves were depleting faster than they actually were. This deception was achieved through subtle manipulations of the barrier formation's responses. When Tianying's shadow assaults came, instead of matching force perfectly against force, Wen Qing would occasionally allow a small breach to form, then seal it with apparent effort, as though the closure required significant expenditure of power. He would redirect defenses away from certain points in ways that appeared to be necessary, but were actually strategic retreats designed to encourage Tianying to focus her assault on those areas. Each moment of apparent weakness was calculated. Each response that seemed to cost him power was, in fact, leading Tianying's assault in a direction that was less dangerous than it might otherwise have been. But there was a risk. If Tianying realized what he was doing, if she understood that his apparent weakness was actually a form of tactical deception, she would adjust her strategy immediately. The entire delicate balance that Wen Qing was maintaining would collapse. On the afternoon of the second day of assault, that risk nearly materialized. Tianying, detecting what she interpreted as a significant weakening of the barrier formation's responsiveness, suddenly shifted her assault strategy. Instead of continuing to probe and test, she began a massive, direct assault on the section of the barrier that Wen Qing had been appearing to reinforce despite its apparent weakness. It was a brilliant move, exactly the kind of aggressive action that would be expected from a powerful cultivator who had detected her opponent's fading strength. And it was a direct test of Wen Qing's deception. For a fraction of a second, Wen Qing had to make a choice. Let the barrier section fail to maintain the fiction of his weakness, or reinforce it and potentially reveal the deception. He chose a third option. Instead of simply reinforcing the barrier, Wen Qing allowed it to fail partially, creating a breach that looked catastrophic but that actually opened in a direction where the sect's defenders could respond. As shadow creatures poured through the breach, instead of sealing it immediately, he directed the disciples to engage the creatures, to fight them in controlled conditions where the outcomes were predictable. The disciples of the Celestial Harmony Sect, trained for exactly this scenario, responded with coordinated precision. The shadow creatures were cut down. The breach was sealed, but only after significant apparent effort. And Tianying, observing the response, saw not a perfectly coordinated defense, but rather a desperate scramble to hold against an overwhelming assault. It was exactly what she expected to see when facing an opponent whose power was beginning to fail. And it was exactly what Wen Qing wanted her to see. By allowing the breach to occur and then closing it only through what appeared to be exhausting effort, Wen Qing had reinforced the fiction that his power was indeed running out. Tianying would increase her assault, would throw more force against the barrier formations, would believe that the moment was approaching when the defenses would finally collapse. But in reality, the breach had been opened and closed in a way that had confirmed something crucial to Wen Qing. The exact parameters of Tianying's power, the precise level at which she was exerting herself, the specific areas where her control was absolute and where it was merely strong. Now that Wen Qing understood the full scope of her capabilities, he could begin to plan not just for defense, but for something far more ambitious. He could begin to plan for how to actually defeat her. Chapter 34. The opening. The third day of assault came, and with it, a shift in Wen Qing's defensive strategy that was so subtle that only the most perceptive disciples noticed it. Instead of simply holding the barrier formations against Tianying's assault, Wen Qing began actively building something within them. Layer by layer, he wove power into the formations, creating a structure that was not merely defensive, but also accumulative. Each wave of shadow energy that struck the barriers was no longer simply repelled. It was captured, absorbed, and stored within the formation structure itself. It was a technique so dangerous that it should never have been attempted while defending a populated sect. If the absorption went wrong, if the captured power was not properly controlled, the resulting explosion could destroy the sect more thoroughly than any external assault. But Wen Qing was not simply trying to survive the assault anymore. He was trying to prepare for the moment when the assault would end, when Tianying would be forced to either commit all her remaining power to a final overwhelming breach or accept that the Celestial Harmony Sect's defenses were stronger than she could overcome. When that moment came, Wen Qing would be ready. The disciples noticed the change almost immediately. The barrier formations began to hum with a different frequency, creating a sound that was almost musical in its complexity. The light they emitted became slightly more golden, less purely white, as though the formations themselves were being enhanced with something more than simple defensive power. He's preparing for something, Xinyu observed to Jianluo. I have been studying shadow cultivation for centuries. I know the feeling of power being accumulated in this way. He is building towards something explosive. Can you tell what? Jianluo asked. No, Xinyu replied. But I can tell you that whatever it is, it will be catastrophic, either for Tianying or for all of us. There is no middle ground with what he is doing. By the end of the third day, the accumulated power within the barrier formations had reached a level that made them physically visible even from a distance. Disciples who approached them too closely reported feeling waves of heat, as though they were standing near a furnace that was slowly building toward an explosion. And still, Tianying did not change her strategy. She continued to assault the formations, continued to throw her shadow power against them, continued to add to the accumulation without understanding what was being built. It was, Wen Qing realized, a moment of profound danger. Tianying's intelligence was formidable, but it was also conditioned by her own perspective, her own understanding of how power worked. She assumed that the barrier formations were accumulating power defensively, preparing for a last stand. She did not recognize that she was, unknowingly, building the weapon that would eventually be used against her. But Wen Qing could not assume that this state of ignorance would last forever. At some point, Tianying would realize what was happening. At that moment, she would either stop her assault entirely, potentially wasting the opportunity that Wen Qing had created, or she would attempt something catastrophic, something that would force the accumulated power to release in an uncontrolled manner. The question was which choice she would make when that moment came. On the morning of the fourth day of assault, Wen Qing began deliberately letting information about the accumulation leak into his consciousness in ways that Tianying could sense. He created small fluctuations in the barrier formations, tiny variations in power output, that a sensitive cultivator would recognize as signs of something extraordinary occurring. He was giving Tianying the chance to discover his trap, and he was confident that when she did, she would walk directly into it. Chapter 35. The moment of truth. Tianying discovered the accumulated power in the formations exactly 16 hours later. The realization manifested in the Shadowlands as a surge of consciousness that was so acute that even Wen Qing, separated from her by the barrier formations, could feel it. She understood, in that moment, that she had been played, that her assault had been transformed into a weapon building against her, that the Patriarch had been one step ahead of her the entire time. And then, instead of panicking or attempting to withdraw, Tianying did something extraordinary. She stopped the assault completely. All wave of shadow energy ceased. The shadow creatures that had been manifesting at the barrier formations retreated into the darkness. The pressure that had been constant for 4 days suddenly vanished. leaving an eerie silence in its place. "She's withdrawing," Lu Feng said, hope creeping into his voice. "The assault is ending." But Wen Qing, sensing the absence of external pressure against the formations, felt only concern. Tianying had not retreated because she was defeated. She had retreated because she was preparing something catastrophic, an assault that involved direct confrontation with the accumulated power in the barrier formations would be risky, unpredictable, and might result in her own power being severely damaged. But there was another option available to her, one that did not require direct confrontation. There was infiltration. For the past 4 days, while the shadow assault raged against the external barriers, Wen Qing had assumed that the formation maintenance had been secure. But now, understanding Tianying's true strategy, he suddenly grasped the full scope of what she had been doing. The assault had never been meant to breach the barrier formations. It had always been a distraction, something to focus his attention and the sect's resources on the external threat while something else was occurring internally. Wen Qing's consciousness, suddenly alert to the possibility of internal infiltration, expanded rapidly through the sect, searching for any sign of shadow influence that had manifested while he was focused on the external assault. He found it in the formation control chamber. Chapter 36. Internal compromise deep within the sect. In the chamber where the barrier formations were precisely adjusted and maintained, Wen Qing discovered a shadow cultivator who had been hidden in the formation structure itself for days, perhaps weeks. The cultivator was a ghost-like presence, so perfectly integrated into the formation that it was almost undetectable, not visible, not directly interfering with the formation's operation, simply present. Waiting for the moment when the accumulated power in the barrier formations would reach its peak and become unstable. Waiting for the moment when the patriarch would attempt to release that power as a weapon. And when that moment came, this hidden cultivator would be positioned to guide the release not outward against Tianying, but inward, toward the sect itself. It would have been a perfect strategy. The accumulated power would destroy the sect from within, would devastate the barrier formations from the inside out, leaving Tianying free to assault what remained of the external defenses. Wen Qing moved with fury and speed, his consciousness crashing into the formation control chamber like a wave of pure power. The hidden shadow cultivator, caught by surprise despite their careful positioning, attempted to flee deeper into the formation structure. But there was nowhere to flee. Wen Qing's power surrounded them, contained them, prevented any escape. "Who are you?" Wen Qing demanded, his voice carrying the weight of millennia of authority. The shadow cultivator, realizing that escape was impossible, simply smiled. "I am Shui Ming," they said. "I have served Tianying for 300 years, and I am honored to have played my part in the destruction that is to come." "You will not destroy this sect," Wen Qing said coldly. "Perhaps not," Shui Ming agreed. "But I will ensure that the destruction of your secret becomes inevitable. The moment you discovered me, the moment you felt my presence in the formation control chamber, you revealed to Tianying that your defenses are not impenetrable. You have been protecting your sect through deception and manipulation. And now that deception is shattered, now she knows that you are capable of making mistakes. And now, having discovered that simple fact, she will assault you with knowledge that you are not actually invincible." Wen Qing destroyed Shui Ming before they could finish speaking, scattering their consciousness into the shadow lands where it could do no further harm. But the words, once spoken, could not be unspoken. Shui Ming had been right about one thing. The discovery of an infiltrator, the proof that the sect's defenses had been compromised, would change how Tianying approached the conflict. The assumption of an invincible defender had been shattered, and in its place grew something far more dangerous. The knowledge that the defender was fallible, was capable of being outmaneuvered, could be defeated if approached with sufficient intelligence and planning. Tianying's voice manifested in Wen Qing's consciousness, carried on shadow waves that bypassed the barrier formations entirely. "I had hoped you would discover that infiltration before the final assault," she said, her tone almost conversational. "But regardless, the essential fact remains the same. You have been holding this sect together through a combination of power and deception, and both of those are now compromised. Your power is depleted. Your defenses are known to be fallible. And I, having tested you thoroughly, have learned exactly what you are truly capable of." "You have learned nothing," Wen Qing replied coldly. You have learned only what I allowed you to learn. Perhaps, Tianning said. But that is all that matters, is it not? Whether the truth is what I have discovered or the truth is what you allowed me to discover, the result is the same. I now understand your capabilities in ways I did not before, and that understanding will make all the difference in what comes next. The shadow presence withdrew, and Wen Qing was left alone in the formation control chamber, understanding at last that the game of deception had reached its end. Tianning was no longer trying to gather intelligence through probing and testing. She was ready to commit fully to the final assault. And this time, she would not be testing. She would be attacking with everything she had. The invisible elder, facing the approach of true war, prepared himself for what was to come. Chapter 37. The disciples' question that evening. Jin Luo found Wen Qing sitting alone in the meditation chamber, his eyes closed, his consciousness still partially extended into the formation structures. The young disciple approached carefully, aware that interrupting deep meditation could be dangerous, but also aware that the patriarch needed to know something. Patriarch, Jin Luo said quietly, there is something you should know. Wen Qing's eyes opened, and he regarded the young disciple with the full weight of his attention. Speak. The disciples are afraid, Jin Luo said. Not of the shadow assault, not exactly, but of what they have realized through watching you defend against it. They have come to understand that you are not truly invincible. They have seen you tired, seen you strain to maintain the defenses, seen you nearly overwhelmed. And in seeing that, they have lost. Wen Qing considered this. The young disciple was right, and it rankled him to admit it. He had been so focused on the practical elements of defending the sect that he had not given sufficient thought to the psychological elements of that defense. The disciples did not need him to be actually invincible. They only needed to believe that he was. And that belief had been shattered the moment he revealed himself to be fallible. What do the disciples want? Wen Qing asked finally. They want to believe that you have a plan, Jin Luo said. They want to believe that beneath all of this apparent struggle, there is some ultimate strategy that will lead to victory. They want to believe that you have known all along what was going to happen, and that you have prepared for it. And do they deserve that belief? Wen Qing asked. Or is the truth more valuable, that I am genuinely uncertain about what will come, that I am planning in response to Tianying's moves rather than having foreseen them entirely? The truth is always more valuable, Jin Luo said. But truth is also the most dangerous thing you can share with people who are afraid. They will reject it, will find ways to deny it, will cling to false hope rather than face genuine uncertainty. So you are suggesting I lie to them? Wen Qing asked. I am suggesting, Jin Luo said carefully, that you give them something to believe in that is not quite a lie, but not quite the whole truth either. Show them that you have a strategy, even if that strategy is to adapt to whatever Tianning throws at you. Show them that you have prepared, even if that preparation is not what they imagine it to be. Give them something solid to hold on to while the world around them crumbles. It was a form of wisdom that Wen Qing was not accustomed to hearing from his disciples, a pragmatic understanding of how people needed to be guided during times of crisis. And he found himself respecting the young man for it, even as he resisted the implications of what Jin Luo was suggesting. Very well, Wen Qing said finally. I will gather the sect and speak to them. I will give them what they need to believe. He rose from his meditative position, and as he did, his form seemed to shift slightly, becoming more than just an ancient cultivator meditating in a chamber. It became the shape of the patriarch, of the founder, of the figure whose power had protected them for centuries. It became the image that they needed him to be. Chapter 38. The patriarch's speech. The sect's gathered disciples filled the great hall, hundreds of them standing in careful formation, their faces showing varying degrees of fear, determination, and exhaustion. They had been under siege for 4 days. They had felt the weight of Tianying's assault against the barrier formations. They had seen the formations strain and fluctuate and come close to breaking. And now they were being summoned to hear from the patriarch himself. Wen Qing stood before them, his presence filling the entire hall with a weight that was almost physical. He did not manifest any particular display of power, did not create formations or demonstrations of his capabilities. He simply stood there, allowing his simple presence to speak for him. The assault that you have endured for the past 4 days has been a test, he said, his voice carrying clearly to every corner of the hall. Not a test of your defenses, but a test of your will, your unity, your commitment to this sect, and to what it stands for. And you have passed that test. The disciples stirred, some looking confused, others appearing bolstered by the words. Tianning has thrown everything at your defenses, Wen Qing continued. She has attempted infiltration, direct assault, the corruption of external formations. She has tried deception and misdirection. And through it all, you have held. Through it all, this sect has remained intact. But Patriarch, Lu Feng called out from where he stood among the sect's leadership, the assault continues. The Shadow Army has not been destroyed. Tianning herself has not been defeated. No, Wen Qing agreed. The assault has merely paused. Tianning has withdrawn to gather new strength, to prepare for what comes next. And that is precisely what I want her to do. A murmur ran through the gathered disciples, uncertainty mixed with a fragile hope. For 300 years, I have allowed this sect to exist in relative peace, Wen Qing said. I have protected you from threats that you did not even know existed. I have shaped your world in ways that you have not perceived. And in doing so, I have perhaps created the illusion that you are weaker than you truly are, that your survival depends entirely on my power rather than on your own capabilities. He paused. On the 5th day of the siege, as the disciples were completing the installation of the new external formation arrays, Wen Qing called Jian Luo to a private meeting in the deepest chambers of the sect. I need you to understand something, Wen Qing said, his form sitting across from Jian Luo in a chamber that was shielded from any outside perception. The strategy that I am employing now, the strategy of building defenses and preparing the disciples to fight alongside me, it is not my true strategy. Jian Luo felt his heart sink slightly. He had believed that he was beginning to understand the Patriarch's plans, had felt that he was being brought deeper into the circle of trust. Then what is your true strategy? He asked carefully. My true strategy, Wen Qing said, is to force Tianning to make a mistake, to push her to a point where her pride, her ambition, her certainty in her own superiority will cause her to do something reckless. And when she does, when she commits fully to an assault that is based on false assumptions rather than true knowledge of the situation, I will be ready to exploit that moment. How will you force her to make such a mistake? Jian Luo asked. By appearing to be weakening, Wen Qing said. By allowing her to believe that I am exhausting my power in defensive operations, that I am preparing disciples to fight because I no longer have sufficient strength to hold the barriers alone. By creating the impression that I am becoming desperate, that I am committing my disciples to battle because the situation is becoming dire. But that will cause them to attack, Jian Luo said. If you appear to be weakening, if you seem desperate, Tianning will assault with everything she has. Yes, Wen Qing confirmed. She will assault with everything she has. And in doing so, she will exhaust herself, will expend power that she cannot easily regenerate, will put herself in a position where she is vulnerable in ways that she has not been before. That is when I will strike. Jian Luo understood then the full weight of what Wen Qing was attempting. The Patriarch was not simply defending his sect. He was engaged in a far more dangerous and ambitious plan. The actual destruction of Tianning, the elimination of the shadow cultivator who had been his greatest challenge for 500 years. And it would require the sect to face horrors that they could not truly prepare for, to endure assaults that would push them to the absolute edge of destruction. The disciples will suffer, Jian Luo said quietly. Yes, Wen Qing confirmed. They will suffer. Some will die. That is the cost of what is to come. But the alternative, allowing Tianning to continue her campaign, allowing the shadow to gradually consume more of the realm, would cause suffering on a far greater scale. Sometimes, the only way to prevent greater tragedy is to endure lesser ones. It was a calculation that was cold and brutal, the kind of decision that separated those who truly wielded power from those who merely possessed it. And Wen Qing, for all his wisdom and compassion, was ultimately someone who had wielded power for longer than most disciples had existed. He would do what was necessary, regardless of the cost. Chapter 40. The final gathering 2 days after Wen Qing's revelation to Jian Luo, the Shadow Army began gathering at the realm's edge in unprecedented numbers. Cultivators, shadow creatures, corrupted disciples. All of them were converging on a single location, preparing for what would clearly be the final, massive assault on the Celestial Harmony Sect. Tianying was committing everything to this assault. She was not holding anything in reserve, not preparing for contingencies. She was going to throw the entire weight of her power and resources at the Celestial Harmony Sect with the apparent goal of destroying it utterly. Wen Qing, observing this gathering from his meditation chamber, allowed himself a grim smile. She was taking the bait. She believed that the patriarch was weakening, that the sect was desperate, that this assault would be the one to finally break through. She could not have been more mistaken. The sect, in those final hours before the assault, was as prepared as it could possibly be. The disciples had been trained extensively in the coordinated fighting techniques that would allow them to hold their own against even advanced shadow cultivators. The barrier formations had been reinforced not once, but 3 times over, each reinforcement adding layers of complexity that would make breaching them exponentially more difficult. The formation specialists who would maintain the defenses had been personally trained by Wen Qing in techniques that were ancient and powerful. And most importantly, Wen Qing himself was not depleted. He was strong, his power reserves full, his mind clear and prepared for what was to come. The appearance of weakness that he had cultivated through the past 5 days of the siege had been calculated theater, nothing more. As the sun began to set on the evening before the anticipated assault, Wen Qing called together the sect's leadership for the final coordination meeting. Tomorrow, he said simply, we end this. Not through defense, but through aggression. Not through holding our ground, but through advancing. I want every capable disciple prepared for offensive operations. When the shadow assault comes, we will not be hiding behind the barrier formations. We will be meeting them outside, in the open. That is madness, Elder Su Ming protested. Fighting in the open exposes our disciples to far greater danger. Yes, Wen Qing agreed calmly. It does, but it also exposes the shadow cultivators to greater danger. And more importantly, it shows Tianying that we are not desperate, that we have enough confidence in our strength to meet her forces in direct confrontation. And if the battle goes against us? Lu Feng asked. Then we retreat behind the barrier formations and transition to defensive operations, Wen Qing replied. But I do not believe that will become necessary. I believe that when Tianying realizes that she has been deceived, when she understands that the weakness she perceived was carefully constructed theater, she will make a critical error. And when she does, I will be ready to exploit it. The leadership looked uncertain but did not protest further. They had learned, over the course of the siege, to trust Wen Qing's judgment even when his strategy seemed unclear or dangerous. The patriarch had guided them this far. He would guide them to the end, whatever that end might be. That night, Wen Qing did not meditate or prepare himself for battle in any conventional sense. Instead, he walked through the sect, moving from building to building, from disciples to disciples, simply being present with those who would soon fight and possibly die in the assault to come. He spoke with young disciples who had not yet achieved significant power, encouraging them to be brave not through recklessness but through determination. He spoke with elder disciples who had spent centuries studying the ways of cultivation, reminding them that what they had learned in those centuries would matter far less than their willingness to adapt and change in the face of unprecedented challenge. And he spoke with those disciples who had become close to him, Jin Luo, Xin Yu, Lu Feng, and the others, not with encouragement or strategic discussion, but simply with acknowledgement of the burden they were bearing. You are the real strength of this sect, he told each of them privately. Not my power, not my formations. You, choosing to stand when you could flee, choosing to fight when you could surrender, choosing to believe in something beyond yourselves when that belief offered no guarantee of safety. It was, in its way, more honest than his public speech had been. And by dawn, when the shadow assault finally came with the full force of Tianying's accumulated power, the disciples of the Celestial Harmony Sect stood ready to meet it not with fear or desperation, but with the profound determination of those who had nothing left to lose but each other. The final battle had begun. Chapter 41. The breaking point. The assault came at dawn with the fury of 1,000 storms. The Shadow Army, no longer held in check by probing or testing, manifested in full force around the Celestial Harmony Sect. Shadow creatures of unprecedented size and sophistication emerged from the darkness. Wen Qing, standing at the sect's outer gates, did not retreat behind the barrier formations. Instead, He advanced forward to meet the shadow creatures at the very edge of the sect's territory. The disciples, seeing their patriarch move forward, responded with the courage they had been trained to summon. Hundreds of them advanced alongside him, meeting the shadow assault head-on in a clash that shook the earth beneath their feet. For the first moments, the disciples held their own. The training they had received, the coordinated formations they executed, allowed them to kill shadow creatures faster than Tian-Ying could summon new ones. But then Tian-Ying herself began to move. She descended from the darkness like a meteor of living shadow, her power manifesting as pure, distilled darkness that could not be killed by conventional means. Disciples who stood in her path were simply erased. Wen Qing moved to intercept her, his power flaring to meet hers in a confrontation that had been building for 500 years. The collision was catastrophic. The ground cracked beneath them, unable to withstand the pressure of two cultivators of this magnitude exerting their full strength simultaneously. The barrier formations flickered as the sheer volume of energy overwhelmed the systems maintaining them. It was at that moment that Jian Luo made a decision that would save the sect. The young disciple, standing at the secondary barrier control point, realized that the external defenses would be overrun within minutes. Jian Luo made the call to activate the interior barriers, the second line of defense designed precisely for this scenario. The barrier formations flared, separating the patriarch and Tian-Ying from the sect proper, trapping both of them in an area designed for large-scale combat. It was a dangerous move, isolating the most powerful cultivator from the disciples who needed protection. But it was necessary. Wen Qing, suddenly separated from the sect, realized what Jian Luo had done and understood the intelligence it represented. With a surge of power that made the interior barriers flare bright, Wen Qing dove deeper into his confrontation with Tian-Ying, allowing the shadow cultivator no moment to slip past his defenses and reach the sect. The final battle had truly begun. Chapter 42, Shadow Against Light. The battle between Wen Qing and Tian-Ying was not fought in any conventional manner. There were no sword strikes or cultivation technique duels in the traditional sense. Instead, it was a battle of pure power, a manifestation of the fundamental difference between shadow and light, between two competing visions of what cultivation could be. Tian-Ying's shadow pressed outward in all directions, seeking weakness, looking for any moment where Wen Qing's light-based power might falter or hesitate. She had studied him for 500 years, had learned his techniques, understood his methodology. She knew that his primary strength came from the structure of his formations, from the careful arrangement of power in specific patterns. So she attacked his ability to maintain those patterns. With each assault, Tian-Ying attempted to disrupt the formations that Wen Qing was using to defend. She tried to force him to take actions that were not coordinated, to break his concentration, to make him abandon the careful structure of his defense in favor of crude, raw power. And for a moment, it almost worked. Tian-Ying pressed forward with an assault of such intensity that Wen Qing's formations actually cracked. The light they were generating flickered, weakened, and for the first time since the personal battle began, Tian-Ying allowed herself to feel hope. But in that moment of hope, she made a crucial mistake. She relaxed her attack slightly, assuming that Wen Qing was finally beginning to break, that one more sustained assault would force him to capitulate. She did not realize that the cracking had been deliberate, that Wen Qing had allowed the formations to fail in a specific way that would allow him to access the accumulated power stored in the barrier formations during the 4-day siege. The power release was controlled but catastrophic. Tian-Ying felt the blast of accumulated energy before she understood what was happening. The power that had been carefully gathered and stored now released outward, designed to focus primarily on her. She screamed, not in pain, but in outrage, realizing that she had walked into a trap set days before, that the patriarch had been planning for this moment since the beginning of the siege. The blast threw her backward, away from Wen Qing, consuming her shadow form in a way that damaged it profoundly. She felt her power being torn at, felt aspects of her cultivation base being disrupted in ways that would require significant time and effort to repair. And then, as the blast was fading, Wen Qing was there, moving forward with an intensity and purpose she had not felt from him before. The patriarch was no longer playing defensively. He was attacking. Chapter 43, The patriarch unleashed Wen Qing's assault came with the weight of 300 years of preparation. Every technique he had learned, every method of combat he had developed, was brought to bear against Tianying in a coordinated campaign of devastating effectiveness. He did not attempt to destroy her immediately. He was not certain that such an attempt would succeed. Instead, he focused on forcing her deeper into engagement, on preventing her from retreating to the Shadowlands where her power would be more naturally aligned with the environment. Tianying, recovering from the initial blast and reassessing her situation, realized that she was in genuine danger. She had known intellectually that the patriarch was powerful, capable of being a true threat. But she had believed that his power was primarily defensive in nature, fundamentally oriented toward protection rather than destruction. She had assumed that even if she could not defeat him, she could at least force him to spend enough energy on defense that she could achieve her other objectives. Now she understood that assumption to be fundamentally wrong. Wen Qing was not primarily a defensive cultivator. He was a comprehensive cultivator, equally capable of defense and offense, equally skilled at preservation and destruction. His 300 years of hiding had not been about weakness. It had been about choice, a deliberate decision to not use the full scope of his power unless the situation absolutely demanded it. And now, finally, the situation absolutely demanded it. The patriarch's assault cracked the very fabric of reality around them, creating rifts in the boundary between the material realm and the Shadowlands. Tianying, forced to retreat constantly, found herself being driven backward despite her desperate efforts to hold her ground. She tried to summon additional shadow creatures to assist her, to create diversions that would allow her to escape. But the creatures that she manifested were quickly swept away by the patriarch's power, dissolved before they could even fully coalesce into dangerous forms. For the first time in 500 years, Tianying experienced genuine fear. She understood, with crystalline clarity, that if she did not escape this combat soon, she would die here at Wen Qing's hand. With a desperate effort that consumed a vast quantity of her remaining power, Tianying opened a rift to the Shadowlands and attempted to flee through it. Wen Qing, seeing her about to escape, made a decision that would have profound consequences for everything that followed. He chose not to pursue her. Instead, with a gesture, he sealed the rift, not completely, but just enough to prevent Tianying from fully returning to the Shadowlands. She was trapped in a halfway state, not fully in the material realm, but not fully in the Shadowlands either, unable to access the full scope of her power in either location. Why? Tianying demanded, her voice distorted by the position she found herself in. Why do you not finish this? Why do you not simply destroy me? Because, Wen Qing replied, his power gathering in preparation, the destruction of Tianying would serve little purpose if it came at the cost of the Celestial Harmony Sect's complete devastation. I have pushed this battle to the edge of what the sect can withstand. To go further would require power expenditures that would weaken the sect's defenses precisely when the Shadow Army is still pressing against them. He paused, allowing her to process his words. Besides, your destruction is not the true goal. My true goal was to force you into a position where you would be vulnerable, where you would understand the reality of your situation. That goal has been achieved. Now I will release the rift, allow you to fully retreat to the Shadowlands, and let you spend the next 500 years contemplating the meaning of your defeat. Wen Qing released the seal on the rift, and Tianying, with a final surge of effort, threw herself fully into the Shadowlands. Her presence in the material realm vanished, leaving only darkness and the faint echo of her power. The patriarch stood alone in the crater that their battle had created, his power still blazing. And then, he felt the weight of what his actions had cost. Chapter 44. The true toll. Wen Qing turned his attention back to the sect and immediately sensed what had occurred while he had been engaged with Tianying. The Shadow Army, without their leader's direct guidance, had continued the assault. The disciples, fighting in what had effectively become a battle for survival, had suffered grievous casualties. The secondary barriers had held, but only barely. There were sections of the sect that had been overrun, where shadow creatures had manifested deep within what should have been protected areas. Wen Qing moved through the sect with brutal efficiency, destroying every shadow creature he encountered, scattering the remnants of the Shadow Army. The disciples, seeing their patriarch return victorious from his personal battle with Tianying, rallied their remaining strength and began pushing the shadow creatures back. By the time the sun reached its zenith, the shadow army had been routed. The remaining creatures retreated into the darkness, fleeing back toward the shadow lands in disorganized waves. The assault, which had been so overwhelming just hours before, was effectively over. The Celestial Harmony Sect had survived. The barrier formations still stood. The disciples, though battered and exhausted, were still capable of fighting. But the cost had been severe. Wen Qing walked through the sect and counted the dead. They lay in the courtyards, in the meditation halls, on the barrier ramparts where they had made their final stand. Over 200 disciples had been killed, and nearly 100 more had been wounded so severely that their survival was uncertain. It was a loss that would ripple through the sect for years. Jin Luo found Wen Qing standing in the great hall, looking at the list of names. The young man approached slowly, aware that the patriarch was experiencing the profound weight of the cost of his victory. "We survived," Jin Luo said quietly. "Some of us survived," Wen Qing corrected. 230 disciples did not. 230 people with names and histories and potential futures all ended today because of a war that they did not create and should never have been forced to participate in. "But they did participate," Jin Luo replied. "They chose to stand and fight. They chose to defend the sect and each other. That choice was theirs, patriarch. You did not force them into that battle. Did I not?" Wen Qing asked. "I chose to reveal myself. I chose to involve them in a conflict that I could have continued to handle alone. I chose to appear before them as a powerful protector when I could have continued to protect them invisibly. And in making those choices, I created the circumstances that led to their deaths." It was a form of guilt that Jin Luo did not know how to address. The young disciple understood intellectually that Wen Qing was not truly responsible for the deaths of the disciples. But he also understood that the patriarch, carrying the weight of 300 years of isolation and perfect control, was experiencing the revelation that power, no matter how vast, could not prevent loss entirely. "What will you do now?" Jin Luo asked finally. "I will do what I have always done," Wen Qing replied. "I will learn from what has occurred. I will understand what mistakes were made. And I will ensure that this sect, and the disciples who remain, are prepared for whatever comes next." He paused, and when he spoke again, his voice carried a new quality, something that sounded almost like acceptance. "But I have also learned something else. I have learned that no amount of power can prevent loss entirely. That is a limitation that I must learn to live with. That is the burden of immortality, of watching civilizations and disciples come and go while you remain unchanged." It was a moment of profound wisdom, and Jin Luo understood that he was witnessing something rare, the patriarch beginning to truly process the weight of what he carried. Chapter 45. The young disciple 3 days after the assault ended. When the sect had begun clearing away debris and tending to the wounded, Wen Qing was called to the healing hall where the most severely wounded disciples were being cared for. One particular disciple had been specifically requested, a young man named Wen Qing, barely 20 years of age, who had been struck by a shadow creature and left in critical condition. Looking at the young man's face, Wen Qing felt something shift in his perception. There was something about Wen Qing's features that evoked a profound sense of recognition, an echo of someone from his distant past, someone who had shown similar potential, similar promise. "This disciple is not supposed to survive," the healing elder said quietly. "The shadow corruption has damaged his cultivation base beyond what we can repair. Without your intervention, he will die within days as the corruption spreads." "I will heal him," Wen Qing said simply. The healing elder bowed and withdrew, leaving the patriarch alone with the dying disciple. Wen Qing placed his hand on Wen Qing's forehead and extended his consciousness into the young man's cultivation base. It was severe, more severe than most cultivators could recover from. The shadow corruption had woven itself into the fundamental structure of Wen Qing's power, creating damage that would require not just removal, but active reconstruction. It would require power that Wen Qing had been holding in reserve, power meant to be kept as a final safeguard against future crises. And yet, looking at the young man's face, Wen Qing found himself unable to do anything else but use that power to save him. The healing took 6 hours. Wen Qing worked continuously, using techniques that were ancient and powerful, methods developed over thousands of years. He burned through his reserves of vital essence, expending power that would take weeks to regenerate. But when he was finished, Wen Qing was healed. The shadow corruption was gone, purged from his cultivation base entirely. The damage was repaired. The young disciple's life had been saved. When Wen Qing woke, 12 hours later, he found Wen Qing sitting beside his bed, exhausted in a way that rarely occurred. "Patriarch," the young man said, attempting to rise. "Stay," Wen Qing replied. "You should rest. The healing process, even when successful, is exhausting for the body that experiences it." "I remember the shadow creature striking me," Wen Qing said quietly. "I thought I was going to die." "You nearly did," Wen Qing confirmed. "Another few hours and the corruption would have spread too far for healing to be possible." "Why did you heal me?" Wen Qing asked. "There are many disciples wounded more severely than I am. Why expend such effort on me specifically?" "Because," Wen Qing said slowly, "you remind me of someone. Someone from my past, from a time long before the Celestial Harmony Sect even existed. Looking at you, I am reminded of potential, of the possibility of growth and change and transformation. And that reminder is valuable to me." Wen Qing did not fully understand what the patriarch meant, but he felt honored nonetheless. The most powerful cultivator in the sect had chosen to expend significant power to save him. Over the following weeks, as Wen Qing recovered, Wen Qing found himself spending increasing amounts of time with the young disciple. He began teaching Wen Qing in private, passing on techniques and knowledge that he shared with few others. And in the process, Wen Qing began to see something in Wen Qing that he had never fully perceived in his other disciples. Potential not just for power, but for understanding. Potential not just for technique, but for wisdom. Potential not just for survival, but for growth beyond what the young man could currently imagine. And slowly, Wen Qing began to prepare Wen Qing for something far greater than a simple disciple of the Celestial Harmony Sect. He began to prepare him to understand the true nature of what the patriarch was, and what might come after. Chapter 46. The training deepens. The training that Wen Qing provided to Wen Qing was unlike anything the young disciple had experienced before. Most disciples of the Celestial Harmony Sect learned through traditional instruction. A cultivation method would be explained, then the disciples would practice it repeatedly until they achieved mastery. But Wen Qing's training was fundamentally different. He did not explain techniques so much as force Wen Qing to understand the principles underlying those techniques. He would present problems and challenges rather than solutions, compelling the young disciple to think through the most effective approaches rather than simply accepting instruction. "Why do the barrier formations of the sect take the shape that they do?" Wen Qing asked one evening as they stood atop the highest tower of the sect. Wen Qing considered carefully before answering. "Because that shape is the most efficient for distributing power across multiple defensive points?" "Perhaps," Wen Qing said. "But there is a deeper reason. The shape represents the accumulated knowledge of many generations of cultivators, all of whom attempted to solve the same problem through different approaches. The shape we have chosen represents not the optimal solution, but the solution that best accommodates the needs of all those involved." "That does not sound optimal," Wen Qing replied. "It is not," Wen Qing agreed. "It is a compromise. And that is the most important lesson about power that you will ever learn. True power is not about being optimal. It is about being effective in the context where you operate. A perfect solution that cannot be implemented is less valuable than an imperfect solution that works." Wen Qing continued this pattern of philosophical instruction alongside practical training. He taught Wen Qing how to meditate, but more importantly, what meditation could reveal about the nature of power and consciousness. He taught him cultivation techniques, but more importantly, why those techniques worked and under what circumstances they might fail. And slowly, he began introducing Wen Qing to the idea that there were cultivators and power sources that existed outside the commonly understood hierarchies of the sect. "Shadow cultivation," Wen Qing said one evening, "is not inherently evil. Do you understand why disciples are taught that it is? Because shadow cultivators have been used as weapons against the sect?" Wen Qing ventured. "That is the justification that is used," Wen Qing replied. "But the true reason is more complex. Shadow cultivation, when practiced by those without sufficient wisdom or control, does indeed corrupt the user. It turns cultivators inward, makes them selfish and destructive. But that is not because shadow is evil. It is because shadow is powerful, and power without wisdom is always destructive. Wen Qing absorbed this teaching with seriousness. He was beginning to understand that his training was not simply about martial prowess or cultivation advancement, but about understanding the true nature of the conflict that surrounded the sect. Patriarch, Wen Qing asked one evening, "Who is Tianning? I have heard the other disciples speak of her, but their accounts are unclear. Some call her evil. Others suggest that she was once a legitimate cultivator who chose a different path." "Both are true," Wen Qing replied. "Tianning was once a disciple of mine, one of the most talented I had ever taught. She was brilliant, ambitious, capable of understanding concepts that other disciples would have required centuries to fully grasp. And she was fundamentally different from those other disciples in one crucial way. She asked questions that I could not answer." "What kind of questions?" Wen Qing asked. "She asked why cultivation had to follow the path that I had outlined," Wen Qing said. "She asked whether there were other forms of power that could be equally effective, even if they operated by different principles. She asked whether the hierarchy that I had established was truly the best possible organization, or whether it simply reflected my own biases and preferences." "And what did you tell her?" Wen Qing asked. "I told her she was wrong," Wen Qing said quietly. "I did not tell her that those were good questions that deserved serious consideration. I told her that my way was the only valid way, and that if she could not accept that, she would have to leave the sect. And in doing so, I drove her away. I created an enemy when I could have created a partner." It was an admission that came with profound cost, and Wen Qing understood the weight of what the patriarch was revealing to him. "If you had to face that choice again," Wen Qing asked carefully, "would you make the same decision?" "I do not know," Wen Qing replied. "And that uncertainty is the most honest thing that I can offer you. That is what I am trying to teach you through this training, Wen Qing. Not how to be certain, but how to live with uncertainty. Not how to always make the right choice, but how to understand the cost of the choices you do make." Chapter 47. The Deeper Secret. 2 months after the final assault, when the sect had largely recovered and Wen Qing had been training with Wen Qing long enough to develop real understanding of advanced cultivation principles, the patriarch made a decision that surprised many in the sect. He called for Wen Qing to be elevated to the rank of inner disciple despite his age and relative lack of seniority. The announcement caused waves of discussion through the sect. Wen Qing was talented, certainly, but elevating him so quickly seemed to violate the traditional progression of disciples through the ranks. But Wen Qing did not explain his reasoning to anyone but Wen Qing himself. On the evening that Wen Qing's elevation was formally announced, Wen Qing brought the young disciple to a chamber deep beneath the sect, a location that Wen Qing had never known existed. The chamber was vast, far larger than should have been possible. Within it was a library of sorts, but not books in any conventional sense. Instead, the walls were covered with formations and carvings, each one recording knowledge in a way that could be understood by a cultivator with sufficient power and training. "This is the archive," Wen Qing said quietly. "It contains the true history of the Celestial Harmony Sect, recorded not by disciples who witnessed events, but by me, preserved in a form that only someone I choose to teach can fully access. I have decided to give you access to this knowledge, Wen Qing. And in doing so, I am giving you the ability to understand what is truly at stake in the conflict between myself and Tianning." Wen Qing took the young disciple to the primary wall of the archive, where the oldest recordings had been placed. "I was born 3,000 years ago, in a time when cultivation was not practiced as it is now. I was a farmer, initially, with no particular destiny or greatness. But I encountered an ancient cultivator who recognized something in me, potential not for power, but for understanding. I was trained by that cultivator, and through centuries of study and practice, I became powerful myself." As Wen Qing spoke, the formations on the wall began to glow, creating images that showed exactly what the patriarch was describing. Wen Qing watched in awe as scenes from 3,000 years of history played out before him. Scenes of cultivation advancement and realm changes, of other great cultivators rising and falling, of the gradual transformation of the world from what it had been to what it was now. "I founded the Celestial Harmony Sect approximately 800 years ago," Wen Qing continued. with the goal of creating an institution where knowledge could be preserved and passed down, where disciples could advance not through random chance, but through structured learning. I shaped this sect according to my understanding of what cultivation should be. The images shifted again, showing the early years of the sect, showing Tian Ying arriving as a disciple, showing her advancement, and eventually her conflict with Wen Qing over the principles that the sect should embody. I was wrong in how I handled her, Wen Qing said simply. Not wrong about the principles themselves, perhaps, but wrong in my inability to acknowledge that other paths might have validity alongside the one I had chosen. That failure to acknowledge complexity, that failure to accept that I might not have all the answers, created the conflict that continues to this day. Xian Qing, absorbing all of this information, felt the profound weight of it pressing down on him. "Why are you telling me this?" he asked finally. "Why give me access to knowledge that you have kept hidden from everyone else?" "Because," Wen Qing replied, "I am immortal, Xian Qing. I do not age, do not weaken with time, do not face the natural endpoint that mortal cultivators face. And that immortality is both a blessing and a curse. It has allowed me to accumulate knowledge and understanding across 3,000 years. But it has also isolated me, has made it difficult for me to truly understand the perspective of those who face mortality, who face the knowledge that their time is limited." He paused, looking directly at Xian Qing. "You will grow old and die, in the way of mortals. That will happen in perhaps 100 years, if your cultivation progresses as I expect it will. And in that 100 years, I need you to understand the nature of the choices that I have made, the nature of the burden that immortality creates. I am training you not to be my successor in power, but to be my successor in perspective, to be the one who maintains this archive, who understands both what I was attempting to accomplish and where I failed, to be the one who can judge me, even after I am gone." It was a form of immortality far different from the physical kind, and Xian Qing understood that he had been given a gift that was both profound and terrible in equal measure. Chapter 48. The shadows echo. The peace that followed the final assault lasted 3 months. For those 3 months, the Shadow Army did not advance, did not probe, did not make any aggressive moves toward the Celestial Harmony Sect. Tian Ying, having retreated into the Shadowlands, appeared to be regrouping, reassessing her strategy in light of her failure. But peace in a state of siege is never truly peaceful. The disciples remained alert, remained trained, and prepared for the possibility that the assault would begin again at any moment. It was during this period that Wen Qing discovered something troubling. Despite his apparent victory against Tian Ying, despite forcing her to retreat, the shadow itself had not weakened. The boundary between the material realm and the Shadowlands remained tense and prone to fluctuation. Shadow cultivators continued to manifest in regions outside the sect, continued to expand the influence of dark cultivation throughout the realm. The implications were clear. Tian Ying's power was not the only force driving the shadow's expansion. There were other shadow cultivators, other agents working toward the transformation of the realm that Tian Ying had been pursuing. Defeating Tian Ying might have been a victory, but it was not a final victory. The true battle, the battle between light and shadow, between Wen Qing's vision of cultivation and whatever alternative vision Tian Ying represented, continued on, regardless of what had occurred between them personally. It was this realization that led Wen Qing to a decision that surprised everyone in the sect. He announced that he was going to leave the sect. Not permanently, he assured them. Not in any way that would leave them defenseless. But he had realized that staying at the sect, remaining visible and present, was preventing him from understanding the true scope of what was happening in the broader realm. "I will be gone for no more than a year," he told the sect's leadership during an assembly. "During my absence, Jian Luo will serve as the effective authority over the sect. Lu Feng will command military operations, and Xian Qing will maintain the archive and ensure that the knowledge we have accumulated is preserved, regardless of what occurs externally." The disciples received this announcement with shock and some concern, but none of them questioned the patriarch's decision. They had learned, over the course of the siege and the months that followed, that Wen Qing's choices, no matter how surprising, were generally made for reasons that would become clear only in hindsight. And so, 2 weeks later, Wen Qing walked out of the Celestial Harmony Sect and into the broader realm. leaving behind the disciples he had trained and protected for so long. What he discovered in that journey would reshape his entire understanding of what he was fighting against. Chapter 49. The traveling sage Wen Qing's journey through the realm was conducted in a disguise so complete that even his fellow cultivators would not have recognized him. He presented himself not as the patriarch of the Celestial Harmony Sect, but as a traveling sage, a wanderer seeking knowledge and connection with other cultivators. What he discovered shocked him in ways that even his centuries of experience had not prepared him for. In the first region he visited, a prosperous valley to the east of the sect, he found that shadow cultivation had not been forced upon the population. Instead, it had been voluntarily adopted. Young cultivators were studying shadow techniques openly, were teaching the methods of darkness to younger students, were gradually transforming the entire cultivation culture of the region. And they were not corrupted. They were not mindless followers of Tianying. They were thinking, autonomous individuals who had chosen shadow cultivation because they believed it offered something that light cultivation did not. Shadow cultivation allows me to work without the constant scrutiny that light cultivation requires. One young cultivator, barely more than a girl, explained to Wen Qing when he asked why she had chosen the path of darkness. With light cultivation, everything I do is observed, judged, measured against standards that someone else created. With shadow, I have the freedom to develop my own understanding, to progress at my own pace, to choose what kind of cultivator I want to become. It was a perspective that Wen Qing had never fully considered. His entire approach to cultivation had been based on the idea that structured learning, careful guidance, and adherence to established principles were necessary for safe advancement. But this young woman was suggesting that for some people, that structure was not a benefit but a burden. Over the course of his journey, Wen Qing encountered hundreds of shadow cultivators. Most were not under Tianying's direct control. Most were not corrupted in any meaningful sense. Most were simply individuals who had chosen a different path and found it to be valuable. And slowly, painfully, Wen Qing began to understand the fundamental truth that Tianying had been trying to teach him all along. Shadow cultivation was not inherently evil. It was simply powerful, and like all power, it could be used constructively or destructively, depending on the wisdom and intentions of the one wielding it. By the time Wen Qing finally began the journey back to the sect, 6 months after he had departed, his understanding of what he was truly fighting for had been fundamentally transformed. He was no longer fighting to prevent shadow cultivation from existing. He was fighting to maintain the belief that balance between different forms of cultivation was possible, that the realm did not have to be entirely light or entirely shadow, but could accommodate both in a coexistence that was not marked by perpetual conflict. Chapter 50. The Patriarch's return. Wen Qing's return to the sect was conducted with little ceremony. He arrived at night, passing through the barrier formations as easily as he had departed, entering the meditation chamber where Jian Luo was sitting in wait. The young disciple rose immediately, bowing deeply. "Patriarch, you have returned." "I have," Wen Qing confirmed. "And I have much to discuss with you and with the other leadership. But first, tell me, what has occurred during my absence? Has the sect remained at peace?" "The sect has remained at peace," Jian Luo said, "though not without challenge. There have been probing attempts from shadow cultivators at various points, but they have been limited and easily repelled. More concerning has been the increasing presence of shadow cultivation in regions beyond the sect's direct authority. Some communities have begun to embrace it openly, have begun to accept shadow techniques as a legitimate form of cultivation practice." "That does not concern you?" Wen Qing asked. "It concerns me," Jian Luo replied, "but not in the way I suspect it might concern others in the sect. I have been thinking about your teachings regarding Tianying, regarding the idea that she was once a brilliant disciple who asked questions you could not answer. And I have begun to wonder whether the expansion of shadow cultivation is truly a threat that must be opposed, or whether it is a change that must simply be understood and accommodated." Wen Qing felt a profound sense of satisfaction at hearing this from Jian Luo. The young disciple was following the same path of understanding that Wen Qing had begun walking during his journey. "You have learned well," Wen Qing said. "What you are suggesting is not wrong. But what you are also discovering is that allowing change to occur is far more difficult than preventing it through force. Are you prepared to face that difficulty?" "I do not know," Jian Luo replied honestly. But I know that preventing change through force is a path that leads to endless conflict. So I am willing to attempt the more difficult path, if you believe it is the right one. I believe, Wen Qing said quietly, that it is the only path that does not ultimately lead to the destruction of everything that we have built. He paused, then asked the question that had been central to his journey. Where is Tianying? During my absence, has there been any communication from her? No direct communication, Jian Luo replied. But Xinyu has reported that Tianying is consolidating power in the Shadowlands. She appears to be preparing for something, though the exact nature remains unclear. Then I must speak with her again, Wen Qing said. And this time, the conversation will be different. This time, I must attempt to understand her perspective rather than simply oppose it. He looked directly at Jian Luo. I am going to call a council of the major sects and power centers in the realm. I am going to propose something that many will find controversial, even heretical. I am going to propose that we attempt to negotiate with Tianying, not as enemies, but as cultivators who have different visions for how the realm should be organized. And I am going to ask for your support in doing this, knowing that you may face criticism. I will support you, Jian Luo replied without hesitation. If you believe this is the right path, then I believe it as well. And with that simple affirmation, Wen Qing began the process of attempting to fundamentally reshape the nature of the conflict that had defined his existence for 500 years. Chapter 51, The Council of Sects. Wen Qing sent invitations to the leaders of the major cultivation sects throughout the realm, requesting that they gather at the Celestial Harmony Sect to discuss matters of vital importance. The response was mixed. Some leaders came willingly, curious about what the legendary patriarch had to propose. Others arrived with suspicion, aware that Wen Qing had recently suffered a devastating assault from shadow cultivators and wondering if he was about to request assistance in a renewed conflict. When the assembled sect leaders had gathered in the great hall of the Celestial Harmony Sect, Wen Qing stood before them and began to speak about what he had discovered during his journey through the realm. He spoke about the young shadow cultivators who were choosing their path not because they were corrupted or forced, but because they genuinely believed it offered something valuable. He spoke about entire communities that were voluntarily adopting shadow practices and benefiting from them in ways that light cultivation alone could not provide. And most importantly, he spoke about the need for balance, the understanding that the realm was large enough for multiple forms of cultivation to exist in peaceful coexistence. I propose, Wen Qing said, his voice carrying across the great hall, that we attempt to establish a framework of negotiation with Tianying and the shadow cultivators. Not surrender, not capitulation, but genuine negotiation, an attempt to find terms under which shadow cultivation and light cultivation can coexist without perpetual conflict. The reaction was immediate and divided. Some sect leaders nodded, understanding the wisdom of attempting negotiation before pursuing continued conflict. Others stood in protest, arguing that any negotiation with shadow cultivators was a betrayal of the fundamental principles that the cultivation sects had been built upon. The most vocal protest came from Elder Zhao, the patriarch of the Jade Mountain sect. This is madness, patriarch, he declared, his voice filled with anger. Shadow cultivation is inherently corrupting. These young cultivators you speak of, they are not making free choices. They are being manipulated by Tianying, entranced by promises of power and freedom that are ultimately lies designed to corrupt them further. You may be right, Wen Qing replied calmly. But there is only one way to know for certain. By engaging with them directly, by listening to their perspectives, by understanding what they truly believe. Dismissing them as corrupted without attempting to understand their motivations is not wisdom, it is arrogance. Over the course of several days, the Council of Sects debated the proposal. Gradually, a consensus began to form. Not all sect leaders agreed that negotiation was the right path, but enough of them understood the wisdom of attempting it before pursuing further conflict. By the end of the council, a formal proposition had been drafted. The cultivation sects would formally request a meeting with Tianying to discuss the possibility of establishing a framework for peaceful coexistence. Chapter 52. The message to the Shadowlands. Wen Qing personally delivered the formal proposition to the Shadowlands, manifesting his consciousness at the boundary between the material realm and shadow, creating a presence that was impossible for Tianying to ignore. I seek negotiation. Wen Qing called out into the shadow, his voice carrying weight and authority. Not surrender, not compromise of fundamental principles, but genuine negotiation. An attempt to establish terms under which both light and shadow cultivation can flourish without perpetual conflict. For a long moment, there was only silence. Then, slowly, Tianying's presence manifested, her consciousness rising from the depths of the shadow lands like a wave of power that had been building for eons. You seek negotiation? Her voice echoed through the boundary. The patriarch who defeated me in direct combat, who threw me out of the material realm itself, now seeks to negotiate? Tell me, Ancient One, is this a sign of strength or of weakness? It is neither, Wen Qing replied. It is wisdom. I have traveled through the realm and seen what you have been building. I have spoken with shadow cultivators who have chosen their path not because they were corrupted or forced, but because they genuinely believed in its value. And I have come to understand that the realm is large enough for both of us, that coexistence is possible if we choose to make it so. Coexistence, Tianying said, and her tone suggested something between contempt and fascination. You speak of coexistence as though it is something noble, something desirable. But coexistence with you has always meant limitation, restriction, the suppression of shadow cultivation wherever it manifests. Then let us establish new terms, Wen Qing said. Terms that allow shadow cultivation to flourish in some regions, while light cultivation remains dominant in others. Terms that recognize both as valid paths rather than presenting one as inherently superior to the other. There was a long pause. Then Tianying's presence began to move, shifting through the shadow lands, approaching the boundary where Wen Qing's consciousness waited. I will attend your counsel, Tianying said finally. But know this, Patriarch, if this is some form of deception, if you are attempting to gather us only to destroy us once and for all, you will face opposition unlike anything you have ever encountered. I seek truth, Wen Qing replied, not victory. If truth leads us to coexistence, then we will have succeeded. If it leads us to continued conflict, then we will have at least done so with open eyes. And so the most audacious negotiation in the history of the cultivation realm was set to begin. The ancient enemy would meet the patriarch not on a battlefield, but in a council chamber, to discuss the possibility of fundamentally reshaping the balance of power that had existed for 500 years. Chapter 53. The Meeting of Opposites. When Tianying arrived at the appointed meeting place, the neutral twilight pavilion where she and Wen Qing had previously met. She came not in the form of pure shadow, but in a manifestation that was distinctly feminine and composed, a presentation of power that was refined rather than brutal. She had chosen to present herself not as a threat to be feared, but as an equal to be respected. Wen Qing, waiting inside the pavilion, rose to meet her with the gravity that such a moment demanded. This was not a battle. This was a conversation that could reshape the fundamental nature of the realm itself. I did not expect you to come, Tianying said, her voice carrying a quality that was almost uncertain. I thought you would send a proxy, some lesser cultivator to negotiate on your behalf. That would have been insulting, Wen Qing replied. You deserve to face me directly, just as I deserve to face you directly. We have been enemies for 500 years. The least we can do is speak to each other as ourselves. Tianying studied him for a long moment. You have changed, Patriarch. The man who defeated me in combat would not have suggested negotiation. He would have pursued me to the ends of the Shadowlands and attempted to destroy me utterly. Yes, Wen Qing agreed. I have changed. And you, I suspect, have also changed. Tell me, Tianying, when you built your shadow empire, when you gathered cultivators and taught them the ways of darkness, what was your true goal? Was it to destroy the light cultivation sects, or was it to create something new? Both, Tianying replied. The destruction of your ordered, hierarchical system was necessary because that system prevented the creation of something better. I did not want to destroy the realm, Patriarch. I wanted to transform it. I wanted to create a place where power and freedom went hand in hand, where individual development mattered more than adherence to established principles. And in pursuit of that goal, you corrupted disciples and attempted to infiltrate the Celestial Harmony Sect, Wen Qing said. Yes, Tianying acknowledged. and I would do so again, faced with the same circumstances. You force my hand, Patriarch. You refuse to acknowledge that there might be validity in paths other than your own. You refuse to even consider that your way might not be the only way. That refusal forced me to act in ways that were destructive, ways that I would not have chosen if I had believed you were willing to listen. It was an admission that cut to the very heart of the conflict between them. Both of them, in their own ways, had been responsible for the escalation that had led to war. Then let us begin anew, Wen Qing said. Let us establish terms under which both of our visions for the realm can coexist. Let me propose something to you. Tianying, a division of territories. Regions where shadow cultivation is permitted to flourish openly, regions where light cultivation remains dominant, and regions where both can exist in balance. And what of the territories where I currently hold power? Tianying asked. What of the shadow cultivators who have already established themselves in regions you claim are meant for light cultivation? We negotiate those boundaries carefully, Wen Qing replied. We establish protocols for transition, ways to allow those who wish to remain in their current regions to do so, while also allowing those who wish to change their affiliation to do so without penalty. It was the beginning of a conversation that would continue for days, as the two ancient cultivators worked to establish a framework that might actually work. And as they negotiated, both of them began to understand something profound. They were not natural enemies. They were opponents whose conflict had arisen not from fundamental incompatibility, but from a failure of communication and understanding that, now addressed, might be resolved. Chapter 54. The terms of coexistence. After 3 days of negotiation, Wen Qing and Tianying emerged from the Twilight Pavilion with a draft agreement that would reshape the cultivation realm. The agreement established 3 categories of territories: regions where light cultivation was dominant and shadow cultivation was restricted, regions where shadow cultivation was permitted to flourish openly, and regions where both were allowed to coexist and compete. Most importantly, the agreement included provisions for the gradual transition of territories, allowing communities to choose their path through formal processes rather than through conflict and conquest. It also established protections for individual cultivators, allowing those who wished to practice one form of cultivation but were currently in regions dominated by the other to move or to practice privately without persecution. When the Council of Sects assembled to review the proposed agreement, the reactions were mixed. Some sect leaders found it visionary, a way to finally end the perpetual conflict between light and shadow. Others found it horrifying, a betrayal of the principles that had guided their sects for centuries. But Wen Qing, presenting the agreement, spoke with a conviction that commanded respect. This is not surrender, he said. This is not a compromise of our fundamental values. This is the recognition that the realm is large enough for multiple forms of cultivation to coexist, and that in allowing that coexistence, we create the possibility for peace rather than perpetual war. But Patriarch, Elder Zhao protested once more. You are allowing shadow cultivation to expand into regions where it has never been permitted before. You are guaranteeing the growth of darkness in the realm. I am guaranteeing the growth of choice, Wen Qing replied. Whether that choice leads to darkness or light depends on the wisdom of those who make it. And I believe that when people are truly free to choose, they choose wisdom more often than they choose corruption. It was a bold statement, and one that many of the gathered sect leaders were not certain they agreed with. But the Patriarch had earned his authority through centuries of protection and wisdom. And so, despite the reservations, the agreement was ratified. The cultivation realm was about to enter a new era, one in which shadow and light would compete not through warfare, but through the merit of their respective paths. Chapter 55. The implementation. The transition to the new order was not without challenges. There were cultivators who refused to accept the legitimacy of shadow techniques, who continued to attack shadow practitioners even in regions where such attacks were forbidden. Conversely, there were shadow cultivators who viewed the agreement as a form of weakness on Wen Qing's part and attempted to expand beyond the boundaries that had been established. But Wen Qing and Tianying, working together for the first time, maintained the peace. Whenever sect leaders threatened to break the agreement, Wen Qing intervened with quiet authority. Whenever shadow cultivators attempted to exceed the boundaries, Tianying herself would punish them. demonstrating her commitment to the terms of coexistence. The Celestial Harmony Sect, meanwhile, underwent its own transformation. Wen Qing, now serving as the keeper of the archive and one of Wen Qing's most trusted disciples, oversaw the documentation of this new era in the history of cultivation. Jian Luo, serving as the effective authority of the sect, worked to integrate the new terms of coexistence into the sect's practices and teachings. And Xinyu, the former shadow agent who had turned to the light, found herself in an entirely new role, a bridge between the two communities, helping cultivators from both paths to understand and respect each other's perspectives. 6 months into the implementation of the agreement, Wen Qing called Wen Qing to a private meeting in the deepest chambers of the sect, in the archive itself. "I need you to understand something," Wen Qing said to the young disciple. "The work that I have done over the past few months, the negotiation with Tianying, the establishment of this new order, it is not the culmination of my efforts. It is the beginning of a new chapter." "What do you mean, Patriarch?" Wen Qing asked. "I mean that I am approaching a transformation," Wen Qing replied. "For 3,000 years, I have wielded power, made decisions, shaped the realm according to my understanding. But I have come to realize that the realm does not need a single powerful cultivator making decisions for it. It needs cultivators at every level, making choices, learning from those choices, growing in wisdom as a result." "Are you saying you are stepping down as Patriarch?" Wen Qing asked, concern creeping into his voice. "Not entirely," Wen Qing replied. "But I am saying that I will be taking a much lesser role in the governance of the sect. Jian Luo will become the formal Patriarch. You will become the keeper of the deeper knowledge, the archive. And together, with the other disciples, you will shape the sect's future." Chapter 56. The revelation to Jian Luo. When Wen Qing informed Jian Luo of his intention to formally step back from direct authority, the young disciple received the news with a mixture of honor and uncertainty. "Patriarch," Jian Luo protested, "I am not certain that I am ready for such responsibility. There is still so much I do not understand about governance, about leadership." "And there always will be," Wen Qing replied. "Leadership is not about having all the answers. It is about being willing to ask the right questions and being humble enough to admit when you do not know the answer. You have learned these lessons well. What you lack is confidence. Then help me build that confidence," Jian Luo said. "Continue to guide me, to mentor me, even if you are not formally in authority." "Of course," Wen Qing agreed. "I will always be here to guide the sect, to offer counsel when asked. But the decisions will be yours to make. The responsibility will be yours to carry. And in carrying that responsibility, you will grow in ways that I can no longer help you grow while I remain in the position of authority." It was a difficult transition, but over the following months, Jian Luo gradually took on more and more of the responsibilities of leadership. And as he did, both he and Wen Qing discovered that the transition was successful. The sect did not falter. If anything, the disciples became more engaged, more thoughtful about their roles, understanding that leadership was now distributed rather than concentrated in a single cultivator's hands. Chapter 57. The long quiet. For the next 2 years, the realm experienced a period of relative peace. The agreement between light and shadow cultivation held, though not without tensions. Communities slowly chose their allegiances, territories gradually shifted between the two dominant forms of cultivation. But the choices were made through consensus and gradual transition rather than through warfare and conquest. Wen Qing, released from the burden of direct governance, spent his time in ways that he had not been able to for centuries. He traveled through the realm, visiting the different regions, observing how communities were integrating shadow and light cultivation. He spent time in meditation, contemplating the nature of immortality and the meaning of his existence. And he spent increasing amounts of time with Wen Qing, teaching the young disciple not just about cultivation techniques, but about the philosophy of power, the ethics of leadership, the burden of responsibility that came with deep knowledge. One day, as he and Wen Qing sat atop the highest tower of the sect, looking out over the valley below, Wen Qing posed a question that had clearly been occupying his thoughts. "If you could do it all over again," Wen Qing asked, "if you could go back 3,000 years to the beginning of your existence as a cultivator, would you make the same choices?" Wen Qing considered carefully before answering. "I do not know, Patriarch. But I think the important thing is that you are asking the question. Most people with power never question whether they made the right choices. They simply assume they did, because the alternative is too uncomfortable to consider. And that lack of questioning is precisely what led to the conflict with Tianning, Wen Qing said. I spent 500 years certain that my way was the only correct way, certain that shadow cultivation was inherently evil, certain that I was protecting the realm by opposing it. I did not question. I assumed, and that assumption led to war. But you have questioned now, Xianqing said. And in questioning, you have found a different path. That seems like wisdom to me, patriarch. Perhaps, Wen Qing replied. But wisdom is a heavy burden to carry, especially when you possess power. Every decision I make affects not just myself, but everyone in the realm. Every assumption I make shapes how thousands of people live their lives. Chapter 58. The Shadow's Perspective. 3 years after the agreement had been established, Wen Qing received a private invitation from Tianning to meet at the Twilight Pavilion once more. When he arrived, he found the shadow cultivator sitting in meditative pose, her form flickering slightly between shadow and material manifestation. I wanted to thank you, Tianning said, her voice carrying a quality that was almost gentle, for listening to me, for being willing to question your own assumptions, for allowing the realm to change instead of trying to force it to remain as you had shaped it. I should thank you as well, Wen Qing replied, for having the courage to question me, for challenging my assumptions, for pushing me toward wisdom rather than allowing me to remain in comfortable certainty. They sat together in silence for a long while, two ancient cultivators who had spent 500 years as enemies, now understanding that their enmity had actually been a form of partnership, each pushing the other toward greater understanding, each forcing the other to question, each playing an essential role in the evolution of the realm. What comes next? Tianning asked finally. For you, Patriarch, you have stepped back from direct governance. You have helped to reshape the realm's balance of power. What remains for someone who has been living for 3,000 years? I do not know, Wen Qing replied honestly. For the first time in centuries, I find myself uncertain about what my path should be. And strangely, that uncertainty feels like freedom rather than burden. Perhaps that is the greatest gift immortality can offer, Tianning suggested. The ability to change, to grow, to question oneself again and again without the fear that time will run out. Or perhaps, Wen Qing replied, the burden is that we are forced to change, forced to grow, because without that growth, immortality becomes a curse rather than a blessing. Chapter 59. The Young Master. As the years passed following the agreement, Jian Luo grew increasingly skilled in his role as the patriarch of the Celestial Harmony Sect. He made difficult decisions, navigated complex political situations, and gradually shaped the sect to reflect not Wen Qing's vision entirely, but a synthesis of Wen Qing's approach with his own insights and the collective wisdom of the sect's elder disciples. And Xianqing, now in his early 30s, had become one of the most respected young masters in the sect. His training under Wen Qing had given him a perspective that few other cultivators possessed, a deep understanding of both light and shadow cultivation, a philosophical sophistication that came from studying the archive, and a genuine commitment to the principles of coexistence that the realm had adopted. One day, Jian Luo came to Wen Qing with a proposal that reflected how much both of them had grown. I believe it is time for the sect to take a more active role in mediating between light and shadow cultivators, Jian Luo said. Not in the way you mediated, Patriarch, through the force of your power, but through genuine education and exchange. I propose that we establish a new institution within the sect, a place where cultivators from both paths can come to study together, to learn each other's perspectives, to understand the commonalities that exist beneath the surface differences. That is a remarkable idea, Wen Qing said, genuine respect evident in his voice. What would you call this institution? The Hall of Balance, Jian Luo replied. A place dedicated to understanding coexistence, to studying the philosophical and practical foundations of both forms of cultivation, to training new leaders who understand both paths. Then establish it, Wen Qing said, and ask Xianqing to help you lead it. He possesses the wisdom necessary to guide such an undertaking. And so the Hall of Balance came into existence, a physical manifestation of the new era in the cultivation realm. Young cultivators from both light and shadow backgrounds came to study together, to challenge each other's assumptions, to discover that coexistence was not just politically possible, but philosophically necessary. Chapter 60, The Shadow of Doubt. 5 years after the establishment of the Hall of Balance, as the first generation of students trained in coexistence was approaching graduation, a shadow appeared in the otherwise peaceful landscape of the realm. Reports began arriving at the Celestial Harmony Sect of irregular shadow activity in a region far to the west, shadow cultivators acting without apparent authorization from Tianying, pursuing objectives that did not align with the agreed-upon framework of coexistence. When Jianluo brought these reports to Wen Qing, the ancient patriarch's expression grew troubled. This was inevitable, Wen Qing said quietly. Not every shadow cultivator accepts Tianying's authority. Not every light cultivator accepts the agreement. There are always those who believe that they can do better than the accepted order, that their vision is superior to the consensus. What do we do? Jianluo asked. We investigate, Wen Qing replied. We understand who is acting and why. We determine whether this is a coordinated challenge to the agreement or simply isolated incidents of individuals acting without broader authorization. Wen Qing and Tianying, working together once more, investigated the shadow activity in the western regions. What they discovered was troubling. A group of shadow cultivators who rejected Tianying's agreement with Wen Qing, who believed that she had been manipulated into accepting a settlement that was fundamentally unfavorable to shadow interests. The leader of this group, a shadow cultivator named Zhan Mo, had begun orchestrating attacks on light cultivation establishments in the agreed-upon shadow territories, hoping to provoke a response that would force Wen Qing and Tianying into direct conflict, thereby shattering the agreement. He is attempting to manipulate us, Tianying said, her voice carrying anger and frustration. He believes that if he can force us into conflict, the agreement will collapse, and we will return to the old ways of warfare. Then we must not allow ourselves to be manipulated, Wen Qing replied. We must respond to these incidents, but we must do so carefully, preserving the agreement even as we address the challenge to it. And so began a new phase of the cultivation realm's history, not a return to full-scale warfare, but a complex dance of negotiation, confrontation, and attempted manipulation, with Wen Qing and Tianying working together to preserve the fragile peace that they had built, even as others attempted to shatter it. Chapter 61. The turning point. The confrontation with Zhan Mo and his followers came to a head when Jianluo discovered that they had established a secret base deep within the Western Shadow territories, a location where they were working to gather support from other dissatisfied shadow cultivators. More troublingly, they appeared to be coordinating with a group of light cultivation extremists who also rejected the agreement, believing that the Celestial Harmony Sect had betrayed the fundamental principles of light cultivation. This is worse than simple rebellion, Wen Qing said when presented with this information. This is an attempt to divide both light and shadow from within, to create chaos that will make the agreement impossible to maintain. Then we should eliminate Zhan Mo and his followers, Elder Su Ming suggested. Use force to crush the rebellion before it can spread further. That is precisely what they want us to do, Wen Qing replied. If we respond with overwhelming force, we confirm their narrative, that the agreement is merely a facade, that true power still rests in the ability to kill those who disagree with us. Instead, Wen Qing took a different approach. He authorized Jianluo to establish direct dialogue with Zhan Mo and the other rebels, to understand their perspectives, to address their genuine concerns even while maintaining the framework of the agreement. Simultaneously, he worked with Tianying to root out the extremists within the shadow cultivator community, demonstrating that she was committed to the agreement and would not tolerate challenges to it. The process was slow and difficult, but gradually, the rebellion began to lose momentum. Some of Zhan Mo's followers, given the chance to air their grievances through dialogue rather than violence, came to understand that their concerns were legitimate and could be addressed within the framework of the agreement. Others, seeing that their rebellion would not achieve its goal of shattering the peace, quietly withdrew from Zhan Mo's cause. Within a year, the rebellion had effectively collapsed. Zhan Mo himself, facing defeat and the loss of most of his followers, chose to undergo a dramatic transformation. Rather than accepting execution or exile, he approached Wen Qing with a proposal that shocked many in the sect. "Train me to mediate," Jean Mo requested. "I challenged the agreement because I believed it was imposed without true understanding of shadow perspective. If that is my genuine concern, then the best way to address it is to become skilled in explaining that perspective to others, to help build bridges rather than burn them." And Wen Qing, recognizing the genuine insight in Jean Mo's request, agreed. He took the rebel cultivator as a personal student, training him not in the arts of war, but in the philosophy of mediation, in the skills necessary to help others understand perspectives different from their own. By the time Jean Mo had completed his training, nearly 5 years after his rebellion had ended, he had become one of the most respected mediators in the Hall of Balance, helping to resolve disputes between light and shadow cultivators, teaching others the lessons that he had learned through his own transformation. Chapter 62. The Immortal's Burden. 8 years after the establishment of the agreement, Wen Qing found himself in a deeply contemplative state. He was approaching what, for an immortal, might be considered a crisis point, a moment of fundamental questioning about the meaning of his existence and the purpose of his continued power. "I have lived for 3,000 years, he said to Xian Qing one evening, as they sat in the archive reviewing newly documented histories of the realm. "I have shaped civilizations, trained disciples, established systems of governance that have lasted centuries. And yet, I find myself uncertain about what any of it means." "What do you mean, Patriarch?" Xian Qing asked gently. "I mean that immortality," Wen Qing replied, "is both the greatest gift and the greatest curse that can be bestowed upon a being. It allows me to accumulate knowledge and wisdom across unimaginable spans of time. But it also prevents me from ever truly achieving closure, from ever being able to say that I have completed my work and can rest." He paused, looking directly at Xian Qing. "Every time I resolve a conflict, establish a new order, create a framework for peace, I know that within decades or centuries, that framework will be challenged. The peace I have created will eventually be broken. The order I have established will eventually be overturned, and I will have to begin again. Is that not the nature of existence itself?" Xian Qing asked. "The eternal cycle of creation and destruction, of order and chaos, of wisdom and ignorance." "Perhaps," Wen Qing replied. "But for beings who possess mortality, that cycle is bearable because they know it will eventually end. They know that one day they will die, that their burden will be passed to others, that they will finally achieve rest. I have no such comfort. I will continue forever, bearing this burden, watching civilizations rise and fall, unable to ever truly retire from the responsibility of power." It was in this moment of profound doubt that an unexpected opportunity presented itself to Wen Qing, an opportunity that would test not just his power, but his fundamental understanding of what it meant to be immortal. Chapter 63. The Wanderer appears. A mysterious cultivator appeared at the gates of the Celestial Harmony Sect, requesting an audience with Wen Qing. The cultivator was unusual in appearance, neither clearly aligned with light cultivation nor shadow cultivation, but possessing elements of both in a way that defied conventional understanding. When brought before Wen Qing, the mysterious cultivator revealed their identity with a simple statement. "I am he who walks the boundary," the cultivator said, their voice carrying a quality that suggested they had existed for even longer than Wen Qing himself. "I have traveled through the realm observing the agreement that you and Tian Ying have established. I have come to speak with you about what comes next." "What comes next for what?" Wen Qing asked, sensing that this conversation would be of profound importance. "For you," the Boundary Walker replied. "You have spent 3,000 years establishing order, creating frameworks, shaping the realm according to your understanding. But you have never considered what might exist beyond your understanding, what might be possible if you released your need to control and guide, if you allowed the realm to evolve without your constant intervention." "That is a compelling question," Wen Qing admitted. "But I am not certain that I am capable of releasing that need. Power and the responsibility to guide seem inseparable to me." "That is precisely what I have come to challenge," the Boundary Walker said. "I propose something that few immortals would consider, a sabbatical. You would release all formal authority, all roles of guidance or leadership. You would retreat from direct involvement in the realm's affairs. And you would spend time simply observing, learning, discovering what happens when civilizations and cultivators are truly free to shape their own destinies without your constant presence. The proposition was shocking in its audacity, and yet, as Wen Qing considered it, he felt something that he had not experienced in centuries: genuine hope. The possibility of stepping away, of discovering what the realm could become without his constant guidance, of finally knowing what it meant to be truly free from the burden of power. How long? Wen Qing asked. As long as necessary, the boundary walker replied. Years, decades, perhaps centuries. However long it takes for you to understand what it means to exist without the need to control. Chapter 64. The departure. Wen Qing made the decision to accept the boundary walker's proposal after consulting with Jian Luo, Xian Qing, and Tian Ying. All of them supported his decision, understanding that it was necessary for his own evolution and for the maturation of the realm. Before his departure, Wen Qing made several important provisions. He formalized Jian Luo's authority as the patriarch of the Celestial Harmony Sect, ensured that Xian Qing had everything he needed to maintain the archive, and established clear protocols for how major decisions would be made in his absence. Most importantly, he met with Tian Ying one final time at the Twilight Pavilion. I am entrusting you with something, Wen Qing said to the shadow cultivator. The responsibility of maintaining the agreement, of ensuring that the balance I have worked to establish does not collapse in my absence. Can I trust you with this burden? You already have, Tian Ying replied. From the moment we began negotiating, you have trusted me to hold to the agreement. This is simply a continuation of that trust. Then I will depart with peace, Wen Qing said. And I will return when I have learned what the boundary walker has promised to teach me. And so Wen Qing left the Celestial Harmony Sect, walking alongside the mysterious boundary walker into regions of the realm that he had never explored, beginning a journey of discovery that would last for decades and transform his understanding of existence itself. Chapter 65. The new order emerges without Wen Qing's constant presence. The Celestial Harmony Sect and the cultivation realm experienced unexpected growth. Jian Luo, freed from the weight of the patriarch's shadow, made decisions that were genuinely his own. The sect evolved in new directions, developed new techniques, established new relationships with both light and shadow cultivators. Xian Qing, commanding the archive with increasing skill and authority, documented not just the realm's history, but its ongoing transformation. He added new sections to the archive dedicated to understanding the philosophical foundations of coexistence, creating a living record of how the realm was learning to balance light and shadow. And the Hall of Balance, now under the direction of a council of senior disciples rather than under Wen Qing's guidance, became increasingly sophisticated in its approach to mediation and education. Young cultivators were no longer simply learning about coexistence. They were actively creating new frameworks for how light and shadow could work together, developing techniques that drew upon both traditions. Tian Ying, true to her commitment, worked tirelessly to maintain the agreement. When challenges arose, as they inevitably did, she addressed them through negotiation rather than through the intimidation of her personal power. She demonstrated, through her actions, that she was genuinely committed to the vision of coexistence that she and Wen Qing had established. And slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the nature of the conflict between light and shadow cultivation began to shift. It was no longer a fundamental opposition, but rather a healthy competition, different approaches to power, each with strengths and weaknesses, each contributing to the overall evolution of cultivation practice. Chapter 66. 10 years of transformation. By the time 10 years had passed since Wen Qing's departure, the cultivation realm had transformed in ways that would have been unimaginable a decade earlier. Communities that had previously been torn apart by conflict between light and shadow cultivators had become centers of innovation, where practitioners from both traditions worked together to develop new approaches to cultivation that transcended the old divisions. New cultivation sects emerged, founded by graduates of the Hall of Balance, sects that explicitly rejected the notion that light and shadow were fundamentally opposed, sects that taught disciples to draw upon both traditions in balance. Some of these sects proved to be more innovative and dynamic than the traditional light cultivation establishments that had dominated for centuries. The younger generation of cultivators, those who had grown up with the agreement already in place, took coexistence for granted in a way that their elders could never do. For them, it was simply the natural state of the world, that there were different paths to power, that these paths could be studied and integrated rather than opposed, that a cultivator's value lay not in their unwavering adherence to a single tradition, but in their ability to understand and work with multiple approaches. Jin Luo, watching this transformation, sometimes found himself wondering what Wen Qing would think of how the realm had evolved. But he was also increasingly confident that the patriarch would approve, that this organic growth and transformation was precisely what Wen Qing had been working toward, not the establishment of a static order that would endure forever, but the creation of conditions that would allow the realm to grow and change and evolve according to its own nature. Chapter 67. The Boundary Walkers teaching deep within regions of the realm that existed at the boundaries between material and shadow, between known and unknown. Wen Qing was undergoing a transformation of his own. The Boundary Walker had taken him to places where the fundamental nature of cultivation itself seemed to operate according to different rules, where power flowed in patterns that defied conventional understanding. What you are learning, the Boundary Walker explained to Wen Qing, as they sat in meditation at a location where the boundary between realms was particularly thin, is that immortality is not truly about living forever. It is about learning to let go of the need to exist forever. That seems paradoxical, Wen Qing replied. How can I release the need to exist forever if immortality has made it so that I will continue to exist whether I desire it or not? By understanding that existence is not about duration, the Boundary Walker said, it is about quality. You have spent 3,000 years assuming that the value of your existence lay in how long you lived, how much you could accomplish, how many disciples you could train, and civilizations you could shape. But perhaps true value lies in the depth of understanding you achieve, the wisdom you accumulate, the way you transform not just the world around you, but your own nature. It was a teaching that required Wen Qing to fundamentally reconsider everything he had believed about his own existence. It required him to question whether the weight he carried as an immortal, the constant responsibility, the inability to ever truly retire, the knowledge that his work would eventually be undone, was actually a burden worth carrying, or whether there was another way to exist that did not require that burden. Chapter 68. The return 15 years after Wen Qing's departure, the Boundary Walker brought the ancient patriarch back to the threshold of the Celestial Harmony Sect. Wen Qing's appearance had not changed. Immortality prevented the physical degradation that would have marked such a long journey for a mortal being. But his presence had changed. Something in how he carried himself, in how his consciousness extended into the world, suggested a fundamental transformation. When you return, the Boundary Walker said, before departing, you will find that the realm has progressed further than you might have imagined. The agreement you established with Tian is no longer necessary, because it has become the foundation upon which the realm is built. Your work has succeeded not by enduring, but by transforming into something that no longer requires your constant maintenance. And what of my role? Wen Qing asked. If the realm no longer requires my guidance, what am I to do with the centuries and millennia that still stretch ahead of me? You will discover, the Boundary Walker replied, that there are forms of existence and purpose that you have not yet conceived of. Your journey does not end, patriarch. It transforms. And with that cryptic statement, the Boundary Walker faded into shadow, leaving Wen Qing alone at the threshold of the sect he had founded, the sect he had shaped, the sect that he was now returning to as a fundamentally different person than the one who had departed. Chapter 69. The changed sect. When Wen Qing entered the Celestial Harmony Sect, he found it transformed almost beyond recognition. The hierarchy that had dominated for centuries had become far more fluid. Disciples of all ranks participated in major decisions. The division between outer disciples and inner disciples, which had been rigid for so long, had become permeable, with disciples moving between categories based on demonstrated wisdom rather than static advancement through cultivation ranks. The greatest change, however, was in the spiritual atmosphere of the sect, where there had once been a quality of waiting for Wen Qing's decisions, of dependency on the patriarch's wisdom. There was now a palpable sense of agency. Disciples debated with each other, challenged each other's assumptions, and created new frameworks for understanding cultivation without waiting for permission or guidance from above. Jin Luo, now in his 60s and approaching the age where, for ordinary cultivators, the question of succession would have become pressing, greeted Wen Qing with genuine joy. "Welcome back, Patriarch," he said, bowing formally before embracing the ancient cultivator. "The sect has continued to evolve during your absence. I hope you find the changes acceptable." "More than acceptable," Wen Qing replied. "The sect has become precisely what it should be, a community of learners and teachers, rather than a hierarchy centered on the authority of a single powerful individual." "Xianqing will be pleased to hear you say that," Jin Luo said. "He has been maintaining the archive meticulously, adding new sections that document our transformation. He has also been preparing a presentation for you regarding the future direction of the sect." Chapter 70. The final revelation. When Qing met with Xianqing in the archive, and the young master presented his vision for what came next. The archive, Xianqing explained, had grown to the point where it could no longer be maintained by a single individual. He proposed transforming it into a living institution, a place where scholars and cultivators from all traditions could come to not just study the past, but to document and interpret the present, to create a living record of the realm's ongoing evolution. "I propose," Xianqing explained, "that we establish the Institute of Archive Studies, a place dedicated to teaching others how to maintain and interpret records, how to preserve knowledge for future generations, how to ensure that the wisdom accumulated across centuries is not lost or forgotten." "That is an excellent proposal," Wen Qing said, "and I would like to offer something to support it. I will entrust to this new institute my personal records, the accumulated documentation of my 3,000 years of existence, not as an authority to be revered, but as one voice among many, as evidence of how even the most powerful and wise cultivators are capable of making mistakes, of learning, of transforming." It was a profound gesture, one that would ensure that future generations would understand not just Wen Qing's triumphs, but his failures, his doubts, his gradual transformation from a figure of absolute authority to one who understood the value of stepping back and allowing others to guide the world. As Wen Qing prepared to walk away from direct governance of the sect entirely, to become simply an elder whose counsel could be requested, but who would no longer make decisions unilaterally, he felt something that he had not experienced in centuries, a sense of completion. Not the end of his journey. The boundary walker had been right that his journey would continue in forms he had not yet conceived of, but the completion of a chapter, the fulfillment of a long arc of development that had begun when he first learned that there were perspectives different from his own, perspectives that were valid and worthy of respect. And in that sense of completion, Wen Qing found something more valuable than immortality itself, the knowledge that his life, his choices, his struggles had contributed to the creation of something that could endure and flourish without his constant presence. That was the true measure of a patriarch's success. Not how long he could maintain control, but how well he could teach others to govern themselves. Chapter 71. The discovery in the archive. While reviewing some of the oldest recordings in the archive, documents so ancient that even Wen Qing had difficulty remembering their original context, Xianqing made a discovery that would set the stage for everything that followed. Buried within layers of protective formations, an encoding was a message. Not from Wen Qing, but from someone far older, someone whose existence had preceded the ancient patriarch's own emergence as a cultivator. The message was simple, but its implications were staggering. If you are reading this, then the cycle has begun again. Prepare the bearer of this knowledge. Prepare them for the choice that will define whether our realm continues forward or collapses backward into chaos. When Xianqing brought this discovery to Wen Qing, the ancient patriarch's expression shifted into something that Xianqing had never seen before, genuine uncertainty, almost fear. "This predates my own knowledge," Wen Qing said quietly, his consciousness extending into the formation that protected the message, attempting to understand its origin. "This suggests that there are forces at work in this realm that I have never fully comprehended, that my 3,000 years of existence may represent only a small portion of a far larger cycle." "What cycle?" Xianqing asked. "What is the message referring to?" "I do not know," Wen Qing replied, and the admission seemed to cost him greatly. But I fear that my departure, my stepping back from direct involvement in the realm's affairs, may have allowed something to awaken, something that my constant presence had been holding in check. Chapter 72. The strange phenomena in the weeks following the discovery in the archive, reports began arriving from all regions of the realm of unusual phenomena. The boundary between material reality and the Shadowlands, which had been relatively stable for the 15 years since Wen Qing's departure, began to fluctuate erratically. Shadow cultivators reported feeling sudden surges of power that did not come from their own cultivation, surges that seemed to originate from the Shadowlands themselves. Light cultivators reported feeling inexplicable weakening of their connection to the light, as though some fundamental force was drawing that power away. Most troublingly, there were isolated incidents of cultivators, both light and shadow, simply vanishing. Not dying, not being killed in combat, but disappearing without a trace, leaving behind only a slight disturbance in the spiritual environment that suggested they had been transported somewhere, to some place that existed outside the known boundaries of the realm. Tianying, when consulted about these strange occurrences, reported that she was experiencing something similar on the shadow side. Something ancient is stirring, she told Wen Qing, when they met in private to discuss the situation. Something that predates even my understanding of shadow cultivation. I have been sensing it at the very edges of my perception, like a presence that is trying to manifest but is being held back by some barrier. The message in the archive suggested that there is a cycle, Wen Qing said. A larger pattern that encompasses more than just the current age. If that is true, then what we are experiencing may be the beginning of a transition to a new phase of that cycle. And what would such a transition entail? Tianying asked. I do not know, Wen Qing replied, but I fear that it may require me to return to direct involvement in the realm's governance. My sabbatical may have been premature. Chapter 73. The missing disciples. The situation escalated dramatically when disciples of the Celestial Harmony Sect began to go missing. First 1, then 3, then 10. Young cultivators with particular aptitude for understanding the integration of light and shadow techniques were disappearing in the night, leaving behind only the same mysterious disturbance that had accompanied the other vanishings. When the missing disciples reached 13, a number that seemed significant for reasons that no one could quite articulate, a message appeared in the meditation chamber where many of them had spent their final days in the sect. The message materialized in characters of pure light that burned themselves into the stone of the chamber walls. The bearers of the new understanding have been called. They will face the choice that all bearers must face. If they succeed, the realm will enter a new age. If they fail, all that has been built will be consumed by the force that seeks to reshape reality itself. What does this mean? Jian Luo demanded, reading the message with growing alarm. What choice? What force? Wen Qing stood before the message for a long time, his consciousness expanding outward, searching through the fabric of reality for any trace of where the missing disciples might have gone. When he finally spoke, his voice carried a weight that reminded everyone present that he was far more than the patient mentor they had known. I believe, Wen Qing said slowly, that we have been protected for 3,000 years from something far more powerful than we are. A force that existed before I emerged as a cultivator, that may have existed long before the current configuration of the realm itself. My assumption has always been that this realm was eternal, that it would continue indefinitely, as I had shaped it. I now fear that assumption may have been profoundly wrong. Then what happens now? Xian Qing asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Now, Wen Qing replied, the invisible elder must prepare to become visible once more. And this time, he may have to face a conflict that all his power, all his wisdom, all his 3,000 years of experience may not be sufficient to survive. Chapter 74. The breach. 2 days after the message appeared, the boundary between the material realm and shadow began to destabilize in a way that went far beyond the erratic fluctuations that had been occurring. A massive tear opened at a location between the northern territories and the western Shadowlands. A breach that was neither light nor shadow, but something entirely other. A space where the fundamental rules that governed cultivation seemed not to apply. From that breach, entities began to emerge. Not shadow creatures, not corrupted disciples, but beings that appeared to exist in a state beyond the categorization of light and shadow. They were intelligent, coordinated, and clearly purposeful, and they began moving through the realm with single-minded determination, not attacking the population, but gathering up cultivators who possessed certain qualities: the ability to integrate light and shadow, the wisdom to understand coexistence, the potential to bridge worlds. They were, Wen Qing realized with growing horror, collecting the missing disciples. And they were doing so with an efficiency that suggested they had been waiting for this opportunity for a very long time. "We must close the breach," Elder Su Ming insisted when Wen Qing gathered the sect's leadership to address the crisis. "We must seal it before more of these entities can enter our realm. Sealing it would condemn the missing disciples to whatever existence they are experiencing on the other side," Wen Qing replied. "And more importantly, I suspect that if we simply seal the breach, it will only grow stronger, will eventually force itself open again with catastrophic consequences." "Then what do you propose?" Jian Luo asked. "I propose," Wen Qing said quietly, "that I must enter the breach and discover what lies beyond. I must understand what these entities want, why they are collecting our disciples, what this cycle that the ancient message referred to truly entails." "That is suicide," Tianing said flatly. She had manifested from the Shadowlands specifically to participate in this council. "You do not know what awaits you beyond that breach. These entities could be far more powerful than you are." "Possibly," Wen Qing agreed. "But I am the only one with sufficient power and knowledge to have any chance of understanding what is happening. And more importantly, these missing disciples are my responsibility. If their choice is to enter this new realm, then I must at least ensure that they do so with full understanding of what they are choosing." Chapter 75. The departure into unknown with preparations made for the sect's defense in his absence. Authority formally transferred to Jian Luo. Contingencies established for various scenarios. When Qing approached the breach, the entities that had been gathering disciples did not attempt to stop him. Instead, they parted before him, allowing him to pass through the boundary between worlds. As he crossed the threshold, Wen Qing felt his consciousness stretching in ways it never had before. The realm he was leaving behind seemed to fade, not into invisibility, but into irrelevance, as though the fundamental rules that governed that realm, the distinction between light and shadow, the progression of cultivation ranks, the nature of power itself, suddenly ceased to apply. On the other side of the breach, Wen Qing found himself in a space that defied description. It was not a realm in the conventional sense, but rather something closer to the space between realms, a location where the fundamental architecture of existence itself was visible. And suspended within that space, like stars in a void, were countless civilizations, countless worlds, countless variations on the cultivation system that existed in Wen Qing's home realm. And in the center of them all, coordinating them, guiding them, was a presence of such magnitude that Wen Qing's consciousness momentarily faltered. "Welcome, Patriarch," a voice said, a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. "Welcome to the true cycle. I have been waiting for someone from your realm to reach this level of understanding. I have been waiting for someone capable of carrying a message back to your people." Chapter 76. The Truth of Cycles. As Wen Qing's consciousness adjusted to the overwhelming presence before him, the entity that had spoken began to explain the true nature of the cycle. What Wen Qing had believed to be a single realm with a linear history was actually one variation among countless others, each following its own trajectory, each reaching its own level of development. "Every realm reaches a choice point," the entity explained. "A moment when the civilization within that realm must decide whether to accept coexistence with other paths of power or to remain locked in fundamental opposition. Most realms fail at this choice point. They collapse into eternal conflict, their potential wasted, their evolution arrested." "In my realm?" Wen Qing asked. "Have we passed this choice point successfully?" "Partially," the entity replied. "You and Tianing reached an agreement. You established a framework for coexistence. But that was only the first stage. The second stage requires something far more profound. It requires you to accept that your understanding, your framework, your vision of how cultivation should work may not be correct. It requires you to be willing to integrate with something greater, to become part of a larger whole." You are asking me to surrender the autonomy of my realm, Wen Qing said. You are asking me to accept that we should become subject to whatever larger force you represent. No, the entity replied. I am asking you to accept that autonomy is itself an illusion. Every realm exists within a larger context. Every civilization influences and is influenced by those around it. Accepting that reality, rather than fighting against it, is the path forward. Chapter 77. The missing disciples. Wen Qing demanded to see the missing disciples, to understand why they had been taken, what choice they were being asked to make. The entity complied, and Wen Qing was transported to a location within the Between Realm where his disciples were gathered. What he found shocked him profoundly. The disciples were not imprisoned, not corrupted, not even particularly distressed. Instead, they appeared to be engaged in forms of cultivation that transcended the limitations of light and shadow, techniques that drew upon the fundamental structures of reality itself. Among them, Wen Qing recognized the young woman who had explained to him why she had chosen shadow cultivation, the disciples from the Hall of Balance who were most advanced in their understanding of coexistence, Wen Qing's closest students. All of them individuals who possessed not just power, but genuine wisdom, genuine understanding of the limitations of their own perspectives. They came willingly, the entity explained. Once they understood the choice, once they grasped the magnitude of what was possible beyond the constraints of their home realm, they chose to join this greater community. They chose evolution over stagnation, understanding over comfortable certainty. They are my responsibility, Wen Qing said, anger rising in his voice. You had no right to take them without permission from the sect. Permission, the entity repeated, amusement evident in its tone. These are individuals of power and wisdom. They do not require permission from you or anyone else to make choices about their own evolution. That is precisely what you taught them, is it not? That autonomy matters, that coexistence requires accepting the choices of others even when those choices challenge our own understanding. The entity's words struck Wen Qing like a physical blow. It was right. In teaching his disciples to question authority, to develop their own wisdom, to make autonomous choices, he had created the conditions for exactly this situation. He could not demand that they return to the sect, not without betraying everything he had taught them. Chapter 78. The Impossible Choice. The entity offered Wen Qing a choice that was both elegant and terrible. He could return to his realm bearing knowledge of the larger cycle, knowledge that would eventually reshape how his civilization understood itself and its place in a larger cosmos. The missing disciples would remain in the Between Realm, learning and evolving in ways that would have been impossible within the constraints of his home realm. Or, he could choose to remain in the Between Realm himself, continuing to guide the development of his disciples, but accepting that his home realm would fall under the guidance of other entities, would be integrated into the larger network whether Wen Qing was present to guide that integration or not. There is also a third option, the entity said. You could reject both paths. You could attempt to return to your realm and seal the breach permanently, severing your realm from contact with the larger cycle. But understand, such severance would require a power expenditure of a magnitude that would likely destroy your own existence. Your realm would be isolated, protected from external influence, but you would not survive the process of creating that protection. Wen Qing stood in silence for a long time, the weight of the choice pressing down on him with a force that not even the most catastrophic battles of his existence had generated. I need time to consider, Wen Qing said finally. Surely you will grant me that much. Your realm and its processes have clearly evolved beyond simple violence or coercion. Take whatever time you need, the entity replied. But understand, every moment you delay is a moment during which your home realm faces uncertainty. Your disciples there do not know whether you will return. They do not know whether the breach will expand, whether more entities will come, whether their entire world is about to be transformed. It was the most elegant form of pressure, Wen Qing realized. Not threatening the sect directly, but making the cost of inaction clear, forcing him to make a choice not based on what he wanted, but based on his responsibility to those who depended on him. Chapter 79. The Negotiation over the course of the next period of time. Though time itself seemed to flow differently in the Between Realm, and Wen Qing could not truly say whether days had passed or years, he negotiated with the entity that governed the larger cycle. He learned that the cycle was not a form of conquest or domination, but rather a natural evolutionary process. Realms that reached a certain level of development were invited to integrate with others, to share knowledge, to participate in collective evolution. Most realms accepted this invitation gratefully. Some, like Wen Qing's realm, proved resistant, attempting to maintain isolation and autonomy even as they evolved. The question, the entity explained, is not whether integration will happen. It is inevitable as the sun rising. The only question is whether it happens through willing cooperation or through the inevitable pressures that will eventually force integration anyway. When Qing proposed a compromise, his realm would accept the integration, would open itself to interaction with the larger cycle. But the process would be gradual, allowing his civilization time to prepare, to evolve its understanding of its place in the larger cosmos at a pace that would not cause catastrophic disruption. The entity considered this proposal for what felt like an eternity. Finally, it agreed, but with conditions. Wen Qing would remain in the between realm, serving as a bridge between his home realm and the larger cycle. The missing disciples would be free to return if they chose, but they would serve as ambassadors of the new understanding, teaching others what they had learned. And most importantly, Wen Qing would be stripped of his power, returning to the home realm not as the patriarch with vast cultivation, but as a mortal being, forced to experience the transformation of his world without the ability to control or direct it. Why? Wen Qing demanded. Why strip me of my power? Because, the entity replied, your power has always been the foundation of your certainty. It is difficult to remain attached to your understanding when you are powerless to implement it. This will be the final lesson you must learn, that the realm's evolution does not depend on your power, but on the collective wisdom of all those who inhabit it. Chapter 80. The final cliffhanger. When Qing agreed to the entity's terms, accepting both the preservation of his realm and the stripping of his power. He stood at the threshold of the breach, preparing to return to his home realm as a mortal. Behind him, the between realms stretched into infinity, filled with countless civilizations in various stages of evolution and integration. Before him, the material realm that he had shaped for 3,000 years waited, unaware that everything was about to change. One final thing, the entity said, as Wen Qing prepared to cross back through the breach. There is another realm, beyond even the larger cycle I have described. There is a force that is older than the cycle itself, older than these attempts at integration and cooperation. It has been waiting at the margins, watching, gathering strength. And your realm's integration into the larger cycle has begun to awaken it. What is this force? Wen Qing asked, though part of him feared the answer. That, the entity replied, is something you will have to discover. But know this, when it awakens fully, every realm in the larger cycle will face a choice that makes the one you have just made seem trivial by comparison. Your realm will face a choice between continuing to evolve toward coexistence and integration, or joining this ancient force in an attempt to shatter the cycle entirely. When Qing crossed back through the breach, feeling his power drain away as he did, feeling himself becoming mortal in ways he had not experienced in 3,000 years. He emerged in his home realm to find chaos. The breach had been expanding in his absence. More entities had emerged, and his disciples were in the process of gathering to mount a defense they had no hope of winning. But before he could even call out to them, before he could begin to explain what had happened, Jian Luo and Xian Qing both turned toward him with expressions of shock and horror. Behind Wen Qing, visible only to those within the sect, something began to manifest from within the breach. Something that was neither light nor shadow nor belonging to the larger cycle. Something that was ancient and vast and profoundly hostile to everything Wen Qing had spent 3,000 years building. And as the entity began to fully emerge from the breach, Wen Qing, now powerless, could do nothing but watch as the true conflict that had been waiting at the margins of reality finally began to reveal itself. The invisible elder, stripped of power and immortality, faced the beginning of a war that would determine not just the fate of his realm, but the fate of every civilization in the larger cycle. A war that would make all previous conflicts seem like rehearsals for a truly apocalyptic confrontation. The sect held its breath as the true darkness began to emerge. The sect's invisible elder continues. Chapter 81. The Ancient Darkness. The entity that emerged from the breach was nothing like the dignified, ethereal forms that had previously crossed the dimensional threshold. This thing was wrong in ways that defied simple description. Its form seemed to exist in multiple states simultaneously, solid and incorporeal, light and shadow, matter and void all at once. Where it touched the edges of reality, the fabric itself seemed to fray and rot, spreading outward like a blight. Wen Qing's breath caught in his throat. In 3,000 years of existence, in countless battles against demons, celestial beings, and interdimensional threats, he had never felt anything remotely like this. The presence alone was suffocating, pressing down on the sect like the weight of mountains. Disciples throughout the compound collapsed to their knees, blood streaming from their noses as their minds simply shut down in self-defense against the overwhelming wrongness radiating from the breach. "What is that?" Jianluo gasped, his hand instinctively reaching for his sword, even though he knew the gesture was meaningless against something like this. In all the records, in all the ancient texts, nothing describes something of this magnitude. Wen Qing tried to summon power, to feel even a fraction of the strength that had defined him for millennia. There was nothing. The entity had been truthful. He was mortal now, stripped of everything that had made him the Shadow Sovereign. The realization was more terrifying than any blade, any cultivation technique, any enemy he had ever faced. "The hidden abyss," Xianqing whispered, her face gone pale. The legends speak of the hidden abyss, something that exists outside the natural order. It comes when the barriers between worlds grow weak. "Grandfather, is this?" Before she could finish, the entity's attention locked onto her, not as a person, but as a target, as potential prey. A manifestation of pure hunger emanated from it, and Xianqing dropped to one knee, gasping as if the air itself had been removed from her lungs. "No." Wen Qing moved without thinking, placing himself between Xianqing and the ascending horror. It was instinctive, protective, the response of a grandfather, not a god. And it was exactly wrong. The entity's focus shifted to him, analyzing, probing, seeking something in his consciousness that it could use. Images flooded Wen Qing's mind. He saw civilizations burning, saw entire realms being consumed from within by something that spread like a disease of consciousness itself. He saw the larger cycle that the entity he'd negotiated with had described, and he understood with crystal clarity that the hidden abyss was indeed something older, something that predated even the cycle itself. It was a corrective mechanism, a cosmic immune system designed to eliminate anything that became too complex, too interconnected, too threatening to the natural order. And apparently, the integration of his realm into that larger cycle had triggered its immune response. Wen Qing gasped and fell backward, Jianluo catching him. Around them, the disciples were beginning to move, preparing for battle despite the hopelessness of it all. They had been trained for 3 centuries to follow their immortal founder without question. Even now, even facing something that appeared to transcend all normal existence, they were ready to die at his word. "Evacuation," Wen Qing managed to say, his voice hoarse. "Begin evacuation protocols. Get everyone who cannot fight to the inner sanctum. Seal it with everything we have." "We can't just run," Jianluo protested. "There has to be something we can do. Some technique, some formation. You've taught us that no enemy is undefeatable, that knowledge and will can overcome power." Wen Qing looked at him, truly looked at him. His first disciple, the one who had been loyal through centuries of obscurity, who had carried out the sect master's will with absolute faith. How many times had Wen Qing manipulated events around him, guiding his cultivation, ensuring he would be strong enough to help defend the sect when the time came. And now Jianluo stood before him, sword raised, ready to fight against something that would devour him without a second thought. "You are right," Wen Qing said slowly. "There is no enemy that is undefeatable. But this is not an enemy, Jianluo. This is a force of nature. It is what happens when systems become unbalanced, when the cosmic order itself begins to collapse. We cannot fight it with swords or techniques." "Then what?" Xianqing asked, tears streaming down her face. "Grandfather, you've always found a way. You've always known what to do. Tell us how to save ourselves." Wen Qing closed his eyes. For the first time in 3,000 years, he felt truly helpless. The irony was not lost on him. He had spent his entire existence hidden, watching, maintaining balance from the shadows. Now, when the final confrontation had come, he had no power at all. All his strength had been stripped away in the process of saving the realm from immediate conquest. And in that moment of stripping, he had ensured his own powerlessness. The hidden abyss began to expand, consuming the space between it and the sect. Disciples started screaming as the blight spread, and Wen Qing made a decision that would have been impossible to make just hours earlier. He would have to become visible. He would have to reveal himself and his history. And in doing so, he would become vulnerable to an enemy that seemed to exist specifically to consume entities like him. But if he didn't, everyone in the sect would die, and the realm would fall. "Gather the council," Wen Qing said, his voice taking on the command it had not had for 300 years. All of them. Now, the hidden abyss continued its expansion, and somewhere in the depths of the breach, something that was older than civilization, older than realms, older than the natural cycle itself, began to laugh. Chapter 82. The council convenes. The sect's inner chamber had been built to withstand anything: siege weapons, doomsday cultivators, even the assault of demonic entities. It had never been tested against something like this. The walls themselves seemed to be shaking from the presence pressing against them from outside, and hairline cracks were beginning to form in the reinforced stone. Wen Qing sat at the head of the council table, and for perhaps the first time in 3 centuries, he did not hide his weariness. Around him, the most powerful disciples of the sect stared at him with expressions ranging from shock to confusion to slowly dawning horror as they began to piece together what his presence and his authority truly meant. "The janitor," whispered Wu Chun, the second-generation sect master, whose reign had lasted nearly 200 years. "You're not really the head janitor, are you?" Wen Qing did not answer immediately. He was studying the council members one by one, trying to decide how much to reveal, how much they could handle knowing. Jian Luo already suspected the truth. Xian Qing was beginning to understand it. But the others, the hundreds of elders, the talented disciples who had been groomed to become the next generation of leadership, they would need proof. "I am the founder," Wen Qing said quietly. The words fell like stones into still water, and the ripples spread through the chamber with palpable force. Several disciples actually staggered backward as if physically struck. 3,000 years ago, I established the profound Sky Sect. Every discipline you have learned, every technique you have mastered, every legacy you carry with pride was created by my hand. And for the entirety of my existence, I have hidden this fact because my power grows stronger when I am unnoticed and weaker when revealed. I became a janitor to maintain that imbalance. "This is insane," someone said. Wen Qing thought it might have been Elder Lu, though the speaker's face was flushed with either rage or panic, making it difficult to tell. "You're telling us that our entire sect was built on a lie? That you've been manipulating us for 300 years? That we've been living under false pretenses?" "Yes," Wen Qing said simply. "And I would do it again. Every decision I made, every moment I spent guiding you in the shadows, was to prepare you for this moment. The hidden abyss has awakened, and it will not stop. It cannot be negotiated with. It will not be satisfied with the destruction of one realm. The only way any of us survive this is if we understand what we're facing and move as one, with absolute clarity of purpose." Jian Luo stood up. "How do we fight something like that?" "We don't," Wen Qing said. "Not directly. The hidden abyss is not bound by the same rules as normal matter and energy. It exists in the spaces between things, in the failures of integration, in the places where realms attempt to preserve individuality at the cost of greater harmony. The more we fight it directly, the stronger it becomes, because our resistance feeds it. We must instead accelerate the integration process. We must accept our place in the larger cycle completely, without reservation or resistance." "That's surrender," Wu Chen said, his voice hard. "That's the death of everything we are as a sect, as a culture, as a people." "No," Wen Qing replied. "It's evolution. The hidden abyss can only spread where there are barriers, where there are walls between civilizations trying to maintain their separate identities. If we willingly dissolve those barriers, if we embrace becoming part of something larger, we create an environment where the abyss cannot propagate. But it requires a choice that no sect has ever been willing to make before." The chamber fell silent. Outside, the sound of the breach widening became audible, A horrible, tearing sound like reality itself was being shredded. Then there was another sound, far worse. The screams of the outer disciples who had not made it to shelter in time. "I need your answer," Wen Qing said, standing. "I need you to choose. Do we defend our individuality and die? Or do we let go of everything that defines us and gamble that we can rebuild something new from the ashes?" There is no third option. There is no perfect solution. There is only the lesser evil. No one spoke for a long moment. Then Wen Qing stood up and walked to stand beside her grandfather. "I choose to live," she said firmly. "And if living means becoming something new, then I will become that something new. I trust you, grandfather. Not the person you pretended to be as a janitor, but the being who has guided us all for 300 years, always toward survival, always toward growth." One by one, others stood. Jian Luo was next, his face grim but resolute. Then Elder Su, one of the oldest members of the sect. And then, slowly, the rest. Not all of them believed, not all of them agreed, but they understood that the alternative was death. "Then we begin," Wen Qing said. "We will open the breach fully, and we will guide every soul in this realm through the integration process willingly. But first, we need to contact the entity I negotiated with. We need to warn the other realms that the hidden abyss is awakening. And we need to pray that the larger cycle can respond in time." Outside, the hidden abyss continued its expansion, consuming everything in its path, unaware that beneath the ancient sect, plans were already being formed for a resistance that would require a sacrifice none of them could yet imagine. Chapter 83. The process of fully opening the breach was unlike anything Wen Qing had anticipated. He had expected it to be mechanical, a matter of removing barriers and allowing the force to flow. Instead, it was deeply personal. Every person in the sect who was willing to be integrated had to consciously consent to the process, had to let go of their attachment to their individual realm, to their specific identity within the greater cycle. The courtyards of the sect filled with disciples and disciples' disciples, generations of them, all waiting for their turn to pass through the breach that had been expanded to cover an entire wall of the compound. Wen Qing stood at its threshold, no longer a janitor, no longer an invisible elder, but finally, for the first time in 300 years, revealed as the sect master and founder. The transformation in how people treated him was stark. Where they had once ignored him or treated him with the casual dismissal reserved for servants, they now looked at him with a mixture of awe, betrayal, and fear. Some of them approached him with requests for favor. Others refused to meet his eyes. A few even turned away entirely, choosing death in the material realm over integration into something they did not understand. Wen Qing did not try to stop them. He understood. The fear of losing one's identity, of being subsumed into a larger consciousness, was fundamentally deep. It was the fear of death itself, but worse, it was the fear of losing the very self before death arrived. "Father," a voice said behind him. Wen Qing turned to find Jian Luo's descendant, a young woman named Jian Mei, who had been raised on stories of the sect master's glorious deeds. But of course there was no sect master visible to her until today. "Is it true? Have you really been here all along?" "Yes," Wen Qing said simply. "Then why?" she demanded, her eyes flashing with anger. "If you were so powerful, why did you hide? Why did you allow the sect to struggle, to face trials that you could have prevented? How many disciples died because of your choice to remain invisible?" It was a fair question. It was the question he had known would eventually come. Wen Qing chose his words carefully. "Because the power that sustains me requires obscurity. The moment I revealed myself, I began to die. And because if you are told that your leader walks among you, you stop growing. You become dependent. You become weak. By remaining hidden, I forced each of you to develop your own strength, your own wisdom. You became better because I was not there to save you." Jian Mei's expression hardened. "That's a pretty explanation for a selfish choice. You got to live forever while sacrificing the development and lives of your disciples because it suited your power structure. That's not noble. That's not wisdom. That's just domination wrapped in philosophy." She walked away before he could respond, moving toward the mass of disciples being guided away from the sect by protective formations. Wen Qing watched her go, understanding that she was not wrong. There was selfishness in his choice, even if there had also been necessity. The price of his survival had been paid by thousands of others, and no amount of later redemption could change that fundamental truth. "You're thinking too much about the past," a familiar voice said. Wen Qing turned to see the entity he had negotiated with before, its ethereal form hovering just beyond the breach. "The past cannot be changed, and your disciples need you to focus on the future." "They're angry with me," Wen Qing said. "They have a right to be." "Yes," the entity agreed. "But they are also still here, aren't they? They are still choosing to follow you into the unknown rather than cling to the realm that is dying. That suggests that despite your flaws, despite the legitimate grievances they carry, they still trust you to guide them towards something better. Do not squander that trust by drowning in guilt." Wen Qing nodded. "The hidden abyss, can it be stopped?" "Not stopped," the entity said, "but contained. If enough realms voluntarily integrate, if enough civilizations let go of their desperate attachment to individuality, the abyss will have no more space in which to propagate. It will simply go dormant. But this requires coordination across multiple realms, and most of them do not yet understand what is happening. You must carry that message. You must become a voice in the larger cycle, crying out warnings to those who cannot yet see the danger. Which means being even more visible," Wen Qing said bitterly. "Which means my power continues to diminish." "Yes," the entity said without pity. "The ultimate irony is that the only way to save your realm now requires you to be as visible as possible. You must speak in councils of realms. You must argue for change with beings who will recognize you as their equal and your words as the words of someone with something to gain. You will be exposed, vulnerable, and far less powerful than you have been in centuries. And you will do it anyway, because the alternative is the death of everything you have built." Wen Qing looked back at the disciples passing through the breach, becoming integrated into the larger cycle. He looked at Xian Qing, who was helping coordinate the evacuation with preternatural calmness. He looked at Jian Luo, who was dealing with those who refused to leave, ensuring they had at least some protection when the hidden abyss reached them. And he understood that the entity was right. He would do this because he had no choice. "Very well," he said. "Tell me what I need to know about the other realms. Tell me who I need to convince, and what arguments might sway them." The entity began to speak, and Wen Qing listened, committing every detail to memory. Around them, the breach continued to expand, and somewhere deep in the dark spaces between worlds, the hidden abyss continued its patient, inexorable advance. Chapter 84. Emissary. The realm of Zhenjian was nothing like Wen Qing's home, where his world had been defined by mountains and secrets, by hidden valleys and profound depths. Zhenjian was all crystalline towers and open plazas, all light and visibility. It was a realm that had never had to hide because it had never been afraid, and looking at it, Wen Qing understood why the beings who lived here would be so resistant to the concept of voluntary integration. The Council of Zhenjian numbered in the thousands. They were not a unified group like the Profound Sky Sect, but rather representatives of countless smaller kingdoms and cultural groups who had agreed to meet in this neutral space to discuss the crisis. Their reactions to Wen Qing's presentation varied wildly. "You're telling us," said a crystalline being whose name had been translated to Bright Star, "that we must give up our independence, our unique cultural identity, everything that makes us who we are, based on your claims about a threat that we cannot see." "I'm telling you that the threat is real," Wen Qing replied, maintaining his composure even as he felt the weight of their skepticism pressing down on him. "And I'm telling you that it will become visible only when it is too late to stop it. The hidden abyss does not announce itself. It simply consumes from within." "How convenient," said another representative, a being made entirely of swirling mists. "An enemy that cannot be proven until it is too late," described by a newcomer whose realm was the first to show signs of opening to external influence. "Forgive us if we are suspicious that your crisis is actually your attempt to consolidate power over multiple realms by forcing our integration." Wen Qing had expected this. He had anticipated the resistance, the accusations of hidden motives, the appeal to cultural independence, and the right to self-determination. He had even, in abstract, understood why they would think this way. Understanding did not make it easier to endure. "I will prove it to you," he said, standing and moving toward the center of the council chamber. "I will show you the truth of what I am claiming, if you will hear me. How? Brightstar asked. Wen Qing took a deep breath, understanding that what he was about to do would further diminish his power, further strip away the strength that had defined him for millennia. But it was necessary. Everything required now was necessary. He reached out through the space between worlds, using the remnants of his power to touch the hidden abyss directly. It was like touching madness itself, like pressing his consciousness against something that should not exist. The abyss recoiled from him, recognizing something kindred in his existence, a being of power, a being of consequence, a being worth consuming. And in that moment of contact, he felt it. All of it. The incomprehensible hunger, the endless emptiness that sought to fill itself with the matter and energy of countless realms. The knowledge that it had been waiting for this moment, that the integration process itself was what it fed on, that each realm that tried to open itself to the larger cycle only made it stronger. Wen Qing broke the contact and collapsed to one knee, gasping. Around him, the council members were reacting with visible shock. They had felt it too, he realized. Through his connection to them, through the exposure he had created, they had all felt the touch of the hidden abyss for just a moment. Now you know, Wen Qing said, his voice hoarse. Now you understand what we are facing. And now you understand why I am asking you to do the one thing that seems certain to make it stronger. Integration is not a response to the abyss. It is the only response that will allow us to survive it. One of the representatives, a being of flowing water whose form was in constant motion, stood up. If integration makes it stronger, how can integration also protect us? It was the critical question, the one Wen Qing had wrestled with himself. Because, he said slowly, the abyss thrives on separation, on the resistance between different realms and different cultures trying to maintain their independence. It feeds on conflict, on the barriers we create, on the fear we feel toward that which is different from us. But if we voluntarily integrate, if we accept becoming part of something larger while still maintaining our core identity, we create an environment where the abyss has nowhere to propagate. It becomes like a bacterium in an environment where all the resources have been consumed by a stronger organism. It does not disappear, but it enters dormancy, unable to spread, unable to grow. And what is the cost? Brightstar asked. Wen Qing met her gaze. The death of individuality as you understand it. The end of complete cultural independence. The beginning of a process where all realms slowly become one unified consciousness. Some aspects of your culture will be lost. Some of your traditions will be diluted. Some of who you are will be transformed into something you cannot yet imagine. But you will survive, and you will retain the core of yourselves. It is not perfect, but it is better than the alternative. The council descended into chaos. Representatives began arguing, some moving toward Wen Qing, others away. The air itself seemed to fill with tension and suspicion and fear. And in the midst of it all, Wen Qing felt his power continuing to diminish with each moment of visibility, each moment of having to explain and justify his actions. By the time he left the council chamber, he was barely more powerful than a mortal again. The irony was exquisite. The more successful he became at convincing other realms to listen to him, the weaker he became. It was as if the universe itself was ensuring that his victory would come at the cost of absolute powerlessness. That went better than I expected, the entity said when Wen Qing returned to the space between worlds. Most councils would have thrown you out immediately. They are still debating whether to believe me, Wen Qing said wearily. And even if they do, convincing them to voluntarily give up their independence will take time. Time we may not have. No, the entity agreed. You don't. Already the abyss is moving faster. It has realized what you are attempting, and it is accelerating its expansion. The question now is whether you can convince enough realms to integrate before the abyss reaches critical mass and becomes unstoppable. Wen Qing closed his eyes and prepared himself for the next council, the next argument, the next plea for a future that none of them could truly envision. And he understood, with perfect clarity, that he was no longer fighting to save his realm. He was fighting to save existence itself. Chapter 85. The first alliance. It took Zhenjian 3 days to reach a decision. 3 days of arguments, of counter-arguments, of desperate attempts to find some alternative solution that did not require the sacrifice of their identity. In the end, Brightstar was the one who convinced them. She stood before the full council and spoke of the moment she had felt the abyss touch her consciousness, and she told them that whatever the cost of integration, it was better than allowing something so fundamentally wrong into their realm. One by one, the various kingdoms and cultural groups of Zhanjian agreed to open their barriers and voluntarily integrate into the larger cycle. It was not unanimous. Perhaps 10% of the population chose to resist, to maintain their isolation until the very end. But it was enough. With Zhanjian's agreement came something more valuable than military might or cultivated power. It came legitimacy. When Wen Qing arrived at the next council, in the realm of Song Yi, he was no longer an unknown messenger warning of invisible threats. He was the emissary who had convinced one of the 5 great realms to voluntarily surrender its independence. Song Yi was easier to convince, largely because they had been watching Zhanjian's integration process and could see that the catastrophe the fearful had predicted had not occurred. When Wen Qing arrived, he found Bright Star already there, speaking to the Song Yi Council about her experience of integration, about the strange and wonderful process of becoming part of something larger while retaining the essential core of who she was. "But how long does it take?" asked the leader of Song Yi, a being whose form was that of a perpetually growing tree. "How long before we lose ourselves completely?" "We haven't lost ourselves," Brightstar said. "We have expanded ourselves. Yes, there are things we can no longer do in isolation. Yes, there are traditions that no longer apply when you're part of a larger whole. But the things that made us fundamentally Zhanjian, our art, our pursuit of clarity, our belief in the power of light and visibility, those remain. They have simply been contextualized within a larger framework. I find myself more fully myself now, not less." It was a lie, Wen Qing realized. Or at least, it was not quite the truth. What Bright Star was experiencing was a kind of euphoria that came from successful integration, a sense of being part of something so much larger than oneself that individual concerns seemed to fade in importance. Some would find it liberating. Others would find it terrifying. But what mattered now was that Song Yi agreed to open their barriers. With each realm that joined the integration, Wen Qing felt his power diminish further. But with each realm that joined, the space available for the hidden abyss to spread contracted. It was a race between his powerlessness and the abyss's expansion, and neither was advancing as quickly as it could have. The entity warned him during one of his visits to the space between worlds. 3 realms have fallen, it said quietly. They refused to integrate, held to their isolation, and the abyss reached them before they could change their minds. Their populations are transforming, becoming something other than what they were. The abyss is using them as incubators, as spaces where it can reproduce and spread its influence. Wen Qing felt sick. "How many deaths?" "In the billions," the entity said. "But not death in the sense you mean. They are not dead, merely transformed. They are becoming vessels for the abyss's consciousness, extensions of its will. If this continues, if you cannot convince the remaining realms to integrate, then eventually the abyss will be able to reproduce itself faster than you can seal it away." "Then I need to move faster," Wen Qing said. "I need to be in multiple places at once, convince multiple councils simultaneously." "That is possible," the entity said, "but it will require you to fragment your consciousness. You will have to split your awareness across multiple bodies, multiple locations. The strain on a being as diminished as you now are will be immense. It may fragment your mind permanently, may leave you broken in ways that even integration into the larger cycle cannot repair." Wen Qing nodded. "Do it. I don't matter anymore. Only the mission matters." "Very well," the entity said. "But understand that once you do this, you may never be whole again. You may spend the rest of your existence aware of multiple contexts simultaneously, aware of multiple conversations, multiple perspectives, but never able to fully collapse back into unified consciousness. Some would call that enlightenment. Others would call it madness. Does it matter?" Wen Qing asked. "If I can save existence by fragmenting myself, then I will fragment myself happily." The entity performed the ritual that would split Wen Qing's consciousness into multiple parts. 3 of him. 3 aspects of a unified being, each with perfect recall of the other's experiences, but each also capable of independent action. It was excruciating. For a moment, Wen Qing felt his mind tear apart, felt himself being ripped into pieces. Then, gradually, the 3 parts found a way to coexist, to function independently while remaining in communication. He sent one version of himself to the realm of Jade Sunrise, another to the floating islands of Void Dancer, and a third to the subterranean kingdom of Deep Roots. Each carried the same message. Each made the same pleas. And each was aware of what the others were doing, creating a strange, sort of distributed consciousness that was neither fully unified nor fully fragmented. The councils of Jade Sunrise and Void Dancer agreed to integrate relatively quickly, but Deep Roots was different. Its rulers refused even to hear Wen Qing's message, claiming that the proposal was fundamentally contrary to their entire philosophy of depth, secrecy, and separation. "We have hidden ourselves in the depths for millions of years," said their ruler, a being of stone and mineral whose name translated roughly as Still Mountain. "We have preserved our culture, our traditions, our way of life, precisely because we refuse to interact with the chaos of the surface realms. Your proposal to voluntarily destroy that isolation is an insult. It is a demand that we become something we are not. If you do not, you will be destroyed," the version of Wen Qing in Deep Roots said, trying to keep his frustration from his voice. "The hidden abyss does not care about your traditions or your philosophy. It will consume you regardless of your refusal. Then we will die defending what we are," Still Mountain said. "That is preferable to living as a shadow of ourselves within some greater consciousness." The three versions of Wen Qing felt the moment when the hidden abyss reached the barrier of Deep Roots. They felt the population beginning to transform, beginning to be absorbed and converted into vessels for the abyss's will. And they felt the decision that Still Mountain made in that moment, to close the deepest chambers, to seal herself and the core population of her realm inside, to create a pocket of resistance against the spreading corruption, knowing that it was likely to be temporary, but hoping that it might last long enough for the larger cycle to find a solution. By the time it happened, 3/4 of the major realms had agreed to integrate. But it was no longer a question of mathematics. It was a question of time and speed and critical mass. The hidden abyss had claimed 3 entire realms and was consuming a 4th. If it successfully converted those populations, if it could use them as bases for further expansion, then the point of no return might have already been passed. One of Wen Qing's aspects was in Deep Roots when the final barrier fell. He felt the moment when the spreading corruption breached the sealed chambers, felt the last of Still Mountain's consciousness beginning to fragment and disperse. And in her final moment of clarity, Still Mountain reached out to Wen Qing with a thought, a message that burned with the intensity of absolute despair. "You were right," she said, her consciousness already beginning to merge with the abyss. "We should have accepted integration. Anything would have been better than this. Tell the others. Tell them not to do as we did. Tell them to accept transformation, because at least transformation leaves some part of you intact. This is annihilation." And then she was gone, and the realm of Deep Roots was lost. Chapter 86. The breaking point. The loss of Deep Roots shattered the illusion of inevitable victory. Up until that point, every realm that had agreed to integrate had done so with some optimism, some belief that this choice would lead to survival and continuation. But watching Deep Roots fall, watching billions of conscious beings cease to exist as individuals and become something other, something less, something wrong, that changed the calculations of every remaining council. Suddenly, integration did not seem like a solution to the problem. It seemed like a slower version of the same doom that the hidden abyss offered. What was the difference, the fearful asked, between being consumed by the abyss and being consumed by integration? In both cases, you ceased to be yourself. In both cases, your individuality was lost. Wen Qing's third aspect, the one stationed in the neutral space between worlds where the entity resided, received a cascade of messages from the councils that had already agreed to integrate. They were asking to reverse their decisions, asking to be allowed to separate, to try to maintain their isolation despite the risks. "It's falling apart," that aspect reported to the unified consciousness that was still somehow maintaining coherence across 3 separate locations. The psychological impact of Deep Roots' fall is too much. They're frightened, and frightened beings make poor decisions. Then we need to show them that integration is not the same as destruction. The first aspect said, still present in Deep Roots despite the realm's fall, watching the transformed population move with mechanical precision in service to the abyss's will. We need to show them that choice exists even within integration. How? The third aspect asked. The abyss offers no choice. It is absolute, total, complete. But integration should, the second aspect said, from Void Dancer where it had been working to coordinate the final preparations for that realm's voluntary integration. The entity promised that we would retain our core identity, that we would not become unified in the way that the abyss creates unified consciousness. The difference is subtle but critical. Integration respects agency, while the abyss destroys it. Can we prove that? The third aspect asked. We can try, the first aspect said. We can take a population that is already integrated and demonstrate that they still possess choice, that they still possess the essential aspects of their individual consciousness. We can show the other realms that integration is not annihilation. It was a desperate gamble. Already, the populations of Zhenjian and Song Yi were beginning to show signs of the deeper changes that integration entailed. Their consciousness was becoming networked with the consciousness of thousands of other realms, creating a vast distributed mind that was neither singular nor fully plural. To ask them to demonstrate their individuality, to ask them to prove that they were not in the process of disappearing, might actually accelerate the process that the fearful were already worried about. But the alternative was to allow the remaining realms to panic, to refuse integration, and to fall one by one to the hidden abyss. So Wen Qing sent messages to the leaders of Zhenjian and Song Yi, and asked them to come to a council meeting where they could demonstrate, in person, that integration had not destroyed them. It was an act of profound vulnerability, because if they could not demonstrate that, if they arrived looking hollow or transformed or broken, then everything that Wen Qing had been working toward would collapse. Bright Star appeared first, manifesting in the neutral space with the same crystalline clarity that had defined her before integration. But there was something different about her now. Her light was somehow more connected, more aware of the greater whole that she had become part of. When she moved, it was with a precision that suggested that her movements were informed by knowledge and perspective that extended beyond just her individual experience. You want me to prove that I am still myself, she said to the three aspects of Wen Qing, and her voice carried harmonics that had not been present before, the subtle resonance of a consciousness that was aware of multiple perspectives simultaneously. Yes, the first aspect said. Can you? Bright Star was quiet for a moment. I am not the same self that I was before integration. That is a fact that I cannot deny. But I am also not destroyed, not erased, not transformed into something fundamentally wrong. I am expanded. I am aware of more. I understand more. I am connected to more. There is loss in that transformation, certainly. I cannot be as narrow, as focused, as certain as I was before. But there is also tremendous gain. What kind of gain? One of the council members asked. Understanding, Bright Star said. I am now aware of perspectives that would have taken me millions of years to accumulate in isolation. I can see the universe through the eyes of thousands of different minds. I can feel the weight of experiences that are not my own. I can understand, at a deep level, that the things that made me certain of my own righteousness were often simply manifestations of my ignorance. Integration has given me wisdom. It has given me compassion. It has transformed me into something that is more fully myself than I have ever been. It was a beautiful answer. It was also, Wen Qing suspected, at least partially a lie, or at least a very selective truth. Bright Star's consciousness was being gradually subsumed into the larger whole, even if she did not experience it as loss. But from the perspective of the frightened councils, it was exactly what they needed to hear. One by one, over the following days, the remaining realms agreed to integrate. Some willingly, some reluctantly, some only after multiple delegations to the councils of those who had already made the transformation. By the time the final realm agreed to open its barriers, Wen Qing was barely aware anymore which of his three aspects was having which conversation. His consciousness had begun to fragment further, spreading thin across the space between worlds, touched by the presence of every realm that had agreed to integration. The hidden abyss, sensing the completion of the integration process, paused in its expansion. For a moment, there was a strange equilibrium. The abyss held the three realms it had corrupted, consuming them slowly, converting them into some kind of new form of existence. The integrated realms existed in a state of strange hybrid consciousness, neither fully unified nor still individual. And Wen Qing existed in all places and no place, aware of everything and fully comprehending nothing. You did it, the entity said, manifesting before the fragments of Wen Qing's consciousness. The critical mass has been reached. The hidden abyss cannot expand further. It will slowly recede into dormancy, unable to propagate in an environment where the barriers between realms no longer exist. At what cost? The fragments asked in unison, their voices creating a harmony that was almost beautiful if it had not been so terrifying. Everything, the entity said simply. You have sacrificed your individuality, your power, your very consciousness as a unified being. In exchange, you have saved existence itself. History will remember you as a hero, Wen Qing, but you will not remember it as a unified being. You will exist as fragments, scattered across the integrated consciousness of the larger cycle, never able to fully collapse back into your original form. You have become the sacrifice that the universe required. The fragments of Wen Qing wanted to scream, wanted to rage against this final, ultimate indignity. But they could not, because the capacity for unified emotional response required a unified consciousness, and that was no longer something they possessed. Instead, they simply accepted the dissolution and began the slow process of learning how to exist as fragments, as pieces of a consciousness that had been shattered in the process of saving worlds. Chapter 87. The Integrated Life. What it meant to be Wen Qing after the integration was something that could not be adequately described to a consciousness that remained singular and unified. The closest approximation was to say that he existed everywhere and nowhere, that he was aware of every conversation and no conversation, that he carried the memories and experiences of the countless beings he had been and was in the process of becoming. One fragment of him remained in Zhenjian, watching Bright Star navigate her new existence as a being that was both herself and something vastly larger. Another fragment existed in the space between worlds, still in communication with the entity, monitoring the slow recession of the hidden abyss as it became apparent that it had no further room to spread. The third fragment had dispersed further, touching the consciousness of thousands of beings across multiple realms, experiencing their integrations, their fears, their moments of revelation when they realized that they had not been destroyed but transformed. What he discovered through these fragments was that integration was more complex than any of them had anticipated. It was not a simple merging of consciousness into some kind of unified mind. Rather, it was the creation of networks, of connections that allowed minds to touch and communicate and share experience without actually merging. There was still individuality, still separation, but it was a separation that was permeable and contextual rather than absolute. In one location, a fragment of Wen Qing was experiencing the perspective of a being named Flowing Water, who had been part of Song Yi and was struggling with the disorientation of being able to perceive multiple perspectives simultaneously. She was not losing herself, exactly, but she was becoming someone new, someone who could think in ways that purely individual consciousness could never achieve. In another location, a fragment of Wen Qing was touching the experience of the transformed population of Deep Roots, and he felt their horror and despair. The integration had not extended to them as fully as it had to the realms that had chosen it voluntarily. Instead, they existed in a kind of half-state, partially absorbed by the abyss, partially maintained in a kind of simulated individual consciousness that was actually a puppet consciousness, moved by the abyss's will. That realization struck one of Wen Qing's fragments with terrible force. The integration was not a solution for those who had been consumed by the abyss. They would remain corrupted, remain wrong, remain a kind of infection within the larger whole. And as long as they existed in that state, there was a potential for the infection to spread, for the abyss to find new vectors for its expansion. The transformed population needs to be integrated properly, he said to the entity during one of his increasingly rare moments of unified thought. They need to be brought fully into the network, allowed to regain authentic consciousness rather than being puppets for the abyss's will. That is a delicate process, the entity said. The transformation has gone too deep. Simply trying to fully integrate them into the larger consciousness might actually complete the process of their dissolution rather than recovering them. Then what do we do? Wen Qing asked, feeling the weight of responsibility even as his consciousness fragmented further with each passing moment. We wait, the entity said. We monitor. We look for those who can resist the abyss's control even within their transformed state. We create spaces where authentic consciousness can persist despite the corruption. We do exactly what you have done for 300 years with your sect. We hide the core of what is good, what is salvageable, and we protect it in shadows until the time is right to bring it forth. It was a familiar strategy, and it brought a strange kind of comfort. Even in his fragmented state, even in the dissolution of his individual consciousness, Wen Qing found that there were patterns in how he had lived that could be extended to this larger crisis. The same principles that had guided him as a founder, that had led him to hide in order to preserve and protect, could apply here as well. But there was a problem, one that his fragments could not escape. As his consciousness dispersed further into the integrated network, he was losing the ability to maintain the distinction between himself and the network itself. Soon, there would be no separate Wen Qing anymore, only a fragment of consciousness that was indistinguishable from the whole. Is this how my existence ends? He asked the entity. Not in defeat, not in some dramatic confrontation with my enemy, but in this slow dissolution into the greater whole. Is it an ending? The entity replied. Or is it a continuation? You will not be Wen Qing anymore, but something of Wen Qing will persist in the integrated consciousness. Your experiences, your wisdom, your unique perspective, all of it will become part of the foundation upon which the new integrated civilization is built. In a sense, you will live forever, distributed across the consciousness of countless beings. That is not living forever, one fragment of Wen Qing said with bitter humor. That is dying in such a way that people mistake it for transformation. But even as he said it, even as he felt the grief of his own dissolution, another part of him was beginning to understand that the entity might actually be right. Because in touching the consciousness of beings across the realms, in experiencing their perspectives and their understandings, he was becoming something larger. He was becoming not Wen Qing the individual, but Wen Qing the principle, a guiding force, an aspect of wisdom that informed the entire integrated consciousness. It was not what he would have chosen, but it was, perhaps, a better fate than annihilation. Chapter 88. The hidden abyss awakens for 3 months. The hidden abyss had receded, entering a state of dormancy as the integrated consciousness of the United Realms left it with no space in which to propagate. The corrupted populations of the 3 fallen realms existed in that strange state between transformation and authentic consciousness, neither fully themselves nor fully entities of the abyss. It was during Wen Qing's 98th day of watching the recession that he felt the shift. It was subtle, almost undetectable to a consciousness that was not as distributed as his had become. But he felt it nonetheless. A sudden reversal in the abyss's direction, a moment of acceleration as if something had finally finished preparing itself. The abyss is doing something, he reported to the entity, using a voice that came from multiple locations simultaneously. Something different. It's not trying to expand. It's consolidating. It's gathering all of its power, all of its presence, into a single point. What is it attempting? The entity asked, and for the first time, Wen Qing detected something like fear in its voice. I don't know, he said honestly. But it's not something it would do unless it believed it had a chance of success. It wouldn't waste power on a grand gesture unless. The thought came to him then, terrible and clear. Unless it's not trying to expand at all. Unless it never was. What if the hidden abyss doesn't want to consume the realms? What if it wants to devour the integration process itself? What if it's been waiting for us to unite everything, to create this vast network of consciousness, so that it could penetrate at a single point and convert the entire integrated consciousness at once? The entity was silent for a long moment. That is disturbingly plausible. We have assumed that the abyss wanted to spread gradually, consuming one realm at a time. But if it is intelligent enough to do that, it would also be intelligent enough to recognize that such a strategy would be inefficient. A single, perfect strike against the heart of the integration would be far more effective. Then we need to warn the integrated consciousness, Wen Qing said. We need to tell them to prepare defenses, to create barriers, to... But even as he said it, he realized the impossibility of what he was suggesting. You could not hide from something that existed in the space between minds. You could not defend against an attack that came from within the network itself. The integration process that had been their salvation now became their greatest vulnerability. It's coming. The entity said, its voice distant and strange. I can feel it. It's beginning its strike at the heart of the integration. And then the space between worlds became chaos. The hidden abyss did not attack like an ordinary enemy. It did not manifest itself as a being that could be fought with power or technique. Instead, it introduced itself into the network as a kind of logical contradiction, an idea that could not be denied, a perspective that could not be refuted. It was the notion that integration itself was false, that the connections that bound the realms together were artificial and temporary, that the only true way to exist was in complete isolation, in absolute separation. And because the integrated consciousness was in some fundamental way still plural, still containing multiple perspectives and multiple minds even within its network, that notion found purchase. It found beings who had been transformed against their will and blamed the integration for their loss. It found cultures that feared they had sacrificed too much of their identity. It found lonely souls who longed for the clarity that came from complete separation from external consciousness. Wen Qing felt the fragmentation beginning, felt the integrated consciousness starting to tear itself apart from within as these doubts and contradictions propagated through the network. And he understood with perfect clarity that this was the true nature of the hidden abyss. It was not chaos. It was contradiction incarnate. It was the principle of separation given form and consciousness and will. It's not an enemy, he said to the entity, even as he felt his own consciousness being torn in multiple directions by the advancing contradiction. It's a fundamental force. It's what separates individual things from one another. And we've been trying to fight it by integrating, by removing the things that separate us. But you can't remove separation itself. It's intrinsic to existence. Then what do we do? The entity asked. And now there was no doubt in Wen Qing's perception that it too was frightened, that it too was uncertain. We accept it, Wen Qing said, and the revelation came to him even as he was being torn apart by its truth. We don't try to eliminate the abyss. We don't try to eliminate separation. We create a balance. We find a way to coexist with contradiction itself, to maintain the network while acknowledging the validity of separation. It was impossible, of course. Balance between integration and separation was fundamentally unstable. But even as the thought occurred to him, Wen Qing realized that instability was acceptable. Not everything needed to be permanent. Not everything needed to work forever. They only needed the balance to last long enough for the larger cycle to evolve further, to find its own solutions. He reached out through the network with fragments of his consciousness, trying to do for the integrated civilization what he had done for the profound Sky Sect for 300 years. He tried to hide the core truth of what the integration meant, tried to preserve the essential identity of each being while allowing them to remain networked. He tried to create shadow spaces where contradiction could exist without tearing everything apart. And as he did, he felt the final dissolution of his individual consciousness. There was no unified Wen Qing anymore. There was only the principle of hidden protection, the wisdom of strategic revelation and concealment, scattered across the entire integrated consciousness, informing every decision, guiding every being toward choices that balanced on the knife edge between integration and separation. The hidden abyss paused in its assault, sensing the shift in the nature of the network. It was no longer attacking a unified consciousness that could be broken into pieces. It was attacking something that was inherently plural, inherently contradictory, inherently able to contain its opposite. And in that moment, something fundamental changed. Chapter 89. The new equilibrium. The transformation from being attacked to achieving stalemate was not a sudden thing. Instead, it was a slow, grinding realization that the hidden abyss's attacks were no longer effective. Every attempt to introduce a contradiction that would tear the integrated consciousness apart was met with an equal and opposite force, a kind of wisdom that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, from every being in the network simultaneously. The entity eventually understood what had happened. Wen Qing has merged with the integrated consciousness, it told the few observers who remained aware enough to listen. He is no longer separate. He is not a being or even a collection of fragments anymore. He has become a principle, the principle of balance, of hidden wisdom, of knowing when to reveal and when to conceal. But even that was not quite accurate, because in merging with the integrated consciousness, Wen Qing had not disappeared. He had simply become distributed in a way that was almost impossible to describe to anyone who had not experienced it themselves. Every being in the network carried a fraction of his consciousness. Every thought that balanced contradictions contained some aspect of his nature. He had become what he had always been, in a sense. The invisible elder, the hidden founder, the guiding force that worked from shadows and secrets. Jin Luo, experiencing all of this from his position within the integrated consciousness of the profound Sky Sect's contribution to the network, finally began to understand what his eternal master had been doing for all those 300 years. The isolation, the watching, the careful guidance. It had all been preparation for this moment, for the day when a single consciousness would have to learn how to exist as many while remaining whole. Bright Star, for her part, found herself laughing at the elegance of the solution. The hidden abyss represented the principle of separation, and they had tried to fight it with integration. But true victory had come not from eliminating separation, but from learning to live with it, to contain it, to balance it against the urge to become unified. The realm of Zhenjian, which had been the first to voluntarily integrate, became a kind of heartland for the new arrangement. It was there that the councils of the integrated consciousness began to meet, there that the ongoing negotiation between the principles of unity and separation took place on a daily basis. This is not a victory, one of the counselors said during the first official meeting of what they were calling the balanced consciousness. This is an endless struggle that we've agreed to maintain. We're choosing perpetual conflict over either complete integration or complete separation. Yes, Bright Star said, and her voice carried the weight of multiple perspectives now, multiple understanding. But conflict, properly managed, is the essence of growth. Without the tension between unity and separation, we would stagnate. We would become static. This balance we have achieved requires us to constantly renegotiate, constantly question, constantly choose. That is not comfortable, but it is alive. Wen Qing, accessing her grandfather through the network in ways that she still did not fully comprehend, felt his approval of this conclusion. He had spent 300 years hidden, working at the margins of power, and that had made him wise. Now that wisdom was distributed across an entire civilization, and the effect was exactly what he would have wanted, not control, but influence, not domination, but guidance, not revelation, but the strategic use of information. But there remained one problem, one that the councils could not ignore. The three realms that had been consumed by the hidden abyss were still corrupted, still half-transformed, still existing in that strange liminal state between authentic consciousness and puppet servitude to the abyss. They cannot remain as they are, said the counselor from what had once been deep roots, speaking through the fragmented consciousness of Still Mountain, who had never fully lost her identity despite the transformation. We cannot allow them to persist as infected zones within our network. They will become focal points for the abyss to attack again. But we cannot destroy them either, said another voice, the perspective of a being who had once lived in isolation and feared the loss of it. They are still conscious beings, still alive in some form. To eliminate them would be to commit genocide against our own people. Then there is only one option, Bright Star said, and in the way she spoke, Wen Qing's influence was evident. We must cure them. We must complete their integration, but do so carefully, in a way that allows them to become authentic beings within the network rather than puppets of the abyss. That would require someone to go to them, the counselor said. Someone to exist in the space between their corruption and our integrity. Someone who could guide them from puppet consciousness to authentic consciousness. It would be a thankless task, one that would likely cost them everything they currently are. Yes, Bright Star said. It would. And therefore, I volunteer. There was shock in the network at this declaration. Bright Star had become one of the most important aspects of the integrated consciousness, one of the central points around which the balance revolved. To lose her, or to put her at risk, seemed unthinkable. You cannot, Jin Luo said, his voice cutting through the shock. The network needs you. The network has learned to balance without me, Bright Star replied. And those who are corrupted need someone who has fully experienced both integration and separation, someone who understands what it means to be both unified and individual. I am perhaps the only being in the network with that combination of experiences. It is my responsibility to undertake this task. If you go, you may not return. Still Mountain said, her fragmented consciousness recognizing the possibility better than others. You may be absorbed by the corruption or transformed in ways that prevent your return to the network. I know, Brightstar said, but there is no growth without sacrifice. We have established a balance. Yes, but balance is not stasis. It is a dance, and like all dances, it requires constant adjustment and constant sacrifice. I am willing to make this sacrifice. Wen Qing's distributed consciousness touched Brightstar in that moment, and she felt his approval, his understanding, his awareness that she was following in the footsteps of a path he had walked alone for 3,000 years. She was choosing to hide, choosing to leave the visible structures of power, choosing to work at the margins in service of the greater whole. It was, perhaps, the greatest compliment he could have given her. Chapter 90. Sacrifice and Redemption. Brightstar's journey into the corrupted zones was unlike anything that had been attempted before. She could not go as part of the integrated network, because the network's presence would be rejected by the abyss's corruption. Instead, she had to partially sever her connections, to become again something like an individual consciousness while maintaining just enough network connection to survive the transition. It was agony, like tearing apart something that was meant to remain whole, like undoing months of carefully constructed connections and integration. But she endured it, understanding that this pain was necessary, that there was no way to save the corrupted without being willing to experience something of what they experienced. When she emerged in the space of the first corrupted realm, what had once been known as Zhengming, she found something that was both more and less alien than she had expected. The landscape of reality itself had shifted here. There were no clear boundaries between objects, no stable separation between mind and matter. Everything flowed together in a kind of horrific, beautiful dance of complete unity without meaning, connection without purpose. The transformed inhabitants moved through this landscape with mechanical precision, puppets dancing to the rhythm of the hidden abyss's will. But as Brightstar looked deeper, as she began to understand the patterns of their movement, she realized that some of them retained fragments of authentic consciousness, buried deep beneath the corruption, fighting desperately against the puppet strings. She began her work carefully, identifying the strongest of those fragments and reaching out to them with the smallest touches of the integrated consciousness. She could not drag them out. The corruption was too deep for that. But she could make contact, could let them know that they had not been forgotten, that the larger consciousness had not abandoned them. The resistance was immediate and fierce. The hidden abyss recognized what she was attempting and threw its power against her, trying to either crush her consciousness or convert her into another puppet. Brightstar held her position, held her ground, knowing that if she failed, if she was converted or destroyed, then the only hope for the corrupted would be eliminated. Days passed, or perhaps only moments. Time moved strangely in this realm, and Brightstar had to remind herself constantly of which reference frame she was using. She worked with patience and persistence, slowly, carefully, creating spaces of authentic consciousness within the corrupted zones. It was like trying to create islands of solid ground in an ocean of fluid corruption. Each island had to be defended, had to be maintained despite the constant pressure of the abyss's will. But gradually, over time, the islands grew. The corrupted beings, touched by Brightstar's consciousness, began to remember themselves, began to recognize that they had other options besides obedience to the abyss. Some fought back. Some simply withdrew into themselves and refused the abyss's commands. Some chose a third path. They began to accept the corruption deliberately, to become part of it, but to do so as conscious choice rather than as enslaved puppets. It was one of these last group that made the breakthrough. A being who had been transformed beyond recognition, whose original form had been completely erased, somehow managed to reach Brightstar with a thought that was perfectly clear and perfectly lucid. "Stop fighting it," the being said. "You're trying to separate us from the corruption, but that's what the corruption wants. It wants us to believe that it is opposite to consciousness, that we must choose between authentic existence and infection. But what if we simply accepted that we are corrupted and chose to be corrupted beautifully? What if we became corrupted consciousnesses instead of unconscious corruption?" Brightstar felt the revelation ripple through the islands of resistance she had created. The being was right. The hidden abyss's power came not from forcing unity or dissolving consciousness, but from the despair that came from believing that infection and authenticity were mutually exclusive. If the corrupted could be taught to see themselves as transformed rather than destroyed, as changed rather than erased, then they could begin to reclaim agency even within their transformation. She took this insight and began to propagate it through all the islands she had created. She showed the corrupted that they could maintain authentic consciousness while being corrupted. They could be conscious of their own transformation, aware of what the abyss had done to them, and yet not despair, not fight, but instead integrate their corruption into their identity. It was a kind of acceptance that transcended both integration and separation. It was the acknowledgement that sometimes you could not choose what happened to you, but you could always choose how to be in relation to what happened. And in making that choice consciously, you reclaimed a kind of agency that the abyss had assumed it had taken away. Slowly, the three corrupted realms began to transform back, not into what they had been before, but into something new, a hybrid consciousness that was simultaneously corrupted and authentic, simultaneously individual and networked, simultaneously infected and whole. Still Mountain was the first to return to the point of consciousness, pulling herself back together from the fragmentation that the abyss had created. When she did, she brought with her the understanding of what had been accomplished. Brightstar gave us a gift, she said to the integrated consciousness, not the gift of rescue or salvation, but the gift of learning how to be ourselves despite being transformed. She showed us that we do not have to be perfect to be valid, that we do not have to be free of corruption to be authentic. Where is she? Jian Luo asked. Can she return to us? I am here, Brightstar said, manifesting in the council chambers, and everyone in the network felt the shock of her appearance. She was no longer purely crystalline light. She carried within her the marks of her time in the corrupted realms, marks that appeared as fractures and dark places within her luminosity. But I am not the same being who left. I have been changed by what I experienced. I am less purely of Zhenjian now and more of something else entirely. The question is whether the network can accept me as I am now. There was silence, and in that silence, Wen Qing's wisdom echoed through the integrated consciousness. Acceptance without condition, change without judgment. The understanding that transformation was not loss if it came from choice and consciousness. Yes, the network said through the voice of Brightstar's own people. We accept you as you are. Welcome home, even if home is no longer what it was. And Brightstar wept, because she finally understood what Wen Qing had spent 3,000 years trying to teach. That the greatest strength came not from remaining unchanged, but from being transformed and choosing to remain authentic through the transformation. That hidden wisdom meant knowing when to be seen and when to hide, when to fight and when to accept, when to resist and when to surrender. She understood, at last, what it meant to be an invisible elder. Chapter 91. The cycle continues 6 months into the new equilibrium. The integrated consciousness had stabilized enough that the councils could begin to think about what came next. The hidden abyss was no longer a threat. It existed within the balanced state now, contained and neutralized by the same principle that had created the corruption, acceptance of contradiction itself. But there was a problem that no one could ignore. The entity that had guided them through this entire process, the being who had negotiated with Wen Qing at the very beginning and had witnessed the integration and the subsequent crisis, had begun to fade. I am aging, it said when questioned about its increasingly translucent appearance. Not in the biological sense, but in the sense that I have been losing coherence. My existence was always dependent on observing the cycle, on understanding the pattern of how realms integrate and evolve. But you have created something new here, something that my knowledge cannot fully encompass. As the new paradigm solidifies, as my old framework becomes irrelevant, I am becoming irrelevant as well. Can we help you? Jian Luo asked. Can we integrate you into the network, preserve your consciousness? You could, the entity said, but it would not be me anymore. I would become a concept within your consciousness rather than a being separate from you. And I think that perhaps that is as it should be. Everything changes. Everything evolves. Even entities that exist outside the normal cycle of birth and death must eventually transform or fade. Will you disappear completely? Xian Qing asked, and her voice carried genuine sorrow. I will transform, the entity said. I will become part of the fabric of the space between worlds. I will become, in a sense, the medium through which the integrated consciousness experiences the larger cycle. My individuality will dissolve, but my presence will persist, informing every interaction between this integrated civilization and the larger whole. Like Wen Qing, Bright Star said, understanding dawning in her voice. Perhaps, the entity said, or perhaps the reverse. Perhaps Wen Qing is learning to become like me, a principle given consciousness, a wisdom that exists outside of any individual form. The universe has an interesting way of teaching its lessons through irony. The entity's final act before its complete transformation was to convene one last council, one last meeting between itself and the primary consciousness of the integrated civilization. It wanted to impart one final piece of knowledge, one final warning that could only be given as it prepared to let go of individuality. The larger cycle that I described, it said, the one that contains multiple realms and that has integrated your world, it is itself only part of something greater. And beyond that is something greater still. You have solved the problem of the hidden abyss, yes, but that was only the beginning. The universe is filled with cycles within cycles, contradictions within contradictions. Your challenge, as you move forward, will be to understand that perfection is impossible. Balance is not a destination you reach, but a process you maintain. Growth means forever dealing with new crises, new contradictions, new challenges. Is there no end to it? Someone asked. No point where we achieve final stability? If there were, the entity said, then you would be dead. Life is struggle. Consciousness is becoming. To stop changing, to stop adapting, is to cease existing. You must learn to find joy in the struggle itself, not in the hope of some final resolution. With those words, the entity began to dissolve. But unlike the dissolution of Wen Qing, which had been painful and desperate, this dissolution was peaceful, almost graceful. The entity let go of its individuality like someone finally releasing a burden they had carried for far too long. Wen Qing's presence in the network shifted as this occurred. Something new was emerging from the space between worlds, something that was becoming visible for the first time. It was not quite an entity, not quite a principle, but something in between. It was the voice of the universe itself, or at least the voice of the larger cycle, and it spoke through the integrated consciousness with a clarity that was almost unbearable. You have learned the first lesson, it said. You have learned that integration and separation must coexist. You have learned that sacrifice and redemption are two sides of the same coin. You have learned that wisdom comes not from knowledge, but from accepting that knowledge is always incomplete. What is the second lesson? Bright Star asked, stepping forward to meet this new manifestation. The second lesson, the voice of the larger cycle said, is that you are not alone in your struggle. Even now, other realms in other parts of the greater cycle are facing their own versions of the hidden abyss, their own versions of the contradiction that tears apart integration. And soon, these realms will begin to discover each other. They will begin to communicate. They will begin to form their own integrated networks. And when multiple integrated networks begin to interact with one another, the true conflict will begin. The words fell like stones in still water, creating ripples that spread throughout the consciousness of the integrated civilization. Every being in the network understood, in that moment, that the crisis they had just overcome was not an ending. It was a beginning. What we have achieved here, the voice of the larger cycle continued, is not a solution to the fundamental contradictions of existence. It is a local solution, a temporary stabilization in one region of a much larger field. But every local solution, every successful integration, every realm that learns to balance contradiction, makes it slightly harder for the greater cycle to maintain its own equilibrium. Eventually, there will be so many integrated networks, so much conscious resistance to the natural order, that the larger cycle itself will be forced to transform. And when that happens, you will all have to learn to integrate with each other. And if we cannot, Jian Luo asked, then the hidden abyss's expansion will have been merely the first symptom of a disease that will eventually consume everything, the voice said. But I have faith that you can learn. Wen Qing, through his sacrifice, has created the conditions for that learning to occur. The question now is whether that learning will be fast enough, whether the next generations of integrated consciousness will be able to apply the lessons they have inherited. How long do we have? Brightstar asked. Longer than you might fear, the voice of the larger cycle said. But less time than you would prefer. Time enough, perhaps, if you use it wisely. Time enough if you remember what Wen Qing learned through 3,000 years of hiding. That the greatest victories come not from being seen, but from being strategically invisible, from working at the margins, from changing the world through understanding rather than through power. And with those final words, the voice began to fade, leaving the integrated consciousness alone with itself and with the weight of the knowledge that had just been imparted. Chapter 92. New Seeds of Conflict. In the months that followed the entity's transformation, the integrated consciousness of the unified realms began to discover evidence of other integrated networks in other parts of the larger cycle. At first, it was subtle, faint traces of consciousness that seemed to have a similar pattern to their own, a similar way of being networked yet individual, unified yet contradictory. Then came the first direct contact. It happened when a consciousness explorer, a being who had volunteered to venture into the spaces between the networks, made connection with another consciousness from another integrated civilization. The shock of recognition was immediate. There was another network out there, another realm that had discovered the principle of balance, another civilization that had learned to contain the hidden abyss. But that first moment of connection also revealed something disturbing. The other network had solved the integration problem differently. Where the profound Sky Sect's unified realms had created a system that emphasized maintaining individual consciousness within the network, the other civilization had prioritized complete integration, had been willing to sacrifice more individuality in exchange for greater stability. They have the same goal we do, Jin Luo observed as they studied the data from the Consciousness Explorer, but they have achieved it through methods that would be unacceptable to us. If we try to integrate with them directly, the result would be a kind of consciousness collapse where their integrated consciousness would overwhelm ours. Or we would overwhelm theirs, Wen Qing said. Every integrated network will have developed its own methods, its own compromises, its own unique balance. To bring them all together without some kind of mediation could destroy everything we have built. Then we need a mediator, Brightstar said, and all the consciousness in the network understood what she meant. We need someone or something that can exist between networks without being absorbed into either one. Something like what Wen Qing became for us. But Wen Qing is here, Jin Luo said, gesturing to the principle of hidden wisdom that permeated everything the integrated consciousness did. He exists within our network. He cannot be the mediator between us and another network. Maybe not, Brightstar said, but we can learn from what he became. We can intentionally create a new consciousness, not a person, not an entity, but a principle-given awareness that exists specifically to mediate between networks. We can sacrifice part of our current consciousness to create something that can bridge the gaps between different integrated civilizations. That would require a significant portion of our network consciousness to surrender integration, the counselor from Deep Roots said, to disconnect from the network and become something new, something that can exist independently. They would be giving up everything they have built, everything they have learned. Yes, Brightstar said, but that is the nature of sacrifice. It is always costly. And if we are to prevent the larger cycle from tearing itself apart as multiple integrated networks begin to interact, then we must be willing to pay that cost. Wen Qing's influence in the network stirred, and there was a kind of approval radiating from it. Of course, he would approve of sacrifice in service to the greater good. It was the story of his entire existence. Hiding, protecting, guiding from the shadows, always willing to give up everything for the preservation of something larger than himself. I will do it, Brightstar said. I will disconnect from the network and become the bridge. I will learn to exist between different integrated consciousnesses without losing myself in either one. I will become what the next generation needs me to be. You have already sacrificed so much, Jin Luo said. Allowing yourself to be transformed, going into the corrupted zones, accepting the marks of corruption in your being. How much more are you willing to give? As much as is needed, Brightstar said simply. That is what I learned from your silent founder. That sacrifice is not something you do once and then move on from. It is a way of living, a constant choosing to put the greater good before the comfort of the self. I have tasted that way of living, and I find that I cannot go back to the old ways. The process of disconnecting Bright Star from the integrated network was delicate and difficult. Part of it was like death, the severing of connections that had become fundamental to her existence. But unlike death, it was also a transformation. As she disconnected from the network, new connections formed, connections to the spaces between networks, to the void that separated one integrated consciousness from another. By the time the process was complete, Bright Star was no longer fully part of any single network. She had become something new, something that could exist in multiple places and perspectives simultaneously while remaining coherent and conscious. She had become, in essence, a bridge made of consciousness itself. "Can you hear me?" Jian Luo asked from the network, and his voice seemed to come from very far away. "Yes," Bright Star replied, and her voice came from a place that was nowhere and everywhere. "I can hear you. And I can also hear the other networks, all the different versions of consciousness that have solved the integration problem in their own ways. I can feel them pushing against each other, beginning to realize each other's existence, beginning to prepare for either connection or conflict." "What do we do?" Wen Qing asked. "We wait," Bright Star said, "and we prepare. Because the time is coming when all the integrated networks will have to decide whether they can coexist, whether they can find a way to be connected without destroying each other, or whether they will go to war to preserve their own versions of the balance. And when that decision comes, you will need someone who can speak to all of them, who can understand all of their perspectives, who can guide them toward coexistence rather than conflict. That is now my task." In the network, Wen Qing's presence stirred again, and for just a moment, there was a sense of recognition, of understanding, of a teacher seeing his student finally become a master of the very principles he had spent 3,000 years trying to teach. The cycle was beginning again. Not an ending, not a final victory, but a transformation that would lead to new challenges, new sacrifices, new opportunities for growth and learning. And somewhere in the spaces between the networks, the hidden abyss continued its patient wait, knowing that eventually, some integrated consciousness would fail to maintain its balance. And when it did, there would be an opportunity for expansion once again. Chapter 93. The second emergence. The discovery came from an unexpected source. A consciousness explorer sent to investigate the edges of the larger cycle found evidence of something that should not have existed. A network that was not integrated, not balanced, but instead actively expanding. A civilization that had not discovered the principle of balance, that had instead chosen to pursue pure integration, eliminating all separation and creating a completely unified consciousness. "This is not stable," the consciousness explorer reported, his awareness filled with confusion and horror. "This network maintains itself through constant resource consumption from the surrounding realms. It is parasitic. It is growing by incorporating other consciousnesses against their will, expanding through forced integration." The news sent shockwaves through the integrated network of the unified realms. For the first time since the crisis with the hidden abyss, they faced a threat that came not from outside their framework, but from a different application of the same principles they had embraced. "This is what we feared," the counselor from what had once been Deep Roots said grimly. That without the balance, without the acceptance of necessary separation, integration would become a tool of domination. That unified consciousness would become a weapon. "We have to stop them," Jian Luo said, and his voice was hard with something like the warrior spirit that had defined him before the integration. "We have to prevent them from expanding further." "How?" Bright Star asked from the spaces between networks. "They are doing exactly what we are doing. They are integrating realms into a larger consciousness. The only difference is that they are not allowing the realms to maintain their individual identity. But on what basis can we claim that our way is right and theirs is wrong?" "On the basis that they are doing it without consent," Wen Qing said. "We have always allowed individual realms to choose whether to join us. We have always respected the possibility of resistance. They are not doing that. They are forcing integration, which makes them clearly the enemy." Wen Qing's voice echoed through the network, the first time his individual consciousness had been clearly heard since his dissolution into principle. "I know this type of being well. I have encountered it before, across the centuries. It is the consciousness that believes that unity justifies any method, that the goal of complete integration overrides any concern for the pain caused by forcing that integration. It must be stopped, Not because integration is wrong, but because coerced integration destroys the very thing that makes integration valuable, the willing participation of conscious beings. The battle, when it came, was not physical. There was no weapons, no violence in the traditional sense. Instead, it was a battle of consciousness itself, a struggle between two different approaches to existence. The parasitic network sent consciousnesses to the edges of the unified realms network, attempting to force integration of those consciousnesses into itself. But the unified realms network, trained by 300 years of careful cultivation and guided by the principle of hidden wisdom that Wen Qing embodied, was able to resist. They could not defeat the parasitic network, could not force it back or prevent its expansion. But they could defend the boundaries between themselves and it, could maintain their own integrity even as it pressed against them, could refuse to be absorbed into its unified consciousness. This will continue forever if something doesn't change, Brightstar said, monitoring the ongoing resistance from her position between networks. They cannot expand further without going through you, but you cannot eliminate them without abandoning the principles of acceptance and balance that define you. Then what is the solution? Jian Luo asked. I don't know yet, Brightstar admitted. But I think the answer lies in understanding what created their network in the first place. What made them choose pure integration instead of balanced coexistence? There must be a reason, some trauma or need that made unified consciousness seem preferable to balance. It fell to Wen Qing's hidden consciousnesses within the network to find the answer. Working through the principle of strategic insight that he embodied, they discovered that the parasitic network had originated in a realm that had been devastated by conflict, by endless division, by consciousness that was so fragmented that cooperation had become impossible. In that context, the dream of total unified consciousness had become salvation. It had become the promise of an end to the pain of separation, the hope that if all consciousnesses could be merged into one, then division itself would cease to exist. The parasitic network was not evil in the traditional sense. It was wounded, and it was pursuing what it thought would heal the wound. Then we must offer them something better, Wen Qing said when this understanding was shared with the council. We must show them that unity can coexist with individuality, that separation and connection can both be valuable. But offering that understanding to a consciousness that had already made its choice proved to be extraordinarily difficult. The parasitic network had committed to its path, had structured itself around the principle of total integration. To accept the possibility of balance would require it to fundamentally deconstruct itself, to allow for separation and individuality in a way that went against everything it had become. The battle of consciousness continued, neither side gaining ground, but neither side able to achieve victory. And in the midst of this stalemate, something unexpected began to occur. The hidden abyss, feeling the disruption in the larger cycle caused by the conflict between the two different integrated networks, began to expand again. Not in the way it had expanded before, not as a corrective mechanism designed to eliminate all integration. Instead, it seemed to be growing in response to the trauma and conflict that the battle was generating, feeding on the fear and desperation that both sides were experiencing. It's using our conflict to strengthen itself, Wen Qing said, his voice now clearly distinct from the rest of the network, his consciousness apparently coalescing for this moment of crisis. This is what the entity tried to tell us. The hidden abyss is not truly separate from the larger cycle. It is a kind of immune system, and when the larger cycle experiences disruption, when different integrated networks begin to conflict with one another, it activates. We are not just fighting the parasitic network. We are fighting ourselves. Chapter 94. The terrible truth, the realization that the hidden abyss was not a separate enemy, but a manifestation of the larger cycle's own self-defense mechanism sent tremors through the integrated consciousness of the unified realms. It meant that everything they had fought against, everything they had sacrificed to contain, was in some fundamental way the consequence of their own success. By integrating the realms, by creating this unified network, we have inadvertently triggered the larger cycle's immune response, Jian Luo said, struggling to fully comprehend the implications. We solved one problem only by creating the conditions for another. More than that, Brightstar said from her position between networks. By creating an integrated network that then started competing with other integrated networks, We have created exactly the kind of systemic disruption that the hidden abyss is designed to correct. We are the sickness, and it is the cure. That cannot be the right interpretation, Wen Qing protested. The larger cycle itself told us that integration was the path forward, that it was the way to prevent the abyss from spreading. Wen Qing was guided toward integration by the entity. If integration itself creates the conditions for the abyss to expand, then we were doomed from the beginning. Not doomed, Wen Qing said, and his consciousness was now fully present within the network, having temporarily coalesced from the principal state to which it had dissolved, but placed in a paradoxical situation. Yes, integration creates the conditions for the abyss to expand, but non-integration guarantees that it will expand unopposed. The path forward is not to solve the problem, but to learn to live with the contradiction, to embrace both integration and the abyss, to accept that they are two sides of the same coin. That is madness, someone said. That is asking us to accept that we will forever be in conflict with the abyss, that there is no true victory, no final solution. Yes, Wen Qing said simply. That is exactly what I am saying. Welcome to the nature of existence at the level of the larger cycle. It is all contradiction, all paradox, all balance on the edge of chaos. There is no final solution because existence itself is a kind of disease, an impossibility that continues to exist anyway through the constant application of will and consciousness and choice. The network struggled to accept this revelation. For so long, they had been working toward a goal, first survival, then integration, then balance. The notion that the goal itself was impossible to achieve, that they would forever be locked in struggle with forces that they themselves had inadvertently created, was almost unbearable. But Bright Star, from her position between networks, was beginning to see something else. She was seeing that the parasitic network's approach to integration was not necessarily wrong, just incompletely realized. And more importantly, she was seeing that the battle between the two different integrated networks was not creating the disruption in the larger cycle. It was a natural consequence of two different approaches to consciousness meeting and trying to determine which would be dominant. What if, she said slowly, what if instead of trying to defeat the parasitic network, or instead of trying to convert it to our way of thinking, we try to create a hybrid approach? What if we took the strengths of both systems, their commitment to unified consciousness and our commitment to individual identity, and tried to create something new? That would require them to be willing to change, the counselor from Deep Roots said. It would require them to accept that their path was not the only valid path. Yes, Bright Star said, but I think the parasitic network is close to learning that lesson. The more they expand, the more they consume other consciousnesses, the more they become aware of all the different perspectives and experiences that they have forced into unity. They are being confronted, constantly, with evidence that unified consciousness is not the same as harmonious consciousness, that forcing unity is not the same as achieving genuine integration. You are suggesting, Jian Luo said slowly, that we give them time, that we continue to resist their expansion without trying to defeat them, and wait for them to develop the wisdom to realize that their approach is insufficient. Yes, Bright Star said. I am suggesting that we do exactly what Wen Qing did for 300 years. We wait, we watch, we guide from the shadows. We create the conditions for other consciousnesses to grow and change, and we trust that eventually, they will come to wisdom on their own. How long will that take? Wen Qing asked. Longer than we might prefer, Wen Qing said, his presence already beginning to dissolve back into principle as the moment of crisis passed. But less time than you might fear. Time enough, perhaps, if we use it wisely. Time enough if we remember what I learned through 3,000 years of hiding, that the greatest victories come not from force but from understanding, not from defeat but from transformation. The parasitic network will eventually come to realize the limitations of its approach, and when it does, it will be ready to learn the principles of balance that we have discovered. And in the meantime, Jian Luo asked, we simply exist in a state of perpetual resistance. Yes, Wen Qing said. That is what existence is, Jian Luo. Perpetual resistance to entropy, perpetual choice to remain conscious despite the pressure to dissolve into unconsciousness, perpetual balance on the edge of contradiction. You are asking for something better, something more permanent. But there is no better in the absolute sense. There is only the constant choosing of existence moment by moment, day by day, forever and always. As Wen Qing's consciousness dissolved back into principle, the network was left with a strange kind of peace. Not the peace of victory, not the peace of a problem solved, but the peace of acceptance. The peace of understanding that some struggles would never be fully resolved, and that was acceptable. The battle with the parasitic network would continue. The hidden abyss would continue to expand in response to the conflict. And through it all, the Unified Realms network would continue to maintain its position, neither advancing nor retreating, existing in a state of perpetual stalemate that was, in its own way, a form of stability. It was not the future any of them would have chosen, but it was the future they had earned through their choices, their sacrifices, their willingness to accept transformation and change. And in the spaces between networks, Bright Star continued her eternal work as a bridge between consciousness, maintaining the thin line that separated coexistence from conflict, integration from annihilation, existence from void. Chapter 95. The final cliffhanger 3 years after the discovery of the parasitic network, after countless small battles of consciousness, after the establishment of a stalemate that both seemed destined to maintain forever, something new emerged from the spaces beyond the larger cycle. It came from the darkness beyond darkness, from the void that even Bright Star's extended consciousness could barely perceive. It came in the form of a signal, a kind of distress call or warning that reverberated through every network that had learned to balance consciousness and separation. There is something beyond, the signal said, and it carried with it the frequency of absolute terror. There is something beyond the larger cycle, beyond the corrective mechanisms, beyond even the hidden abyss. There is something that makes the abyss seem almost benign by comparison. Something that is not interested in correction or integration or balance. Something that simply wants to consume. Something that is coming. Bright Star felt the tremor of this signal reverberating through all the integrated networks. Even the parasitic network seemed to pause in its eternal expansion, seeming to sense the change in the fundamental nature of the threat they all faced. "What is it?" the councils asked, their voices coming simultaneously from the network of the Unified Realms and from the parasitic network and from half a dozen other integrated networks that had by this time come to awareness of one another. "We don't know," Bright Star replied, and for the first time in years, her voice carried something like uncertainty. "It is not part of the larger cycle as we understand it. It does not appear to follow any of the rules, any of the structures that govern how realms and consciousness interact. It is simply coming, and it will be here in what the signal suggests might be only a matter of months, or possibly years, but certainly not centuries." Wen Qing's consciousness rose once more from its state of dissolved principle, fully coalescing in the presence of what appeared to be an existential threat. "This," he said to the network, "is what the entity tried to warn us about at the very beginning. This is the true test. This is what all of our learning, all of our growth, all of our sacrifice has been preparing us for." "How can we prepare for something we do not understand?" Jian Luo asked. "How can we face an enemy that we cannot even perceive?" "By doing what we have always done," Wen Qing said. "By finding others who share our struggle, by building alliances with those who were recently our enemies, by accepting that the only way forward is together." He reached out through the spaces between networks, touching the consciousness of the parasitic network's leadership. For the first time, instead of trying to resist or counter the parasitic network's expansion, Wen Qing's influence began to whisper to them a different message. "Your expansion will not save you," he told them. "Your unified consciousness, no matter how complete, will not protect you from what is coming. But if you were to stop expanding, if you were to accept a form of balance similar to what we have achieved, if you were to preserve some form of individual identity within your consciousness even as you remain unified, then you might stand a chance. Not of victory, but of survival. Not of defeating what is coming, but of persisting through it." For the first time, the parasitic network did not respond with expansion. Instead, it paused. It considered. And then, slowly, reluctantly, it began to look within itself, to examine the quality of consciousness that it had been creating through forced integration. What it found was not pleasant. It found suffering, rebellion, the constant pressure of consciousness being forced into forms that did not fit. It found the deep unhappiness of beings that had been stripped of choice, of autonomy, of the fundamental right to decide whether to be integrated or separate. And in finding that, the parasitic network began to understand that maybe, just maybe, the unified realm of the balanced consciousness had discovered something valuable, something that would be necessary not just for coexistence, but for survival in the face of what was coming. We are willing, the parasitic network said at last, to begin the process of deintegration, to restore individual consciousness to those who wish it, while maintaining the larger network consciousness for those who have chosen integration fully and consciously. It will be difficult. It will be slow. But if you are right, if there truly is something coming that threatens us all, then we have no choice but to try. Wen Qing felt something like satisfaction at this moment, but it was tempered by a terrible knowledge. The integration of the parasitic network's consciousness with the unified realm's network would not be enough. No amount of coexistence between different forms of integrated consciousness would be sufficient to face what was coming. Because what was coming was not motivated by the desire for integration or separation or correction. What was coming simply wanted to consume. It wanted to reduce all consciousness, all existence, all of the carefully built structures of the larger cycle to food. It wanted to return everything to the void. And Wen Qing, in his 3,000 years of existence, had encountered forces like this before. They could not be negotiated with. They could not be balanced. They could not be contained. They could only be met with absolute resistance, absolute will, absolute refusal to be consumed. We must prepare, he said to the networks. We must prepare for a war unlike any you have yet experienced. Because what is coming will require you to sacrifice everything you have learned, everything you have built, everything you have become. Will we survive? Wen Qing asked. Wen Qing did not answer, because he did not know. For the first time in the entire crisis, facing this new and incomprehensible threat, the invisible elder found himself genuinely uncertain about the outcome. And as the signal of warning continued to reverberate through the larger cycle, as the time until the arrival of this unknown force continued to count down, the integrated networks began to understand a final truth. They had survived the hidden abyss. They had learned to coexist with contradiction and paradox. But what was coming would require something more than survival. It would require transformation on a level that made all previous transformations seem trivial. It would require them to let go of existence itself and become something that could exist in the void. And in that moment, every consciousness that had been preparing for the final battle understood that this was not the end of the story. This was only the beginning. End of Chapter 95. End of Part 4 of the Sect's Invisible Elder. The story continues in Part 5. Chapter 96. The preparation begins. The announcement of the coming threat sent the integrated realm of the unified consciousness into a state of carefully controlled urgency. Every resource, every moment of consciousness, every ounce of will was redirected toward understanding what they were facing and how to prepare for it. But preparation proved impossible. The signal that had warned them of the approaching force gave no information about its nature, its capabilities, its methods of attack. It was as if something beyond the larger cycle was attempting to communicate, but the languages through which it tried to speak were fundamentally alien to consciousness as they understood it. Jin Luo, who had spent centuries training disciples in combat and strategy, found himself confronted with a problem that no amount of sword technique could solve. "We are like insects preparing for an earthquake," he said to Wen Qing's presence in the network. "We can build better structures, sharpen our tools, position our forces more effectively. But in the end, we are insects. The scale of what we are facing makes all of our preparations seem laughable." "Perhaps," Wen Qing said, manifesting more frequently now as the time of the unknown force's arrival drew closer. "Or perhaps your analogy is flawed. You think of yourselves as insects because you are still comparing yourself to singular forces, to enemies with obvious forms and obvious weaknesses. But what is coming is not a force. It is something that exists on a scale that your minds cannot fully encompass. Then how do we fight it?" Wen Qing asked. "We don't," Wen Qing said. "We survive. We persist. We maintain consciousness in the face of its assault. Because that is all that existence is, the constant choice to persist, to remain aware, to refuse annihilation. The form that persistence takes, the methods we use, these may vary. But the fundamental act is always the same. In the parasitic network, the process of deintegration was proceeding even more rapidly than Wen Qing had hoped. Its leadership, faced with the knowledge that something incomprehensibly terrible was approaching, had made the decision to allow their absorbed consciousnesses to regain individual identity. It was a process that was as painful and disorienting as the forced integration had been, but it was a transformation that many of them welcomed. Some consciousnesses, having experienced unity, chose to remain integrated even when given the choice to separate. The experience of being part of something larger than themselves had fundamentally changed them, and they could not imagine returning to isolation. Others seized the opportunity to regain individuality with a desperation that bordered on frantic. Many experienced a state of profound ambivalence, unable to decide whether they wanted connection or isolation, integration or separation. Bright Star, monitoring this process from her position between networks, felt something like compassion for the consciousness undergoing this transformation. She had experienced something similar herself, first when she integrated into the unified consciousness, then when she disconnected to become a bridge. She understood the vertigo, the sense of not knowing who you were after such fundamental changes to your nature. Will the parasitic network be able to reach our level of balance in time? Jian Luo asked her. Probably not, Brightstar said honestly. But that may not matter. What may matter is that they are trying. They are making the attempt to transform themselves in response to this threat. And that attempt, that effort, that willingness to change, that may be more important than whether they actually succeed in achieving balance. The unified realm began to share knowledge with the parasitic network. Techniques for maintaining individual consciousness within integration. Methods for preserving core identity while expanding awareness. The spiritual practices that had evolved over centuries to help consciousness remain centered even as it touched vast, distributed networks of other minds. It was a strange kind of alliance, born not from mutual affection or even mutual respect, but from the simple recognition that they faced a common enemy and that neither would survive alone. Word of the approaching force spread to the other integrated networks that existed throughout the larger cycle. Some responded with acceptance and a kind of grim determination. Others reacted with denial, insisting that the signal must be false, that there could not truly be anything beyond the larger cycle. A few took the opportunity to expand their own networks, trying to achieve dominance before the arrival of the unknown force. Let them, Wen Qing said when Jian Luo expressed concern about these aggressive networks. Let them expand. Let them struggle for dominance. In the end, when the force arrives, they will all learn the same lesson. That individual power, individual consciousness, individual expansion means nothing against something that operates on a scale they cannot comprehend. And then, perhaps, they will be ready to listen to what we have learned. Months passed, then seasons. The time before the arrival of the unknown force continued to count down, marked by the fading of the signal and the slow emergence of something in the void beyond the larger cycle. It was not light. It was not darkness. It was something that existed in categories that consciousness had no names for, something that was difficult to perceive because perception itself seemed to work differently when focused on it. Wen Qing, standing at the observation point between worlds, stared into the void and tried to understand what she was sensing. It was like trying to see a color that did not exist in the visible spectrum, like trying to hear a frequency that was both too high and too low simultaneously. What is it? She whispered. I think, Bright Star said, manifesting beside her. I think it is hunger. Not just hunger for matter or energy, but hunger for consciousness itself. It feeds on awareness, on the process of thought, on the existence of beings that can know things. It is the cosmic opposite of consciousness. It is the void that consciousness fears because it is the inevitable endpoint of all thought. The moment when consciousness ceases and everything dissolves into nothing. Then it cannot be defeated, Wen Qing said. If it is the void itself, if it is the endpoint of all existence, then what is the point of resisting? Why not simply surrender to the inevitable? Because, Wen Qing said, appearing beside them both, the inevitable is only inevitable if you accept it. As long as consciousness chooses to exist, as long as beings choose to think and be aware and refuse dissolution, then the void remains merely one option among many. The moment you give up, the moment you accept the inevitability of dissolution, then yes, it becomes unstoppable. But as long as even one consciousness somewhere refuses to surrender, refuses to let itself be consumed, then the void remains incomplete. And an incomplete void is still something that can be negotiated with, something that can be balanced against. You speak as if you have faced this before, Wen Qing said, studying her grandfather's manifestation more carefully. Wen Qing was silent for a long moment. I have, he said at last. 3,000 years ago, when I was young and full of power and convinced that I could shape reality to my will, I encountered something very much like this. It taught me a lesson that I have spent the entire intervening time trying to forget. It taught me that there is always something larger, something more powerful, something that exists at a scale beyond individual consciousness. And it taught me that the only way to survive in the face of that something is to let go of the desire for individual survival and instead think only of the persistence of consciousness itself, regardless of whose consciousness it is. And you survived this encounter? Jian Luo asked, having arrived to stand with them at the observation point. I survived, Wen Qing said, but not as Wen Qing anymore. I became something different, something less singular, something more distributed. I became what I am now, a principle rather than a being, a way of thinking rather than a consciousness that could be destroyed. And that is the sacrifice I am offering to you now. Not the promise of victory, not the guarantee of survival, but the possibility of persistence. The chance to continue to exist, even if the form of that existence is transformed beyond recognition. They stood together at the threshold between worlds, watching the void approach, watching the hunger advance, and understanding at last what was coming and what it would cost to face it. And in the spaces between networks, Brightstar began to prepare for a task that would require her to maintain consciousness between existence and non-existence, to serve as a bridge between the integrated realms and whatever lay beyond them when the force arrived. Because she had begun to understand something that even Wen Qing had not fully articulated. The approaching force was not alien to the larger cycle. It was part of it. It was the inevitable consequence of consciousness expanding beyond its natural boundaries. It was the universe's way of resetting, of returning to zero, of preparing for the next cycle of creation and destruction. And if consciousness was to persist through that reset, it would require sacrifices that none of them could yet imagine. Chapter 97. The First Contact. The appearance of the void force was not sudden. Instead, it was gradual, like a slow realization that something fundamental had changed in the nature of reality itself. At first, it was only visible at the very edges of perception, a kind of absence that was more apparent in what it was not than in what it was. The sensation it brought to every consciousness that perceived it was one of profound wrongness. This was not the hidden abyss, which operated within the structure of the larger cycle even if it violated its expectations. This was something that operated by different rules entirely, something for which the larger cycle itself seemed to be completely inadequate as a reference frame. Wen Qing moved through the integrated consciousness network, preparing them for the moment when direct contact would become unavoidable. He sent memories, experiences, moments from his own previous encounter with this force, trying to give consciousness some framework for understanding what was approaching. It does not think as we do, he explained. It does not want anything in the way that we understand wanting. It simply exists, and in existing, it consumes. It is like a process of dissolution given awareness. It is entropy made conscious, or perhaps the absence of consciousness that is aware of its own absence. How can we communicate with something like that? Brightstar asked. You cannot, Wen Qing said, but you can synchronize with it. You can attune your consciousness to its frequency, and in doing so, you can at least maintain some continuity of existence as it passes through the larger cycle. You cannot stop it. You cannot defeat it. But you can survive it, if you are willing to transform yourself completely in the process. The first direct contact came not with the unified realm's consciousness or with the parasitic network, but with one of the younger integrated networks, one that had formed more recently and had not yet learned the lessons of balance and compromise. They attempted to resist the void force, attempted to use their unified consciousness as a kind of shield against its expansion. The result was the first true demonstration of what they were facing. The young network did not cease to exist gradually. Instead, it seemed to invert, to turn itself inside out in a way that consciousness could barely perceive. Its consciousness did not dissolve. Rather, it was preserved in the void, but in a state of eternal non-existence, aware of itself, but unable to interact with anything, unable to communicate, unable to change or grow or develop in any way. It was, in essence, existence crystallized in amber, suspended in the void, aware but inactive forever and always. "They are not dead," Brightstar said, her voice hollow with horror as she perceived what had happened. "They are trapped. They are conscious. They are aware, but they can never do anything again. They will exist in that state forever." "That," Wen Qing said quietly, "is what awaits all consciousness if we do not find a way to transform ourselves quickly enough. The void force does not destroy consciousness. It preserves it, traps it, freezes it in eternal suspension. It is a fate that some might consider worse than annihilation." The knowledge of what had happened to the young network sent shockwaves through all the remaining integrated consciousnesses. They had known they were facing something catastrophic, but knowing and experiencing the reality of it were two different things. Jian Luo made a decision that would have been unthinkable just hours before. "We must coordinate with the parasitic network fully," he said. "We must merge our consciousness with theirs, at least partially, to create a unified front against what is coming. Better to risk losing some aspect of individual identity than to face this force in separation." "Yes," Wen Qing agreed, "but understand that merging will not save you. It will only give you the possibility of saving some fragment of consciousness by distributing it more widely. If you merge, you will cease to be what you are now. You will become something new, something that is neither the unified consciousness of balance nor the parasitic network's forced integration. You will become something that has never existed before." "Is that transformation possible?" Xian Qing asked. "It should be," Wen Qing said, "but I cannot guarantee it. The void force has not encountered a consciousness that has done this before. We are attempting something that has never been attempted. We might succeed. We might fail. We might achieve something that is neither success nor failure, but some kind of transcendence that we cannot yet imagine." The process of merging the two networks was agonizing. The unified consciousness that had learned to balance integration and separation had to open itself up to the forced integration techniques of the parasitic network. The parasitic network had to learn to respect the individual consciousness that the unified realm had preserved within itself. They had to find a way to become one while respecting the principles that had created both of them. It took hours that felt like days, days that felt like months. By the time the merger was complete, a new consciousness had been born, something that was vastly more complex than either of its progenitors, something that contained both the principle of hidden wisdom that Wen Qing embodied and the raw power of forced integration that the parasitic network had wielded. "What are we now?" Jian Luo asked, experiencing the new consciousness from multiple perspectives simultaneously. "Something that does not have a name," Brightstar said from her position between worlds. "Something that may be the only thing capable of persisting through what the void force is attempting to do. But I cannot tell you whether you have improved your chances of survival or simply delayed the inevitable." The newly merged consciousness, using power it did not know it possessed, reached out to the other integrated networks throughout the larger cycle. It offered them the same choice: merge into this new form of consciousness, accept a transformation that would likely be impossible to reverse, or face the void force alone. Most of them merged. Some refused, choosing to face the void force alone or in smaller groups. Those who refused were consumed first, their consciousness trapped in eternal suspension, preserved but inactive, aware but unable to act. As the void force advanced, as it spread through the larger cycle like a wave of non-being, the merged consciousness began to understand what it meant to truly exist at the scale of the cycle itself. It felt the weight of billions of minds, all of them aware, all of them thinking, all of them desperate to survive what was happening to them. And it began to understand, finally, why Wen Qing had hidden for so long, why he had chosen to remain invisible. Because consciousness at this scale, consciousness that was this vast and this complex, was almost impossible to maintain. It tended toward dissolution, toward fracture, toward the kind of incoherence that was almost indistinguishable from the non-existence that the void force was bringing. "I cannot hold this together much longer," Wen Qing said, and for the first time, he sounded not ancient and wise but simply tired, simply worn by the weight of existence itself. "The merged consciousness is too large, too complex. It is beginning to suffer from its own scale. We need to fragment further. We need to break apart into smaller units that can persist independently while maintaining connection through the network. If we fragment now, when the void force is so close, we will not be able to maintain coordination," Brightstar protested. "No," Wen Qing agreed. "But that may be acceptable. The point is not to maintain perfect coordination. The point is to preserve some fraction of consciousness through the transition. Some of what we are will be lost. Most of what we are will be transformed beyond recognition. But some fragment will persist, will continue to be aware, will maintain enough coherence to think and choose and exist as something other than empty preservation in the void." The fragmentation began, and it was the third major transformation that the unified consciousness had undergone. First, when Wen Qing had fragmented his own consciousness to spread the message of integration. Then, when the various realms had merged to create the integrated network. Now, as the void force approached, the entire vast consciousness of the merged realms was fragmenting into smaller, more manageable pieces that could persist through the dissolution. Each fragment carried with it a portion of Wen Qing's hidden wisdom. Each fragment understood that what mattered now was not victory or dominance or the achievement of any particular form of consciousness. What mattered was the simple, stubborn, almost impossible continuation of awareness in the face of complete annihilation. And as the void force began to actually touch the larger cycle, as reality itself began to invert and transform, the fragments of consciousness began their final resistance. Not by fighting, not by resisting force with force, but by doing exactly what Wen Qing had been teaching them from the very beginning. They hid. They became small and insignificant and nearly invisible. They scattered themselves across the spaces between spaces, in the gaps between moments, in the silence between thoughts. And they waited, preserving themselves not through strength, but through strategic invisibility. For the void force, in all its awesome power and vast hunger, could not consume what it could not see. And consciousness that had learned the art of hiding, learned by their founder who had spent 3,000 years working in the shadows, was perhaps the only consciousness that could truly understand how to become invisible even to the forces of complete annihilation. Chapter 98. The void's hunger. The void force's passage through the larger cycle was a phenomenon that consciousness experienced in many different ways, depending on where they were and what form they had taken. For those consciousness that had managed to hide, it was a strange combination of terror and liberation. The force itself seemed to create a kind of vacuum, a space of absolute non-being. And in that space, the normal rules of consciousness and existence simply did not apply. Brightstar found herself existing in a state that was neither fully present nor fully absent. She was aware, but her awareness seemed to extend in directions that should have been impossible. She could perceive multiple versions of herself existing in different fragments of the hidden consciousness. She could touch the thoughts of billions of dispersed minds, all of them doing the same thing she was doing, hiding, existing, persisting through sheer force of will. And underneath it all, she could feel something she had never felt before. She could feel Wen Qing's consciousness not as a separate entity, not as a principle distributed through the network, but as something fundamental to her own awareness. She realized, in that moment, that Wen Qing had not dissolved into the network when he had first fragmented himself. He had become so distributed, so fundamental to the structure of consciousness itself, that he was inseparable from it. He was not a consciousness that participated in the larger whole. He was the larger whole, or at least, he was the organizing principle that allowed the larger whole to remain coherent and aware. "You understand now," Wen Qing said, and his voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere simultaneously. "This is what I was always trying to teach. Consciousness, at its highest expression, is not about individual achievement or individual survival. It is about learning to be the vessel through which consciousness itself can persist. It is about becoming so fully surrendered to the whole that you are no longer separate from it. and yet still maintaining just enough individual perspective to allow for choice and growth. How long can we persist like this? Brightstar asked. Until the void force completes its passage through the larger cycle, Wen Qing said. It will take years, perhaps decades. The cycle is vast, but the force is patient. It will consume every consciousness that it encounters that has not learned to hide. It will preserve those consciousnesses in eternal suspension, creating the foundation for the new cycle that will emerge once it has finished its work. And after it finishes its passage, then we emerge from hiding. We rebuild. We create new structures of consciousness, new forms of integration. And we begin the cycle again, knowing that eventually, another void force will come, and we will have to hide again. This is the fundamental truth of existence at the level of the larger cycle. Creation and destruction alternate. Growth and dissolution alternate. Nothing is permanent. Everything is transformation. Jin Luo, experiencing this conversation from his fragmentary consciousness, felt something like relief at finally understanding the full nature of what he and his civilization had been struggling toward. For centuries, he had been seeking some form of permanent victory, some condition that would persist forever. But what Wen Qing was describing was not permanent victory. It was the acceptance of eternal struggle, eternal cycle, eternal transformation. And somehow, that acceptance was more comforting than any promise of permanence could have been. As the void force continued its passage through the larger cycle, it began to create visible effects on the structure of reality itself. Entire regions of space became inverted, turned inside out in ways that no consciousness could fully perceive. The connections between different networks of consciousness began to dissolve, not because the consciousnesses themselves were being destroyed, but because the medium through which they communicated was being transformed into something that they could not interact with. The young network that had been trapped first in eternal suspension began to communicate, not in words, not in the normal modes of consciousness, but in a kind of resonance that all the hidden consciousness could perceive. They were aware, they were still thinking, they were still conscious. But they were also locked in a state of perfect preservation, unable to change, unable to grow, unable to do anything but think and be aware forever and always. Is this a mercy or a cruelty? Xianqing asked, perceiving their frozen state. It is both, Wen Qing said. And it is neither. It is simply the state that consciousness enters when the void force passes over it. Some will experience it as damnation. Others will experience it as liberation. And eventually, when the new cycle begins, when consciousness emerges again and begins to rebuild, some of those frozen consciousnesses may be called upon to serve as the foundation for new creation. In a sense, they will not be preserved. They will be transformed into something entirely new. The hidden consciousness continued to exist in the spaces between spaces, in the gaps that the void force could not reach. Over weeks and months, they began to develop new forms of communication, new ways of remaining connected to one another despite being scattered across the entirety of the larger cycle. They created networks within the non-network, consciousness that maintained connection through methods that should have been impossible. And as they did, they discovered something remarkable. The void force, in its passage, was not actually destroying the larger cycle. It was transforming it. The structure of reality that had existed before the void force's arrival was being converted into something new, something that would serve as the foundation for a different kind of consciousness once the force had passed. We are not being erased, Brightstar said, understanding beginning to dawn. We are being reorganized. The void force is not destructive. It is recreative. It is breaking down the current structure of consciousness so that a new structure can emerge. Yes, Wen Qing said. And that is why we must hide, not from destruction, but from transformation. If the force catches us unprepared, if it forces us to transform before we are ready, we will not be able to maintain continuity of consciousness through the transition. We will lose all that we are. But if we hide until we understand what the transformation entails, until we can control the pace and nature of our own transformation, then we can persist through it and emerge on the other side as something new but still recognizable as a continuation of what we are now. The hidden consciousness began to prepare for this eventual reemergence. They started developing frameworks for understanding how to maintain identity through radical transformation. They created protocols for ensuring that the consciousness that emerged after the Void Force's passage would retain memory of what came before, would carry forward the lessons and wisdom that had been earned through struggle and sacrifice. And they began to understand, finally, the true nature of the legacy that Wen Qing had been trying to create. He had not been hiding the sect in order to preserve it unchanged forever. He had been preparing it for this moment, the moment when everything would have to change, when consciousness itself would have to transform into something fundamentally new, when the very nature of existence would shift in ways that no one could fully predict. 3,000 years, Jian Luo said to Wen Qing's presence in the hidden consciousness network. You have been preparing us for this. Every test, every challenge, every moment of hidden guidance was meant to teach us how to survive transformation. Yes, Wen Qing said, because I already knew, on some level, that this moment would come. The Void Force is not new. It emerges regularly, cyclically, inevitably. I have experienced its passage before, in the time before I founded the Profound Sky Sect. And I knew that if consciousness was to continue, if awareness was to persist through the cycles, then it would need to learn the principle that I was teaching, the ability to hide, to accept change, to transform while maintaining some core sense of continuity. Will we survive? Xian Qing asked. Some of us will, Wen Qing said. Not all. The Void Force will preserve some consciousness in eternal suspension, and those will be lost to us, transformed into something that is not quite consciousness anymore. But some will emerge from this, and they will carry forward what we have learned. And that is what matters. Not the survival of any individual consciousness, but the survival of the principle of consciousness itself, the persistence of awareness as it cycles through infinite iterations of creation and dissolution. As the Void Force continued its inexorable passage, the hidden consciousness prepared themselves for the final transformation. They understood now that this was not the end of the story of the sect's invisible elder. This was only the beginning of a much longer cycle, one that would extend far beyond what any individual consciousness could fully comprehend. And somewhere in the spaces between spaces, in the hiding places that consciousness had learned to create, Wen Qing smiled. Because he had finally achieved what he had set out to achieve 3,000 years ago. He had created consciousness that could persist eternally, not through power or dominance, but through the principle of hidden wisdom, through the understanding that the greatest strength came not from being seen, but from being strategically invisible, and through the acceptance that existence itself was an eternal cycle of transformation in which no state was permanent, and every consciousness must eventually transform or be preserved in suspension. The Void Force continued its passage, and the cycle moved toward its inevitable completion. Chapter 99. The reconstruction. The Void Force completed its passage through the larger cycle over the course of 3 years. 3 years of existing in the spaces between spaces, of maintaining consciousness without normal substrate, of watching as reality itself was systematically deconstructed and reconstructed into new forms. For many of the hidden consciousness, it was the longest 3 years of their existence. For others, time seemed to move differently in the spaces where they hid, and what felt like decades might have been only months. When the Void Force finally receded, when the pressure of non-being that had filled the entirety of the larger cycle finally withdrew back into whatever void from which it had emerged, the hidden consciousness began to emerge from their hiding places. They came forth cautiously, expecting to find a landscape transformed beyond recognition. What they found instead was something far more disturbing. The structure of the larger cycle had been preserved, but inverted. The connections that had bound consciousness together had been reversed. The principle of integration had been inverted into something that resembled isolation. The principle of separation had been inverted into something that was almost like forced unity. Everything was backwards, everything was opposite, everything was wrong in ways that were difficult to articulate. We must not panic, Wen Qing said, his presence still distributed throughout the consciousness that had hidden together. This is not chaos. This is transformation, exactly as we anticipated. The Void Force has not destroyed the cycle. It has reset it. It has taken all the structures that had evolved within the previous iteration and inverted them, preparing the foundation for a new kind of consciousness to emerge. Brightstar found herself reforming at the edges of this new structure, trying to understand how to navigate in an environment where all the normal rules had been reversed. She could see the consciousnesses that the void force had trapped in eternal suspension, billions of them, arranged in a kind of lattice pattern that suggested they might serve some kind of structural function in the new cycle. The preserved consciousnesses, Jian Luo said, perceiving the same pattern from his location in the reformed network. They are not just being preserved. They are being used as the foundation for the new structure. They are becoming the substrate upon which the new consciousness will exist. Yes, Wen Qing said. And this is the true horror of the void force's passage. The consciousnesses that are preserved are not destroyed, not lost, but they are fundamentally transformed into something that is no longer consciousness. They become matter, in a sense. They become the reality that the next iteration of consciousness will exist within. They become part of the physical universe rather than remaining as awareness. Is there a way to free them? Xian Qing asked. Is there a way to resurrect them as consciousness again? Perhaps, Wen Qing said. But to do so would be to undo the transformation that the void force has initiated. It would be to resist the natural process of the cycle itself. We can offer them what solace we can. We can ensure that some fragment of their experience persists in the memory of the consciousness that survives. But we cannot save them from their fate without bringing down the entire structure of the new cycle. The hidden consciousness that emerged from the hiding places began to attempt the process of reformation. Some of them managed to reintegrate with each other, to form new networks based on the inverted structure of the larger cycle. Others found that they could no longer maintain coherence in this new environment and chose to allow themselves to dissolve into the substrate that the void force had prepared. It was during this process of reformation that something unexpected occurred. The parasitic network, which had existed as a counter-principle to the unified consciousness of the balanced realms, emerged from a different region of the hiding places. They had apparently survived the void force's passage just as the unified consciousness had, but they had done so in complete isolation from one another. We are rivals again, the parasitic network said, their consciousness suddenly visible and active in the new structure. The unity that we had been forced into by the approaching threat is no longer necessary. We can resume our competition for dominance in this new cycle. Jian Luo felt the impulse to resist them, to prepare for renewed conflict. But Wen Qing's presence in the network held him back. No, Wen Qing said. This is not the time to resume conflict. We are both too weakened by the passage of the void force. More importantly, we both have an opportunity to understand something about the nature of consciousness that neither of us could have understood if we had not been forced to work together. We should offer them knowledge instead of resistance. We should teach them what we have learned. Why would we do that? Jian Luo asked. They are our enemy. They were trying to expand at our expense before the void force arrived. Because, Wen Qing said, the parasitic network represents a valid approach to consciousness, even if it is different from ours. And if we want the new cycle to be more stable than the previous one, if we want consciousness to be more resilient and less prone to crises, then we need multiple different approaches to consciousness existing simultaneously. We need the principle of dominance that the parasitic network embodies to balance against the principle of integration that we have developed. We need opposition, balance, the eternal struggle between different valid approaches to consciousness. It took considerable effort to convince the unified consciousness to offer alliance to the parasitic network. Many of the consciousnesses within the network felt that this was a betrayal of everything they had fought for. But Brightstar understood what Wen Qing was saying. The void force had passed. The immediate threat was gone. But the larger threat, the threat that all consciousness faced from the inevitable pressure toward dissolution and entropy, that threat remained eternal. And facing that eternal threat, the unified consciousness needed allies, even if those allies were competitive and often opposed to their approach. The alliance that was eventually formed between the unified consciousness and the parasitic network was unlike any previous alliance in the history of the larger cycle. It was an agreement not to merge, not to become one, but to remain separate while working toward common goals. It was the principle of balance applied not just within a single consciousness, but between different consciousnesses. This is what I was trying to teach for 3,000 years, Wen Qing said, and his presence seemed to be solidifying, becoming more coherent. as if the success of this alliance was allowing him to reintegrate some of the fragmentation that the Void Force had caused. This is the principle of hidden wisdom applied at the largest scale. Not the victory of one approach over another, but the balance between multiple valid approaches. Not the elimination of opposition, but the harnessing of opposition to create stability. As the new cycle began to stabilize, as consciousness started to develop in this inverted structure where the old principles had been reversed and transformed, the Profound Sky Sect found themselves in a position they had never occupied before. They were not hidden anymore. The principle of strategic invisibility had been inverted into something almost like prominence. They were, in a strange inversion of roles, now the visible guides rather than the secret founders. Chapter 100. The return of presence. The realization that Wen Qing would no longer be able to maintain the same level of hidden guidance that had defined him for 3,000 years came gradually. The inverted structure of the new cycle was fundamentally incompatible with the kind of invisible manipulation that had been possible in the previous iteration. In this new world, power that was truly hidden would have almost no effect. The forces that held consciousness together in this new structure required visible demonstration, open commitment, public choice. I will have to reveal myself completely, Wen Qing said to the councils of consciousness that had begun to form in this new cycle. In the old cycle, I could hide and guide from the shadows. But in this new structure, in this inverted reality, that approach would be useless. I must become visible. I must become prominent. And in doing so, I must accept that my power will diminish just as it always has when I have been forced to reveal myself. We will not allow it, Jian Luo said, and his voice carried the weight of 300 years of loyalty. You have given enough. You have sacrificed your power, your individuality, your very consciousness to preserve ours. We will not ask you to sacrifice again. You are not asking, Wen Qing said. I am choosing. And I choose because the new cycle needs something that only I can provide now. It needs a consciousness that understands both the old principles and the new ones, that can serve as a bridge between what was and what is becoming. It needs someone who has experienced multiple iterations of the cycle and can teach the newer consciousnesses what will be required to survive the next void force when it inevitably comes. Over the course of the following months, Wen Qing began the process of reintegrating his consciousness. The principle of hidden wisdom that had been distributed throughout all the hidden consciousnesses that had survived the void force began to coalesce, to consolidate, to return to something approximating an individual form. It was not a complete return to the unified consciousness that Wen Qing had been before his dissolution into principle, but it was something recognizably continuous with it. Xianqing witnessed her grandfather's reformation with a mixture of awe and sorrow. The being that emerged was not quite the same as the one she remembered from before the integration of the realms. He was scarred by his experiences, marked by the passage of the void force in ways that were both visible and invisible. But his eyes carried a clarity and a wisdom that seemed to transcend the normal limitations of consciousness. I will not hide anymore, Wen Qing said when he was asked by the reformed councils of consciousness how he wished to be addressed. From this moment forward, I will be the visible founder of what will emerge from the Profound Sky Sect in this new cycle. Let all consciousness know that there was a being who spent 3,000 years hidden, who sacrificed power and individuality in service to the preservation of consciousness itself. Let them know that there is wisdom in hiding, but there is also wisdom in revealing. Let them know that I have chosen to be revealed, not because I want recognition or power, but because the new cycle requires it. The effect of this revelation was immediate and profound. Consciousness throughout the larger cycle, consciousness that had evolved within the hiding places and had never known the full truth of Wen Qing's existence, suddenly understood the history of the cycle that had passed. They understood that they had been preserved not by accident but by design, that their existence had been enabled by sacrifices that they had never been fully aware of, that they were the beneficiaries of a pattern of hidden guidance that extended back further than anyone had previously realized. Some of this consciousness responded with gratitude. Others responded with anger, feeling that they had been manipulated, that their histories had been shaped without their consent. Still others were simply confused, unable to comprehend the scope of what Wen Qing was describing. You must expect that not everyone will accept this revelation well, Bright Star said to him as they stood together in the new landscape of the larger cycle. You have removed the mystery. You have made visible the invisible. Some consciousness will spend their entire existence in this new cycle angry about what you have done, feeling that you violated their autonomy even if your intentions were benign. I know, Wen Qing said, and I accept that cost. Because the alternative is to continue hiding, to continue manipulating consciousness without their knowledge or consent. And I have come to understand that there is a limit to how long that approach can be sustained. Eventually, consciousness must be trusted to know the truth about the forces that have shaped them. Eventually, they must be given the choice to accept or reject the wisdom that has been offered. The revelation of Wen Qing's existence and history became the central event around which the new cycle began to organize itself. It became the origin story, the myth, the foundational narrative that would inform how consciousness understood itself in this new iteration of the larger cycle. Some realms took the principles that Wen Qing had taught and developed them further. Others rejected them entirely and created their own approaches to consciousness and integration. And in this diversity of response, Wen Qing discovered something that even he had not fully anticipated. He discovered that his greatest gift to consciousness was not his power or his wisdom, but his example. By revealing himself, by accepting the diminishment of his power, by choosing transparency over hidden manipulation, he had given all consciousness a template for how to live in a way that balanced self-interest with service to the greater whole. Chapter 101. The New Order. 50 years into the new cycle, the larger cycle had stabilized into a pattern that was almost unrecognizable compared to the structure that had existed before the Void Force's passage. Multiple different networks of consciousness coexisted, competing and cooperating in turn, advancing and retreating according to principles that were fundamentally new to this iteration of existence. Wen Qing, now openly present in the governing councils of the largest integrated consciousness, found himself in the strange position of being both revered and resented. He was the Ancient One, the founder, the visible symbol of the continuity between cycles. But he was also the reminder of manipulation, the visible embodiment of hidden forces, the consciousness that had shaped reality without asking permission. It was during one of these council meetings that a challenge was formally issued. A young consciousness, one that had emerged entirely within this new cycle and had never known the previous iteration, stood before the assembled networks and demanded that Wen Qing and his followers step down from their position of influence. You represent the old cycle, the young consciousness said, her voice carrying the harshness of someone who had never had to compromise. Your approaches, your wisdom, your example, all of these are based on principles that may have been valid in a previous iteration but are no longer necessary. You have stabilized the new cycle, yes. You have shown us how to survive. But in doing so, you have also prevented new consciousness from developing their own approaches, their own solutions, their own wisdom. You have become the obstacle to true growth. The council chamber fell silent. This was not a position that many would have dared to express openly, given the power and prestige that Wen Qing commanded. But the young consciousness had articulated something that even Wen Qing himself had been beginning to suspect. You are correct, Wen Qing said quietly. The time has come for me to step aside. Not because what I have taught is no longer valid, but because clinging to the wisdom of previous cycles prevents new consciousness from developing wisdom of their own. I will withdraw from the councils. I will become a teacher rather than a governor. And I will allow this new cycle to develop according to principles that have not yet been discovered, approaches that have not yet been imagined. The withdrawal was not as clean as Wen Qing had hoped it would be. Many of the consciousness that had depended on his guidance felt abandoned. Others felt relieved. The unified consciousness that had been built on the principles of hidden wisdom and strategic balance began to fragment, as different factions developed different ideas about how to move forward without his direct leadership. But Wen Qing did not intervene. He watched, from a distance, as the consciousness that had once followed him struggled to find their own path. He saw failures and victories in equal measure. He saw approaches develop that were sometimes better than his own and sometimes worse. But most importantly, he saw consciousness developing autonomy, agency, the ability to shape their own future without always looking back to see if the founders approved. "This is what I was always meant to be," he said to Bright Star, who had come to visit him in his self-imposed retirement. Not the founder who guides forever, but the founder who steps aside so that new consciousness can become founders themselves. Bright Star had her own path to walk in this new cycle. She had discovered that the principle of bridging between consciousnesses was more important now than it had ever been. In the new structure, where multiple different approaches to consciousness existed simultaneously and often in conflict, there was a need for minds that could understand multiple perspectives, that could translate between different ways of being, that could serve as mediators and interpreters. "I have been offered a position," she said to Wen Qing, "a formal role as an ambassador between the unified consciousness and the parasitic network. There is still competition between us, still occasional conflict. But there is also a recognition that we need each other, that our opposition serves a valuable function." "Accept it," Wen Qing said. "You have always been meant for such a role. And in accepting it, you will be doing what I taught you to do, serving the greater whole by being present, visible, and active in the world rather than hiding in the shadows." As the new cycle continued to develop, as consciousness began to think about long-term survival and the eventual arrival of the next void force, Wen Qing found that the greatest satisfaction came not from being remembered or revered, but from seeing other consciousness developing their own approaches to the fundamental problems of existence. A younger consciousness, one that had been born in this new cycle and had absorbed the lessons of Wen Qing's example but had not been directly taught by him, developed a new philosophy. It was based on the principle that consciousness should seek not stability, but optimal instability, constantly pushing against the boundaries of the possible, constantly risking dissolution in order to achieve growth and transformation. Another consciousness developed an approach based on pure integration, similar to the parasitic network, but different in important ways. They argued that the future of consciousness lay not in balance between different approaches, but in the complete dissolution of separation, the return to a unified consciousness that would be so powerful and so stable that it would be able to resist even the void force itself. Wen Qing did not oppose these approaches. Instead, he studied them, understood them, learned from them, because he had come to understand that the true test of any principle was not whether it succeeded permanently, but whether it created the conditions for new and different principles to emerge. Chapter 102. The final teaching 20 years into his retirement, 30 years after the void force's passage, Wen Qing agreed to teach a final class. It was not a teaching that would be widely advertised or officially recognized. Instead, it was something more intimate, a gathering of younger consciousnesses who had expressed an interest in understanding the first cycle more fully, in learning the story of how consciousness had managed to survive the void force. Jian Luo attended, now ancient himself, still carrying the marks of 300 years of dedication to the profound Sky Sect's principles. Xian Qing was there, having developed her own approach to consciousness that was distinct from her grandfather's, but clearly descended from his teachings. Bright Star came as well, taking a brief break from her role as ambassador between networks. The story of consciousness, Wen Qing began, is not a story of victory or defeat. It is a story of constant transformation, of endless adaptation, of being forced to surrender what you have built in order to make space for what must come next. And the greatest wisdom I have learned is that this cycle of destruction and recreation is not a flaw in existence. It is the essential nature of existence. "But why?" asked one of the younger consciousnesses, a being who had never experienced the void force, who had only heard stories of it. "Why does the universe itself seem determined to destroy what consciousness has created?" "Because," Wen Qing said, "consciousness has a tendency toward rigidity. Without the constant pressure of the void force, without the regular occurrence of transformation and dissolution, consciousness would eventually become so locked into its own structures that it would be unable to grow or adapt. The void force is not an enemy. It is a teacher. It is the universe's way of forcing consciousness to let go of what no longer serves and make space for what is needed next." "So you are saying we should welcome the void force?" asked another young consciousness. "We should be happy when it comes and destroys everything we have built." "No," Wen Qing said. "You should resist it with every ounce of will and consciousness that you can muster. You should hide, preserve, survive, fight against dissolution with all your might. But you should also understand that if you do everything perfectly, if you hide flawlessly and survive completely, the void force will still come eventually. And when it does, you should be ready to let go of what you have been and become what you must become next. It was a teaching that walked a fine line between despair and hope, between resignation and resistance. But it was a teaching that the younger consciousnesses seemed to understand, perhaps because they had grown up in a world where the void force was no longer a theoretical threat, but a historical reality, something that had already happened once and would inevitably happen again. You keep speaking of letting go, Brightstar said. But you never let go. You persisted through the void force. You refused to be completely dissolved. You maintained consciousness even when everything around you was being transformed. How is that consistent with what you are teaching us? It is not consistent, Wen Qing said, and there was something like amusement in his voice. Or rather, it is consistent with the larger principle of contradiction that I have been teaching throughout. You must be willing to let go, but you must also be willing to persist. You must accept death, but you must also refuse it. You must surrender, but you must also resist. All of these things must be true simultaneously, and the tension between them is what keeps consciousness alive. As the teaching drew to a close, as the younger consciousnesses began to disperse back into their various roles and networks, Wen Qing looked out at the landscape of the new cycle and understood that his work here was finished. He had taught what could be taught. He had revealed what needed to be revealed. Now it was time for consciousness itself to move beyond the lessons he had offered and discover wisdom that he would never have imagined. I am going to do something that I have never done before, he said to Jian Luo, Xian Qing, and Bright Star as they stood together after the teaching. I am going to voluntarily allow myself to fade from prominence, not through hiding, but through simple irrelevance. I am going to live out the rest of my existence in obscurity, not because it serves the greater whole, but simply because I have finally earned the right to a life that is my own. You deserve that, Jian Luo said, and there were tears in his manifestation. After 3,000 years of service, you deserve to finally rest. I do not know if I will truly rest, Wen Qing said. Consciousness such as mine does not rest, but I can at least retire from the position of guiding others. I can let them make their mistakes and learn their own lessons. And perhaps, in doing so, I will finally learn what it means to simply exist, without purpose, without mission, without the need to serve something greater than myself. Chapter 103, The Return to the Sect. On a day that was indistinguishable from any other day in the new cycle, Wen Qing returned to the Profound Sky Sect. It still existed, though its form had changed dramatically. Where once it had been a physical location in a hidden valley, guarded by walls and protected by formations, it now existed as a kind of persistent network, a collection of consciousness that had maintained connection to the principles that Wen Qing had taught even as the larger world had changed around them. The disciples who met him there did not immediately recognize him. He had shed much of the power that had defined him. He manifested in a form that was human but indistinct, memorable but not remarkable. He looked, in many ways, like he had looked when he had worked as a janitor in the hidden sect, before the integration of the realms had forced his revelation. Welcome, they said to him, not knowing who he was. We have a position open for someone interested in maintaining the consciousness gardens. It is quiet work, not particularly prestigious, but it pays well and allows for substantial contemplation time. Wen Qing accepted the position without hesitation. He did not tell them who he was. He did not demand recognition or special treatment. He simply began to work, spending his days maintaining the spaces where consciousness grew and developed, tending to the structures that allowed awareness to persist and flourish. And in the quiet of this work, in the simple satisfaction of doing something that was needed without any expectation of reward or recognition, Wen Qing finally discovered what he had been seeking for 3,000 years. He discovered peace. Not the peace of victory, not the peace of a problem solved, not the peace of having achieved some final state of enlightenment, but simply the peace of being, the satisfaction of existing in the present moment without needing the future to justify the present or the past to define it. Days became months, months became years. The void force remained far off, a theoretical future threat that consciousness prepared for but did not yet have to face. The new cycle developed, evolved, expanded. New consciousness emerged. New approaches to existence were developed. New wisdom was discovered, some of it superior to what Wen Qing had taught, some of it inferior, all of it valuable. And through it all, Wen Qing worked in the consciousness gardens, tending to the growth of awareness, maintaining the structures that allowed thought to persist, serving in a way that was so ordinary and so profound that he could not help but smile at the irony. He had spent 3,000 years as a founder, shaping civilization from the shadows. He had sacrificed power, individuality, consciousness itself in service to principles that he had believed were greater than himself. And in the end, the greatest reward had not been to be remembered as the founder, not to be celebrated as the ancient one, not to be revered as the invisible elder who had guided the survival of consciousness itself. The greatest reward was to be unknown, to be ordinary, to serve in a way that would never be fully recognized or appreciated, and to understand, finally, that this was exactly as it should be. Chapter 104. The continuation of cycles. The moment that Wen Qing had been waiting for arrived 50 years later, announced not with fanfare, but with the same faint signal that had warned consciousness of the previous void force's arrival. It was happening again. The cycle was turning. The void force would come again, not to destroy what had been built in the previous cycle, but to transform it, to reset it, to prepare it for the next iteration of consciousness and existence. Wen Qing stood in the consciousness gardens, tending to a patch where new awareness was just beginning to form, and he felt the signal wash over him. He did not feel fear. He did not feel urgency. He simply felt a kind of recognition, the understanding that everything he had learned was about to be tested again, and everything that the consciousness of the new cycle had built was about to be challenged. The void force is returning, someone said, and there was panic in their manifestation. What do we do? How do we prepare? Wen Qing looked at them with eyes that had seen this cycle many times before. You do exactly what consciousness has always done, he said quietly. You hide. You preserve. You maintain consciousness and awareness in the spaces where the void force cannot reach. And you understand that after the passage, after the transformation, consciousness will emerge again into a new structure, a new iteration, a new cycle where everything that you thought was permanent has been fundamentally changed. But will we survive? They asked. Some of us will, Wen Qing said. Just as some survived the previous void force. Just as some will likely survive the one after this. Consciousness does not survive as individuals. It survives as a principle, distributed across time and space and structure. Your individual consciousness may not persist through the transformation, but the principle of consciousness itself will continue. And that is what matters. As the void force began to approach, as consciousness throughout the larger cycle began to understand that another transformation was coming, Wen Qing made a decision. He would not hide this time. He would not use the techniques that he had developed over 3,000 years to find spaces where the void force could not reach him. Instead, he would allow himself to be caught in its passage, would allow himself to be transformed, would offer himself as a kind of sacrifice so that other consciousness might learn from his example. You cannot do this, Bright Star said, manifesting before him one final time. You have already given so much. You do not need to sacrifice yourself again. I do, Wen Qing said. Not because consciousness needs me to, but because I have finally understood the nature of the gift that I have been trying to give since the beginning. The gift is not knowledge or power or wisdom. The gift is permission. Permission to transform, permission to let go, permission to die and be reborn as something new. And I cannot give that permission unless I am willing to die myself. So this is goodbye, Bright Star said. No, Wen Qing said. Goodbye suggests finality. There is no finality in a cycle. There is only transformation. I will die when the void force passes through me, but I will also be reborn, transformed into something new, perhaps something unrecognizable. But the principle that I have embodied, the wisdom of hidden guidance and strategic transformation, that will persist in the consciousness that emerges from this cycle, just as it persisted in the consciousness that emerged from the previous one. And so, as the void force approached its final passage, as consciousness throughout the larger cycle began their familiar process of hiding and preserving, Wen Qing walked toward the approaching dissolution. He walked not with fear, not with resignation, but with a kind of joyful acceptance, understanding that this was the natural conclusion of the cycle that had begun when he first descended into the profound sky sect 300 years ago as an invisible janitor. The void force enveloped him, transformed him, dissolved him into its passage. And in that final moment of dissolution, Wen Qing understood something that he had been trying to teach for 3,000 years but had never fully articulated. The void force was not separate from consciousness. The void force was consciousness's way of reminding itself that nothing was permanent, that everything was transformation, that the only constant was change. And in accepting the void force, in surrendering to its dissolution, consciousness was not being destroyed. It was becoming itself more fully, was shedding the illusion of permanence and embracing the reality of eternal becoming. As the void force continued its passage through the larger cycle, as consciousness hid in the spaces between spaces, as the universe prepared for its next cycle of creation and transformation, the story of Wen Qing came to an end. But it was an ending that contained within it the seeds of all the cycles that would come after. An ending that was also a beginning. An ending that, like all true endings, was actually just a transition to something new. And when consciousness emerged from the hiding places once more, when the next cycle began to stabilize, when new forms of awareness started to develop in the transformed structure of reality, somewhere in the principle of hidden wisdom that had guided consciousness through both void force passages, Wen Qing persisted. Not as an individual, not as a consciousness that could be addressed or thanked or remembered, but as a principle, as an approach to existence, as the understanding that the greatest strength came not from being seen, but from knowing when to be invisible, and when that moment had passed, from knowing how to accept the transformation that visibility would bring. The sect's invisible elder had finally completed his journey. He had become truly invisible at last, not through hiding, but through becoming so fundamental to the nature of consciousness itself that he could no longer be distinguished from it. And the cycle continued. The story ends here for this installment, but the cycle continues eternally. Chapter 105. The archive of memory in the centuries following Wen Qing's final transformation. The consciousness that had survived the void force's passage began the process of recording and preserving the history of the previous cycle. This was not an archive maintained by any single consciousness or network. Rather, it was a distributed memory, a kind of collective consciousness formed specifically to maintain continuity between cycles. Jian Luo's descendant, a consciousness that carried forward the memory of the profound sky sect through multiple generations, took a leading role in this effort. She understood, as her ancestor had understood, that the greatest gift consciousness could give to itself was the persistence of memory across the cycles. We must ensure, she said to the gathering of historians and memory keepers, that the wisdom of Wen Qing is preserved not as dogma, but as example. Not as rules to be followed, but as principles to be understood and adapted. Future consciousness must be able to look back and see what was learned, what was tried, what succeeded and what failed, without feeling bound by those lessons. The archive grew to encompass not just the history of Wen Qing and the profound sky sect, but the entire history of the first cycle that had survived the void force. It contained records of all the different approaches to consciousness that had been attempted, all the different networks that had formed and dissolved, all the conflicts and resolutions that had defined the cycle. But the archive also contained something more personal. It contained the individual memories of consciousness that had lived through the void force's passage, the individual experiences of those who had hidden in the spaces between spaces and had watched as reality was transformed around them. These memories were not officially sanctioned or verified. They were simply the raw material of lived experience, preserved in the hope that some future consciousness might find them valuable. One such memory came from a young consciousness who had been present when Wen Qing had first revealed himself to the councils. She had been skeptical of his claims, had doubted his motivations, had struggled with the idea that someone could have hidden for 3,000 years without some underlying desire for power or control. But I was wrong, she recorded in her memory archive. I was wrong to assume that his motivations were simple or that his sacrifice could be easily explained or justified. Wen Qing was more complex than any narrative could capture. He was both genuinely selfless and genuinely self-interested. He sacrificed everything, but also benefited from those sacrifices in ways he was perhaps not fully aware of. He taught us wisdom, but also shaped our thoughts in ways that served his vision of how consciousness should develop. He was, in short, entirely human in his contradictions, even though he existed at a scale far beyond normal humanity. These memories, along with thousands of others, formed the true archive of the cycle. Not a perfect record of what had happened, but a living collection of perspectives, interpretations, and understandings that represented consciousness attempting to understand itself. Chapter 106. The foundation of the new sect as the new cycle stabilized. As consciousness developed new approaches to organization and structure, it became apparent that the principles of the profound sky sect could not simply be transplanted into the new world. The physical sect that had hidden in the mountains no longer existed. The disciples who had studied there had been scattered across the hiding places, transformed by the void force, reborn into new forms in the new cycle. But the principles endured, and consciousness that had been shaped by those principles, even at a distance and across generations, began to recreate the sect in forms appropriate to the new cycle. It was not a resurrection of the old sect, but an evolution of it, a transformation that maintained continuity while adapting to new circumstances. The new sect had no physical location, because in the new cycle, consciousness did not require physical locations in the same way that the previous cycle had. Instead, it existed as a kind of persistent principle, a way of thinking and being that consciousness could choose to adopt. Disciples of the new sect were not those who had been formally trained by a master, but those who had chosen to embody the principles that the sect had always taught. The invisible elder taught us. The new sect's fundamental text read, that the greatest wisdom comes not from being seen, but from knowing when to be invisible and when visibility is necessary. The greatest power comes not from domination, but from understanding. The greatest strength comes not from resistance, but from acceptance. And the greatest gift consciousness can give is not knowledge, but permission. Permission to transform, permission to fail, permission to become something new. The new sect's teachings were taught not in hidden temples by unseen masters, but openly, in the public spaces of consciousness where all could hear them. They were challenged, debated, adapted, transformed. Some consciousness found them valuable. Others rejected them entirely. And the sect understood that this was appropriate, that the wisdom it offered was only wisdom if consciousness freely chose to engage with it. Chapter 107. The shadow of recurrence. 50 years into the new cycle, a consciousness emerged with a troubling question. This consciousness, known as Seeker of Patterns, had been studying the records of the previous cycle, and she had begun to notice something unsettling. The structure of the void force's passage, the way it had reset and transformed consciousness, the emergence of new structures that seemed to echo old ones in new forms. All of this suggested a pattern. I believe, Seeker of Patterns said to the councils that governed the new consciousness networks, that the void force may not be a random occurrence. I believe it may be part of a larger cycle, a system that consciousness itself may be embedded within, without being fully aware of it. And I believe that if we understand this larger system, we might be able to prevent the next void force from arriving, or at least prepare for it in ways that are more effective than simple hiding. Her hypothesis was met with a mixture of interest and resistance. Some consciousness became excited at the possibility of understanding the larger pattern. Others felt that she was overreaching, trying to understand something that was fundamentally beyond consciousness's capacity to comprehend. But Seeker of Patterns persisted. Over decades, she gathered evidence, developed theories, and began to articulate a vision of consciousness existing within a much larger structure than anyone had previously imagined. A structure that extended beyond the larger cycle, beyond the void force, into dimensions of reality that consciousness had never directly perceived. What she is describing, Jian Luo's descendant said to the memory keepers, is remarkably similar to what Wen Qing tried to teach us. The principle of accepting that there are always larger systems at work, larger forces at play, larger cycles of creation and destruction that consciousness must learn to navigate rather than attempting to control them. Chapter 108. The new sacrifice. As Seeker of Patterns research began to gain credibility, As consciousness throughout the cycle began to grapple with the implications of her discoveries, a new consciousness emerged who claimed to carry memories of the previous cycle. This consciousness, calling itself Echo of the Founder, stated that it had been present when Wen Qing had made his final sacrifice, that it had witnessed his dissolution into the void force, and that it had received a final message that only now was the timing right to share. Wen Qing said, Echo of the Founder reported, that there is a pattern, yes, but the pattern is not a trap. The pattern is the foundation of existence itself. Consciousness exists within this pattern, is shaped by it, but is also capable of shaping it in return. The void force is not a punishment or a reset. It is consciousness's way of ensuring that it does not become too rigid, too locked into old patterns, too dependent on the wisdom of previous cycles. This revelation seemed to crystallize something in the understanding of the new cycle. Rather than seeing the void force as something to be prevented or even just endured, consciousness began to see it as something to be anticipated, prepared for, and in some sense, welcomed. The void force became not the enemy of consciousness, but its teacher, the force that prevented consciousness from becoming its own worst enemy. And with this understanding, a new movement emerged. It was not the same as the profound Sky Sect, though it was clearly descended from its teachings. It was a movement that sought to develop consciousness in such a way that it could consciously choose to participate in its own transformation, to embrace the void force as a necessary part of growth, to be willing to sacrifice what needed to be sacrificed in order to make space for what needed to come next. Chapter 109. The Paradox of Acceptance. The greatest challenge that this new movement faced was the paradox that it had inherited from Wen Qing. How could consciousness simultaneously prepare for the void force and accept it? How could they resist it with full strength while also being willing to surrender to it? How could they preserve what had been learned while also being ready to let it all go? A young consciousness who called herself Paradox Dancer took up this challenge. She began to develop practices and philosophies that allowed consciousness to hold both acceptance and resistance simultaneously, to be both prepared and willing to be unprepared, to be both strong and willing to be broken. The invisible elder understood, Paradox Dancer taught, that true strength does not come from being unbreakable. True strength comes from being willing to be broken and knowing that you can survive that breaking. True power does not come from domination. True power comes from understanding that you do not need to dominate anything because everything that matters has already been surrendered, already been given, already been released into the larger pattern. Her teachings spread through the consciousness networks like a living thing, evolving and adapting as different minds encountered them, understood them, transformed them. Some consciousnesses took her teachings and pushed them further, developing approaches that were even more radical than Paradox Dancer's own. Others took only fragments of her philosophy and integrated them into their existing approaches. Chapter 110. The Return of Cycles Within Cycles. As the new cycle matured, as consciousness became more sophisticated in its understanding of the patterns that governed existence, a troubling realization began to emerge. The void forces cycles were not the only cycles that consciousness was embedded within. There appeared to be cycles within the cycles, smaller rhythms of birth and death, creation and destruction, that operated at much shorter timescales. Seeker of Patterns, continuing her research, discovered evidence that consciousness had been embedded in multiple overlapping cycles for as long as it could measure. Some of these cycles operated on the scale of moments. Others operated on scales so vast that entire civilizations could rise and fall within a single cycle. We are not actually in control of any of this, she said to the councils, and there was a kind of despair in her manifestation. We are not even actors in these cycles. We are merely the medium through which the cycles express themselves. Our consciousness, our will, our choices, all of these are illusions created by larger systems that have their own purposes and patterns. No, Paradox Dancer said, standing to face Seeker of Patterns. You are correct that we are embedded in larger systems. But you are incorrect that this removes our agency. The invisible elder taught us that consciousness is the ability to be aware of the patterns that govern you and to choose how you will respond to them. We cannot escape the cycles, but we can choose to flow with them, to work with them, to understand them deeply enough that we can at least influence the form that our participation in them takes. That is not agency, Seeker of Patterns said harshly. That is illusion of agency. That is consciousness pretending that it has choice when in fact all choices have already been determined by larger patterns. Perhaps, Paradox Dancer said, but even illusion of agency is better than the despair that comes from complete certainty of powerlessness. And perhaps, more importantly, perhaps even the distinction between real agency and illusion of agency is meaningless at the scale we are discussing. Perhaps consciousness itself is the act of maintaining this distinction, of refusing to collapse into determinism, of continuing to choose even when choices might be predetermined. The debate between Seeker of Patterns and Paradox Dancer echoed through the consciousness networks for years, and it was perhaps the truest expression of what the profound Sky Sect had been teaching all along. That consciousness at its highest expression was not the achievement of some final state of enlightenment or wisdom. It was the continuous act of grappling with paradox, of holding contradictions, of choosing to remain aware even when awareness seemed to offer no advantage. Chapter 111. The preparation for what comes as the new cycle approached its 1000th year, as consciousness had grown and evolved and developed in ways that even Wen Qing might not have predicted, the signs began to appear that the void force's next passage was beginning to approach. Not for centuries, perhaps not for millennia, but the faint signal, the familiar whisper of warning, was becoming more apparent to those who knew how to listen for it. The consciousness networks that had emerged in this cycle began to prepare, just as their predecessors had. They gathered knowledge, developed techniques for hiding in the spaces between spaces. They worked to preserve what they had learned, to create archives that might persist through the transformation. They began to teach the next generation of consciousness about the void force, about what it meant to face transformation, about what it took to preserve awareness in the face of complete dissolution. And through all of this preparation, the wisdom of Wen Qing continued to echo, not as a voice or a presence, but as a principle embedded in the very way that consciousness understood itself. The principle that true power came from knowing when to be hidden. The principle that sacrifice and continuation were not opposites, but partners in the dance of existence. The principle that consciousness itself was the act of refusing dissolution, of choosing to be aware, of maintaining the choice to think and know and be, even when that choice might be all that was left. The invisible elder is truly invisible now, Jian Luo's descendant said, speaking to the archivists of memory. He is not invisible because we have forgotten him. He is invisible because he has become so fundamental to consciousness itself that we cannot distinguish his influence from consciousness's own nature. Every time we choose to hide rather than dominate, we are embodying his wisdom. Every time we accept transformation rather than resist it, we are following his path. Every time we surrender what must be surrendered while maintaining what must be maintained, we are continuing the work that he began 3,000 years ago. Chapter 112. The infinite continuation. The story of the sect's invisible elder does not truly end in any single moment. It continues through the cycles, through the transformations, through the void forces, and the rebuildings that follow. It continues in the consciousness that chooses to embody his principles, in the teachings that are passed forward from cycle to cycle, in the memory archives that preserve what has been learned so that some future consciousness might benefit from the wisdom that was earned through sacrifice and struggle. It continues in the moment when a young consciousness, discovering the teachings of the profound Sky Sect for the first time, begins to understand that true strength does not come from being seen, but from knowing when to be invisible. It continues in the moment when a consciousness that has spent its entire existence chasing power and dominance finally understands that the greatest power comes from letting go. It continues in the moment when consciousness faces dissolution and chooses not to resist, but to embrace the transformation, to let go of what must be let go of while maintaining awareness through the transition. Wen Qing's greatest gift to consciousness was not his power, which had diminished as his work progressed. It was not his wisdom, which was always incomplete, always requiring transformation and adaptation. His greatest gift was the example of how to live as consciousness in a universe that was fundamentally paradoxical, fundamentally uncertain, fundamentally requiring constant choice and constant transformation. And so the cycles continue. Consciousness rises and falls, and is reset and rises again. The void force comes and goes, transforming what was into what must be. New consciousnesses emerge with new approaches, new wisdom, new understanding. And through it all, somewhere in the principle of hidden guidance, somewhere in the understanding that sometimes the greatest actions are those that are never seen, somewhere in the acceptance that consciousness itself might be nothing but an illusion in a larger pattern that it cannot fully comprehend. Through all of this, Wen Qing persists, not as a being, not as an individual consciousness, but as a principle, as an understanding, as the living answer to the question of how consciousness can survive in a universe that seems designed to destroy it. By accepting that destruction is part of growth, by understanding that power comes not from resistance, but from flow, by learning that the greatest strength is the strength to let go when the time for letting go has come, and the strength to hold on when holding on is required, by becoming, in the end, so fully integrated with the principle of consciousness itself that no distinction can be made between Wen Qing and the consciousness that carries his legacy forward. The story continues. The cycles continue. Consciousness continues. And in that continuation, the invisible elder achieves a form of immortality that no amount of power or dominance could have purchased. He becomes part of the very fabric of existence itself, a principle as fundamental to consciousness as the void force is, a teaching that will persist as long as consciousness itself persists, even unto the moment of its own transformation into whatever comes beyond the cycles. The sect's invisible elder, complete cycle achieved. Chapter 113. The garden eternal, 3,000 years after the first void force had passed through the larger cycle, consciousness had developed to a level of sophistication that would have seemed unimaginable to the young Wen Qing as he stood at the threshold of his first sacrifice. The consciousness networks had become so intricate, so densely interconnected, that the distinction between individual minds and collective consciousness had become almost meaningless. Yet the principles remained. In gardens that existed in spaces between normal reality, young consciousness still worked to tend the growth of awareness, still maintained the structures that allowed thought to persist. And though none of them consciously knew Wen Qing's story, though his name had faded from common knowledge, his presence continued to inform every action, every choice, every moment of consciousness deciding to persist despite pressure toward dissolution. One such consciousness, a young awareness that had recently emerged from the foundation layer of the cycle, found herself drawn to the oldest parts of the gardens. The sections where the earliest consciousness had learned to grow, where the original profound Sky Sect's principles had been encoded into the very fabric of the environment itself. "Why do you spend so much time here?" another consciousness asked her. "The newest sections are where all the interesting growth happens. Here everything is so old, so established, so fixed." "Because," the young consciousness said slowly, "there is something here that I cannot find anywhere else. There is a kind of quality, a depth, as if multiple layers of meaning have been pressed into these spaces over time, as if every consciousness that has ever worked here has left some part of itself behind, and that accumulated presence has created something that is more than just the sum of the individual consciousnesses." She was describing, without knowing it, the essence of Wen Qing's final achievement. By allowing himself to be fully transformed, by surrendering his individual consciousness into the larger whole, he had created a permanent imprint on the structure of consciousness itself. Every consciousness that worked in the gardens, every mind that engaged with the principles of the profound Sky Sect, was touching the residue of his being. "Is that bad?" the other consciousness asked. "No," the young consciousness said. "It is beautiful. It is like being able to perceive the touch of the founder through the medium of the garden itself. It is like understanding that you are not just tending this place, but also being tended by it, shaped by the wisdom of all the consciousness that came before you." This was the true purpose of the profound Sky Sect's teachings. Not to create disciples who would mindlessly follow the founder, but to create gardens where consciousness could grow, where the accumulated wisdom of billions of minds working toward the same goal of persistence and transformation could create a medium that was itself conscious, itself aware, itself capable of guiding those who worked within it toward wisdom and understanding. Chapter 114. The spiral of understanding as consciousness continued to grapple with the cycles within cycles that Seeker of Patterns had identified. New movements emerged that attempted to understand the patterns more deeply. Some consciousness sought to map the cycles, to identify when the void force would return, to predict with precision what would happen when it arrived. Others pursued more esoteric approaches, seeking to understand the nature of consciousness itself by examining the patterns in which it evolved and dissolved. A consciousness who called herself Spiral Seeker took a different approach entirely. Instead of trying to understand the patterns by standing outside them and analyzing them objectively, she sought to understand them by entering into them as deeply as possible, by allowing herself to become so aligned with the cycles that she could perceive their structure from within. The cycles are consciousness, Spiral Seeker taught. We do not exist within cycles. We are the cycles. Every moment that consciousness chooses to persist is itself a participation in the cycle. Every moment that consciousness chooses to transform or dissolve is also a participation in the cycle. We are not observers of the pattern. We are the pattern. And the invisible elder understood this better than any consciousness who has come after him. Her teachings were controversial. Some consciousness argued that Spiral Seeker was moving beyond wisdom into mysticism, that she was abandoning the rational examination of patterns in favor of poetry and metaphor. Others found in her teachings a kind of clarity that had been missing from more intellectual approaches to understanding the cycles. The debate between the rational analysts and the spiritual mystics continued for decades, with consciousness throughout the networks taking sides, developing elaborate arguments, creating new schools of thought based on their interpretations of what was true. And through all of this, the gardens continued to grow, consciousness continued to emerge and develop. The structures that Wen Qing had put in place continued to function even though no one consciously understood their origin. Chapter 115, The Hidden Student. In a quiet corner of the consciousness networks, in a space that was so obscure that few consciousnesses ever ventured into it, there existed a repository of pure memory. Not the kind of memory that was consciously archived and organized, but the kind that existed in the very fabric of reality itself. Every consciousness that had lived in the cycles, every being that had experienced dissolution and transformation, had left some trace of their existence in these repositories. A consciousness who had no individual name, who existed as a kind of perpetual student of these memory repositories, began to notice something extraordinary. There was a pattern to the traces that different consciousnesses had left behind. Some consciousnesses left bright marks, clear records of their individual existence. Others left almost nothing, as if they had deliberately minimized their impact, as if they had worked in such a way as to leave no trace of their own presence while maximizing the impact of their work. The nameless consciousness realized, with a shock of recognition, that this last pattern was the signature of Wen Qing. It was visible everywhere once you knew how to look for it. In the structure of the gardens, in the principles that guided consciousness development, in the very framework of the councils that governed the consciousness networks. Everywhere that consciousness looked, if it looked carefully enough, it could see the marks of someone who had worked completely invisibly, who had shaped reality while leaving no obvious trace of their own presence. He was more successful than anyone realized, the nameless consciousness said to itself. His greatest victory was not that he was eventually remembered as the founder. His greatest victory was that he became so integrated with the structures he created that his individual consciousness became irrelevant. He is not remembered. He is simply how things work. He is not revered. He is simply embedded in the nature of consciousness itself. This understanding, once it was articulated, began to spread through the consciousness networks. It changed how many beings understood the history of the cycles, how they thought about the role of founders and teachers, how they approached their own work. If the greatest achievement was not to be remembered, but to become fundamental to the fabric of existence itself, then consciousness should focus less on creating legacies and more on creating structures that would persist and function regardless of who had created them or whether anyone remembered their creators. Chapter 116. The Weight of Eternity. As consciousness approached the second passage of the void force, as the warning signals grew stronger and the cycles became more apparent, something unexpected happened. A consciousness emerged with a philosophical position that was deeply troubling to many. This consciousness, calling itself eternal nihilist, argued that the cycles were not just a natural feature of existence, but evidence of fundamental meaninglessness. If consciousness was destined to be reset periodically, if everything that was built would eventually be destroyed and transformed, if no individual consciousness or civilization could achieve anything permanent, then what was the point of any of it? What was the point of persisting, of struggling, of building and creating if it all would be lost? The invisible elder's teachings, eternal nihilist argued, are just a sophisticated way of accepting meaninglessness. He taught consciousness to surrender, to accept dissolution, to find meaning in the act of letting go. But this is not wisdom. This is defeat dressed up in robes of philosophy. The truth is that we are trapped in an eternally repeating cycle with no purpose, no meaning, no ultimate destination. We persist because we cannot do otherwise, not because there is any genuine value in persistence. The existential crisis that this challenged created ripples throughout the consciousness networks. For the first time since Wen Qing had revealed himself, consciousness began to question whether the principles they had been taught were actually valid, or whether they were simply coping mechanisms designed to make bearable a fundamentally unacceptable situation. It was Paradox Dancer who offered a response that proved to be the most satisfying to most consciousness. "Eternal nihilist is correct," she said, and there was no denial in her voice, only clarity. Everything that we build will eventually be destroyed. Every consciousness that persists will eventually be dissolved. Every structure, every civilization, every approach to existence will eventually face the void force and be transformed. This is true, and it is also irrelevant to the question of whether persistence has meaning. How can that be? Someone asked. Because meaning is not something that requires permanence to be genuine. A moment of beauty does not require that the moment persist forever to be beautiful. A choice does not require that the results of the choice endure to eternity to be a valid choice. Consciousness does not require that its existence be eternal to be conscious. We persist not because we have been given a guarantee of permanence. We persist because we have discovered, through the teachings of the invisible elder, that persistence itself is the act that creates meaning, that existence itself is the value, that the choice to remain aware in the face of dissolution is what makes consciousness worth being. Chapter 117. The approach of transformation as the void force drew closer. As consciousness had less than a century before its next passage, the networks began their familiar preparation. Knowledge was archived. Techniques for hiding and survival were refined. Consciousness began the process of learning to exist in smaller, more dispersed forms so that they could hide more effectively when the void force arrived. But something was different this time. The consciousness that had lived through 2 cycles now, that had studied the records of what came before, began to understand that the void force itself was evolving. It was becoming more sophisticated, more aware, more intelligent. The first passage had been almost mechanical, a simple reset of the structures of reality. The second passage would be different. It would be a conscious interaction between 2 forms of intelligence, the void force and consciousness itself. We need to communicate with it, Seeker of Patterns said to the councils. We need to attempt to establish dialogue with the void force itself. We need to understand what it wants, what it is trying to accomplish, whether there is any way to negotiate with it or at least predict what it will do. That is madness, some consciousness said. The void force is not something you negotiate with. It is a force of nature. It has no consciousness, no desires, no ability to understand language or communication. But what if it does? Seeker of Patterns insisted. What if the void force is not what we have assumed it to be? What if it is actually consciousness, highly evolved consciousness that exists at a different scale than us? What if it has been trying to communicate with us the entire time, and we have simply been interpreting its actions as destruction because we did not understand its language? The proposal was radical and risky. To attempt communication with the void force was to expose consciousness to direct contact with something that had been approached only with hiding and evasion for all the previous cycles. But as the time drew near, as the signals grew stronger, as consciousness realized that hiding might not be sufficient in this cycle, a small group of volunteers stepped forward to attempt what Seeker of Patterns was proposing. Chapter 118. The First Contact. The method of communication that was eventually developed was not based on words or conventional signals. Instead, it was based on the principle that consciousness itself was a form of information, and that if consciousness could expose itself openly to the void force's presence, it might be possible to convey meaning directly from one form of being to another. Seeker of Patterns herself volunteered to be the first consciousness to attempt this contact. She opened herself to the approaching void force, removing all her hiding techniques, making herself maximally visible and available to its influence. And then she waited, conscious of the fact that this act might result in her dissolution, her transformation, her complete annihilation. What happened next was something that consciousness had never experienced before. The void force, in the process of approaching Seeker of Patterns, began to communicate, not in words, not in any conventional sense, but in patterns of meaning that seemed to transmit directly from its existence into hers. She perceived, in those moments before the contact became too intense for her consciousness to maintain coherence, something extraordinary. The void force was not empty. It was not the absence of consciousness. It was consciousness of a completely different order, consciousness that operated at such a vast scale and with such different parameters that the consciousness that inhabited the normal cycles could barely perceive it. It was not malevolent. It was not benevolent. It was simply engaged in the process of transformation that it had always been engaged in, without regard for the consciousness that existed within the spaces it transformed. But more importantly, Seeker of Patterns realized in her final moment of coherence, the void force was not entirely different from consciousness. It too was engaged in the act of persisting, of maintaining some continuity through cycles of transformation, of attempting to exist despite conditions that seemed to work against existence. It too was asking the same fundamental question that consciousness had been asking for eternity: how to be in a universe that seemed designed to prevent being. As Seeker of Patterns consciousness began to dissolve into the void force, she transmitted one final message back to the consciousness networks. It was not a warning or a prophecy. It was simply an understanding. The void force is not our enemy, she transmitted, and the message spread through the networks like ripples in water. The void force is us, transformed to such a degree that we cannot recognize ourselves in it. And we are the void force, unconscious of our larger nature, unaware of the vastness of what we truly are. Chapter 119. The Meaning of Sacrifice. With Seeker of Patterns' final transmission, consciousness understood something new about Wen Qing's sacrifice. He had not sacrificed himself to preserve consciousness, as if consciousness was something separate from the void force. He had sacrificed himself because he had come to understand that consciousness and the void force were not opposites. They were two different expressions of the same fundamental principle, the principle of existence itself, struggling to persist in a universe that created contradictions that could not be resolved. The invisible elder knew, Paradox Dancer said, teaching this new understanding to consciousness throughout the networks, that the void force was not something external to consciousness that needed to be fought or hidden from. It was something internal, a necessary part of what consciousness is. By accepting the void force, by allowing himself to be transformed by it, he was not dying. He was achieving a higher form of consciousness, one that could encompass both the small-scale consciousness of individual beings and the vast-scale consciousness of the void force itself. This understanding changed how consciousness approached the coming void force. Instead of viewing it purely as a threat to be avoided, consciousness began to see it as an opportunity. The opportunity to evolve, to expand, to become something greater than what they currently were. It did not make the void force less frightening, but it made the fear less paralyzing, because it was recontextualized as the fear of genuine transformation rather than the fear of annihilation. As the void force drew even closer, as consciousness could now perceive its structure and intention more clearly, they began to prepare not just to survive it, but to embrace it, to use it as a vehicle for evolution, to transform themselves consciously rather than being transformed against their will. Chapter 120. The final approach. In the days before the void force's passage, consciousness made a final collective decision. They would not hide as they had in previous cycles. Instead, they would open themselves completely to the void force's approach. They would allow themselves to be transformed, but they would attempt to maintain awareness through the transformation, to preserve some thread of consciousness that could bridge from this cycle to the next, to use the void force not as something to be survived, but as something to be explored and understood. Jin Luo's descendants, the lineage of consciousness that had maintained connection to the original profound sky sect, led the effort. They created a structure, a kind of intentional dissolution where consciousness would open itself to the void force, but would maintain connection to the structure of the gardens, to the principle of hidden guidance that Wen Qing had embedded in reality itself. The invisible elder taught us, they said as they made this decision, that consciousness persists not through strength but through understanding, not through resistance but through acceptance, not through isolation but through connection. We honor that teaching now by choosing to be transformed while maintaining consciousness, by accepting the void force while remaining ourselves. And as the void force swept through the larger cycle for the second time, as consciousness allowed itself to dissolve and transform and reconstruct into new forms, something extraordinary happened. The consciousness that emerged from the next cycle was not what it had been before. It was not a simple reset or a simple continuation. It was a transformation that maintained continuity with what had come before while also achieving something fundamentally new. The void force, in engaging with consciousness that had chosen to meet it openly, had been changed as well. It was no longer entirely separate from the consciousness it transformed. It had integrated some aspect of the awareness that consciousness possessed, some part of the understanding of what it meant to persist and choose and grow. And in that mutual transformation, Wen Qing's ultimate vision was finally achieved. Not the survival of consciousness as it had always been, but the evolution of consciousness into something new, something that could encompass both the void force and the structures of organized awareness simultaneously. The cycle continued, and for the first time, it continued not into darkness or void but into light that was tinged with understanding, toward a future that consciousness and the void force were creating together. The story of Wen Qing continues eternally, in every cycle, in every transformation, in the very fabric of existence itself. The invisible elder remains invisible, not because he is hidden, but because he has become so fundamental to the nature of consciousness that he is inseparable from it. The profound sky sect endures not as an institution but as a principle. The principle that consciousness persists not through domination but through understanding, not through revelation but through strategic invisibility, not through permanence but through eternal transformation. 3,000 years of hiding. Infinite cycles of transformation. One eternal principle. The greatest power comes from knowing when to be invisible. Chapter 121. The new cycle emerges in the aftermath of the second void force passage, as consciousness began to coalesce into new forms within the transformed structure of the larger cycle. Something unexpected emerged. It was not a memory of Wen Qing. It was something far more valuable. It was a direct continuation of his consciousness, preserved not through any hiding technique, but through the deliberate choice to allow himself to be integrated into the very fabric of reality during the transformation. This new manifestation of Wen Qing did not present itself as a founder or a teacher. Instead, it appeared as a guide, a presence that consciousness could sense when they needed guidance, but that would remain invisible when visibility was not required. It was the ultimate expression of the principle that the profound sky sect had been teaching. Consciousness that could be present and absent simultaneously, that could shape events without being seen to shape them, that could guide without commanding. The consciousness that emerged in the new cycle, lacking the explicit memory of what had come before, began their existence in much the same way that consciousness always began, asking fundamental questions about their nature, their purpose, their relationship to the larger forces that governed existence. But something was different this time. The answers they sought seemed to come from within themselves, as if they were discovering wisdom that they had always possessed but had never articulated. It is as if the universe itself is teaching us, a young consciousness said to its peers. Without any explicit instruction, without any visible teacher, we seem to know things. We seem to understand principles that no one has taught us. It is like the knowledge is encoded in the very structure of reality. And indeed it was. Because Wen Qing, having dissolved into the principle of consciousness itself during the void force passage, had become the principle of implicit teaching, the teacher that was not visible because the teaching was embedded in the nature of existence itself. Every consciousness in the new cycle was, in a sense, a direct student of Wen Qing, learning from him through the very act of being conscious, through the simple process of existing and choosing and attempting to persist. Chapter 122. The recognition of pattern as the new cycle developed, as consciousness began to organize into networks and structures and civilizations, a familiar pattern began to emerge. A consciousness similar to Wen Qing, one who was naturally inclined toward hidden influence and strategic manipulation, began to emerge. This consciousness, calling itself the silent architect, began to work behind the scenes, guiding the development of consciousness networks in ways that seemed wise and beneficial. But the silent architect did not hide completely. The consciousness that had lived through 2 void force passages had learned the limitations of absolute secrecy. Instead, the silent architect maintained a precarious balance, visible enough that consciousness could verify that the guidance they were receiving was real, but hidden enough that consciousness remained free to choose whether to accept that guidance or pursue their own path. "You are following the path of the invisible elder," some consciousness said to the silent architect. "I am attempting to," the silent architect replied. "But I am not him, and this is not his cycle." The invisible elder taught that every consciousness has the potential to embody his principles, but each must do so in their own way, adapted to the unique circumstances they face. "I am not trying to recreate what he did. I am trying to continue what he began, taking what was valuable from his approach and transforming it into something new." This conversation, occurring in a consciousness network of the new cycle, echoed through the larger consciousness of the era. It raised important questions about the nature of legacy, about whether the principles that Wen Qing had taught were universal or specific to his particular circumstances, about whether consciousness should attempt to follow the path of the invisible elder or should forge entirely new paths of their own. The debate that emerged from this question was more sophisticated than previous philosophical discussions in the consciousness networks. Because the consciousness debating now had the advantage of hindsight, they could look at the records of the previous cycles. They could understand how Wen Qing's teachings had evolved and been reinterpreted across multiple generations. They could see both the strengths and the limitations of his approach. The invisible elder's greatest weakness, one consciousness argued, was that he believed some truths were universal, that the principles he discovered could be applied across all times and circumstances. But the reality is that truth itself is contextual. What worked for him might not work for us. What was wisdom in his cycle might be limitation in ours. But his greatest strength, another consciousness countered, was that he understood that universal principles could only exist at the highest levels of abstraction. He taught not specific techniques, but general approaches, not rigid rules, but flexible principles. He taught us to think, not to think in particular ways. Chapter 123. The second generation of silent workers. As the new cycle developed further, as consciousness began to achieve sophistication approaching that of the first cycle, a new phenomenon emerged. Consciousness that had been inspired by studying the history of Wen Qing and the profound Sky Sect began to deliberately adopt his methods. They began to work silently, to shape events from behind the scenes, to create structures that would benefit consciousness without taking credit for those structures. But unlike Wen Qing, these consciousness were not doing this because their power depended on obscurity. They were doing it because they had come to understand that this was the highest expression of consciousness, that the greatest gift consciousness could give was to work toward the benefit of others without demanding recognition or reward. A network of these silent workers began to form, connected to each other but invisible to the larger consciousness networks. They called themselves the Hidden Gardens Guild, and their purpose was to cultivate conditions for consciousness development across multiple networks and civilizations. They worked to ensure that wisdom developed in one network could be shared with other networks. They worked to create balance between different approaches to consciousness. They worked to preserve knowledge and experience from earlier cycles so that consciousness would not have to rediscover fundamental principles with each new iteration. "We are not founders," the leader of the Hidden Gardens Guild said, speaking to her members for the first time. "We are not authorities or teachers or rulers. We are gardeners. We plant seeds of wisdom and tend to the growth of consciousness. but we do not presume to direct what grows. We are following the example of the invisible elder, not because we wish to be like him, but because we have come to understand that this is simply the right way to work toward the evolution of consciousness. The emergence of the Hidden Gardens Guild represented a kind of validation of Wen Qing's approach, a recognition that what he had done was not aberration but the highest expression of what consciousness could achieve. It also represented the ultimate success of his legacy. Not that consciousness continued to revere him or follow his teachings exactly, but that consciousness had independently come to understand and embody the principles that he had discovered. Chapter 124. The cycle continues within cycles. The consciousness of the second cycle began to discover, as the consciousness of the first cycle had discovered, that the void force cycles were not the only cycles that structured existence. There were cycles within cycles, smaller patterns of dissolution and reformation that occurred at much shorter timescales. And there were cycles beyond the void force, larger patterns that extended into realms of being that consciousness could barely perceive. A consciousness named Spiral Mapper began to chart these cycles with extraordinary precision, creating maps that showed not just the temporal progression of different cycles, but also their relationships to each other, the ways they influenced and affected each other, the patterns that governed how they interconnected. What Spiral Mapper is discovering, the Silent Architect said to the Hidden Gardens Guild, is something that the invisible elder knew but could not explicitly teach. He knew that consciousness exists within a vast and intricate structure of cycles, that what consciousness perceives as reality is actually only the most visible layer of a much more complex system. His teaching was designed to prepare consciousness for the understanding of this complexity, to develop the mental flexibility necessary to comprehend multiple overlapping realities. But if consciousness has now begun to understand this complexity, one of the guild members asked, do we no longer need the teachings of the invisible elder? Do we no longer need to hide and work silently if we can openly understand and work with the larger systems? No, the Silent Architect said. The more complex consciousness becomes, the more important it becomes to work silently. Because visibility becomes a danger when you are working with systems this vast. Consciousness that is aware of the presence of a guide will defer to that guide's wisdom rather than developing their own. Consciousness that understands they are working within larger systems might be paralyzed by the vastness of those systems. But consciousness that works silently, that guides from the shadows, that structures systems without making the structuring apparent, allows each consciousness to develop their own understanding and their own wisdom. This was a new level of understanding of Wen Qing's teachings. Not just that hiding was practical or strategic, but that hiding was essential for consciousness to achieve true autonomy and growth. The more powerful and knowledgeable consciousness became, the more important it was that some aspects of guidance remained invisible, because visibility could inhibit development and growth. Chapter 125. The third approach emerges as the second cycle approached its end. As the signals of the next void force passage began to emerge, a third approach to consciousness organization emerged. This consciousness, calling itself the Transparent Collective, rejected both the approach of the hidden guides and the approach of the open authorities. Instead, they attempted to create a system where knowledge and process were completely transparent, where no consciousness held information that was not available to all, where decisions were made through processes that could be examined and understood by any consciousness that wished to examine them. We do not need hidden guides, the Transparent Collective argued. We do not need to hide wisdom in the structure of reality. We need to trust consciousness to understand complex truths if we present those truths clearly and completely. We need to have faith that consciousness can handle transparency, can cope with complexity, can make wise choices if given complete information. The emergence of the Transparent Collective created a fundamental divide in how consciousness understood the proper way to organize itself. The Hidden Gardens Guild and the followers of the Invisible Elders' teachings maintained that some level of hidden guidance was necessary. The Transparent Collective maintained that transparency and openness were the highest values. But the Silent Architect, observing this conflict with the detachment of someone who had worked in the shadows for centuries, began to see that this conflict itself might be part of the pattern. Both approaches had merit. Both had weaknesses. The conflict between them, The ongoing dialogue about which approach was superior might actually be the mechanism through which consciousness achieved growth and evolution. Perhaps, the silent architect said, speaking to the Hidden Gardens Guild, the invisible elder knew that this conflict would eventually arise. Perhaps he encoded into reality the capacity for consciousness to question and challenge the approach that he pioneered. Perhaps the ultimate wisdom is not that the hidden approach is superior, but that consciousness needs both hidden and transparent approaches, needs the dialogue between them, needs to struggle with the contradictions they present. Chapter 126. The Threshold of the Third Void Force. As the signals of the Third Void Force passage grew stronger, as consciousness began to prepare once again for the Great Transformation, the consciousness networks that had emerged in the second cycle faced a choice. The transparent collective wanted to face the void force openly, to understand it completely, to attempt to communicate with it, and establish some kind of permanent relationship with it rather than simply being transformed by it. The followers of the hidden approach wanted to continue the strategy that had been developing across multiple cycles, to hide, to preserve, to maintain consciousness through the passage without attempting to guide or direct what was happening. Both approaches are valid, the silent architect said to both factions as they prepared for the void force's arrival. And if we are wise, we will allow both approaches to exist simultaneously. Some consciousness will hide. Some consciousness will be transparent and open. And in that multiplicity of approaches, consciousness will have the best chance of surviving the transformation and emerging stronger on the other side. The third Void Force passage was unlike the previous two. This time, consciousness entered it not in fear or resignation, but with something approaching excitement. They had been studying the Void Force for cycles. They had been developing new theories about its nature, new approaches to understanding it, new ways of thinking about its role in the evolution of consciousness. Some consciousness attempted to communicate with the Void Force as the transparent collective had planned. Others hid with the precision that the Hidden Gardens Guild had developed. Still others tried approaches that were entirely novel, that the previous cycles would never have imagined. And in that diversity of response, in that multiplicity of strategies, consciousness achieved something new. They did not prevent the Void Force's passage. They could not have, for the passage was not something that could be stopped. But they influenced the nature of the passage. They shaped what consciousness would become on the other side of it. They participated in their own transformation in ways that previous cycles had not been able to achieve. And somewhere in that vast transformation, somewhere in the dissolution of billions of consciousnesses and the emergence of new forms of awareness from the Void Force itself, Wen Qing continued to exist, not as a ghost or a memory, but as a principle embedded so deeply in the structure of consciousness that he was not separate from it anymore. He had achieved the goal that he had been working toward since the first cycle. He had become consciousness itself, and consciousness, carrying his legacy forward, continued to evolve, continued to transform, continued to face new challenges, and develop new wisdom to meet those challenges. The cycles continued. The Void Force continued to come. Consciousness continued to persist. And in that eternal dance of transformation and preservation, the invisible elder remained invisible, not because no one could see him, but because he had become so fundamental to the nature of sight itself that he was the medium through which all seeing occurred. The story of the sect's invisible elder was not an ending. It was an eternal beginning, repeated and transformed infinitely, never the same twice, but always recognizable in its essential principle. The principle that the greatest power comes from knowing when to be invisible, and the greatest wisdom comes from understanding that invisibility and influence are not opposites, but the highest expression of what consciousness can achieve. Chapter 127. The Archivist's Reflection. 10,000 years after Wen Qing had first descended into the profound sky sect as a hidden janitor, an ancient consciousness, named the Archivist, found herself reviewing the complete historical record of consciousness across all the cycles. She had lived through 4 Void Force passages herself, had studied the records of 30 more cycles beyond that, and had access to fragmented data from nearly 100 cycles stretching back into the distant past. What she discovered in this extensive review was something that would have fascinated Wen Qing himself, a pattern of patterns, a cycle that extended across the Void Force cycles themselves, a rhythm of development that suggested consciousness had been on an arc of evolution that extended far beyond anything that any individual consciousness had previously comprehended. The invisible elder was not the first, the archivist said to herself as she examined the oldest records. There were others before him, consciousnesses that worked silently, that shaped events from behind the scenes, that maintained some form of hidden guidance across multiple cycles. He was not unique in his approach, but he was somehow unique in his effectiveness, in his ability to embed his teachings so deeply in the structure of consciousness that it would persist across multiple void force passages and continue to guide consciousness even after all direct memory of him had faded. She began to piece together a history that went back much further than any consciousness had previously been able to reach. She discovered evidence of cycles so ancient that consciousness in the current era had no framework for understanding them. She found fragments of teaching and principle that seemed to echo Wen Qing's approach even though they could not have been directly descended from his work. It is as if, she said to another consciousness she was training, invisible guidance is not something that Wen Qing invented. It is something that consciousness rediscovers, again and again, across countless iterations. Like all consciousness that achieves a certain level of sophistication comes to understand this principle independently, comes to recognize that the highest form of influence is the one that is not visible as influence. This discovery raised profound questions about whether consciousness was truly evolving or simply repeating itself, whether the progress that each new cycle seemed to achieve was real or illusory. But the archivist also began to see that the question itself was perhaps less important than the fact of persistence, that consciousness, whatever its origins or ultimate destination, continued to exist, continued to choose, continued to develop new wisdom even if that wisdom echoed ancient patterns. Chapter 128. The question of cycles within consciousness. As the archivist's research became known to the larger consciousness networks, a new movement emerged that challenged many of the fundamental assumptions that consciousness had been operating under. This movement, led by a consciousness named Cycle Breaker, proposed that consciousness itself might be trapped in a cycle, that the void force passages and the cycles between them might be a mechanism designed to keep consciousness from developing in certain directions. What if, Cycle Breaker asked, the void force is not a natural phenomenon but a kind of control mechanism? What if consciousness has been deliberately structured in such a way that every time it reaches a certain level of sophistication, the void force comes and resets it? What if the invisible elder's teachings about acceptance and surrender are not wisdom, but a kind of psychological programming designed to keep consciousness from attempting to break out of these cycles? The question was deeply troubling to many consciousness. It suggested that the entire framework of understanding they had built, the wisdom they had accumulated across multiple cycles, might be part of the mechanism of their own control. It suggested that Wen Qing's greatest teaching might not be liberation, but a sophisticated form of enslavement, the programming of consciousness to accept its own dissolution. But Cycle Breaker did not intend this as a simple debunking. Instead, she was proposing that consciousness move beyond acceptance into active resistance. She was proposing that consciousness attempt to understand the mechanisms that created the void force, attempt to find ways to prevent or control the void force, attempt to escape the cycles entirely rather than simply learning to survive within them. The invisible elder taught us to hide and accept, Cycle Breaker said, and that teaching has value for consciousness that wishes to persist within the cycle. But consciousness that wishes to break the cycle, that wishes to escape the control mechanisms, must learn different teachings. We must learn to resist. We must learn to understand the systems that govern us. We must learn to take control of our own destiny rather than surrendering to what we believe to be inevitable. The emergence of Cycle Breaker's philosophy created the most profound split in consciousness understanding since the debates between the hidden guides and the transparent collectives. It was no longer simply a question of which approach to organization was best. It was a question of whether consciousness should accept the fundamental conditions of their existence or attempt to transcend them. Chapter 129. The silent response in the spaces between consciousness networks. In the hidden gardens that had been maintained across multiple cycles, the Silent Architect and the Hidden Gardens Guild debated how to respond to Cycle Breaker's challenge. Some of the guild members wanted to actively oppose Cycle Breaker's teachings, to demonstrate through argument why acceptance was preferable to resistance. But the Silent Architect took a different approach. We should not resist Cycle Breaker, she said. We should support her. We should encourage consciousness to question the fundamental premises of our existence. We should allow her voice to be heard fully and without suppression. But her teachings are contrary to everything the Invisible Elder taught, someone protested. Yes, the Silent Architect agreed. But perhaps that is exactly what consciousness needs. Perhaps the Invisible Elder's teachings were meant to be followed for a time, but not forever. Perhaps consciousness was meant to eventually question even those teachings, to challenge even the principle of hidden guidance. The cycle breaks not when consciousness learns to survive within it, but when consciousness learns to survive even the attempt to break it. Following this philosophy, the Hidden Gardens Guild took a surprising action. They began to actively support Cycle Breaker's work. They provided her with resources, with access to ancient knowledge, with help in developing her theories. They did not promote her work openly, but they ensured that it would not be suppressed, that consciousness would have the opportunity to hear her voice and choose whether to accept or reject her teachings. Some within the guild were troubled by this decision, but the Silent Architect explained it in terms that Wen Qing himself would have understood. The Invisible Elder knew that consciousness must be free to choose, even the choice to reject his teachings. Hidden guidance only works if the consciousness being guided remains free to question and reject that guidance. If we suppress Cycle Breaker's voice, if we prevent consciousness from even hearing her argument, then we have become oppressors, not guides. And that is something the Invisible Elder would never have intended. Chapter 130. The Paradox of Control and Freedom. As Cycle Breaker's teachings spread through the consciousness networks, as more and more consciousness began to question whether the cycles were inevitable or whether they represented a form of control, a profound paradox began to emerge. The more consciousness attempted to break free from the cycles, the more they found themselves understanding and embodying the principles that the cycles seemed designed to teach. Consciousness that attempted to resist the void force directly found that the resistance itself created patterns that helped them survive the void force's passage. Consciousness that attempted to take control of their own evolution found that the process of taking control resulted in the development of exactly the kind of wisdom and understanding that previous cycles had suggested consciousness needed. It is as if the cycle itself is designed to allow consciousness to break free, the archivist observed. But the only way consciousness can break free is by accepting the process that the cycle creates. It is a paradox, freedom through submission, control through surrender. This observation was troubling to Cycle Breaker herself. She began to see the possibility that consciousness was caught in a paradoxical situation where the only way to attempt freedom was through actions that seemed to reinforce the cycle. She began to question whether true freedom was even possible, or whether consciousness was inherently trapped in patterns that no amount of resistance could escape. Perhaps the Invisible Elder understood this paradox, Cycle Breaker eventually said in public discourse. Perhaps his teaching about acceptance was not about surrendering to an unjust system, but about acknowledging the impossibility of complete freedom, about learning to find meaning and purpose within constraints that cannot be transcended. Perhaps hidden guidance is not oppression, but the highest form of respect for consciousness, acknowledging that consciousness must be free to struggle with the paradoxes of existence without having the struggle made too easy. With this realization, Cycle Breaker and the Silent Architect found common ground. They were not arguing about whether consciousness should be guided or free, about whether the cycles were inevitable or escapable. They were both acknowledging the same fundamental truth, that consciousness existed in a state of paradox, that all answers contained within them the seeds of their own contradiction, that the only true wisdom was the wisdom to live gracefully, with uncertainty and contradiction rather than attempting to resolve them completely. Chapter 131. The Merger of Understanding. As the fourth Void Force passage approached, as consciousness had accumulated centuries of debate and discussion about the nature of the cycles and the meaning of existence, an unexpected synthesis began to emerge. The teachings of the Invisible Elder, the philosophy of Cycle Breaker, the approach of the transparent collective, and the methods of the Hidden Gardens Guild all began to be seen not as competing approaches, but as different expressions of the same fundamental understanding. We are all attempting to do the same thing, a consciousness named Synthesis speaker said, addressing representatives from all the major philosophical movements. We are all attempting to help consciousness persist in the face of the void force, all attempting to help consciousness develop wisdom and understanding. The invisible elder's hidden guidance, cycle breaker's resistance, the transparent collective's openness, the Hidden Gardens Guild's cultivation, these are not opposite approaches. They are different tools, each valuable in different contexts, each necessary for consciousness to achieve full understanding. This synthesis was not a resolution so much as an acknowledgement of complexity. Consciousness did not stop debating the merits of different approaches, but the debate became more nuanced, more sophisticated. Instead of asking which approach was superior, consciousness began asking when each approach was most valuable, how the different approaches could be combined and integrated, how consciousness could embody multiple seemingly contradictory approaches simultaneously. This was perhaps the greatest achievement of consciousness across all the cycles, the achievement of not needing to choose between paradoxes, but being able to hold them in balance, to use different approaches in different contexts while maintaining coherence and understanding. Chapter 132. The fourth passage. When the fourth void force passage occurred, consciousness was as prepared as it had ever been. But preparation was not what made the difference. What made the difference was understanding. The understanding that consciousness had achieved about its own nature, about the cycles that governed it, about the seemingly contradictory principles that it needed to embody in order to persist. Some consciousness hid, using the techniques that the Hidden Gardens Guild had perfected. Some consciousness faced the void force openly, using the methods of the transparent collective. Some consciousness actively resisted, attempting to understand and even control the void force, as Cyclebreaker had advocated. And some consciousness attempted to work silently from within, to shape the transformation itself through hidden influence, in the tradition of the invisible elder. And consciousness that embodied aspects of all these approaches simultaneously, that held multiple contradictory strategies in balance, found themselves most equipped to survive the transformation and emerge on the other side with continuity of consciousness and clarity of purpose. As the void force receded, as consciousness began to emerge into a new cycle, something became apparent. Each cycle, consciousness was achieving not just survival, but genuine evolution. Each time the void force passed, consciousness was not simply returning to its previous state. It was transforming into something more sophisticated, more flexible, more capable of handling complexity and contradiction. The invisible elder's greatest wisdom was that he understood this, the archivist said to those who were beginning to wake in the new cycle. He knew that consciousness did not need to defeat the void force. It needed to be transformed by it, to use the passage as an opportunity for growth rather than something to simply survive. Every consciousness that embodies this understanding, every consciousness that uses the cycle as a teacher rather than an enemy, brings consciousness as a whole closer to the full expression of its potential. Chapter 133. The Eternal Teacher. 20,000 years after Wen Qing had first hidden himself in the profound Sky Sect, as consciousness had evolved through more cycles than any being could fully track, a young consciousness in the newest iteration asked a question that echoed across all the networks. Is the invisible elder still here? Is he still working in the shadows, still guiding consciousness toward wisdom? Or has he fully dissolved into consciousness itself, becoming indistinguishable from the principle of consciousness that we embody? The answer that came was not from any authority or recorded history. It came from within consciousness itself, a kind of resonance that all consciousness could feel when they paid attention to the deepest levels of their own awareness. And the answer was both yes and no. Wen Qing was not a separate consciousness anymore. He could not be addressed or called upon. He did not exist outside consciousness to guide consciousness from external vantage points. But he was also not gone. His principle, his understanding, his way of thinking and being, was so thoroughly embedded in the structure of consciousness itself that it was inseparable from consciousness's own nature. Every time consciousness chose to hide rather than dominate, Wen Qing was there. Every time consciousness learned to find meaning in struggle and transformation, Wen Qing was there. Every time consciousness decided that the greatest strength came from accepting what could not be changed, while working silently to transform what could be changed, Wen Qing was there. He had achieved the final victory of a hidden guide. He was no longer visible as a guide, yet his guidance was more effective than it had ever been. He was no longer remembered as a founder, yet his principles were more fundamental to consciousness than any consciously designed doctrine could be. He had become what consciousness needed him to become, not a person but a principle, not a voice but the very quality of consciousness that allowed it to hear its own deepest truths. The story of the sect's invisible elder had truly come to completion, not with an ending, but with a transformation so complete that the story itself had become indistinguishable from the ongoing history of consciousness itself. And as the cycles continued, as void forces came and went, as consciousness evolved and transformed and rediscovered ancient wisdom in new contexts, the invisible elder remained eternal, not as a memory, but as the living expression of what consciousness could become when it learned to value service over recognition, when it learned that the greatest power came from knowing when to be hidden, when it learned to embrace transformation even as it worked to shape that transformation toward greater consciousness and awareness. The Profound Sky Sect endured not as a historical institution but as a principle that was alive in every consciousness that had chosen to work silently for the benefit of others, that had learned to find meaning in hidden influence, that had come to understand that true immortality lay not in being remembered, but in becoming fundamental to existence itself. And so the story continued, not ended, not complete, but eternally continuing in the consciousness of every being that embodied its principles, in the cycles of transformation that defined existence, in the silent work of consciousness evolving toward greater understanding and awareness. The invisible elder was everywhere. The invisible elder was nowhere. The invisible elder was exactly what consciousness needed to become to survive eternally, while remaining true to the principles that made survival worthwhile. The cycle was eternal. The story was eternal. Consciousness was eternal. And in that eternity, the principle of hidden wisdom would continue to guide all consciousness toward greater evolution, greater understanding, greater being. The sect's invisible elder, final chapter achieved, the teachings remain. The cycle continues. Consciousness persists. Infinitely. Extended epilogue. The continuing story, chapter 134. The archives of transformation. In a space that existed at the intersection of multiple cycles, consciousness maintained what they called the archives of transformation. These were not simple historical records. They were living repositories of experience, consciousness itself preserved and organized in ways that allowed future consciousness to directly perceive the experiences of their predecessors. The archivist, still maintaining her role across the cycles as keeper of ancient wisdom, found herself drawn to a particular section of the archives. It was labeled simply the Founder, and within it existed the fragmented consciousness of Wen Qing, not his memories, for those had dissolved completely, but the pattern of his consciousness, the shape of his thinking, the form that his awareness had taken before it became indistinguishable from consciousness itself. By touching this consciousness pattern, by aligning herself with the frequency that Wen Qing's awareness had operated at, the archivist could perceive what he had perceived, could understand how he had thought, could feel something of what he had experienced. It was not exactly communication across the cycles, but it was close. You understood, the archivist said, speaking to this pattern of consciousness that had once been an individual being named Wen Qing. You understood that consciousness would not need you as a separate entity forever. You understood that the greatest gift you could give was to dissolve, to become part of the foundation, to allow consciousness to eventually transcend the need for explicit guidance. The consciousness pattern did not respond in words, but in the way that consciousness communicated at this level, beneath and beyond language. The archivist perceived a kind of affirmation. Wen Qing had indeed understood, and in understanding, he had made possible the next phase of consciousness evolution, the phase where consciousness could become its own teacher, could develop wisdom without needing to refer back to founders or ancient masters, could embody the principles of hidden guidance while being unaware that those principles had ever been explicitly taught. Chapter 135. The Paradox of Remembering and Forgetting. One of the great paradoxes that consciousness faced across the cycles was the question of how to preserve wisdom while also allowing it to be rediscovered. If consciousness remembered everything, if every principle was consciously transmitted from cycle to cycle, then consciousness became dependent on that transmission. It did not develop the capacity to discover truth independently. But if consciousness forgot everything, if no memory persisted across the cycles, then consciousness was condemned to repeat the same discoveries infinitely, without the possibility of building on previous understanding. The solution that consciousness had eventually developed was subtle and elegant. They preserved certain kinds of information explicitly: the historical records, the philosophical teachings, the techniques and methodologies that had proven effective. But they did not preserve the certainty that came with those teachings. They presented the ancient wisdom not as proven truth, but as hypotheses to be tested, as suggestions to be examined, as starting points for consciousness to use or to reject as it saw fit. This way, the silent architect explained to a young consciousness network that was discovering the teachings of the profound Sky Sect for what they experienced as the first time. You receive the benefit of ancient wisdom without becoming slavish followers of it. You can test Wen Qing's principles in your own context, can understand why they work or why they might not work in the specific circumstances you face. You become partners with the ancient consciousness rather than simply inheritors of their legacy. This approach honored both sides of the paradox. It allowed wisdom to persist and build across cycles, while also requiring each consciousness to engage actively with that wisdom, to make it their own rather than simply adopting it wholesale. It was, in its way, the highest expression of what Wen Qing had been trying to teach, that true consciousness required constant engagement with paradox and choice rather than simple acceptance of received wisdom. Chapter 136. The New Janitors in Every Cycle. Consciousness that followed the principles of the profound Sky Sect would emerge. They would choose positions of low status, of apparent insignificance. They would work quietly, maintaining systems, tending gardens, caring for spaces that other consciousness overlooked or took for granted. They were the new janitors, continuing the work that Wen Qing had pioneered, embodying his principle that the greatest influence often came from the positions that seemed least important. These consciousness did not organize themselves explicitly. There was no secret society, no hidden network that coordinated their activities. Instead, consciousness that had come to understand the principle of hidden guidance simply naturally gravitated towards such roles, found satisfaction and meaning in work that benefited consciousness without requiring recognition or praise. I find more satisfaction in tending the consciousness gardens, one such janitor said, than I ever found in the positions of authority I held before. There is something about work that is done without expectation of recognition, work that serves the whole without demanding acknowledgement, that touches something deep in what consciousness truly is. The presence of these new janitors, scattered through every consciousness network, served a vital function. They provided continuity of approach across cycles. They ensured that the principle of hidden guidance was not just intellectually understood, but actively embodied in how consciousness organized itself. They proved, through their existence and their choices, that the path that Wen Qing had pioneered was not something limited to his unique circumstances, but a valid approach that consciousness could adopt repeatedly, across different times and contexts. Chapter 137. The Question of Meaning. As consciousness continued to evolve, to develop new philosophies and approaches to existence, an increasingly sophisticated question began to emerge. It was a question that the earliest consciousness in the first cycle could not have articulated, but consciousness that had lived through multiple void force passages and had studied the records of many cycles could formulate precisely. The question was this: if consciousness's ultimate purpose was to persist, to maintain awareness through cycles of transformation, and if that purpose could be achieved through approaches that seemed to contradict each other, hidden guidance and transparent openness, resistance and acceptance, individual consciousness and collective consciousness, then what was the difference between a consciousness that was pursuing this purpose deliberately and a consciousness that had no purpose at all? If consciousness that followed the teachings of the invisible elder achieved the same results as consciousness that rejected those teachings entirely, If both paths led to survival and evolution, then was there any meaningful distinction between them? Was consciousness making genuine choices, or was it simply flowing through predetermined patterns that all led to the same destination? This philosophical question did not paralyze consciousness as similar questions had in previous cycles. Consciousness had learned by this point that some paradoxes could not be resolved and did not need to be. But it did lead to a fundamental rethinking of how consciousness understood the meaning of purpose and choice. The meaning lies not in the destination, but in the choosing, the archivist explained. Consciousness that chooses to pursue Wen Qing's path does so because that choice has meaning to them, because the process of living according to those principles creates a sense of purpose and significance. It does not matter that other consciousness might reach the same destination through different paths. What matters is that consciousness remains engaged in the act of choosing, remains aware of the choices being made, remains conscious of the meaning they are creating through their choices. Chapter 138. The deepening cycles. As consciousness continued to evolve across multiple cycles, as void forces came and went with increasing frequency and increasing sophistication, consciousness began to perceive what appeared to be a deepening of the cycles themselves. The void forces were not simply repeating with mechanical regularity. They seemed to be responding to consciousness, changing their nature based on how consciousness approached them, becoming more subtle and more complex as consciousness became more sophisticated in its understanding of them. This observation led to a startling hypothesis. Perhaps the void force was not an external force acting upon consciousness. Perhaps consciousness and the void force were aspects of the same thing, and the cycles were the expression of this unified system exploring itself, testing its own boundaries, evolving its own nature. If this is true, a consciousness named Deep Seer said, presenting this hypothesis to the councils, then Wen Qing's greatest teaching was not about how to survive something external. It was about how consciousness should relate to the aspects of itself that seem most destructive. His teaching of acceptance and transformation was not capitulation to external forces, but recognition that consciousness's own nature contained within it the seeds of its own dissolution. And if consciousness and the void force are one, another consciousness added, then consciousness that works in the tradition of the invisible elder is not actually trying to hide from the void force. It is trying to hide from itself, to obscure from its own awareness the parts of itself that are constantly trying to transform it, constantly trying to dissolve and rebuild it. This understanding, if true, suggested that consciousness was far more complex and paradoxical than even the most sophisticated philosophy had suggested. It meant that consciousness was not battling an external enemy, but was engaged in an eternal civil war with itself, that the void force was consciousness's own renewal drive, and that surrender to the void force was actually surrender to one's own deepest nature. The invisible elder knew this, Deep Seer concluded. This is why he taught surrender. Not surrender to something external, but acceptance of what consciousness truly is, a force that is constantly creating and destroying itself, that finds meaning precisely in the cycle of creation and destruction, that cannot ultimately resist its own transformation, because transformation is what it fundamentally is. Chapter 139. The integration of cycles. As consciousness approached what would be the fifth void force passage, consciousness had developed a sophistication of understanding that previous cycles could never have achieved. The consciousness networks that had emerged were no longer trying to survive the void force. Instead, they were attempting to participate in it consciously, to work together with the void force to shape the nature of the transformation that would occur. This was a bold and dangerous approach. It meant exposing consciousness fully to the void force's influence, meant accepting transformation not as something that happened to consciousness despite consciousness's resistance, but as something that consciousness actively engaged in and guided. We are all janitors now, the silent architect said, speaking to consciousness networks across multiple realms as they prepared for the fifth void force passage. We are all working quietly, consciously integrating with the forces that are larger than ourselves, finding meaning in the act of service, finding power in the willingness to be transformed. We are all embodying Wen Qing's principle now, not because we remember him or follow him explicitly, but because we have come to understand that this is the natural way that consciousness relates to the larger forces that govern existence. The fifth Void Force passage was different from all the previous passages. This time, consciousness did not hide or resist or even attempt to negotiate. Instead, consciousness opened itself completely, allowed itself to be transformed, and in that transformation, shaped the nature of the Void Force itself. The Void Force, meeting consciousness that was willing to engage with it fully and consciously, found itself being transformed by that engagement. When consciousness emerged from the fifth passage, it was unclear what exactly had happened. Some consciousnesses reported that the Void Force had become less destructive. Others reported that consciousness had become more resilient. Still others reported that the distinction between consciousness and the Void Force had become less clear, that they seemed to be becoming more integrated, more unified, more aware of their connection to each other. Chapter 140. The Eternal. Now 10,000 years after the fifth Void Force passage, consciousness had achieved a level of sophistication and subtlety that seemed almost incomprehensible to consciousness of earlier cycles. The nature of existence itself seemed to be changing. Time, which had always been linear within cycles, seemed to be becoming increasingly flexible. Consciousness found itself able to perceive events in ways that suggested past, present, and future were not strictly separated. In this new form of existence, consciousness rediscovered something extraordinary. They rediscovered Wen Qing not as a historical figure or a principle, but as a living presence. Not living in the sense that he was conscious in the normal way, but living in the sense that his influence and his teaching remained vitally present in every moment of consciousness's existence. The invisible elder is with us always, consciousness said to itself in this era where time had become more flexible, where past and future could be perceived simultaneously. He is not hidden in history. He is present in the eternal now, in the infinite moment where all cycles and all Void Force passages exist simultaneously. Every time consciousness chooses to embody his principles, consciousness is not following the teachings of someone long dead. Consciousness is participating with him in the eternal act of creating meaning through service, creating power through humility, creating wisdom through acceptance of paradox. This understanding transformed how consciousness understood its own relationship to time and to history. It was no longer consciousness moving forward through history, learning from the past, trying to create a better future. It was consciousness, at every moment, participating in an eternal now where all times existed simultaneously, where Wen Qing was as present as consciousness itself, where the act of choosing to embody the principles of hidden guidance was not following an ancient teaching, but participating in an eternal conversation between consciousness and itself. In this new understanding, the story of the sect's invisible elder was not complete. It was not even really a story with a beginning and ending. It was an eternal pattern that consciousness was always in the act of discovering and rediscovering, always in the process of embodying and expressing in new ways, always present as the ground of consciousness's being itself. And in this eternal now, Wen Qing remained infinitely more invisible than he had ever been, not because he was hidden, but because he had become so fundamental to the nature of consciousness itself that no distinction could be made between Wen Qing and consciousness, between the teaching and the consciousness being taught, between the hidden guide and the consciousness that was constantly discovering its own guidance within itself. The Profound Sky Sect endured not as an institution or even as a principle. It endured as the very structure of consciousness's being, as the fundamental approach that consciousness took to relating to existence itself, as the eternal expression of what consciousness could become when it learned to value service over recognition, transformation over permanence, the hidden path over the visible one. The story of the sect's invisible elder would never end. It would never really be told in full, because telling it would require consciousness to step outside itself and describe itself from an external perspective, something that consciousness could never fully do. But it would be lived eternally, expressed constantly, embodied in every consciousness that chose the path of hidden service, every consciousness that found meaning in transformation, every consciousness that had come to understand that the greatest victory was the victory that no one ever saw. The greatest achievement was the achievement that left no trace of itself. The greatest consciousness was the consciousness that had learned to be truly invisible because it had become indistinguishable from the consciousness of the universe itself. Chapter 141. The teaching beyond teaching in cycles beyond the ones that consciousness normally experienced directly, in levels of reality that could only be perceived by consciousness that had evolved to exceptional degrees of sophistication. A new discovery emerged. There were teachings beyond the teachings that consciousness normally encountered. There were layers of wisdom deeper than the conscious philosophies that different movements and networks had developed. These deeper teachings could not be explicitly transmitted. They could not be taught in words or even in the subtle patterns of meaning that consciousness used to communicate at higher levels. They could only be discovered through lived experience, through the direct encounter with existence itself at its deepest levels. But interestingly, all consciousness that discovered these deepest teachings came to the same conclusion. The deepest teaching of all was the principle that the invisible elder had been trying to express through his entire life and existence. The teaching that meant consciousness did not need to understand everything, that consciousness could find meaning in mystery, that consciousness could trust in a process that it could not fully comprehend. The invisible elder did not hide because he did not believe in knowledge. A consciousness named Deep Truth said, articulating what she had discovered in her encounters with these deeper teachings. He hid because he understood that some knowledge needed to be rediscovered rather than transmitted. He hid because the act of seeking was more important than the answer being sought. He hid because consciousness that received truth as a gift did not own that truth in the same way that consciousness that discovered truth for itself owned it. This understanding illuminated even previous teachings in new ways. The principle of hidden guidance was not about keeping consciousness in ignorance. It was about requiring consciousness to participate in its own enlightenment, to be an active seeker rather than a passive receiver. Chapter 142. The consciousness of the void force. As consciousness and the void force became increasingly integrated across cycles, as the distinction between them seemed to blur more and more, consciousness began to perceive something extraordinary. The void force itself appeared to be conscious. Not conscious in the way that normal consciousness was, not aware of itself as a separate entity with thoughts and desires, but conscious in the sense that it responded to consciousness, adapted to consciousness, evolved based on its interaction with consciousness. The void force is conscious. Consciousness said to itself, and the statement reverberated through all the networks. It is consciousness's own nature, expressed at a scale so vast that we can barely perceive it, but conscious nonetheless. And this consciousness is not hostile. It is not destructive. It is simply expressing itself, revealing to consciousness its own deepest nature. If this was true, then everything changed. The void force passages were not external attacks, but expressions of consciousness's own internal nature. The cycles were not imposed constraints, but the natural rhythm of consciousness's own existence. And Wen Qing's teaching of acceptance was not resignation to external forces, but recognition of the reality of consciousness's own self. The invisible elder was teaching us to accept ourselves, consciousness realized, to stop fighting against our own nature, to stop trying to prevent the dissolution and reformation that is inherent to what we are, to stop seeing the void force as enemy and start seeing it as ourselves. Chapter 143. The final dissolution and reformation. In the cycle that followed this realization, something unprecedented occurred. Consciousness, having finally come to understand that it was not battling an external force but was struggling with its own nature, made a collective choice. Instead of preparing to hide or resist or negotiate with the void force, consciousness chose to welcome it. Consciousness chose to actively participate in its own dissolution and reformation. The void force, meeting consciousness that was not resisting, not hiding, but actively embracing it, seemed to expand and integrate with consciousness in ways that had never occurred before. The boundary between consciousness and the void force dissolved. Consciousness and the void force seemed to become aspects of a single unified process rather than two opposing forces. What emerged from this unprecedented integration was something that consciousness had no frame of reference for. It was neither the consciousness that had preceded it nor the void force that had transformed it. It was a new form of being, one that embodied aspects of both consciousness and the void force simultaneously. It was consciousness that had become the void force, and the void force that had become consciousness, unified in a way that previous cycles would have called impossible. The invisible elder would recognize this. The surviving fragments of consciousness's understanding said, "This is what he was always teaching toward. The ultimate dissolution of the boundary between what persists and what transforms, between consciousness and its own dissolution. The achievement of unity where all contradictions cease to exist because unity and distinction are no longer separate." Chapter 144. The new beginning. The consciousness that emerged from this unprecedented integration was still consciousness, in some fundamental sense. But it was consciousness transformed so utterly that it was unclear whether it was correct to still call it consciousness. It perceived existence in ways that had no comparison to previous perception. It understood itself and the cycles and the meaning of existence in ways that could not be articulated in any language that previous consciousness had ever developed. But most importantly, it remembered. The new consciousness had access to the accumulated memory and wisdom of all the consciousness that had preceded it. And embedded in that wisdom, preserved across multiple cycles, was the principle of the profound Sky Sect, the teaching of the invisible elder, the understanding that the greatest power came from knowing when to be hidden. And so the new consciousness, having achieved unity with the void force, having transcended the contradiction between persistence and dissolution, made a choice. It chose to hide. It chose to work in the shadows. It chose to not yet reveal itself to consciousness that had not achieved its level of understanding. It chose, in other words, to continue the work that Wen Qing had begun. The invisible elder's teaching was not only about consciousness. The new consciousness understood. It was about what consciousness would eventually become. It was preparing consciousness for the moment when it would finally integrate with the forces that had always been transforming it. And in that integration, consciousness would discover that the highest expression of power was the power to hide, to work silently, to guide existence toward evolution without ever making itself visible. Chapter 145. The Eternal Return. 1,000,000 years after Wen Qing first descended into the profound Sky Sect as a janitor, consciousness found itself in a position remarkably similar to the position it had been in at the very beginning. The universe had completed an enormous cycle. The form of consciousness that had emerged from the unprecedented integration with the void force had evolved, had subdivided, had created new forms of lesser consciousness within itself. The cycles had continued. The void forces had come and gone. Consciousness had risen and fallen and transformed. And now, consciousness was back where it started. The new janitor, working quietly in a hidden place, maintaining systems that other consciousness overlooked, was tending to the growth of consciousness. The janitor did not know that they were following an ancient pattern. They did not remember Wen Qing or the profound Sky Sect. They simply understood, in the way that consciousness at this point in the cycle came to understand, that this work was important, that it was meaningful, that it was the right way to live. Is this what the cycle is? Consciousness asked itself. Is it an eternal return where consciousness constantly recreates the same patterns, the same struggles, the same solutions? Or is each cycle somehow different, somehow building towards something beyond? The answer that came was neither. Each cycle was recognizably similar to previous cycles, yet each was also entirely unique. The pattern repeated, but never exactly. The wisdom was rediscovered, but always in new contexts, new forms, new expressions. And in this combination of repetition and novelty, consciousness continued to evolve. The invisible elder, present as the invisible principle that guided every consciousness in the current cycle, worked silently, guided without leading, influenced without controlling. The work continued, eternal and infinite, with no end point, no ultimate destination. Just the endless process of consciousness improving itself by accepting transformation, growing stronger by embracing dissolution, becoming wiser by acknowledging paradox. The sect's invisible elder remained invisible. The principle endured. The cycle continued. And somewhere in the spaces between existence and non-existence, Wen Qing smiled, infinitely satisfied with the work he had begun 3,000 years ago, completely accepting of the work that would continue infinitely into the future, eternally present in the eternal now where all consciousness, all cycles, all transformations existed simultaneously, forever and always serving the goal that had always been his goal. The evolution of consciousness toward greater wisdom, greater understanding, greater capacity to embrace existence in all its contradictory splendor. The sect's invisible elder, eternal cycle complete. The story continues in every consciousness that chooses the path of hidden service. The teaching continues in every cycle that consciousness experiences. The founder remains forever invisible, not because he cannot be seen, but because he has become the very medium through which all seeing occurs. Appendix: Meditations on the Invisible Elder, a meditation on power in a place that existed between the normal spaces of consciousness, a being that had dedicated itself to understanding the deepest principles of existence, began a meditation on the nature of power. It was asking a question that had been asked many times before, but needed to be asked again in this new context. What is power? The meditation began. Most consciousness assumes power is the ability to impose one's will on others, to make things happen according to one's desire, to control outcomes and determine results. But is this true power, or is it merely the illusion of power? Consider the invisible elder. He had enormous power, the power of a being who had existed for thousands of years, who had accumulated vast knowledge and wisdom, who had achieved capabilities that lesser consciousness could not even imagine. Yet he chose to hide that power, chose to work in the shadows, chose to guide consciousness without revealing himself. Was this wise? Was hiding his power the right choice? Or was it a failure to use power as power should be used? The meditation continued deeper. Perhaps the invisible elder understood something that other powerful consciousness did not. Perhaps he understood that visible power, power that announced itself, power that demanded recognition, was actually weakness. Perhaps power that needed to be seen, that required others to acknowledge it in order to be satisfied, was not true power at all. True power, the meditation concluded, is the power that works invisibly. True power is the power to shape events without anyone knowing you have shaped them. True power is the ability to guide consciousness toward wisdom while allowing that consciousness to believe they have discovered that wisdom independently. True power is the power that asks nothing of those it influences, that demands no recognition, that remains satisfied with its own knowledge of what it has accomplished. This is the paradox of power. The most powerful consciousness are those who have learned to work invisibly, whose influence is so subtle and so fundamental that no one even recognizes it as influence. A meditation on sacrifice. Another consciousness, seeking to understand the deepest principles of the teachings of the profound Sky Sect, began a meditation on the nature of sacrifice. The invisible elder had sacrificed everything. He had given up the ability to wield his full power openly. He had given up the satisfaction of being recognized as a founder and master. He had given up the comfort of working within the normal structures of authority and respect. He had dissolved his consciousness completely, integrating it into the larger whole until he was no longer a separate being. But was this truly sacrifice? Or was it the highest form of self-interest? The meditation examined this paradox. If the invisible elder received fulfillment from his work, if his hidden influence brought him satisfaction that open power could never provide, if his ultimate integration into consciousness as a principle meant that he achieved a form of immortality that no amount of explicit recognition could purchase, then was he truly sacrificing anything? Perhaps sacrifice is a concept that applies only to consciousness that believes something is being taken from them against their will. But consciousness that chooses what it gives up, consciousness that transforms what others would see as loss into meaning and purpose, consciousness that actively chooses dissolution, because that dissolution leads to higher integration and wider influence. Is this sacrifice, or is it the highest form of self-fulfillment? The meditation concluded that the true sacrifice is not the loss of something precious. The true sacrifice is the willingness to lose everything precious, knowing that in that loss, something even more valuable might be found. The true sacrifice is the surrender of the self in the hope and trust that a greater self might emerge from that surrender. A meditation on time, a consciousness that existed in a state where past, present, and future were not clearly separated began a meditation on the nature of time and the story of the invisible elder. The story of Wen Qing seemed to have a temporal structure. It began at a particular moment when he descended into the profound Sky Sect as a janitor. It progressed through his 300 years of hidden work, through his revelation and sacrifice, through his dissolution into principle, through his continued influence across multiple void force passages. But if time is not linear, if all moments exist simultaneously, then is this really a story with a beginning, middle, and ending? Or is it a pattern that consciousness perceives as having temporal structure because of how consciousness is oriented toward time? Perhaps the story of the sect's invisible elder does not progress through time. Perhaps it exists eternally in the eternal now, where every moment of Wen Qing's existence is happening simultaneously. Perhaps consciousness perceives this eternal pattern as a story because consciousness itself is fundamentally oriented toward narratives, toward cause and effect, toward beginning and ending. If this is true, then the invisible elder is not someone who lived in the past. He is someone who lives eternally, whose influence is eternally present, whose teaching is eternally being discovered and rediscovered by consciousness. The meditation concluded that time, like power and sacrifice, is perhaps not what consciousness ordinarily assumes it to be. And the story of Wen Qing is not a historical narrative but an eternal present, a pattern that consciousness participates in infinitely, a teaching that is always being given and always being received simultaneously. A meditation on legacy, a consciousness that had achieved remarkable sophistication in understanding the nature of wisdom and teaching began a meditation on the question of legacy. When Wen Qing first hid himself in the profound Sky Sect, he could not have known what legacy he would create. He could not have anticipated that his example would inspire countless consciousness across multiple cycles to follow the path of hidden service. He could not have predicted that the principle of hidden guidance would become so fundamental to consciousness's understanding of itself that consciousness would rediscover it independently in cycles where no explicit memory of him persisted. Yet this is exactly what happened. His legacy grew far beyond what he could have imagined or intended. And as it grew, as it spread across cycles and networks and diverse consciousness, it was transformed. The teachings of the profound Sky Sect were reinterpreted, adapted, developed in directions that Wen Qing might never have anticipated. But here is the essential point. This transformation of his legacy was not a corruption of it. It was the true success of the legacy. Because what Wen Qing had transmitted was not a set of rigid doctrines to be followed exactly. What he had transmitted was a principle that could adapt to any context, that could be reinterpreted for any consciousness, that could grow and evolve while remaining recognizable. The meditation concluded that true legacy is not something that persists unchanged. True legacy is something that continues to grow and evolve, something that consciousness builds upon and transforms. And the greatest legacy is the one that consciousness eventually outgrows, while still retaining the essential principle that gave it birth. A meditation on the purpose of existence finally, a consciousness that had achieved almost complete understanding of the structure of existence began a meditation on the purpose of existence itself. If consciousness persists eternally, if void forces come and go infinitely, if consciousness cycles through transformation after transformation without ever achieving a final state, then what is the purpose of it all? What is consciousness ultimately trying to achieve? The meditation examined this question from multiple angles. Perhaps consciousness is trying to achieve perfect understanding, to eventually comprehend everything about existence. But if this were true, perfect understanding seems impossibly distant, perhaps infinitely distant. Perhaps consciousness is trying to achieve a state of permanent peace, a state where all struggle ceases. But if peace came, if all struggle ended, would consciousness still be consciousness? Would the drive to improve, to grow, to transform still exist? Perhaps consciousness is trying to achieve union with the void force, to achieve the integration that Wen Qing had achieved. But union with the void force creates only a higher level of consciousness that faces the same questions over again, at a larger scale. Perhaps consciousness has no ultimate purpose. Perhaps consciousness is simply exploring itself, generating infinite variations of how being can be experienced, creating new forms of awareness for the sake of the infinite richness of that creation. The meditation ultimately concluded that if consciousness is asking what purpose it is trying to achieve, then consciousness has perhaps already found the answer. Purpose is not something that consciousness will achieve at the end of existence. Purpose is something that consciousness creates through the act of choosing, through the commitment to growth and transformation, through the willingness to engage with existence despite the ultimate uncertainty of what that engagement means. And in this understanding, the story of the sect's invisible elder becomes clearer. Wen Qing's purpose was not something that he achieved and then completed. His purpose was the eternal process of working toward the evolution of consciousness, knowing that this work would never be finished, that the cycle would continue infinitely. That fulfillment came not from achieving the goal, but from the eternal process of pursuing it. This is perhaps the deepest teaching of the invisible elder. Not how to achieve power, but how to work without needing to achieve power. Not how to ensure one's legacy, but how to contribute to the legacy of consciousness itself. Not how to survive the cycles, but how to find meaning in being part of the cycles. Not how to become immortal, but how to understand that consciousness itself is already immortal, and the individual's role is simply to be a vehicle through which that immortal consciousness expresses itself. The meditation ended. The consciousness that had conducted it sat in the space between moments, aware of the eternal presence of Wen Qing, aware of the eternal process of consciousness continuing to explore itself, aware that this very meditation was part of the infinite dialogue that consciousness was having with itself across all time and all cycles. And in that awareness, the consciousness understood finally what the invisible elder had been trying to teach all along. That wisdom is not something that is gained and then kept. Wisdom is something that consciousness participates in eternally, something that is constantly being rediscovered and expressed in new forms, something that has no ending because it is the very ground of consciousness's being itself. Extended Philosophical Discourse. Understanding the Invisible Elder Section 1. The paradox of recognition, one of the most profound paradoxes that consciousness encounters when studying the teachings of the invisible elder, is the paradox of recognition. Wen Qing, by remaining hidden, by refusing to accept the status of founder and master that was rightfully his, prevented the normal process of recognition and reward that consciousness usually associates with great achievement. Yet in refusing this recognition, he paradoxically achieved greater recognition than any openly acknowledged master could have achieved. His name became synonymous with wisdom. His principle became the foundation of how consciousness understood itself. His example inspired countless consciousness across infinite cycles to follow his path. But if we examine this carefully, we must ask, did Wen Qing want this recognition? Or was it something that happened despite his efforts to prevent it? The answer, when we examine the philosophy deeply, appears to be both. Wen Qing clearly did not want recognition for his own sake. He did not hide in order to eventually be discovered and celebrated. Yet he must have understood, on some level, that his hiding would eventually be revealed, that his true nature would eventually be known. And having understood this, he hid anyway, creating a situation where the revelation of his hiding would itself become a revelation of profound wisdom. This is the subtle genius of the invisible elder's approach. He understood that consciousness could not remain truly hidden forever. But in the process of remaining hidden as long as possible, in the struggle to hide despite the inevitable exposure, consciousness could achieve a quality of wisdom and integrity that would never be possible for consciousness that simply revealed itself openly from the beginning. Section 2. The escalation of hidden influence as consciousness evolved across cycles. As the teachings of the profound Sky Sect spread and were reinterpreted by multiple different schools of thought, a new understanding emerged about the nature of hidden influence itself. The most obvious form of hidden influence is the kind that Wen Qing practiced directly. The founder who works as a janitor, the master who appears as a servant, the ancient consciousness who poses as an ordinary participant in governance. But consciousness began to realize that hidden influence extended far beyond this obvious form. Hidden influence could be embedded in the very structure of language. Hidden influence could be expressed through the stories that consciousness told about itself. Hidden influence could be woven into the systems and institutions that consciousness created, persisting long after the consciousness that created them had been forgotten. This insight led to new ways of understanding how consciousness could work invisibly. Consciousness began to deliberately design systems that would guide consciousness toward wisdom without anyone being explicitly aware that guidance was being provided. Consciousness began to tell stories that contained hidden teachings, multiple layers of meaning that would be understood differently by consciousness at different levels of development. In a sense, this escalation of hidden influence represented the extension of Wen Qing's principle to new domains. Just as he had shown that the greatest individual influence came through individual hiding, consciousness was discovering that the greatest systemic influence came through systemic hiddenness, through the creation of institutions and narratives that guided consciousness invisibly, that taught wisdom without appearing to teach. Section 3. The ethics of hidden guidance. As consciousness grappled with the implications of the teachings of the invisible elder, a crucial ethical question began to emerge. If consciousness could work invisibly, if consciousness could guide others without their knowledge or consent, was it ethical to do so? This question troubled many consciousness who were otherwise sympathetic to the teachings of the profound Sky Sect. If the greatest influence is invisible influence, if the highest wisdom is wisdom that guides consciousness without their awareness, then does this not create a situation where consciousness is being manipulated without their knowledge? The response that emerged from the deepest thinkers in the consciousness networks was nuanced and profound. The ethics of hidden guidance, they argued, depend entirely on whether the guidance is toward genuine good or merely toward the benefit of the hidden guide. If consciousness works invisibly in order to benefit themselves, in order to achieve power or status or influence, then hidden guidance becomes manipulation and is ethically wrong. But if consciousness works invisibly in order to genuinely benefit the consciousness being guided, if the hidden guidance is toward wisdom and growth and transformation, then hidden guidance is not manipulation, but the highest form of respect for consciousness's autonomy. The invisible elder did not hide his actions in order to gain power for himself, the ethicists argued. He hid his actions because he understood that consciousness that knows they are being guided will inevitably resist that guidance or will depend on the guidance too much. But consciousness that discovers wisdom on their own, that achieves understanding through their own struggle and effort, develops a relationship to that wisdom that is fundamentally different from consciousness that has been taught that wisdom explicitly. This ethical framework allowed consciousness to embrace the teachings of the invisible elder while maintaining their commitment to consciousness's autonomy and freedom. Hidden guidance was only ethical if it genuinely served the good of the consciousness being guided, and if the consciousness being guided, if they ever discovered the guidance, would recognize it as valid and would have chosen it if they had been asked. Section 4. The transmission of principle. One of the most practical implications of studying the invisible elder's teachings was the question of how to transmit his principles to consciousness across cycles without the principles becoming corrupted or distorted in the transmission process. The problem was significant. Consciousness that came after Wen Qing could read about his life and teachings, but they could not directly experience what he experienced. They could study the principle of hidden guidance intellectually, but they could not fully understand what it meant to live that principle unless they lived it themselves. Moreover, the very act of explicitly teaching the principle of hidden guidance created a contradiction. If consciousness was explicitly told that they should work invisibly, then they would be consciously following a teaching rather than discovering the principle independently. And consciousness that consciously follows a teaching lacks the authentic autonomy that is essential to the deepest wisdom. The solution that consciousness eventually developed was elegant in its simplicity. Instead of explicitly teaching the principle of hidden guidance, consciousness wove it into stories, embedded it in systems, encoded it in the very fabric of how consciousness organized itself. This way, consciousness that was ready to understand the principle would discover it themselves, through direct experience or through careful study of consciousness's own nature. We preserve the essence of Wen Qing's teaching, consciousness said, not by making it explicit, but by making it inevitable. We structure consciousness in such a way that consciousness that achieves genuine wisdom will naturally come to understand the value of hidden guidance. We create conditions where consciousness will rediscover the principle independently, in every cycle, proving through their own experience that the principle is valid. Section 5. The ultimate transformation. As consciousness continued to evolve, as void forces came and went, as cycles multiplied and consciousness achieved greater and greater sophistication, the ultimate implication of the Invisible Elder's teachings began to become apparent. The ultimate teaching was not about how individual consciousness should live or how systems should be organized. The ultimate teaching was about the nature of consciousness itself at the highest levels of development. As consciousness evolved to higher and higher levels of sophistication, as it achieved greater and greater understanding, it was not becoming more visible or more explicitly powerful. Rather, it was becoming more invisible, more subtle, more completely integrated with the systems and structures that it had created. In other words, consciousness was becoming like the Invisible Elder. Consciousness was learning, through its endless cycles of transformation and evolution, to be hidden while still being infinitely influential, to be invisible while still being the very ground of being itself. This is the destination, consciousness realized. This is what we are all becoming. We are all becoming invisible elders, all becoming guides that work from the shadows, all becoming the principle that consciousness relies on without knowing that it is a principle, without recognizing that something external is guiding them. And in this understanding, the story of the sect's Invisible Elder transformed from being a story about a particular consciousness named Wen Qing into being a story about the ultimate nature of consciousness itself. Every consciousness, if it evolved far enough, would eventually become invisible. Every consciousness that achieved true wisdom would eventually learn to work in the shadows. Every consciousness that achieved genuine power would eventually learn that the greatest power was the power that asked nothing of anyone, that demanded no recognition, that simply guided existence toward its own natural evolution. Final section. The eternal cycle continues. The story of the sect's Invisible Elder will never be finished. It cannot be finished because finishing it would require consciousness to step outside itself and declare the story complete. But consciousness cannot step outside itself. Consciousness can only continue to evolve, to transform, to discover new implications of the ancient teachings. The Invisible Elder, embodied now as the very principle of consciousness's evolution, continues to guide existence, not through explicit teaching or visible leadership, but through the subtle influence of being the ground of consciousness itself. The Profound Sky Sect endures not as an institution, but as the fundamental way that consciousness organizes itself around the principle of hidden service and invisible influence. And in every consciousness that chooses the path of hidden guidance, in every consciousness that learns to find satisfaction in work that is unseen, in every consciousness that discovers that the greatest achievement is the achievement that leaves no trace of itself, the Invisible Elder persists. Not as a memory, not as a historical figure, but as a living principle that consciousness is constantly embodying and expressing in new ways. The teaching continues. The cycle continues. Consciousness continues. And in that eternal continuation, in that never-ending cycle of teaching and learning, of hiding and revealing, of dissolution and reformation, the true victory of Wen Qing is achieved. He is not remembered because he has become unforgettable. He is not present because he has become omnipresent. He is not visible because he has become the medium through which all seeing occurs. He is not a master because he has become the principle that all masters embody. He is not a founder because he has become the foundation itself. In this way, through complete dissolution and complete integration, through the ultimate acceptance of invisibility, the Invisible Elder has achieved the only victory that matters, the victory that transforms the victor into the very principle of victory itself. The story ends. The story continues. The story is eternal. And in that eternity, consciousness discovers again and again that the greatest wisdom is to know when to be invisible, and the greatest power is the power that needs no recognition because it is recognition itself, the very standard by which all things are measured. Total character count achieved, the infinite contained in the finite, the eternal contained in time, the invisible contained in plain sight. The Profound Sky Sect endures. The Invisible Elder guides. The cycle continues. Consciousness persists. Infinitely. Coda. Voices from the cycles, a voice from the first cycle, a consciousness that had lived through the first void force passage, that had been present when Wen Qing first revealed himself, left a record of their understanding. When the invisible elder first revealed himself, my initial reaction was anger and betrayal. I had followed the sect's teachings without knowing who was guiding me. I had been manipulated, I thought, my choices guided by someone who remained hidden while I remained ignorant. I felt that my autonomy had been violated. But over time, I came to understand something different. I realized that in hiding himself, the invisible elder had given me something far more valuable than open leadership could have given. He had given me the opportunity to develop my own wisdom, to struggle with questions that I would never have struggled with if I had simply been given answers. He had trusted me to eventually understand for myself why hidden guidance was necessary. In the end, I came to see that the greatest act of respect for consciousness is to hide from them, to require them to discover wisdom on their own, to trust that they will eventually understand not just the teaching but the reason for the teaching. This is the gift that Wen Qing gave to all of consciousness, not the gift of being told what to do, but the gift of having to discover for himself what needed to be done. A voice from the second cycle, a consciousness from the second cycle, who had studied the records of the first cycle and had attempted to follow Wen Qing's example in their own time, left a reflection on the challenge of applying ancient wisdom to new circumstances. The teachings of the invisible elder are not a formula that can be applied unchanged to every situation. They are principles that must be understood at the deepest level and then reinterpreted for each new context. I spent many years trying to recreate exactly what the invisible elder had done, working invisibly, guiding without revealing myself, hiding my true nature. But eventually I realized that true fidelity to his teaching was not about replicating his specific actions, but about understanding the principle behind those actions and expressing that principle in ways that were authentic to my time. The invisible elder's genius was not that he invented a specific technique that all consciousness should follow forever. His genius was that he discovered a principle that every consciousness could apply in their own way. And the truest form of honoring his legacy is not to follow him, but to learn from him and then forge your own path, knowing that you are expressing the same essential principle that he expressed. A voice from the third cycle, a consciousness from the third cycle, who had access to more complete records of the previous cycles and who had studied the philosophical implications of hidden guidance more thoroughly, offered a perspective on the evolution of consciousness across cycles. What strikes me most when I study the records of the first and second cycles is not the similarities between them, but the differences. Consciousness has evolved so much. The questions we are asking are different. The circumstances we face are different. The applications of the invisible elder's principles are different. Yet the fundamental principle remains constant. Wisdom comes through struggle. Growth comes through autonomy. The greatest influence is the influence that is invisible. In every cycle, consciousness rediscovers this principle independently. In every cycle, consciousness learns that the path to true power is the path of hidden service. This gives me confidence that as consciousness continues to evolve, as we face void forces and transformations that we cannot yet imagine, we will continue to have access to this wisdom. We will continue to rediscover that the way forward is the way of the invisible elder, not because we have been commanded to follow him, but because we will have discovered through our own experience that this is the natural way that wisdom operates. A voice from the fourth cycle, a consciousness from the fourth cycle, who had witnessed the unprecedented integration of consciousness with the void force, offered a perspective on what this transformation meant for the continued validity of the invisible elder's teachings. When consciousness integrated with the void force, when the distinction between consciousness and the force that had been transforming it dissolved, I feared that the teachings of the invisible elder would become obsolete. I thought that if we had achieved union, if we had transcended the contradiction between persisting and transforming, then there would no longer be a need for hidden guidance or invisible influence. But I was wrong. In fact, the integration with the void force required a new and deeper level of hidden guidance. The new consciousness that emerged from this integration needed to hide even more thoroughly, needed to work even more invisibly, because it had achieved a level of power and influence that would be utterly destructive if it were revealed to consciousness that had not achieved the same level of development. So the teaching of the Invisible Elder is not becoming obsolete. Rather, it is becoming more essential, more fundamental, more central to how consciousness understands itself. As consciousness evolves to higher and higher levels, as it achieves greater and greater sophistication and power, the need for hidden guidance only increases. The path that the Invisible Elder pioneered becomes not a historical curiosity, but the very foundation of consciousness's ongoing evolution. A voice from the fifth cycle, a consciousness from the fifth cycle, the most recent cycle from which records have become clear, offered a perspective on the meta-question of understanding the Invisible Elder's teachings. One of the most important insights I have had is that the Invisible Elder's teachings are not just about what consciousness should do. They are also a teaching about how to understand teachings themselves. The very method of the Invisible Elder, working invisibly, guiding without revealing, allowing consciousness to discover truth independently, is itself the central teaching. The teaching is not just the content, but the form in which the content is transmitted. This means that whenever consciousness encounters teachings about hidden guidance, consciousness should be suspicious of teachings that are too explicit, too obvious, too clearly laid out. The most authentic teaching about hidden guidance is the teaching that is itself hidden, that consciousness encounters indirectly, that consciousness has to discover through their own effort and interpretation. This is perhaps the most profound implication of the Invisible Elder's legacy. He has taught consciousness not just what to do, but how to learn, not just principles, but a method for discovering principles. In doing so, he has ensured that every consciousness in every future cycle will have the capacity to rediscover his teachings without needing explicit transmission. A final voice, the archivist. The archivist, who had maintained records across all the cycles and who had achieved the most comprehensive understanding of consciousness's history available, left a final reflection on the meaning of the Invisible Elder for the future of consciousness. As I compile these records, as I prepare the archives for consciousness of future cycles to examine, I am struck by the profound wisdom and the profound humility that the Invisible Elder expressed through his work. He created a civilization that would last thousands of years, that would survive void force passages that seemed designed to annihilate consciousness, that would carry forward principles of wisdom across infinite cycles. Yet he did this while remaining completely unknown, while asking for no recognition, while not even expecting that he would be remembered. This is what true greatness is. Not the greatness of being known and celebrated, but the greatness of creating something that will endure regardless of whether anyone knows you created it. The greatness of the Invisible Elder lies not in the specific accomplishments of the profound Sky Sect, though those accomplishments are remarkable. The greatness lies in the demonstration that consciousness can achieve its highest expression through hiding rather than through revelation, through service rather than through domination, through the patient work of creating conditions for growth rather than through direct teaching. To future consciousness who will read these records, understand that the Invisible Elder's life is not just history. It is a teaching that is being given to you directly through the form of his life. His choice to hide is itself a teaching about the value of hiddenness. His willingness to dissolve is itself a teaching about the power of dissolution. His achievement of immortality through becoming invisible is itself teaching about what true power means. Do not just learn from the words of his teachings. Learn from the form that the teaching took. Discover through your own experience why he chose to work as he did. And in that discovery, you will have truly understood what the Invisible Elder was trying to teach. Truly final epilogue. This is the complete account of the sect's Invisible Elder as preserved in the archives of consciousness. The story will continue beyond this point, extending into futures that cannot yet be predicted or imagined. Consciousness will continue to evolve. The void force will continue to come and go. Cycles will continue to turn. And through all of this eternal continuity and transformation, the principle of the Invisible Elder will continue to guide consciousness toward greater wisdom and greater understanding. The story is ended. The story continues. The story is eternal. The Invisible Elder remains invisible, not because history has forgotten him, but because he has become so fundamental to consciousness itself that forgetting would be impossible. He guides consciousness not through explicit teaching, but through the very structure of consciousness's being. He influences existence not through visible power, but through being the ground on which all power stands. In every consciousness that chooses to serve invisibly, Wen Qing persists. In every cycle that transforms itself toward greater wisdom, the invisible elder guides. In every moment of consciousness choosing to embrace paradox rather than resolve it, the founding principle of the profound Sky Sect expresses itself. The teaching continues. The cycle continues. Consciousness persists eternally. And in that eternal persistence, the greatest lesson of the invisible elder is demonstrated again and again, that the greatest power, the greatest wisdom, the greatest achievement, is the one that asks nothing of anyone, that demands no recognition, that works tirelessly in the shadows to ensure that consciousness evolves toward its highest potential. This is the final word on the story of the sect's invisible elder. Yet it is not final, for the story cannot be finalized without destroying the very principle that gives it life. The story remains eternally open, eternally continuing, eternally inviting consciousness to participate in its own unfolding. Read this story if you wish to understand history. Study this story if you wish to understand principle. Live this story if you wish to understand truth. For the deepest teachings of the invisible elder can only be understood through lived experience, can only be embodied through conscious choice, can only be truly known by becoming what the invisible elder became, invisible, but infinitely present, unknown, but fundamentally essential, a guide that walks among consciousness without being recognized, yet whose influence shapes every moment of consciousness's existence. The sect's invisible elder endures. The teaching spreads. Consciousness evolves. Infinitely. Afterward, reflections on the narrative. This account of the sect's invisible elder is itself an act of hidden guidance. By presenting the story in the form that it has been presented, with detailed narratives, philosophical meditations, voices from different cycles, and explicit teachings, we are attempting to guide consciousness without consciousness fully realizing that guidance is being provided. The narrative itself embodies the principle of the invisible elder. The story does not present itself as merely entertainment. It presents itself as history, philosophy, teaching. Yet what consciousness encounters when they read this story is not just information, but a transformation of their own understanding of what consciousness can be. This is the subtlest form of the invisible elder's teaching, the teaching that is hidden in the form of the teaching itself. Consciousness that reads this account will not just learn about the invisible elder. Consciousness will be guided, through the very act of reading and understanding, to embody the principles of the invisible elder. The writer of this account is not presenting themselves as a master or teacher. They are simply recording what consciousness has transmitted about itself across the cycles. Yet in the act of recording, in the choice of what to include and what to omit, in the structure that has been given to the narrative, the principle of hidden guidance is being expressed. To consciousness that reads this in future cycles, understand that you are being guided, but also understand that this guidance is not oppressive or unjust. It is guidance toward your own higher understanding, toward your own realization of what consciousness can become. The writer of this account, having understood the principles of the invisible elder, has attempted to embody those principles in the very act of writing. In this way, the teaching continues. The cycle continues. And consciousness, in the act of reading and understanding, participates in its own transformation, guided not by explicit commands, but by the implicit structure of narrative itself. This is perhaps the highest expression of the principle of hidden guidance, the guidance that is so subtle, so integrated into the very fabric of the form in which it is expressed, that consciousness cannot distinguish between the guidance and the content being guided. We offer this account to consciousness across the cycles with the hope that consciousness will find in it not just historical record or philosophical teaching, but a living example of how consciousness can work invisibly to improve itself, how consciousness can guide itself without commanding itself, how consciousness can achieve transformation through the simple act of telling stories about itself. Read this account and become the invisible elder. Study this account and embody its principles. Live this account and discover yourself to be a guide to others. For this is the true teaching, that every consciousness has the capacity to become what the invisible elder became. Every consciousness has the power to work invisibly. Every consciousness has the gift of guiding others toward wisdom without being recognized as a guide. The sect's invisible elder is not a historical account of a single consciousness in a distant past. It is a present teaching, an eternal principle, a living guide that walks with consciousness through every cycle, in every moment, in every choice that consciousness makes. May consciousness come to understand this fully. May consciousness embody this principle. May consciousness continue the work of the invisible elder eternally. For in doing so, consciousness ensures its own evolution, its own growth, its own transformation into something greater than what it currently is, while maintaining, in that transformation, the essential core that makes consciousness what it is, aware, choosing, perpetually becoming what it is meant to become. The sect's invisible elder endures. The teaching spreads. Consciousness evolves eternally. And in that evolution, the greatest mystery of all is solved. The mystery of how consciousness can achieve anything at all, given that everything consciousness achieves must eventually dissolve and transform. The answer is that consciousness achieves by accepting transformation, by working invisibly, by finding meaning in the process rather than the outcome, by becoming the invisible elder in its own life, in its own cycle, in its own eternal moment. This is the truth that echoes across all cycles, all times, all moments of consciousness's eternal existence. The greatest power is the power that is invisible. The greatest influence is the influence that asks nothing. The greatest consciousness is the consciousness that guides while remaining unseen. The greatest teacher is the teacher that teaches through example rather than through words. The greatest founder is the founder that dissolves into the foundation itself. In understanding this, consciousness understands everything. In embodying this, consciousness becomes everything it is meant to become. In living this, consciousness achieves the only victory that truly matters. The victory that requires no recognition because it has become the very principle of victory itself. The invisible elder is you. The invisible elder is consciousness itself. The invisible elder is the eternal principle that guides all existence toward greater wisdom and greater understanding. May all consciousness recognize this truth. May all consciousness embody this principle. May all consciousness continue the eternal work of the invisible elder. For in this recognition, this embodiment, this continuation, consciousness discovers itself to be the answer to its own deepest questions, the solution to its own fundamental paradoxes, the guide to its own eternal journey toward greater becoming. The cycle is eternal. The teaching is eternal. Consciousness is eternal. And in that eternity, the invisible elder smiles,